Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day two of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. We had a long day of a very interesting Counter-Strike action which took place yesterday, and for those of you who missed out on whatever transpired yesterday, a couple of rounds especially which excite me and definitely made Tom lose whatever follicles he had on his head, we have a small little recap ready for you guys.
Hope you are listening. It's time to make a change. It's time to rearrange. It's time to make amends. I'll never fall in line. I'll never be defined. Whatever it may take. Storms breaking now, you can feel it. Storms breaking now.
That's just brutal. That's just brutal. Look at the information.
Storms breaking now, you can feel it. You're not gonna hold me. You're not gonna hold me.
Derek just killing everybody. He knows he has to step up. Derek is the hero. 5 kills. What a step up.
You're not gonna hold me. Hope you are listening. You're trying to understand.
Zolkin's gonna
Oh
get
my
a top
God,
four.
no.
3 kills on the 5-7. That is unbelievable
no.
from Zolking.
I'll never fall in line. I'll never be defined. Whatever it may take. Storms breaking now, you can feel it. Storms breaking now, you can feel it. Storms breaking now, you can feel it.
This would be the ultimate irony if he manages to bring this one back.
You're not gonna own me.
Oh, why would you go for first? What?
You're not gonna own me.
NCL shuts them down completely.
You're not gonna own me. You're not gonna own me. You're not gonna own me.
Spiel's getting 1 kill into Rolex. Nifty going down as well. And Spiels just shuts them all down again, boy.
You're not gonna own me. You're not gonna own me.
3 kills. What a hole. This is over.
You're not gonna own me.
Ronan goes for the knife! That was so unnecessary, but you know what? I love it. I pulled off a Mitch there, I muted myself. I hope you guys enjoyed that recap as much as I did, because we have a number of some pretty exciting games lined up for you guys. But again, as usual, it's going to be 3 lovely gentlemen joining me to bring you guys the action. My name is Blair, and joining me is going to be Tom Biz, we have Dinko, and of course we have Mitch. And hopefully Tom and Mitch might have recovered from what we had to witness yesterday. It was fun. I won't lie, gentlemen. I had a blast just like having my lunch, just watching you guys cast that game. But starting things off, Tom, let's start with you. Are you okay?
Nope.
Great. Moving on, Mitch. How are you doing today?
Well, a little bit better, to be honest. I think we needed a calibration period to get right back into this region, and yesterday, well, it certainly calibrated me to something.
Okay, we do have the results from yesterday to probably just take a look at and just take a gander and talk a bit about it. The first game, Dinko, that was kind of expected, although a fight definitely being put up by Bren.
I mean,
yeah,
the result is expected, just not in terms of
way.
the 2-0, but yeah, 16-13, 16-14, not expected at all. I think Vici completely underperformed yesterday, but we put it down to the fact that it's the first game of the tournament. They were a little bit overconfident, making a couple of mistakes Vici don't usually make. So hopefully going into the next matches, they fix that.
Right, and of course the second matchup, that was the highlight of the day for me personally, Tom. Tiger 2-0 over After Gaming. I mean, kind of an okay showing from Tiger, nothing too terrible, but After Gaming...
No, they lost a round, so I would say that's a poor performance from them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about After Gaming. I think that's a team who... They were able to beat D13, and looking at what we saw from them yesterday, even on the map picks, it was questionable, to put it mildly.
Oh yeah, I have no idea how they beat D13. Like, there's a part of me that sort of thinks that D13 should be absolutely ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen, because After Gaming they've made me depressed. But I'll be honest, like do not think about any of the plays that they're making. They have no team synergy, and if it wasn't for a few decent individual plays, we would have seen an absolute whitewash. And honestly, I think even though those games look relatively clean, I do think that was a pretty poor underperformance from Tiger. Like, I had a few rounds on Train, especially from Urcast, where it seemed like he was whiffing some of his shots, and hopefully that's just, like, as we sort of said about the last one, some first game jitters, like not obviously knowing that they've got a lot to prove coming into this tournament. The problem I have, though, is they play against a Vici, a Tyloo, even an Invictus. They're not going to be winning games if they play like that.
Which is unfortunate considering they did win the first RMR. We, of course, have today's, the standings as it is right now. We've only seen 3 best-of-3s played out, so it's going to be not too much of a difference. We have Vici on top, Tiger, and Sigma, who are able to beat Huai after what was a pretty close series over there. We have... of course, at the bottom, Huai played one, lost one, After Gaming, and Bren way at the bottom. We do have today's schedule coming up as well. And Mitch, I just wanted to just kind of hear your thoughts, pick your brain as to which map, or rather which matchup you're going to be looking forward to the most. Okay, that was a little surprising there. But yeah, some interesting games. Tyloo After Gaming. We get to see Tyloo. I'm happy about that. We have Huai, who... One thing that stood out for me yesterday from these guys was Ronan. The guy seems to be an absolute revelation against Checkmate, a Mongolian team, which I won't lie, I've never heard of them before this particular tournament. And then to close things off, we're going to be watching Bren kind of lock horns with Tiger. And which game kind of stands out for you here?
I'm looking forward to seeing Bren versus Tiger. I think Tiger underperformed yesterday, definitely, as Tom said. And we've got someone like Derek, who's just literally the only player standing when it comes to the Bren lineup. Everyone else is sitting down inside his backpack. Now I'm looking forward to seeing if he can, carry them across the line a little bit. I think if Wit steps it up as well alongside Poppy, we could be looking at a fairly close series if Tiger come in on the same form as yesterday. And really, we get another chance to test out Micro as well and see if he's not as bad as he was yesterday.
He was struggling quite a bit. And again, I'm just going to get to the fact that it's his first big event ever. Sorry, Tom, you're saying?
I'm saying it would be a challenge to be as bad as he was yesterday.
Yeah, it was rough, especially when Advent's out-fragging you while being the big brain in-game leader for Vici. It's kind of a worrying sign. But we do have the first matchup of the day. I want to talk a bit about that. I want to talk about the positives here, guys. Like, you've been very negative, and can't really blame you guys for it. We saw some very questionable plays.
Let's go to Dinko for this one.
All right, Dinko. Tyloo, right? They hadn't lost a single map ever since they lost to Invictus back on the first... I think it was, 2 months ago? And they hadn't dropped a single damn series, which is so impressive, until they lost to Lin Vision. Spectacularly, because Lin Vision beat them 16-8 and 16-4 on Vertigo and Mirage, something which I thought would have been completely impossible.
Yeah. I mean, Tyloo are clearly in a good spot right now. Obviously, losing to Linvision, it's one of those results, it just doesn't make sense, right? But you see a lot of those in the Asian region. You even see a lot of those just online in every region. So I think you can definitely look at it and just kind of laugh it off a little bit. If you're Tyloo, you're not really too fazed by it. You can come into this tournament where it matters. You got 100k on the line. First place takes 25k. You get all the RMR points. This is where Tyloo should be just walking in with a positive attitude again. They should be confident in every single match that they play. They clearly showed dominance in the last PAL. They pretty much went through flawlessly, only losing to Invictus in one of their opening matchups. So I think Tyloo coming into this, I think you'd be an idiot to predict them to lose any of the matches. I think every single match that we see Tyloo in, we're going to have to predict them as favorites. And that's not going to change today. I mean, they're playing against After Gaming, a brand new roster in terms of adding OA as well. And as we've seen yesterday, a lot of mistakes coming through. The team's not really in a good spot right now. So this should be a nice little warm-up game for Tyloo. You know, sometimes they look a little rough in the opening of tournaments, especially like in the last PAL. We've seen them kind of get off to a slower start. So Tyloo, as they go on in the tournament, that's when they become more deadly. So a good opening game to just kind of warm up.
And Mitch, this one goes to you. What do After Gaming have to do? Look, again, Tyloo has shown that they can bleed, that they did lose Linvision, although yes, that has to be a fluke to be very honest. But for After Gaming, I know there are a lot of things they need to fix, but what's like the one thing which stands out where they have to at least fix those very glaring errors to be a little competitive here against Tyloo?
I don't know if you wanted positivity, Bleb, but you've come to the wrong place. Get rid of Sakai. Get someone in that
a little too late for that.
that thinks before they make decisions. Maybe have a chat with them and explain how Counter-Strike works. Outside of that, it is actually quite surprising that this team was as atrocious as they were. Because Marek and Oi, solid players we know. Wang has been insane. Bingo's had some good games as well. It just seems like they're pugging. Like they do not have mics. And that is kind of a key issue, really.
And that's so scary. I mean, if you're going to be pugging against Tyloo when you have players like Danking, it's going to be very rough. Let's take a look very quickly at the map videos that we have here. And honestly, I got to be real here. I don't really think whatever maps they play. I don't care what maps they play on. I still think it's very one-sided. If you ask me. There we go. Tom already, going up a couple of notes higher, trying to reach a falsetto.
I respect
There is a golden rule within all of Counter-Strike. You do not pick Mirage against Tyloo ever.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna leave it to you two gentlemen. I hope you guys have a blast. I hope you guys enjoy it, Tom, Mitch. I'm not gonna do predictions because I think this one's kind of like, I don't want to say it's a foregone conclusion, but everyone's going the way of Tyloo, right? So Mitch, Tom, have fun with this. I'm gonna enjoy watching this.
So Tom, you'll notice that obviously after have come in, they've picked Mirage. And then Vertigo was the choice of Tyloo, not a map they pick too often. They've just come in and went, we'll give you a chance, I guess. Like, we'll try to help you out. Do you know how to veto? Now,
I've lost it 3 times in a row. That is a bit of a weird choice, I'll be honest, for Tyloo. I do think that they just don't care.
2 possibilities. There are 2 distinct possibilities. Either we actually have got the veto backwards, which has happened before, so I'm a little bit suspect with the way that one went down, or Tyloo they just do not care. They're like, yeah, well, we're way better than you, so let's get a little bit of practice on our worst map, because there is no way we lose a series. I think if they lose a series versus After, they can probably just step down from the major anyways. What's the point in playing the major for one? They'll play 1 or 2 best of 3s and be knocked out, so you might as well just accept it now.
Yeah, well, to be fair, though, they'll have another 17 RMR events for redemption, so it's 1 out of 17 is not too bad.
Yeah,
but yeah, this is a map where you're going to see somebody do things that make no sense and they're going to work. That is pretty much his mantra within life. The interesting thing about the series they lost, it's another like 17-year-old wonder kid who just destroyed them with plus 27 in that match. So there seems to be some crazy young talent coming out from China at the moment, which is good, because the one thing that really worried me with Valorant was that, especially within Asia, that we would just lose all talent in Counter-Strike, because, well, there's a game that's just come out that has a lot of prospects behind it, especially within that region. Somebody, though, already going to be kicking things off. The first one goes his way. He will be traded out, but he's got slowly to support. Sat back on the site, and you can see them taking some fairly aggressive peeks, and they're still getting away with it. Attacker going to take a tag. And actually, this is starting to fall apart. It's left all onto Summer. 1 versus 2. Well, with just Bingo alive, low on HP, he's going to get the bomb down. Should it get away with anything? It's a little bit dicey, but in the end, Summer does enough.
Yeah, well done by Summer closing out that round. And that's probably the closest one we're going to see. Now when the rifles come out, I really fear for after. I think this is where they just get smacked around. I don't know if you've ever seen that video of the adult in like a play zone with all the cushiony stuff, and he just starts throwing it at the little kids, knocking them over. That's pretty much what I imagine this series to be for Tyloo.
I'm sort of imagining, you know that video that got edited at like 1,000,000 times of that guy just walking around like slapping everyone in the garden? Have you seen that video?
No, I don't think so.
It's been edited like 1,000,000 times to say different things. That's what I'm imagining basically. And there's loads of people going, you can't do that. It'll be that.
Well, slowly, he's come out and he's died. He's died to Glocks. That's good. The guy's already picked him up. That's a good start for after. Look, you're going to try to do as much damage as you can in a run like this. Attacker's got 11 HP and he's crouch walking across the window. If that doesn't say, I don't care about you, I don't know what does. They're just swinging out, looking for every single individual fight. The thing is, Tyloo are not playing Counter-Strike the right way at the moment. But as we said, this is how they play Counter-Strike and it works. So just you can't do anything about it. And I think obviously they're going to play looser in this series, especially on Mirage, than they would versus anyone else. Looser, exactly.
Oh god, the trousers will be around their ankles if they're any looser than they normally are. Dear lord,
be sliding down their stool. But considering the spot at I'm just checking HLTV, they seem to be confirming this veto choice of after. Going for Mirage. All right, cool. I was sort of hoping that we had it backwards, but
I guess the way you gotta look at it is they're playing to their strengths, which I can always respect that. I don't think there was ever going to be a map where we'd be like, oh yeah, they can win that one. So it is, like as said, there's the reason it's a golden rule is because like Tyloo for eons, pretty much since I've been around in Counter-Strike, I've been able to beat even the top teams on Mirage. I still remember Vici as well. It's the same thing. Like they beat Na'Vi. There was Tyloo, I think at one point beat SK, because I actually remember, or SK obviously, who became later MIBR. SK was when they were good. Yeah, I still remember the coach like and jokingly saying to him, oh, do whatever you do, just don't let Mirage get through. And he went, ha ha ha, and they did, and they lost. And I just laughed. I found it very funny. This round, though, we're going to see them make a play through the connector. Although this is the buy, although there's some weaknesses for the CT side, you'd be surprised as making this one look relatively easy. But Bingo has at least managed to bring things back. Oi as well, going to take a little bit of damage from his teammate. These rounds have been relatively close so far. If they could steal this one away, especially with how wide we're seeing the peaks come out from Tyloo, gonna end up in a 1v1 again. Somebody facing off against Bingo, who's already tagged down to 33 HP, even with the AK advantage versus the FAMAS. You can see the patience from somebody, which is not something I say too often. Interesting plant. Actually doesn't matter. I'm confused as what somebody's actually doing.
Yeah, Bingo is as well. He thinks at this point that somebody must be coming on the flank, that he's pushed through B apps or short and come all the way up behind them. And, oh, he's stepping away. He's in the open. What is going on? So, Tyloo were playing very loose. I appreciate that, but they're giving an opportunity to a team with Wang, we already know is solid, with Bingo, who's had some good performances too. Marek and Oi experienced as hell within this region. I'll end it there. And like an on switch. If they start losing enough rounds, they'll go, okay, guys, come. Guess we'll try.
Not this round.
Well, it could, they've got.
Wait, has Danking just dropped? I was about to say.
Okay, he's gonna keep the op, right? So we have a force by somebody. There's 10 seconds left though, so it's okay. They're gonna.
Oh, yeah, somebody on an SMG is basically just like everybody else on a rifle.
I just thought they were gonna run out with pistols and Summer. Okay. I thought they were just. Yeah, everyone else forced, but I'm gonna keep 2K. Why? I don't know. So like this is This is still a pretty scary buy considering the team you're up against. Good smoke down bottom mid early, stops Danking getting anything with the op. That discredits what should have been a guaranteed opening kill had they not have thrown that smoke.
I do like how our expectations are so low that you just credited them throwing at the most basic smoke, probably
Based
on, the
on
whole
what I saw
Mirage.
yesterday, Tom, that is a massive improvement. They couldn't throw a flashbang, and then they couldn't realize not to push while flashed into players that aren't blind. So, you know, throwing a window smoke, I think they're now at the level of my matchmaking teammates, and I appreciate that. I think they're improving.
They've improved a lot.
Yeah.
Good.
In all fairness, this is a good starting performance by After. I think they're relying on individuals to lock down middle. You got Oi and Wang. They're the boys you want in this position. They're going to be... Oh, that peak, that timing is so good by Summer. He tags Oi, but he gets the info more importantly. So Attacker's able to follow, and he just wide swings on them. The lack of respect is unbelievable, and they're being punished for it. Look at the wide swing by Danking as well. He misses the shot, and it's a 1v3 clutch with an SMG. But look at the HP bars. This could work out for somebody if he gets the chances, and he knows as a player in the close corner. He's pre-firing it.
Interested to see what he's gonna do here.
No, okay.
I think he's just getting a Galil. Not the greatest upgrade in the world, and he doesn't have a kit available to him, so I think he has to save now. There's not really anything he can do. He's actually still gonna go for the fight, and he's done a hell of a lot of damage. As said, no way he can win the round from this point, but he could at least make things costly, and even that won't be the case. So yeah, they've countered what was a pretty audacious force buy from Tyloo. Like, I understand it's now completely screwed, and we're just going to see a small investment into a few pistols.
Seeing these kind of games always sort of angers me, seeing a team play that loose. Like, I'm in two minds about it, Tom. It's like, can I really criticize Tyloo at the moment? No. Like, they're playing stupidly, but they know that. Like, this is a game for them. They've probably woken up this morning and went, oh, do we have a game? All right, yeah, okay. Went out partying last night, chilling. Well, hopefully not actually with COVID, but I doubt they're taking this very seriously. And obviously, it's basically the onus is on After to make them take it seriously, and at the point where they do, where they prove themselves to be a threatening opponent, that's where Tyloo just switch back on and they start wrecking.
That was appropriate timing. It's like, it's down to After to make them take it seriously as he jumps out through a smoke out of window onto his opponent's head with the P250.
Yeah, that'd be what I'm talking about.
Well, they've got a decent bank behind them. They've got an AWP for Wang as well, which that was actually one of the better things yesterday. I don't think he's a bad AWP, especially on train. He was getting an awful lot of openers, especially with the wall bang. So someone who's clearly put the time in. This is an interesting hold coming out from Tyloo. They got 3 players around connector, one watching into the palace, the other 2 peeking back in the other direction. It's actually the CT smoke. That's normally you throw that low so you can look over the top of it. By the looks of it, they've thrown it high, and I don't really know why. I'll be honest.
Maybe they expect After to push through it. I have no idea. As it fades, though, Attacker's got an angle onto these players on bottom mid. They're starting to... What is this? They're ready for it. They're waiting. They've taken down Attacker. Close left is being cleared. One for Danking. He's swinging out for a little bit more. Good damage. And Summer's able to trade. Now we're seeing Tyloo actually play off each other. And that is a scary thing. It's down to a 3 versus 2. Summer takes a fight by himself. Doesn't get a lot of damage off for it either. He's heavily lit up. This is going to be a pretty rough position, actually, if he goes down.
Oh.
It's essentially a 2v1 on the site. If that happens, rotate underway with the bomb in play. And
That's
for After, they've got everything. Oh no, Bingo, why? Why would you not wait for your teammate? You see, the thing is, these guys they're decent players individually, Like, I've said it a million times, but the exception of Sakai, all 4 of these guys are strong individual players. It's the decision making. That's what just blows me away, is that the decision making is horrendous. Like, it's some of the worst team play I've seen in this region.
I think we do have to add the caveat, though, that to the best of our knowledge, at least, this is a mixed team.
Very new,
we've only seen them play the qualifier to enter this tournament. Like, that's their only tournament listing of anything. Now, obviously, the fact that they beat D13 was a big surprise. I know you guys were disappointed that they didn't manage to make it through. Yeah, I do wish that Bingo there just waited for his teammate, had a Molotov, could have tried to play, at least get a sort of, well, I guess a cleaner trade. Because technically they did get a trade, but that was just based off more individual brilliance from the last man standing.
I wouldn't call that a trade even. They just happened to kill that guy later on. It wasn't, it peaked like 10 seconds later. But the thing for me with regards to D13 is that Annihilation's a really fun opera to watch. Wang, I think, took up that mantle when we looked at Train yesterday versus Tiger. He was really solid. So I enjoyed watching that. Maybe he can be the Annihilation that we've wanted to see once the op comes out. Or once it comes out again. But I've never seen such an audacious team with, like, I could go on all day about it. It's just the fact that you have the individual skill, but it's basic things, like not swinging with a Zeus, wide swinging with it.
Almost position on in. Straight through the smoke. Danking, though, holding the line, doing a fantastic job with the FAMAS. He's managed to get himself 4. In fact, he's going to ace the round. Easy peasy for Danking. A FAMAS USP ace is not something I think you'll see too regularly, especially against a 4-buy. And while if anybody was worried for Tyloo, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's a nice little spray down for him, isn't it? Headshot as well on the last 2 kills. 4-3. Tyloo really just answering up now versus Pistols. Danking. He's got the confidence.
That's a double ace.
He does, but unfortunately, he just gets Sakai doming him. I'd say Sakai's looking better than yesterday, certainly when it comes down to these plays, but I'll never trust this man. I'll need to see another 20 maps from him before I feel any sort of a trust in his ability to make the right call in any position.
If he even buys a Zeus, I'm out.
This is, just to be clear, for anyone that's sat here going, this dude is 6 for 7 now versus Tyloo. What are you doing? This man yesterday got flashed and then decided to push into 2 players that were holding him in Pop Dog while completely blind, like he could not see a thing, and he knew they weren't blind. And then we saw him in a 3 versus 1 take out a Zeus. And not only did he do that, he swung so he was as far as possible away from the player. Like, he wanted to Zeus him, but also he really respects social distancing. So he ended up not hitting the Zeus, dying, and they lost the 3v1 by 6 HP. So had he have just sneezed on him, it would have been a nice, easy round. So it was... And those are just 2 of the more impactful, horrendous decisions. There were plenty more. And when you do that in your opening series of a tournament versus one of the top teams, you make those kind of decisions, I don't like you. I'm not going to like you. And even if you play great the next 2 games, I'm still going to wait for you to go back to that form. So just in case you think we're being overly mean, the decision-making was horrendous yesterday. So it's more like we already doubt this team massively.
Lowly has no fear. That's something... I think that's the same with the majority of Tyloo players. Like, if you believe they were created by some sort of higher being, they forgot to add fear to the mix, is the way that I would put it, at least. Re-peaking with only 16 HP, and he actually manages to get a 2nd kill. So, as said, like, as of right now, after definitely haven't made Tyloo respect them. And, well, slowly, again, just remember what I just said. 16 HP, he's just pushed mid. He has pushed all the way into mid. No fear at all. If there's anybody there, he'd be dead. but now he's going to be coming in on a flank. And you can see the rest of the team already rotating into position. You've got Attacker now holding in the sandwich. Not an easy position to clear. They do get rid of Danking. Are they going to check? Not quite, but luckily they get away with it anyway. That flank is still coming, by the way, but bomb's actually planted in a relatively safe position. It would only be Wang. He actually does wide peek out the angle, but it's not going to be him to find it. Slowly left with relatively low HP. Is he just going to try and defuse this? It looks like he is. He's just going to stick it. He's just holding it all the way down. It has to be the peak. Oh, he hears the step. He hears the tick of the Molotov. Now he's going to go for the kill. It should be very easy for Bingo. Okay. This is a very awkward fight. I think eventually Bingo will win it, and he will, but I'm surprised he didn't get that kill a little bit sooner.
I don't know what I just witnessed, but okay. Cool. He just kind of stood there and tanked the shots. Guess, like, I genuinely think that's a case of nerves. Like, he didn't want to swing. When you're in a clutch situation, I think it, for some players, it alleviates a lot of pressure, because it's like, oh, you're not supposed to win it. But then it gets to the 1v1 bomb planted, and you're like, you don't want to make a mistake. And sometimes, like a deer in headlights, it just kind of paralyzes you to what is the right play, like even just shooting back instead of just standing there and going, I don't care, bro. I don't care. Shoot me. It's a very nice Deagle skin. But Danking, he's going to look to... Oh, he's underneath him. One for him. But the swing around, the 180 doesn't quite connect. And so this should be, again, a nice clean position for after. Putting it up 5-5, and the question remains: when are Tyloo going to start waking up and actually treating this like a game? Because, as I said, individually, this isn't that bad of a team. Like, when we're purely talking about firepower, it's not a bad team. You've got to put them in a position where they have to make decisions, and then they're terrible.
Yeah, I so far I feel like Tyloo are just trying to win this purely off like, okay, I'm gonna face this and see if I can kill multiple people at once. So it hasn't really been much team play whatsoever as of yet. Even still though, after I'm gonna manage to get to 5, I'll be honest, that's more than I was expecting. And while Bingo, he's got off to a flying start, 12-5 at the moment. Very good scoreline from him. There's a fair few players on the other side as well that are a little bit quiet in the early stages of the day. Attacker with 7 assists, which, you know, you've got to feel his pain in these sort of scenarios. And while realistically, Tyloo can't actually invest into this round. The thing is, like, somebody's a player that you're going to watch, like, do very aggressive things. I feel like on Mirage, the problem with that is that it's so scripted. Like, this map has been in the pool for so long that everybody knows every single piece of aggression you're going to be making. And, well, he's already dead. He tried to jump down into the underpass, and he is gone, Mitch.
It's not the kind of play you want, is it? It's not the it's not the strategy. And it just, at this point, you know, it's almost like Tyloo need an excuse to spend a little bit more time on the server. Because they're giving the opportunities away. And we do know Tyloo for very loose style. We know them for just rushing out and playing those things, but making those very aggressive fights that they probably shouldn't. The thing is, I feel like they play so well off each other generally, but at the moment, this is not a Tyloo that's giving respect to their opponents. Ranking. Oh, he's picked up the M4, but nothing for him, unfortunately. It's the lead for after. I'm very cynical. Very, very cynical, because I think Tyloo are going to just switch up and wreck them. Oh, and we have a little bit of a pause.
It would be funny if it got to the point where they win, and we're just like, no, they're gonna turn up. They're gonna turn up.
Yeah, it's the thing is, we've seen it so many times from Tyloo, especially in the early stages of the previous Oromore, where we'd be watching them and just going like, guys, are you gonna try or what? And then as soon as they're threatened, once their opponent gets some sort of a decent lead, you can see that, like, you can almost hear it on the team speak. Just, should we try, guys? Like, yeah, I think we probably should. Like, oh, okay.
So yeah, just a ping issue. So hopefully be able to get that sorted relatively soon. And Bingo is going to be back in the server. Still yet to see too much of a fallback coming out from Tyloo. Like every single time their money's been kind of wrecked in a lot of these situations. Like we've only had the AWP like once or twice for Dan King. We've seen players consistently playing with a FAMAS as well. So this is not really been. Again, I don't think they're taking this particularly serious because with just what they're investing into different things, like they could have easily taken an extra save here or there if they wanted to try and make sure they had their full purchase. Even going into the T side, like I think if they get 7 rounds here, it's still going to be a very, very rough game for after. And I'm intrigued by them going into Vertigo because I'll be honest, like this has been a map, at least versus Vici, where they've had some struggles, especially the 16-3 decimation during Cologne 2020. And also the loss to Lin Vision. I think that's the only real surprise. Like, okay, you lose to Vici in that map. That's not really the biggest deal. Vici are pretty good at Vertigo. But losing to Lin Vision is a completely different ball game. Maybe they're coming in to almost like as a point to prove. Like, don't worry, guys, we fixed everything on Vertigo. But we'll see. I'll be interested if Blair knows if they still have like multiple analysts. Because that was something I always remembered with this Tyloo side was they had a lot of people behind the scenes, at least when they used to play in like the more like European or the international tournaments, I guess you could say. There was always like multiple people prepping for them. So if they have got any issues that they needed to fix on Vertigo, which evidently they did, there's probably going to be someone finding it.
And we're better to test it out, really, than versus a team that you should be able to autopilot beat. This is a okay run through the smoking con. I don't quite mind it because there's a player spraying top mid, right? So he thought that he could get up underneath them, catch that guy off guard. Didn't expect the second guy to be in there. It's an acceptable loss. It's not one that I'll critique quite as much as previously. Great flash. Good peek by Bingo. Oi in with another. This is looking a whole lot better already by after. Other than that, they don't have the bomb. They've left it over towards the T spawn. So there's going to have to be a rotate to get that. Bingo wants to maintain aggressive control. He gets whacked by that nade. Giving away his position, he was stepping, I suppose, which kind of did that for him. The fact that he's low is known. Somebody had the confidence to just go into Murder Hole with a scout and headshot him. That is ridiculous.
That's the thing. This was a 2 versus 4 that came back to a 2 versus 2. We've seen this a few times now where Tyloo get a big lead. Everybody's peeking, wanting to pad those stats, and things can slip away. And Oi's in with a real chance, especially with the fact that somebody, at least for that moment, was facing the wrong way. He's now in the right position, though. And after a relatively quiet start, we are going to see somebody with an impactful double, to say the least. 6-6, still plenty of cash for after gaming. And as said, like, Tyloo have never really been able to build up a bank. Somebody's actually going to go back to the scout once again. So clearly feeling confident with that weapon. And again, we see this triple connector setup. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but in this case, you can see how it would work out, especially with them playing mid. That is just disgusting. How can you even have the audacity to go for that? This is what I mean when I say that he just had fear removed from his brain.
Yeah.
Like, there's no player in their right mind gonna go, I'm gonna jump through Murder Hole and headshot him with a scout.
And to anybody that was thinking, you know, oh, maybe they are taking it seriously, like, are you sure they're not? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you'll ever see that in a game that anybody's taken seriously, except maybe Sakai. He'd probably go for that. We're in a 4 versus 3, though. Those openings towards the A side have been solid. They've managed to get mid control as well, so the connector players are threatened. They want to get aggressive and push up. They've caught Wang pulling back, and he almost manages to catch the shot, but he's whiffed it. Attacker shuts him down. Somebody grabs one with a P250. Easy upgrade to an AK, and Bingo's coming out. He's going to have to find 3 more. It's like he's playing Bingo. Gonna find him in a row. And it looks like, for the moment, it's not lining up. Dan King just swings wide, takes the kill. And again, Tyloo back in the lead, 7-6. And they are just the better team. There's no question about it. Because you're seeing with this just insane decision-making that they're still able to dominate.
It's like you just see some of the positions where players on Tyloo die, and you're just like, why are you there? Like, why are you at the top of mid facing the wrong way? Or like some of the peaks they're just making. And I think they're definitely having a bit of fun with this. Wow, wait. Only like 10 seconds ago, 2 people already dead. It's a mid push, I guess. Dear Lord, they're looking to end this one as fast as possible. That might be some sort of record.
They've just gone barreling towards them. No quarter given. And, you know, from this point, I mean, I do feel like we're going to end up in this position where...
cheeks are going to get clapped?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to find a nicer way to say it, but that's more or less it. I'm trying to be nice.
It's not really a nice way to say I think they're gonna get destroyed.
Yeah. Like the T side of Tyloo is just gonna shred them. I've never had a game where I'm just like, this is over. It's like,
but that's
so
the thing.
early
It's
on.
like it does just see, like we know how Tyloo are in this region, and unfortunately for after, like we know that when they need those rounds, they just flip a switch. Like as said, like some of the kills that somebody's been getting in this game, even though he's not playing that well, or like he's not doing that well statistically, are a joke. Like these peaks from slowly are just silly. Like let me try and face 2 guys at the top of mid from short every round. Like he just faced that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And then their response to a man going down is to do the same thing again. Like,
Yeah.
it's just madness.
What's happening here, I figured it out, is they've just went to Tyloo and said, hey guys, we want to up our branding. Can you guys like tweet out some frag clips? And so they're like, okay, cool, yeah, just do something cool. So they're, yeah, let me just swing here. Somebody's grabbed one. He's going to just wide swing on them. Not going to wait for his teammate to get in position. Oh, he is going to wait. He flashes around. Doesn't swing on it either. He's playing for the info, but eventually out he goes while Dan King's still in the kitchen. Like, you could sit here, I, in a way, want to just sit here and be like, well, that's a stupid decision. And we could do that all day with what Tyloo are doing, because they're arguably making, they're definitely making worse choices than what After are. Like, I think this might be a bit confusing for people that maybe don't know Tyloo. They'd be like, well, these casters are critiquing After's decision making. But in this game, I think Tyloo's has been way worse. And I'd 100% agree with that. The reality is, though, After are not in a position where they can turn around and just flip a switch and become the best team in the region. Tyloo are. And they're still doing pretty well in a lot of these rounds. Like, my man's jumping in the window with a scout and headshotting people. They're literally just looking for frag movie clips now. Like, put it on YouTube.
Well, we now get into the T side. This is where we should see some running and gunning. Bingo with a nice start. And actually, they're doing quite well in these opening duels. Eventually, a couple of trades come back into the favor of Tyloo. And, well, oh, he spotted one. There's a second player. How? How did Slowly not die? He's literally sat in a crossfire of 2 different CT players and still manages to get away with his life and a couple of kills. Nice shot from Oi. And the bomb is going to be planted. And I like the reposition that's come in from Attacker. Clearing his angle is going to be very difficult from this point onwards. And he won't even need to, as Dan King is going to win the pistol for Tyloo. Both pistols won on their opponent's map choice, although it is the best map. They're like, this is like the greatest hits of Tyloo. Like they have played 21 maps of Mirage with an 81% win rate. And, well, they've got two losses to Vici, 1 loss to Invictus, and then obviously that weird match versus Lim Vision, which we still don't really understand what happened there. Like, they lost 16-4 on that, by the way. Maybe they just played how they were here and they got punished.
Just didn't stop.
Yeah, into the second map as well. I would love that. I might have to go back and watch that, just like, we lost the first map, but we can still screw around.
Yeah, we can send this about.
That's the only thing that's a real negative, is that when like that's my level of thinking, is that Tyloo lost, they must have been pissing about, like there's like, rather than actually giving credit over to their opposition, which is a shame. But like, this team's been so dominant within the region. It's sort of like looking at Renegades. It's like they've won so many series. Like, if they lose, you go, oh, what went wrong for Renegades, rather than what went right for the other team.
Well, if they lost this map, I think we could definitely point out a couple of things that have gone wrong for Tyloo. For example, just here, you're against a weak buy. You send one player to short who just wide swings and looks for kills. Slowly found two, but that is a bad call, 100%. I don't think a round has gone by where Tyloo haven't made a fundamentally wrong choice. But they're going up 10-7. They're winning. They're winning this game for the moment. I mean, you look at after, I mean, there are definitely positives. Bingo's having a really good game himself. Even just the fact that they're punishing the individual mistakes by Tyloo is definitely a positive. Like, again, it speaks to what we already know, that this team has got potential. After definitely do. Maybe they just need time, like that teething period, right? It just... No, maybe they do. At the same time, there's a certain level that you expect from players individually. As I said yesterday, I mean, the point that I made that sticks with me is that I have genuinely seen rank S pugs that looked more coordinated than what we saw yesterday from after. Maybe that was a hiccup. Maybe they weren't coming in fully focused. First game of the day, of the tournament, nerves, whatever you want to say. But I've seen rank S pugs with better coordination, so I need to see these guys really lean into something better.
Well, Dan King at least seems to be having fun. Now we get to see the buy. So there is going to be an AWP juggled around to Wang. Hasn't really had the same performance as we saw, although he is now going onto the CT side AWP, so we can expect a little bit more from him here. The rough thing is I wouldn't like to be an AWPer versus Tyloo, because although you're going to get lots of opportunities to find picks because they're insane, the chances are they're also going to running headshot you while blind and throw smoke. So optimism not really here. It looks like they're just going to go for a B rush. They're set up. There's some counter utility being expended. They've already cleared off edge of the little balcony, and well, they're just patiently waiting. Oi set up with a smoke to try and section things off if they do go pushing, and Marek might be about to try and get a little bit aggressive into mid, but here comes the full execution. A set strategy already. Marek is going to start things off onto somebody. Only had a Mac 10. It's the rest of the team that they need to worry about, as all the rifles still in play. Slowly just insta-domes one. Marek is still alive in this site, and they don't seem to care. Eventually, Dan King puts him down, and this is somewhat what we were worried about. Like, they walked into that site like they owned it.
I really wanted to see Oi push back up and take the balk position. That's one hell of a shot by Slowly. He's just
That's exactly what I was talking about. I was like, I wouldn't like to be an AWPer versus Tyloo. What do you do there? He running headshot you through a wall. Like, it doesn't matter how fast your reactions are. I don't even think Henny could have hit that shot.
Oh, it's a guy. It's a free kill. There's one. No, he's not getting the second. Attackers too quick on the trade. Doesn't even go down to the bomb. 12-7. Starting to clock up these rounds now. Tyloo, as we said, you know, they look a lot better on the attacking side, the T side, where they can just really set the pace themselves. Let's see this run and headshot. There's the shutdown by Dan King. Oh,
that is dirty. Yeah, this is what we mean though. Like when they turn it on, when they get the money behind them, I don't think there's much that can be done. Sakai, wow. Okay, and yeah, back to reality. Marek has found another. They're looking very good with these pistols. Dan King, I hate to break it to you, bud. We're on the wrong side of the map.
B's clear, guys. Rotate B.
Guys, bring bomb B. Be clear. I hate teammates who do that. Like, well, when you're like on A with the bomb, they're like, guys, be clear. It's like, but it doesn't matter. Rotate. Do something.
It was an ambitious round to go for a flank play as well, considering that they only had pistols. Again, I really don't think Tyloo were thinking at the moment, but it's showing and they're being punished. It might get to a point where they have to switch on the brains.
He could legitimately... Ah, he's going to have to make sound. He can just take the bomb.
Go B.
Oh, the timing. That actually could have worked, though. If he throws that Molotov a second earlier, he can just run towards the B side. Now, there is a player in jungle, but... I don't know. That was weird. I thought they'd have more of a crossfire onto the bomb. Obviously, in this scenario, that's a nice boost of economy for the CT side, but there is still going to be a buy. And yeah, again, but like as we talked about, like the individual skill is definitely there. Not quite sure why Danking was so far, but it's a weird one with them rushing into the site. Maybe they expected a little bit more to be invested in that round, but kind of want to just group up together. Danking gonna go and try and rectify things. He looked to try an entry into the B site, and well, with the aggressive play on short, they do kind of only have one player within the site, but very quickly going to rotate things back. This is much more of a slower default coming out from Tyloo.
A nade has legitimately landed on Danking's genitalia. He's gone. 41 HP. Start of the round. Not what you want to see. At least it's the opera, though. Shouldn't hamper the duels too much. Now, for after, you saw a little bit of a rotate towards the B side for a second, but Wang's decided he wants to go A instead after conceding at the mid control. And look at a 3-man stack on the A site. Very long rotates if they want to go towards B, but Tyloo were holding. They're thinking that after are going to get aggressive, and for now, considering the positions they're in, that is just not going to happen.
What? A whole lot of time left for them to make their moves. 30 seconds up and coming on the clock. 3-man B stack. Interesting.
And the smoke set up by Tyloo blocking off connector caused it. I mean, Wang is just, he's getting his cardio in. He ran to B, ran to CT, ran to B. He's now on his way back to CT. The marathon complete. He's going to look for some victims.
Take a risk through the smoke. Wang has managed to get the kill. Spam coming through, and the bomb just about goes down. No real chance here, surely, as somebody now the only one remaining. There's a player in top mid, for God's sake. Shouldn't have a chance in hell. Nice round from after. They get those initial picks, and then they just hold on to them, burning down the clock. And I think Tyloo would probably try and pick up the pace a little bit in this round. You don't want to have those sort of rushed executes going into the side, even though the smokes weren't bad. It just got to the point where they were reliant on basically nobody dying during that take.
They were also very predictable. They tried to play like a high IQ game, but it was a smoke setup to go to B. They wait, they wait, they wait. Smokes fade. And then they go towards the A side. It's like, well, you could see Wang had the read. He's been tagged up in mid, though, again, having to concede control early. Moving to CT straight away. Flash through smoke. Somebody's full blind. The peak came up behind him. Bingo just rubbed backs with him. They've actually shared dandruff.
Ugh. Perks of being bald. Here we go. A palace rush. Sakai again. He seems to be the multi-frag king when it comes to sitting on this site, and they really are starting to force Tyloo into a position where they almost look like they're making the comeback. Slowly, a bomb plant here would pretty much gain them a bye for the next round, and now it's whether or not they can clutch things out, and the answer is no. Double digits. Again, this is a lot more than I was expecting from after. I do think that when it comes to a map like Mirage, though, like fundamentally, it's a lot easier, I guess you could say, to play this map than the likes of Inferno, which we saw yesterday, where rotations are much more important. Synergy is also much more important. They've actually got to the point where Tyloo are taking a tactical pause What universe are we in, Mitch? And how do I get out of here?
How do I escape? That's an odd one, isn't it? You really do not see this every day. Going in for the attack, having the conversations around what they want to do here. At 12-10, I mean, finally given a bit of respect. You could see it in the previous round, though, the fact that they went for that smoke play, that they started trying to outbrain their opponents. That's an element that certainly hasn't come into play so far. But after shut them down. And that was honestly, that was the first round win that I'll genuinely give props to After. Like, they wrecked in that round. And there's no excuse for Tyloo. They weren't playing super loose. They were actually trying.
Some are going to be onto the SG. I sort of mentioned it yesterday. A lot of the time, the SG is the gun that people are buying if they can't afford an AWP. So I don't know. I'm interested to see how I actually utilize it. It can definitely work for getting entries into the backside of the A site. And he's actually going to be within the palace. So potentially just looking to try and clear some of the players out of jungle so that we can see this push through the connector. May not be needed though. Slowly's been incredible this game. Like, we talk about plenty of other players within this roster, like somebody being the main man and danking as well with the AWP, but Slowly is just destroying them. Like, whenever he's wanted around, it seems like he's been able to take it. Wang trying to slowly rotate in, and Sakai at the back of the site. As said, he's been very good so far. But they're slowly. He's just waltzed his way through. Nice trades eventually come back in, but the bomb is going to be planted just about. And well, Summer has found one. It's left onto Attacker to try and clutch things. I'm not sure what went wrong there for Tyloo. A 3 versus 5, just quickly diminishing. And yeah, they are not looking good. Like, as said, like, Slowly has been the sort of saving grace for them here with 25 kills. And they are barely winning this match now. He's going to have to 40 bomb for them to win.
Seems about right, yeah.
The Ronan Mark II.
Yeah, Ronan was unreal. But here we go. Coming into round 24. You look at Tyloo's full buy. This is a round they need to win, because I think it's starting to get a little bit dicey, a little bit scary at this point. You know, you treat a game like it's already yours. Really, you just open the door for something like this to happen. Where now, after have chained together those last 2 rounds, and they're looking good, they're feeling like they've got an actual chance at this, and then Sakai gets completely caught off on the site. No support because of the smokes, but bingo! Straight through it, catches Dan King. That's massive. Oh my, Wang's coming in with another. This is it now. It's a 3 versus 4. Attacker tries to make a play, gets shut down, and Tyloo are scratching their heads. They're behind in a 2v4.
Again, it just seems to be in these mid rounds that they manage to just turn everything around with some individual plays. Like Bingo, again, like he's been performing. Nice shot from Summer though. We'll be able to get one through the smoke. The peak actually threw it, and they're just gonna run in. I guess they heard the bomb tapped and just believed that they were sticking it. This scoreline's equalized. I can't believe what I'm witnessing.
Nothing in the last 3 rounds that I can take away from after. Absolutely nothing. You know, I'm happy to sit here and say how absolutely horrendous this team was yesterday, but they're delivering now, and we got to be fair, Tom. You know, in a way, Tyloo kind of deserve it just because they came in playing so loose. I really hate when teams do that because it's just that lack of respect. You're better off. The best thing that I've heard was by Thorin on this kind of topic, and he said that if you practice sloppily and like a moron, to paraphrase, you're going to play sloppily and like a moron. And when you do that in a game like this, you're practicing bad habits.
Oh, it's buy after buy after buy. Tyloo, there is another level. They might need to hit it. As said, last few rounds, it's basically just been Slowly. Everyone else has sort of gone a little bit quiet. Somebody is having a rough game. Attacker as well has not been particularly impressive, although he has been getting a hell of a lot of assists. By the looks of it, they're just going to barrel into the B site, and it seems like they're prepared for this. Wang is going to be peeking up with the AWP, but he whiffs. That could be a problem, as now they're going to start the execution. There's still a couple of players here. They're not actually going to be checking the angle. Oi did shoot a bullet, but because he didn't get the kill, I don't know if they'll actually check for this. Attacker's going to go walking in. Now, he was the low player, so it's not an issue, but Oi manages to double up. Leaves it into a 2v2 situation. Probably one of the better ones we've seen from them. And I think they're almost getting a little bit scared of planting the bomb, as every time they seem to do it, the round slips away.
Well, they've got it down at least. Now the question is it going to slip away again? Summer taking the long-range fight. Slowly was there to support. The Molly cuts off Sakai this whole time, but he gets in with one, looking for Summer towards the back of the bomb site. He has an idea. The nade goes deep, not deep enough, and Summer's able to connect the headshot. That is a 13-12. Tyloo just about keeping that lead, but they're under threat. I mean, these rounds are coming very, very close. And whilst in that first half, I will say that I really don't think After deserved many or any of those rounds. In this one, they are fighting for it and they're delivering.
But that's the thing you have to consider right now, that Tyloo won both pistols, right? They deserve to lose this game.
100%.
They deserve to lose it. Like, I don't think there's any other way to look at it. Like, yeah, they had a 2-0 start and then a 4-0 start in the second half. So, and they're only just scraping through the lead, and the buy rounds after have been the better squad. And I want to put that down to partially in after plant positions. Tyloo have been horrific. They've been over-peaking everything, taking battles that are unnecessary. And now they're having to come in with some SMGs. And the reads so far from the CTs have been solid. Wang is going to be in position again. They're going to throw out some utility, but they've taken the majority of the damage. Nice flashbang for Sakai, although, as always, he seems to peek into them, and he's going to be caught because of it. Somebody has somehow, of course, got a double kill with the MAC-10. And this is actually looking like one of the better rounds, if anything, for Tyloo, as they're going to have a man advantage potentially going into their after plant, although they haven't planted the bomb. They're falling back with it.
This has got to be scary. If you're After and you just sat down, you're waiting for a move to be made. Eventually, Wang goes forward. He's pulling into this angle. It was being watched. They must have seen him cross over to ticket now. And there's the swing, the kill, good info communicated over. Danking able to capitalize. Bingo, good for one. But how much more can he get connected? Oh, Oi is here. He's shutting them down from further back. That's a real opening for them into this round now. 10 seconds left as the plant comes in. Bingo uses this to get over towards the stairs. He's now in position, but just a distraction as Oi comes up behind and closes this round out. 13 on the board for After. 3v4, 1 out. And again, a round where I can't say that Tyloo made it all too easy. This is just After really delivering. We're seeing the individuals show up. And maybe Mirage wasn't such a bad pick after all. Now, I want to say that if Tyloo had taken their CT side a little bit more seriously, this game would be over by now. But the fact that they're now trying and they can't get access into this, that's now going to start to weigh on their mental a little bit.
At the same time, this was a 2 versus 4 where they all peaked. I just don't understand. Like, you have the site. Sure, you don't have the connector. But if you get the bomb down and have a couple of players sit back, hold off the plants, you win that round easy. Instead, 2 people peek connector and jungle at different times, and then another player, like, it just... I don't know what they're doing half of the time. And it's like, sure, After doing very well in these clutch situations, but I don't even want to know how many 2v4s or like 3v4s that Tyloo have just thrown away by somebody making a really, not somebody in particular, but he is one of the culprits, making a silly decision just to be like, I'm going to be the hero. It's like, well, you don't need it. You're already winning the round. Like, somebody in that round got a double kill with a MAC-10 to entry, and they still lose. Like, how?
Yeah.
For God's sake.
Just one of those things. Not much you can do, is there? Well, oh, another kill as just Connector gets ripped open. Bingo losing control of it. Bomb still towards top mid. Needs to be retrieved, and that's Summer's job. He's sent on the run from ramp. Conceding the control as Dan King just pokes out a little bit wider. He's going to look into CT, and he catches Wang. Just watching straight over to Connector. Sideswipes him completely.
If they lose this round,
though,
they're done.
Oi is showing up. Oi's delivering. And they're on their way towards the A side. They should be able to get the plant down. It's only Sakai to deal with, and he's pulled off CT. Somebody really being the thorn in the side. Locking down the window, and Connector rotates.
I want to mention just now, just in case it happens, this was a 5-on-2. So this is a situation that should be unlosable for Tyloo. He's gonna go. He's just running towards jungle. I guess he's trying to cover it off. And okay, this time it works for them. I'm not saying I agree with the decision at all, because again, you're in a 5v2. It goes 3v2, and you go, I think I should face jungle. No, just win the round, please. Please. Luckily, if they win this one, After Gaming's money is absolutely wrecked. Like, they're already in the dirt here with Marek having to play on a Deagle and then a Scout coming out as well. It looks like we're just going to fall back into the more standard executes. Now, I do believe that even though Tyloo haven't played amazing, I don't think they've gone too deep into their strat book. A few nice executions. They've been testing like a few different nade setups, a few different positions. And they've been getting a lot of entries. It's just after plants. Like, they just don't seem to be taking it seriously. Sakai, again, he's been very good on this A side. This time with the Scout, trying to do a little bit more, but he's not going to be able to survive that one. Somebody seems to have stepped up over the last few rounds. A few Molotovs trying to clear the angles. Yet to make it to the site again. Now the smokes have faded. It's going to be planted in a relatively open position. Again, like these are the positions I'm talking about. Like, they're still facing in all of the after plants, and they've lost a man because of it. They're taking so many unnecessary risks to try and get themselves through these rounds. Flank coming in from Marek, but thankfully Dan King is going to find the kill. Bingo looking for a little bit more. He's very low on HP, but again, look, there's going to be a face. They're mad. They're she insane. They're just fighting everything. Mitch, why are they fighting everything?
I don't know. I wish I could give you an answer.
How did they win playing like this?
Well, look, they're the giants of the region. They can do whatever the hell they want. And this game has been very, very close. Big props to After on their CT side. I think they're going to be very happy with the scoreline they've been able to walk away with for sure. Again, Tyloo have given them every opportunity. And you know what, Tom? We talked the whole time about, well, eventually, Tyloo are just going to treat it seriously, right? I don't think that's happened yet. Not entirely. We saw elements of it, definitely. A couple of rounds where they did play much tighter. But in general, this has been the same strategy, the same crazy loose play that just is working for them now. That's the only difference.
The thing is, it's like, the way I look at this, right, is they start the round, they have a plan. They execute the plan, and the second the execution and the bomb is down, all hell breaks loose, and everybody forgets how to play Counter-Strike. It is insane. Like, I can't condone the victory they've just had, and this is the thing. We've now witnessed every single team that we expected to dominate not dominate, but I put that 100% down to Tyloo. I think they could have won that second half without dropping a single round if they'd actually just played after plant positions. Like, they lost, like, I don't know, I want to say 3 4v2s. I don't know, maybe Blair was counting. I heard him giggling, so he clearly enjoyed that penultimate round, although I didn't. I'm guessing they're here. Hello?
Yeah, I wasn't enjoying the round, Tom. I was just enjoying a reaction to it. And you're losing it. Yeah, messy game, messy affair. And I just want to add a few stats for the context there. Out of the 6 rounds, which after one, 5 of them were by defusing the bomb because of this post plant. And I gotta agree with both of you gentlemen that was that was Tyloo at its worst, like worst and its best, right? Like you have these individuals, like slowly, some of the shots it was hitting was ridiculous. Somebody with the plays, but
safe as well.
yeah, everyone's looking good. But I got to give credit to After. This is a much better showing from them. Yes, they were given so many opportunities by the side of Tyloo, but hey, you know, they grabbed them. This is a much better showing. But Tyloo coming in as a favorite, it's an ugly start. But honestly, Dinko, we were kind of expecting this, right? This is Tyloo just playing their game.
I mean, there's so many matches within the first stage of this tournament, right? Round robin, it's always a slog for a lot of these teams, especially Tyloo, who kind of know they're going to get to the playoffs and be able to win this tournament. So a lot of these games just are just in front of them, and the likes of After are just kind of an afterthought in their head, right? They take on these guys, they know they're going to win, they don't have to put as much effort in. Even when Tyloo are looking probably their worst at this point, we pointed out a lot of mistakes are going on. Somebody, you know, he's hitting some incredible kills, but for the most part had a pretty bad performance across the map, and never really felt like Tyloo had to switch on. And yes, okay, it comes close, probably closer than it should have ever been, but still, this performance from Tyloo, it's enough to get it over the line. But I think this is what we're going to see from Tyloo throughout this entire tournament. I don't think we'll be seeing a Tyloo really focusing up and trying hard and giving a lot of respect to some of these weaker teams. I think they're just going to play some average Counter-Strike, and that's enough for Tyloo to get it over the line. And that's the unfortunate thing. You know, you always want to see Tyloo show up to the level that we know they're capable of, but it's just not going to be a realistic thing. They're going to save themselves a little bit for the important matchups. We're going to see them play well against the good teams, but against the likes of After, it's going to be a rough showing for Tyloo.
Who wasn't average was Slowly, Mitch, and this is a guy we touched upon in the previous pal as well. You talk about somebody pushing through the smokes, you see Danking with his sometimes brain-dead aggressive plays, but again, hitting some of the nuttiest shots. You see Attacker having a rough game. Slowly impressed us so much in the previous pal, but just being so very consistent and being this rock for this Tyloo side. And now he seems to have kind of elevated his performance even more. He's still solid. He's going for a few plays, which I'm not a big fan of, but the guy is kind of coming into his own right now.
Yeah, I think overall, Slowly had a real left field performance for me, because he wasn't the one that I would look to do the damage in this series. When it comes down to Mirage, I expect obviously Danking to be up there, but Attacker was pretty absent all in all, and that's a surprise to me, really, especially versus a team like After, who did give a lot of opportunities, let's be real. But what surprised me more than anything is just how loose they played. Like, I can't believe that we ended up in a position where, like, they were tied 12-12 and Tyloo's approach was still, let's peek everything. Like, what is that? The lack of respect they show is unbelievable. And After almost punished them for it here. Now you move on to a map where you're not so comfortable. Please don't do the same thing. Like, if they play super loose on Vertigo, this could be dangerous.
I find it surprising that you seem surprised, Mitch. Yeah. It's like you almost wiped out all the memories of PAL Summer 2020 where Tyloo were playing very loosey-goosey, but they had the individuals. Now, whether we're going to be going to map number 3, that's going to be, of course, after map number 2, which is coming up next. It's going to be Vertigo. There's a map pick from Tyloo, and whether After can take it to map 3, we're going to be finding out. But before that, we have a very short break.
We are ready to roll here on Vertigo as we come into map number 2 between Tyloo and After. Tom, it's been a fun little first map. We saw some questionable decisions, I think, from Tyloo. Are we going to see the same on Vertigo? It's a question that we're here to answer.
Probably. Let's be honest. Like, I think that although we sort of like have spoken about this a lot, and I think After definitely played better, Tyloo did not care. Like the way that they were playing that T side, I think if you're a team that watched that, like, let's put it this way: if they do still have a load of analysts behind the scenes who sat back and watched that map, the things they needed to fix were so glaringly obvious that if they genuinely asked the analyst, I think he would have punched them in the face, because that's the only logical response to that. It's like, don't push in a 4v2, like, don't all wide peak your angles. Like, they are the very basic fundamentals that you should learn from like Gold Nova 2 and upwards. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that they were just having some fun with it. They wanted to see if they could basically get away with murder. And the scary thing is they didn't stop all the way to the end of the map. Sure, they had some nice executions, and I think that's always something that is both infuriating but also good to see, is that like when it comes down to like the Molotov executes or like the changes of executes when they were going through middle, they had good smokes for connector to make their way through. Like, they have all the fundamentals there. It was just like the second the bomb went down, they went, wait, there's no plan anymore. We've done the plan, so I can do what I want. And it's like, that's where Tyloo become an infuriating team.
Yeah, if they're playing against some of the weaker teams, it might work a little bit more easily. But versus a team like After, that we know are a terrible team but great individuals, like, that is the position that you will be punished for these kind of mistakes. When you give someone a 1 versus 1 fight out of nowhere, they're like, oh, this is the thing I know how to do. Like, you have to force them into those team play situations, and hopefully on Vertigo we see that. I think Tyloo, like, I would argue they played looser on their CT side definitely than their T.
Yeah.
Like, they over-peaked T side. CT, they jumped through smokes, out of window, down into bottom mid, pushed into murder hole with a scout in a 2v2. Like, the decision making was and won it, of course. In fairness, that player was tagged by a nade, so he knew that a headshot wasn't needed. But still, I'm really stretching to make an excuse in that one.
Anyway.
Exactly.
Even like he went for a body shot, even if it was I got style on him.
Yeah, either way, it was a ridiculous affair by Tyloo, and I expect that we're not going to see anything different here. I agree with you, Tom. Yeah, I hope we do. I hope we see a tighter, more focused up Tyloo squad, but that just isn't how they play, is it?
Yeah, the other thing as well is, like, even just looking into like After as a whole, they have never played a game of Vertigo. So, like, unless this is the ultimate pocket pick and they've spent the last like few months of their like creation just training Vertigo and looking at everything Tyloo does, Tyloo are going to play this in a manner that is disrespectful. And this map is very much one where that is possible. Somebody's going to lurk behind them in every single round on the CT side. Like, we will see him push that B site stairs, which most of the time that's way higher risk than the reward that comes with it. So, and with ramp, like, ramp is one of those spots on a map where as the CTs you try and mix things up with how you challenge it. I think Tyloo will fight it every single round. I think they're genuinely just going to try and take as much map control as humanly possible and see if After can cope with it. And the problem is, you'll probably remember this, when the map initially came out, there were like teams that were good enough individually that could pug their way through teams that have practiced it all the way through. Like, I still remember, I think it was that Aristocracy roster. They made a point of basically going, we're bringing Vertigo into our map pool. And they got banged out by Hellraisers who had actively said they hadn't practiced the map at all, because it was that Hellraisers that still had like Issa on it. And he was just destroying everybody who came anywhere near him on ramp. It was like, he said after the game, he was like, oh, have you put a lot of time into this map? He went, no, just fought them on it. And that's the thing with this sort of matchup. That basically, when you look at Tyloo, they're going to be able to do whatever they want. And they're also starting on the T side, where we've already seen them be able to get a hell of a lot of after plant positions. Even in the rounds that they lost in the last map, It was something ridiculous. Like, I think they lost like 6 or 7 afterplants, but they were able to get the bomb down every single round. So, yeah, this is going to be a rough one.
I mean, just remember that, of course, we saw Tyloo pick this map. So they're feeling comfortable in that they want to practice it a little bit more. And this is a great way to get their stats up on it, I suppose. Straight away, plant on A. Just barreled up towards the site, smoked off left side. And now a retake has to be mounted.
Well, this was the way that After did manage to win the majority of their rounds. I feel like a retake on the Mirage A site and a retake on the Vertigo A site have some parallels. Like, it's definitely doable, but I would say it's a lot tougher for them. Slowly. Aim. How did he not hit anyone there? Okay, they've got someone on the bomb. They're just defusing. They're just defusing. What?
One way to start out the pistol, isn't it? Okay, it's the kind of game we're in for. Just to go in the smoke, straight stick it, and it works out. Well, Tyloo've got to be gutted. That's not a round they should have lost at all. The buy is actually pretty even as well.
God.
Look at this investment.
I hate
this is
that's
huge.
A thing. Got more rifles than the CT side.
Yep. That's the position we're in right now with the economy. It's trash. I don't know why Valve have done this to us, but...
Oh, you're lucky, boy. Lucky to be alive. Kai, not so much. He's going to get taken down. Fairly even trade early on. They're actually going to switch the better rifle into other hands. He's just run into B. He did just on his own. There's still 2 players here. And he's just gone running in. He got 2 different Titan stickers on this. That's probably one of the most expensive Galeals I've ever seen.
Most expensive trash Galeals.
Who puts that much money into a Galil?
He loves the Galil, evidently. I'm expecting big things from somebody with that kind of investment. Oh, Flash is coming over. I mean, the possibility is as well. Maybe he picked it up. Oh, no. There we go. 4 versus 2. He might have picked it up with the stickers already on it.
Hey.
I've seen people sell skins that have howl stickers.
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I meant why did slowly just run in and die?
Oh, yeah. Well, he was wide swinging in towards the spawn. He just didn't expect anybody to be there, which is odd considering they would have rotated, but
also, like, I don't want to, like, state the obvious, but he's already cleared that angle because he's that far forward. Like, you can clear that angle from the box. Yeah. He was about 1.5 meters past the box. So he knows there's no one there. I don't know. Also, we already know that this bomb site has some of the most powerful afterplants from not pushing. In fact, that's how 99% of teams would play that position, is not get aggressive. But not slowly, of course. Few Deagles invested. This is every single penny in the bank put into this round from After. Well, actually, no, never mind. Marek saved a little bit. A little bit of extra cash. Of course, Wang did get the initial kill. Oh, dear. This is starting to get a little bit scary for the likes of Tyloo. They've managed to win themselves the second round. You do not want to lose the third. That would be a huge hit to their economy. The same that the last one was to After, but they're coming in with a much worse buy. You said about 4 Deagles, Mitch. This is 4 Deagles.
Exactly the right number. It's the magic number. And it looks like it's working out as well. Maybe not for Oi, but he's done the damage. They can connect on afterwards very easily. And the number's enough to overwhelm somebody. This is the kind of game we're in for, is After take the 3rd round. 4 Deagles, Tom. It proves to be the magic number.
That wasn't even close. That round was not even close. After going to be having a little giggle to themselves. Of course, we're going to see the force buy back up from Tyloo. Wouldn't expect anything less in this situation. They've only got 3 Deagles. I guess, but by your math, this is not going to work.
According to the formula, this is the wrong call, and you can see immediately somebody is falling. You don't mess with the formula, Tom. It's about time that teams learn this.
Yeah, then again, like, Jason is such a curse that I wouldn't be surprised if he cursed his own formula.
That's a fair point.
I didn't believe in jinxes until I casted with him. Now I'm on the fence. This round's not going too well, though. The aggressive peaks that have been taken by the CT side have been nothing but successful. Marek is tagged relatively low, but they've got a good setup on this A site, and there is no Molotov to clear the sandbags. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just walk past it without checking at all. I've got used to it. It's something I've come to accept that teams do that more often than I'd like to admit. Gonna see the smoke thrown over.
You can see no intention of clearing the sandbags.
No,
literally none.
He's dead. They're dead. Bombs down. They still don't know he's there. That's just the bare basics of this map. An attacker eventually is going to fall. So after gaming, they've got off to a strong start. That's going to be a huge boost to their economy. Their aggression on ramp so far has actually been very good as well. They know that basic smoke, obviously the one where you run along the wall, throw it through the window, and it lands down the bottom of the ramp. And we're just seeing like so many solo peaks just being taken by Tyloo at the moment. They're very much in the mindset of we are better players, so we could just go running. As said, like, this always irritates me. I know that sandbags, especially when you're in a 3-on-4, 3-on-5, and you don't have a Molotov, it's very difficult to clear correctly without putting yourself into many vulnerable angles. At the same time, one of the most basic positions in the game. Now they're just going to go barreling in. They should get the kill onto Wang at least, and slowly he's come up with 2 kills. There's actually only 1 defender of this site now. Takai, bit of a whiff. They might actually be able to get the bomb down, but the flank has come in from behind. Bingo is in a good position to at least cause them some problems. Bomb plant, 2 kills. This is already a successful round for Tyloo, considering they did not invest. And they've actually managed to pick up some rifles as well. Now, no armor behind it. So it's definitely not going to be easy. And I think they're going to have to try and be a bit more proactive here. Instead, they're going to peek individually. And that gives the space to the CT side to try and get back into this round. Summer holding the angle. Bingo just walks out with no gun in hand. And that kick's got another. Surely not. How?
Why? What were those peaks, man? The second one just jumping around, and then a swing right afterwards that he just taps. That was ridiculous. The Deagle formula not even adhered to.
I was about to say, have you got a formula for this round? These are some great shots by Dak.
What is that
King,
peak, though? Why?
Why? Yeah, that's just that's especially when you just throw a smoke down. Well, they lost the round to 1 Deagle and some Glocks. Take that as you will. I'm gonna try my very best to forget that ever happened. And Slowly doesn't care. He did, like, every round he would just forget that there are other angles. It just, like, it's not just me, Mitch. Those boxes are the most basic angle in the entire site, right? Like, that's one of the most common spots we see played every round. And he's just like, nah, there's no way there's anyone there. Just runs through. Oh. One day, I hope I am as confident as Slowly. And then just, like, honestly, I think I'd be a force to be reckoned with.
Nice stuff by somebody. He's picked up, boy.
That's his first kill.
No idea there's a player up close. Oh my god, Bingo's got it eventually, but he went through the whole card to get there. Swings out wide for more, but the shots are just not landing. And Tyloo now 3-3. They're tying things up. They're hot on the heels of the CT side, and it's an eco for after gaming. At least it should be. Who knows what the hell's going to happen? I don't know where you go from here. You're going to be 4-3 down. A lot of pressure on the next buy round.
Yeah, that. I haven't quite managed to wipe it from my mind, Mitch. That round is truly unacceptable, and it's something I can pick a positive. I spoke yesterday about how a lot of teams on Vertigo don't seem to utilize mid Tyloo did very well, in fact. Very, very successfully. It's almost quite impressive how they managed to get that much done. Oh, attacker's pushed into the stack. He's killed 2. Make that 3. This is just some stat padding. Marek will at least come up with 1. Now, they can just take the bomb and go B at this stage. That's not the Tyloo way.
No, it's not. They live by a different mantra.
Live
That
by the
mantra
sword.
is kill everybody. I respect it. I think sometimes you gotta just go in for the kills. Go hard or go home. And we all know that Tyloo can do that, but when you look at the boys like Wang over on After Gaming, well, they can go hard as well. That's for sure. We've seen them deliver some great shots in the past. Penetrating Tyloo with bullets from start to finish of the rounds, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do the same on this one. The full buy round has a lot of weight on it. It's very important. Wang's got his big one out. The big gun, the op, as he looks to take some kills. Not yet offered anything up, but there he is, straight on to slowly, training it back into a man advantage now for After. As they're under threat on the B site, the BINGO is here, and he's going to go through that smoko. Or maybe it's going to be Attacker that goes through it. They're dancing on the edge, they're waiting. And of course, look at this. I thought he was going to go through. I could feel it.
Oh, he's got there in the end, and wow, this was a 4v2. It's quickly slipped, and nice shot from Wang. He has to know that Attacker's in this corner. An Attacker, of course, is just gonna go in for the kill. And it's gonna be all too easy for Wang. Really nice clutch from him. I know I might have underhyped that one a little bit, but I feel like just to walk through the smoke made it a little bit underwhelming. And actually, the money, it's not amazing. Luckily, Summer has got a bank for days. But yeah, again, we see this attempted utilization of mid. This round should have been much cleaner for the CT side of reality. It shouldn't have come down to the clutch. Again, I'd sort of talk about how Attacker could have just gone for the bomb. But, you know, he wanted to try and clutch things out. Didn't want to give his opposition a chance. And, well, speaking of not giving them a chance, Attacker and the rest of the squad are just running up the ramp straight through all the smokes, all the utility. Sakai is going to be in a good position, but he gets absolutely nothing done. The sheer pace of Tyloo is causing some real issues for After. This is something they were much better at stopping when it came to their CT side of the last. But I say that, actually, they retook most of the time, didn't they? They didn't actually stop a lot of the entries. I guess that's all Tyloo really need to do. If they could just have this level of pace and then not have it after the bomb goes down, they'd probably be, well, they'd probably win 16-0 if I'm being honest. But instead, the bomb's going to go down. I'm waiting to see who's going to peak first. Let's play a game of, well, you can play a game of bingo, I guess.
Well, who's going to win the game? And it's going to be Wang. He's the victor, taking down Summer and putting it into a 3 versus 3. But time is not on their side. 17 seconds left. They've got to get a move on. No kit, right? So it's got to be that 10-second defuse. 3 seconds left. They've got to get on it.
He does have it.
They're not on it.
He's got a kit.
Oh, he has? Oh, I missed it on the UI. That's my bad. But 2 seconds remaining. It's time to tap it. It's time to stick it, in fact. And he's going to get it. Somebody's out of ammo. Oh my god, another inside the smoke stick. BINGO even takes the kill at the end. And oh, how Tyloo have fallen. 5-4. And a great round for After to pick up.
They're giving a damn good go for being the worst team ever in after plant situations. I don't think I've ever seen anybody lose this many after plants. It's almost impressive at this point. Like, it's a lot more common, of course, that on the CT side of this, or the T side of this map, that there are going to be a hell of a lot of retakes, but my god, they just don't seem to go well for them. Even a 4v4, 4v3, it doesn't seem to matter too much. And like, again, like Summer, I don't like that angle. It's just in the open, you got no support. Then you can just see players like running aggressively through smokes, having to try a wide peek because they didn't have a good angle onto the bomb because they didn't have that side alley locked down anymore. That one kill pretty much opened up the round. And of course, no doubt, Tyloo are going to force straight back up into this one. So both teams on the brink. A win here for After could put them in a very good position. unlike the last map, I'm actually more worried for the T side from after, because I think the CT side of this map relatively straightforward, especially with how quickly we're seeing Tyloo actually face into this. Sony's actually managed to just get a kill with a deagle. An attacker, I'm actually surprised he put the brakes on there. I honestly thought he was just going to keep running into the site.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point, Tom. You know, W key seems to be the only one on the keyboard as Sakai swings through and finds the bomb in the open, smokes off the other side. And that's a massive pickup now. For the CT side, they've got the man advantage back out of the hands of Tyloo at least. And the bomb dropped. What was that? Why is he pushing forward with the bomb by himself, Tom?
Good question. Come back to that one later. Black can break that play down. He is the Asian Counter-Strike expert. So
let's get one of the Tyloo analysts on. Ask them what was wrong with that.
We're gonna wheel up the I don't know, like skybox or something, and that's gonna break down this round. Oh no! They're gonna win it, aren't they? They are.
They don't deserve that. They do not deserve that round.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The classic give them the bomb and then still win flawlessly strap.
Oh.
Hey Blair, wheel it up, wheel it up. We're gonna watch that one back. You can give the overview, like show how they used all their utility. I'm ready for this.
I'm ready for the break, for the Blair breakdown. It's like you think he's breaking the round down, he actually just starts crying.
Oh.
This is so stupid.
The funny thing is, the second that happened, I was like, they're gonna win this round, and it's not even gonna be close. Like in my head, I was like, yeah, it's not even gonna be close, and I'm gonna hate every second of it. But that is Tyloo. It's like the things they do are not good Counter-Strike.
No,
but they are good Counter-Strike players, and that's what makes them both very enjoyable and also something I desperately hate. So yeah,
I'm with you.
I'm having fun though. That made me laugh. I won't lie.
I think we could have some fun after this. I've still got some of the programs that break down demos, like all the statistics, extract the spreadsheets, and I can only imagine what it would have been like. So to give you context,
It will explode.
Yeah, you just like download the
You just
demo,
put it in and it goes,
just no.
I don't want to live anymore.
It just blows up completely.
Please end my
Delete
suffering.
me.
Please.
Delete me.
And it's like, do.
Yeah, like we did so I was doing some breakdowns for some teams, and we were looking at Astralis and complexity and stuff like that. Astralis on Nuke especially was something I thought would be the craziest thing I ever did, because they're just so damn unpredictable in a very good way for them. But then I can only imagine the sleepless nights I would have had if the teams I was working for were going to be playing against Tyloo. I think I would have just given up on life.
It'll be like you with one of those big boards on the wall and like a million pieces of string.
Yeah.
And then someone will walk in after you being in there for 3 days. It's like, man, I cracked the code. It's actually off random algorithms. What they do is they roll a dice, and then there's 16 different holes, and the dice lands in a hole, and it falls down, and it rolls along a tube, wraps back around, and down goes the mousetrap. And they're like, Mitch, you need to get some sleep. You've completely lost it. And in reality, you're actually right. And you could have broken down the whole code just on that.
It's like, what are we doing? You have to roll like 6 different dice. First dice tells you which one to use second, and so on.
Yeah, it goes on.
It's like, okay, boys, so we're gonna go A, drop the bomb B, flash ourselves in middle, then, hold on, then get 3 headshots through smoke.
And the funny thing is, it all leads to this piece of paper that just says headshot everyone.
Yeah, peek everything.
So, oh! It's the same as last time. I'm guessing there's like a 1 in a million like algorithm that actually leads to the ball will fall into a different tube that says play passive. Well, we've never got there. It's never happened before. Maybe that was. I think that was the way they beat. Was it Luminosity on Inferno? They played really passive. So that was the one day. Here we go though. They're gonna run through some smokes.
Yep. This is the passive play that we're talking about. This is the passive version of Tyloo. Straight through the smokes. Slowly shift walked in through the smoke, which is how you know they're playing passive. But Wang, he shuts him down as he went through his second smoke. And that ultimately proved to be the bad part of the formula. Of course, none of his teammates were with him. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Well, he just pushed through short, so obviously the others went up ramp, right? They were mollied off, or no, they were on the bottom of the ramp, chilling. Now the bomb's going to push forward by itself, find a kill. I know what you're thinking again. That they just peeked with the bomb on short, so surely at that point they've pushed ramp. No, they haven't. The bomb's gone down. They still haven't pushed ramp. They're on fucking construction. Why are they there? Like, they're actually annoying me now. This is the second player that's peeked short. This one has the bomb, and you're still on the bottom of ramp. What are you doing, you madmen? This is not Counter-Strike.
They're gonna win the round.
This is fundamentally stupid. Whoever is IGLing right now, stop. Just stop. I'm so happy
Bingo.
they lost that round. Bingo, you're a legend. Tyloo, you're idiots. Like, what are you doing? That is
right,
that is stupid.
Over to Blair in the Weatherman.
What are they, like, what are you doing, bro? Like, 3 times they peek short with the bomb, and the other guys are on ramp like, yeah, it's a really nice view, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder how much it's gonna cost when it's all constructed. Do you think they'll do apartments? It's probably offices, bro. Yeah, you're right. Probably offices. Oh, our friend's dead. Should we go? Yeah.
It's a shame we're meant to be blowing this place up.
I could invest somewhere here. I could see myself retiring here.
What if we just don't plant the bomb? Ooh, I like that idea.
Maybe they'll give us a complimentary apartment. This is just ridiculous. That round, I've never been as angry as I have just there. That was so stupid. Because they've done it before as well. This is the thing. It's not like that was the first time. They peaked it 3 times. They did it in a different round as well, where they won because they sprayed through smokes. Like,
but yeah, that's the second time we've now seen the bomb dropped on short by a solo peak with no backup and no utility. Like, we might be seeming like we're sort of like just joking around, but it genuinely is at the point where Tyloo are just making fundamentally bad decisions, and this is keeping me sane.
Yeah, let me just clarify this for people at home. If I took this game seriously, if we tried to actually Danking on the corner, molly out, they managed to grab the kill. Don't know how Danking got that one. Now they're looking for the side. If I tried to take this seriously, I'd be in the hospital by the end of this. I'd have an aneurysm.
Oh, here we go. Proper execution. Molotovs down. Team pushing together. It does seem like occasionally where they get like punished, we get a proper execution from Tyloo, and I think that's what makes it all the more annoying, is that we know this is here, like everybody pushing together, the smoke down, the Molotovs to clear out the positions. They don't really give a chance, although no one watching the flank. Oh, you know, they got the trade, so I guess that's forgivable. Nice flash.
He just stared at his own flash. What? He's just stared at us. He threw it so high as well and just watched it. Like, yeah, that's a flashback.
It's like the goldfish memory. Just like, it throws it and it goes, what's that?
There was nothing it could have been behind either. It's not like it barely was just behind the corner. Like, it was in the middle of the air. Oh, what was he doing? I think it's like he knew he was dead, so he was just like, I don't want to see it coming. Just, oh. This is something else.
It's back to ramp. I can't say I'm surprised. They're just running in. Oh, Danky got there in the end. Death to Oi and Bingo. Now the bomb has not gone A, at least yet. They have the whole map at this point. So Oi Oh, it's a bit dicey. They do win the half 9-6. It's slowly again. Is it like the thing is? I've watched multiple rounds of him die from not peeking an angle, and he's still 20-8. This is sort of the thing again that we talk about when it comes to Tyloo. Like the choices they're making are not good ones, but they are better than after gaming, and so it makes it quite a depressing scenario watching this match, because it's like, by all accounts, after gaming are playing smarter.
100%.
The problem is they are not good enough to face against Tyloo. And that's just going to be the case with many of these matches. Like, you're going to see this all the time in Asian Counter-Strike, where Tyloo have picked up the best individual players. And until they play against someone who either they respect, and even then, sometimes you're going to see these sort of plays. So that's the issue. Like, they're going to fight everything on this CT side. The funny thing is, I actually thought the T side from them would be more sane. The CT side is actually what truly terrifies me, because this is a map where a lot of aggression is available. Please check. Thank you. Oh, Oi, biggest fan. Thank you. We've seen an angle properly checked. The thing is, they're, again, probably still going to lose the round, which is what makes this all the more painful. Going to be peaked together, and yeah. Again, like, these are mistakes that were made by Tyloo, like not checking that angle, just leaving it and just walking past. And even though after gaming and not making those same mistakes, Tyloo still win.
It's just one of those days, Tom. One of those days, one of those games. We know it's going to be 2-0. We know,
taking one down.
we know Tyloo are going to win, but this shouldn't be happening. The way that they're doing it, it's hurting me. It really is genuinely hurting me.
Here we go.
The XM push.
Play of the day.
Normally you'll see players hold this angle for a long time. He's going to push in about 3 seconds. He's bored already. He's thinking, they're not here. Oh, they're sending the FAMAS first for the ranged fight. I like it. What is this? I thought it would just be the XM running around the corner, but they're actually playing off each other. That might seem condescending because it's Tyloo, and obviously they're playing off each other. But if you're just joining us, no, they're not. No,
I'm going to go ahead and say I disagree with you, and I will tell you why.
Oh, okay.
It was somebody, and somebody just likes to push.
Yeah.
I don't think that they went, oh yeah, bro, let me go first. I've got the FAMAS, I'll take the bear. Like, he was waiting on the angle and he goes, oh, he's gone through. Okay, cool. I guess I'll
go with you. Oh man.
Oh, the peek the deagle. Yep. Keep peeking the deagle on the guy who can't do anything. Oi is wrecking him, and yep. This is happening. He's got the B site under his control. Somebody's the only one remaining. The man's pushed down ramp quite a while ago. I want to point out there was absolutely no reason to take that fight. If they just stay back, he has a 0% chance of winning the round. Instead, he has got 3 kills off the back of the deagle, picked up an M4, doesn't even have any armor, and has got to try and clutch this one out versus somebody who, I think he's just hit his head on the ceiling. Might knock a little bit of sense into him as he goes running forward. Switch up in afterplant positions, a more passive one at that. And actually, somebody doesn't have a kit, so he does have to get onto this bomb relatively soon. In fact, he has got to hold this, and that's not going to be happening. Great round from Oi. Absolutely atrocious one from Tyloo.
Yeah, really terrible round from them, but I mean, I'm just getting used to that at this point.
No,
just
my
witness
friend just
this.
died here, so maybe I should try it.
Ridiculous clutch by Oi, really. Like, you cannot take away how insane he just played in that round. Like,
Yeah.
That was a nuts 1v4. At the same time, what are you doing, Tyloo? Like, genuinely, I thought I disliked the decision making of after yesterday. I thought it physically cannot get worse than this. But the worst thing is Tyloo are making worse decisions, and it's working. That makes it a million times worse.
That's what's worse. If the reason that the after one was annoying, but they got punished. And I made this metaphor before, but it's like that little kid that you tell not to do something, they do it, and then they don't get hurt. Like, you're like, I'm trying to teach you a life lesson here, and you've managed to ignore it and get away with it, which makes it all the more annoying. They're going to win this round, aren't they?
Well, count the deagles, Tom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. The mathematical equation has already been tried, tested, and proven. In this region, if you got 4 deagles, you win the round. Now, they've lost some. I don't quite know how this works then. It doesn't work with varying numbers like this. You've got to survive with all 4 players. This is ridiculous.
Does he know it has a scope?
Somebody's going to win this duel. Oh, okay. He's backing off. Oh, no, he's not. It's somebody. Of course he's not backing off. He swings. His teammate swings way too late after. And so no trades. And all they had to do was delay for attacker's flank. But of course, they just peeked. They just swung right into him. Why not? Well, that was pretty poor decision making. Why am I surprised?
I'm glad. Alright, it's good. After managed to take themselves another round, there's absolutely nothing attacker could do about it, and all of this stems off the back of a fantastic clutch from Oi. So we are going to see an 8th poured onto the board for the side of After. Obviously, they've still got a very, very long way to go, and we pretty much witnessed this in the last map, that realistically Tyloo at any moment could just decide they want to win the game, which evidently at the moment I'm not sure they do. I think they might just want to play some extra Counter-Strike. That's what it looks like, at least. 10 to 8, every single weapon wiped out, and this time it does have to be an eco from Tyloo. They will be able to get the AWP when it comes up to their first buy round, so that'll be something for Dan King. Somebody as well, like the thing is, most teams now have come to expect him. He's been playing really poorly today. The rest of the team have been pretty good. Like I think slowly in terms of his individual aim has been off the charts. Like there's been no one in this server that's even come close to his individual level. And by the looks of it, they're just going to go for the stack on the ramp. Although it's sort of a stack, like slowly facing. He's actually managed to hit a dink as well. They're kind of still playing this individually, but they will eventually get a kill. Somebody's found one. Again, this is all about cost. Dan King going to go pushing, and while somebody hides, I think he's trying to use that little angle on the side of the sandbag that gives you a little bit of a spot. You can see it through the edge. Very useful one if you do play around that spot. I'm pretty sure I saw 100 Thieves use that very regularly with an AWP. It's quite filthy. I like it.
You're pulling this back into a serious cast, Tom. This is the unforgivable sin. Tells you I
think it's more for my sake than anyone else's.
Well, look, at least this round has gone according to plan, right? They've lost 1 player. That rifle will be saved over by Tyloo, or attempted to be saved at least. As Summer locks it down over towards short, but somebody's about to spot a player. Oh, I don't think he's even going to see him. He's just going to die from this. Marek up top. USP comes out. He's seen somebody now. Easy kill. And now Summer's under threat, being pushed down. Doesn't get the rifle saved through. Good hunts by After. And 9 to 10 we go. Closing in the distance. Tyloo they're being threatened. I want to see what Dan King does with this up. I mean, he's been pretty solid. I mentioned Attacker had a slow game in the previous map. Now he's definitely stepping it up and filling those boots. As you said, somebody has been underwhelming for sure.
Here we go. Pretty much the most basic smoke that we see down the ramp. Nade comes through. Somebody just runs in. Now, Sakai has spotted a man on the sandbags. There should be a smoke. Never mind. Slowly just wide peeks it. No fear. And he's actually going to continue his push. Bear in mind, he's already been tagged down to 49 HP. But for him, that's a good number. Until he's on about 3, he's going to face everything. And even then, he still might.
Of course they're actually winning those fights as well. Like, somebody ran through a smoke that is, if anything, set up to hurt him. they see your feet coming around first. Look at attacker. It's up on top of the wood. No worries. Drops a nade down. That didn't do any damage. Bingo. He loves the Krieg, but I've never seen him scope in with it. I don't know what he loves the hip fire Krieg. Interesting.
Oh, Blair just chimed in to say it's first bullet accuracy, but that first bullet didn't go too well. It's going to be 11-9. Tyloo, of course, they win that round flawlessly.
That's just so stupid. It's so stupid. He just runs through it. It's the last thing you expect. Oh, man. It's going to be so infuriating playing versus Tyloo. The team is Stewie's.
I will admit, though, this round from after was also pretty poor. Like, there was no team play whatsoever. That was one solo. Granted, I'll forgive the first guy. Like, you got killed by someone running through a smoke. But then with the Molotov, it's a solo peek. Then the peek after that with the AWP on B, also a solo peek. Like, if you're trying to just beat Tyloo out in individual duels, then good luck. Good luck. I don't think there's many teams that can do that. So maybe a Na'Vi on a good day. They'd probably be able to beat them in individual duels. But yeah, this is what this team thrives on. Oh, that is a dirty shot from Dan King. And wow, where has this come from? Like this is so clean. They've dropped just one player. And even then, this is a 5v1. Thankfully, it's not going to go the same way as the 4v1 they had earlier. Not forget that. Let's just remember.
Never forget. Never forget, never forgive.
Definitely never forgive. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a team fight a man with a deagle in ladder room. Probably for a good reason. But, you know. But yeah, Dan King just styling on them. And this is the difference, really. Like, they played this round with no utility. Like, this was just pure individual prowess, just dominating positions. And that's the comparison I made earlier when I was talking about that Hellraiser side. Like, you sort of say, like, they didn't win it because they were tactically outclassing their opponents. They won it because they were better than them. And that is the case here. Photographer.
Been flashing people. No, not in that way. Don't be making it out about that.
Yeah, not like Captain America.
Okay, we've got a nice little solid double opening, but a re-extension into pistols. Gives them an extra kill. Once they don't get 1v4'd by a deagle, I think they can be pretty happy, and a nice little cleanup in the end from attacker. 13-9.
They've lost 2 people in 3 rounds. Again, like it's something we mentioned that Tyloo just seemed to flip a switch. I think it's also that a lot of those silly duels that they were taking before, they're still taking and just winning them. Like that's been the main difference maker. The SG for some has been having a good time. Attacker with the AK as well. And yeah, they're just on a different level to what we're seeing from after. But much better showing from them. Like, I honestly thought I was going to be... Oh my god. Really?
Wow.
He pushed that with an AWP?
Evidently, and he's gotten away with it as well, but now he's going to pull back to the site where Bingo's waiting for him. No problem. One on the board, another for Dan King. He is shutting them down with a 3K, but he gets lost in his crosshair for a 2v2. They pull that right back after now in a position with the bomb planted that they can just delay the time. The smoke for the right, the double smoke for the right side. Interesting. Complete waste of utility on that one. And Wang has to worry about his left now. He's going to go in for the swing. They've got the freedom to just peek into this angle, but that lack of a smoke actually works out really well as somebody's now left in the 1v2, and this should be a save by him. No time really to get back in there and find both kills. He's going forward. Why is he going forward? There's 13 seconds left. This guy's mad. He's found one, but it's... Why? He's jumped in. He's got the AK. There was literally no time. Run. Jeez, he stuck around quite a while.
Yeah, again, this seems to be the two differences between the rounds that we see won from Tyloo and the rounds we see lost from Tyloo. The fact is there is very little differences other than them by hitting their shots individually. So that trade in the early portions of the round basically allowed for the site to be taken in afterplants. Well, again, it just comes down to individuals. Danking with a nice effort. Honestly, no idea how he survived that first jump down. That is lunacy. And we're going to see aggression into mid once again. They feel like they found the solution. Slowly, actually going to kill off his teammate and get headshotted moments after. So they've taken the man advantage. And actually now we see After slow down a little bit. Try and be a tiny bit more patient in their play.
It's the name of the game when it comes to Tyloo. We know that. They love it. But surprisingly, yeah, after losing those kills, they're not going in for any sort of an aggressive play. They're realizing perhaps that their opponents are just waiting for them. And just watching for an opportunity. As attacker goes forward to prod on the ramp, he doesn't see the players. He's just a second too late. Or too early, swinging back in. As he comes forward, though, he's going to catch one off guard, goes out for more, one after another. He picks up the kills. It comes into a 2v2 with Dan King still watching the cross, op in hand, but his teammate's fallen. It's all down to him to hold on to this one, and the quickscope not quite going to land for him, but that one does. The 180 connection, now looking for the final on site, but he can't get it done. The box obscures his vision and puts another round on the board for After.
Yeah, these rounds have been close, but a few slip-ups here and there from Tyloo, a TK in the mix. Or very wide positions as well. You don't normally see people sat in the open in mid. That was very close. What'd you think of that one, Mitch?
Oh. Love it, Tom. Absolutely love it. Just loving life right now.
How bad the communication must have been in that moment for that to happen. That's all he has to say really is I'm flashing. Or not. Oh, they've gone for the buy here. They've used the extra bank that was available on somebody to get what is a still pretty horrible purchase. A few rifles, deagle, bit of utility, and of course Danking on the AWP, which has been really impressive throughout this game. Like slowly has slowed down a little bit, and while that AWP has pretty much filled the void. I love how Saka is just like, I don't even know where I'm dying from. How's he there already? He just killed someone on the other side. It's just happening again, isn't it? We've had a few close rounds and Tyloo have gone, all right, you've had your fun. Bingo, though. We'll be able to trade 2 back. Turns out peeking the same angle twice isn't the best idea. Because of that, we're actually going to see a relatively smart play from Summer. He's not going to overface here. He's just trying to wait on the cross. Wang's going to go pushing. Needs to be an instant dig, and he's going to whiff. It gives some space over now. Danking trying to rotate in with the AWP. One of his opponents is relatively low on health, and they've spotted out Bingo, and the spray will eventually get there. It's left all onto Wang, and he's not going to be able to connect his shots. It's Attacker with a triple kill. The man to start the round is also the one to finish it. Find an extra AK and a bomb plant. It's definitely going to be nice for the side of After to at least give them some bonus cash. But even still, it leaves them in an awkward position. Force with what will likely be a few AKs and some SMGs. Or, okay. Or just basically give this round up. It is funny to me, though, that was still a 2-on-5 that they almost lost.
Yep. I mean, look, the reality is, and we can clearly see where the problems are. Tyloo were playing super loose. They're over-peaking everything. They're not playing as a team, and they're versus a team that have decent individuals. So they're being punished for it. Now, what does that mean normally? It means that you tighten up your game. What does that mean for Tyloo? It means they keep doing the same thing and it just works. And here we go. Towards the ramp versus the pistols. This was a force buy. This was after trying to fight this one, trying to keep themselves alive, and another 1v4 on offer for Oi, but this time he hasn't got the coupons to capitalize on that offer. And so 15 to 11 we go. Tyloo facing into what will be another force buy, and presumably this will be the end of the map.
Yeah, well, we have seen them win a round off Deagles already. This would be one hell of a round to lose for Tyloo, of course, but they're gonna give it a damn good go, Mitch. They're gonna give it a damn good go. Oh, missed shot from Danking, but he's left his teammate behind. Attacker has some utility. What? Oh, he just jumped up and destroyed them. Looking for more. He wants to end this round on his own, but eventually he will fall. Luckily, you've still got the man of Danking. 29 kills. It will be 16 to 11 in favor of Tyloo. Definitely not a strategical performance from them, but on an individual level, they were by far the better side.
Yeah, I think we can close this one up pretty quickly when it comes to a post show, to analysis. I think there's very little to say. This was a very individual performance by Tyloo and by After. I think After played a much tighter game. I didn't expect them to be the cleaner team coming out of this. I'll be very honest, but here we are. And maybe there's some gents that are going to have a better idea of exactly what went down. Let's bring them in. Dinko, Blair, what did you make of that one?
I think we've seen again Tyloo just not really caring too much. I guess coming in knowing they're the better team, and you can really just see that they do not care at all. They just have good individuals. The exciting thing for me for Tyloo, though, every single time we see them play Vertigo, it's Dan King popping off. He seems to always be pretty consistent on this map, so that's fun to watch. I love seeing him. I'm kind of sad that we won't be seeing D13 because the Annihilation Dan King battle on this map was very fun to watch. And I guess Tyloo just have a few things they need to work on. I don't think we can really talk about the fact that, okay, they're showing some weaknesses. I don't think we can take that too seriously. Because coming into this matchup, you don't expect Tyloo to really respect their opponents. And it's terrible to say, but it's true. They're coming into this with zero expectations. They're not going to be trying at all, really. They're just using their individuals, and you can see that the decision-making is completely off. I feel like Tyloo just know. They know they're in the playoffs already, so these are just formalities.
Yeah, I mean, despite the best efforts of Tyloo, Tyloo still managed to come out on top, as we like to say sometimes. I mean, this round, man, this round just almost broke me. It's a 1v4. He's trapped in the ladder room. He's got a deagle, no arm, and just peeking one by one. But why is Attacker not swinging with his teammate? Why is he crossing across? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Somebody I can understand. I mean, it still doesn't make sense, but it's somebody after all. But yeah, I just have to echo Dinko's thoughts. They're individually Tyloo just a better team. Like, they just had the better individual players, and it's cool to see. But I got to go back to what I think was Tom or Mitch. I forget which one of you it was who mentioned how you make. I think it was you, Mitch, where you quoted Thorin saying you practice like morons. You're gonna play like morons, and that's worrying for me because Tyloo, sure, they're playing very loosey goosey over here, but these are bad habits that's gonna stick with you.
Yeah.
And you look at his lineup, and they are promising. Don't get me wrong. Individually, they look sick. And when it gets really tough, when they go into the next gear, they're still a very solid team. But once this entire COVID situation dies down, and they head over to EU or NA, whatever, to play Pro League or maybe qualify for an ESL 1 Cologne or one of these events, they're going to get crapped on by even like a top 30 EU team because they're going to be having this bad habits built into them through months of playing Counter-Strike like this. So that's a worrying factor. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have the scoreboard. Danking, spectacular showing from him. He went for some plays which kind of broke us, but he did manage to land some really nasty flick shots. Attacker looking good. But I got to ask you, I mean, this is kind of like a given there, 10 multi-kill rounds. But just got to ask you, Tom, like, what were Tyloo doing in the T side? Just walking up short with the bomb, like the bomb carry. It wasn't just slowly. It was somebody at times. Everyone's taking turns, just walking up short, all by the lonesome with the C4 with a man advantage. What was going on there?
What do you mean? Did you not hear? You're doing a weatherman segment on that round in just a moment. Like, you're going to be breaking it down, analyzing the smokes they threw.
I think it's time for a break.
Break it up, guys.
All right. All jokes aside, let's take a look very quickly at the schedule for the day as it stands right now. I don't know if we have the graphics updated, but we do have a game coming up next, and of course we have it right there for you. Tyloo 2 owing off to gaming, pretty quick affair. So I'm assuming it's going to be a little bit of an extended break here before we head into game number 2. That's going to be the Singaporean Chinese side of Huai, and they're going to be facing off for the very first time a team that I haven't had an opportunity. I don't think any of us have an opportunity to watch. It's going to be Checkmate from Mongolia replacing D13 because D13, hey, guess what? They lost to After Gaming. So, if you lose to After Gaming, you really don't deserve to be here, to be honest. D13, I love you guys, but it is what it is. We're going to be going to a very quick break, grab something to eat, something to drink, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike action here in PAL 2020.
Coming up next. I'm happy about it because we make it to a top 4.
Our team are quite satisfied with our PL summer performance, and we hope to do the same in the fall. I think we're gonna give it to the Tyloo and Vichy for the most impressive team. They are like pretty hard to beat, and they are always very tough to play against.
Kase from VG, he is the best player in Southeast Asia. I think he played against us and he's so on point. He killed us. He's one-man army. Yeah, he's so good.
I think we are doing pretty badly now, so I don't know what to expect. But I hope we can get top 3 or top 4.
We should make it top 4 or top 3 in the next tournament, PL4.
Of course, we try to beat every team that we play against. Yeah, we will do our best to be a champion.
We try to fix our mistake and learn how to play our roles in the game.
Right now, we practice every day, no holiday. We try so hard to beat VG and Tyloo.
In my target, I think Chinese team, we choose compete them like IG, VG and Tyloo.
Yeah, I think VG, they're my favorite team. Yeah, I think they can beat Tyloo.
Tyloo or VG, because I think we learn a lot when we play with them, and they give us a lot of like knowledge and what to improve when we play with them, and we always have a good demo to watch.
Please mercy us, I don't know, because we are doing really bad right now. I have to accept it, and like hopefully we do well. And if we do well, then I can be confident again.
Okay, all the team, if you see me next time, I'll kill you all.
I'm not really sure what to say, but hope we have a good match together.
I used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look,
我对我们夏季赛的表现其实挺失望的吧，因为我们想打出来的成绩其实就是冠军，但是半决赛倒下了。
我们自己讨论过，就感觉打得太不自信，太怂了。
备战上面有出了点小问题吧。然后我自己就是也做了一些调整，主要是在于整个队伍方面的。
应该是打 IG 的Duster 2吧，因为我们被打得特别惨，所以就印象很深刻。
应该是在我们积分赛阶段的时候有对阵一支队伍，是一支迪拜的队伍，叫 DV 嘛，有一些非常激进的动作让我们出乎意料。
夏季赛比较深刻的对手应该是那个来自中东的一个队伍，简称是 DV 嘛，然后他们的打法风格比较激进，还有他们的枪牌是非常凶悍的，就让我们眼前一亮，差点就输给他们，但是最后面还是我们靠团队战胜了他们。
秋季赛的话，我们的目标就是冠军，就是除了冠军以外，对于我们来说都算是失败的。
秋季赛的话，我们还是放手一搏吧，
把天路打下去吧，然后我们拿冠军。 就我们对我们的荒漠迷城这张地图进行加强吧，就是增强我们自己，
就加深我们的图池嘛。就是我们一向以来就是沙2跟荒漠迷城是打得比较不好的，就对手对我们来说都是你办其中一张就会选我们另外一张，所以我们会对这2张地图会进行一个就更加深刻的一个训练。最想遇到对手是天路啊！
秋季赛我们最想遇到对手就是天路。
对天路说我们会击败你们的，等着吧。
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. My name is Bren, and we have a couple more games lined up for you guys today. We are going to be joined, as usual, by the lovely Tom, the lovely Dinko, and the ever so kinda lovely Mitch, who will be trying to break down the remaining games here. We have I got to cosplay Jason Kaplan a little bit here. It feels awkward, with, you know,
You don't want to do
no
that.
one insulting Mitch.
You're gonna need some stilts.
That's true. I think all of us gonna need stilts apart from Dinko for that. That was an interesting interview, though, Tom.
How tall do you
Vici.
think Dinko is? He ain't like 6'5".
Well, it's close to Jason compared to like at least the 3 of us, at least compared to Mitch and myself. But that was an interesting interview, Tom. Vici, they seem to know what went wrong. That also they're like, yeah, we got to beat Tyloo. If you don't beat Tyloo, everything doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. I think it's gonna happen. I know it's not gonna happen right now. They're not playing each other at least for the next couple of days, but. Cool interview, if you think about it.
The one thing that worries me is they said that they were surprised by the fact they played aggressive. Now, it's not my job to watch Asian Counter-Strike every week. Like, I do watch it sometimes, especially when I'm paid to, aka now. But they should know that. Like, I'll be honest, because we've watched, one game of them so far this tournament, and it was hands down the most aggressive display I've ever seen from any team. So if you're surprised by that, I kind of worry for you.
Yeah, I don't know why Vici are surprised by anything. They play Tyloo like every month or a couple of weeks every month. So it's the exact same scenario that plays out. And if they're surprised every single time, well, and there we have the answer as to why Vici can't beat Tyloo. They're saying they're going to beat Tyloo. I don't think they believe that. I don't think they believe it at all. I think they've got that mental block. They play completely differently when they play against Tyloo. Although there is one positive factor. In the previous events that we get to see Vici playing Tyloo has been getting a little bit closer. So hopefully they keep that up.
Hopefully they do. We do have Tyloo versus Vici taking place on Sunday. It's the final game of day 5 here, so that should be a media affair. But right now, let's talk about the matchup coming up next. We do have a schedule for you guys. We can just take a look at it for those of you who probably missed the first game of the day. And why did you miss that? That was Tyloo putting up quite a show against After Gaming. A little scrappy affair here and there. We saw some pretty cool highlights, as Tom and Mitch can attest to. And then right now coming is going to be Huai versus Checkmate. Now, let's start with you, Mitch. Huai, yesterday. Disappointing. They lost 2-1. It was, I felt like a game they should have really had in the bag, but they did have one silver lining, and his name was Ronan, baby.
Baby. Yes, it was, baby. Thank you, bud. All right, I didn't know we were going public with that. Yeah, I gotta say, Ronan was absolutely unbelievable. This guy was dominating in every single duel. What was it? 38 kills he dropped in one map, and they
lost.
He averaged 29 kills a map.
Yeah, but the most impressive thing is how little he died as well. That's also the impressive part to look at. He just didn't die, and he was just killing everyone. Yeah. I feel bad for the guy.
It's unbelievable.
Vici, he's Chinese. His flag says it's Chinese. Vici.
Pick him up.
And he's 17. He's 17.
Yo, look, I don't know who you have to kick. It's probably Almond or maybe
anyone.
Zhou. Anyone? I'd still keep Jam Young. Jam Young is sick.
Nah.
But I'm excited. I'm really excited to see Ronan play. But what I'm
that's not his name. It's Ronan Baby. Get it
Ronan
right.
Baby.
Well, I'm more excited to see whether or not he's consistent, right? Because we had one big performance from him yesterday, and then the other maps he was a little average. So I want to see if he can keep this up.
It was actually the MVP of Vertigo.
Yeah.
27 kills of Vertigo.
It's average in comparison.
It's
average in comparison.
Dinko's really good. What's your HLTV rating, Dinko? Just remind us.
No, bring it up.
We're not going to bring that up, bitch. It's irrelevant now, you know.
Is it average?
Look at
it's
average.
27 kills?
I went into retirement. But what I'm saying is, in
your
terms
average is 9. Like,
He looked it up. He looked it up.
You know, Tom, you can't really make an average on a one map though. So
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, Ronan did play
Very
a couple
small
of maps.
sample size.
To get your average up to 29 is going to be a tough match.
Just give me one more game, Tom. One more game. Sell me and I'm ready. But yeah, Ronan, I want to see if he's consistent. That's one game, one best of 3. Let's see if he can keep it up today.
We do have to touch upon the other team who we haven't seen play so far. They are the Mongolian replacement for D13, a team, I won't lie, I really haven't heard much of these guys. An interesting story about this team, Mitch, is that one of their players, Kane, who qualified for this event, the moment they qualified, in celebration, he banged the table and he broke his hand. Hence, he won't be playing Powerfall 2020.
Is that actually what happened?
That is actually what happened. That's an actual fact. I'm not making this up. That actually
banged
happened.
the table
so Kane,
in celebration and broke his hand.
Yep. So we don't have Kane playing, but we do have an unknown entity called Techno, who's a 16-year-old, hopefully another Mongolian prodigy, like a Squirrel, like an Annihilation from D13. Who's going to be, he's actually a sub, by the way. So he's going to be filling in. But what a way to start your run! Like, you qualified, and your second highest rated player, mind you, in the qualifier, has smashed his hand to smithereens. Mitch,
The worst
thoughts?
part about that is that you're even like the reason he's smashing his hand is saying, "Yeah, I get to play the main event." Oh shit! I don't get to play the main event. Like,
how hard did he hit that table? Like,
what is the table made of?
Yeah, that's a
smashes
solid
bones
good
to
wood.
pieces.
Not those. It's not one of those
Maybe-
gamer tables, those IKEA ones, which just break when it just like
Karate
generates
Maybe it
half
was,
of them.
it was reenforced by Techno before the match. It was all sabotage.
yeah, make sure you hit right here, right in this little square. That's where you need to hit.
That's the safe spot.
It's where I've cushioned it with metal.
I know we have like a few more minutes to like maybe talk about the map veto, but let's actually go a little bit more in depth when it comes to Mongolian scene, right? Let's be real. Tom, we don't know much about these Mongolian players. It's the guys from Checkmate. It's gonna be the first time I believe any of us are gonna be seeing them in action, because I don't believe even the qualifiers were streamed, at least on Twitch from what I'm aware of. But this Mongolian scene, what surprised me and surprised all of us a lot is the fact that these teams, like, you look at Tiger and you're like, okay, that contains the well-known names in this lineup. You saw Mazlan, Machine Gun, and Zilkenberg, who struggled quite a bit earlier, and then you have D13 come out and they surprised all of us. That's so many good players in that particular lineup. Are you expecting more of the same from here? There seem to be so many unknown entities in the scene who just keep surprising us.
I hope so, because that was always the thing. Like, you had the Mongols back in the day. That was the sort of first team that, like, I want to say properly put them on the map. Like, I'm sure there were other rosters beforehand that would have done some damage more locally. But the problem is firstly, opportunities when it comes to Asia and the world scene are slim to none, because you basically have to beat Tyloo to get anywhere near any of the events, which sucks. It sucks, that's for sure. And also, like, when it comes to like organizational support, like, there's not going to be a whole lot of opportunities for these players to make it, whereas tournaments like this, already some money won. It goes up by quite a hefty amount when you manage to get into the top 4. So this is a good way to secure your future. And even if you don't, even if your team doesn't necessarily succeed, say things don't go too well for Tiger, maybe you get picked up. Like, it's a good place to show yourself individually.
Yeah, and with the players that are going to show themselves, of course, going to be the maps here. We do have the map veto ready for you guys. We can just kind of take a very quick look at it. Now, we don't really have much information to work with, but Dinko, from what we saw from Huai yesterday, I mean, it's going to be Inferno as a decider. We're not going to be seeing Vertigo because that's going to be banned up by Checkmate. So Dust 2, Mirage, Inferno. Keeping Inferno aside, Dinko, like, Dust 2 Mirage, it seems like one of those maps where it's just going to be very scrappy. It's going to be players like Ronin, like Splashka, and maybe some of these potential stars from the side of Checkmate just having the freedom to run around and take duels.
Exactly. I'm kind of glad we're getting these two simplistic maps, right? Because from what we've seen from Huai yesterday, we didn't see much on Mirage. We didn't even see really set executes on that map. So I would be a little bit worried if we went towards one of the more tactical affairs. I think that would just be eye bleeding to watch. But we've got Dust 2 and Mirage here. This is where we'll just see the individuals firing. And this is exactly where I want to see a new team play that I'm unfamiliar with, haven't got to see. This is where I want to see them, because this is where it's just raw ability. There's no tactics behind it. It's all about the individual ability. And I think that's definitely where we can see some of these teams shine, because in the Asian region, we see so many great individual players. It's just when it comes to the tactical side of things, it all falls apart. So yeah, I like to keep it simple here in this series. I think it's going to be exciting. Obviously, we have to go based on what we know, and we don't know anything about Checkmate. So heading into this, I think I'm going to have to favor Huai based on the experience and what we've seen yesterday. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Either we're going to have a god tier Mongolian team, or the way it usually goes, you have one that's just completely average and or terrible, average to terrible. So that's the way it's going for the Mongolian teams. I think Mazalai were
That's a positive.
Yeah. I mean, it's true though. Like, D13 have some incredible players. Mazalai were awful coming into PAL, and it's kind of unfortunate. We either have a god tier Mongolian star, or it's just some average team that are completely uninspiring. So hopefully we get the exciting Mongolian team today.
Well, we did see a star coming out yesterday in the form of Ronin, but quick predictions. Mitch, let's start with you.
You know, all the Checkmate players have got a higher rating than Dinko, so I feel like that's definitely a good sign, but I have to go with Huai. I was impressed by some of the stuff we saw from them yesterday, namely Ronin. I think he's going to bring it to them.
All right, and Tom?
Ronin FC are going to win it.
Okay. That was it. Well, gentlemen, thank you for that. It's going to be Dinko and myself bringing you guys the rest of this particular matchup. And I'm actually going to go the way of Huai. I feel like they have a winning record against the Mongolian side. What surprises me, the fact that Dust 2 is a map which have picked again, despite losing on that map to Checkmate earlier when they played in the qualifier for this event. But Mitch, Tom, thank you for joining us. I'll catch you guys after this particular matchup. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight into the thick of things, so to speak. Huai, I don't know, Dinko, like, Ronin, yeah, he's kind of like standout player for that team. They look exciting. Like, the shots were hitting Spiels, for example, the B bombs and Mirage, looking very solid and all. But just the lack of cohesion, I guess that's the most simplest way to put it. That was very jarring for me.
Oh, it was evident, right? And the fact that coming into Dust 2, though, that kind of gives me a little bit more faith in the team. I feel like Dust 2 is one of the maps you get away with that. It's very simple, right? You got the default where you're going to try and take catwalk control. Hopefully, they know how to do that. The worrying part was, back on Mirage, we didn't see A executes coming in properly. It was very quick, dry executes in towards the A bomb site. When they did throw smokes, there was gaps in them. The flashbangs were on point. It's very clear they're a new team, right, in terms of how they're approaching the game. And they haven't put a lot of practice in, you can tell. So coming into Dust 2, they're keeping it simple. Mirage coming up as well. I feel like in this series, it comes down to momentum. Which team comes away with the first map is probably going to be favored to win the series, because it's not a huge difference from when you go on from Dust 2 to Mirage, right? So based on the individual performance coming out of Dust 2, we'll get a clearer eye on who's going to be taking the series. That was kind of my prediction heading into yesterday up against Sigma. I mean, it was looking like that was going to be the case, but it ended up being an unpredictable series. Whiteside definitely warmed up into it, and Ronin definitely dragged them through a lot of the moments there. So, and they still lost. So I'm a little skeptical on this team, but for the most part, I think coming into today, from what we've seen yesterday, you should have enough to beat an unknown team playing with a stand-in, right? That's a big curveball.
Oh yeah, that's a big caveat, right? The fact that they will be having a substitute filling in for Kane, who I do believe is the second highest rated player in the qualifiers for the side of Checkmate. What's worrying for me for Huai is, look, they're going to be playing, well, they played one yesterday, so they're going to be playing 8 more best of 3s, including today's matchup, right? And they're going to be facing off against much more tougher opponents. Sigma, nothing against them, they're a pretty solid team, but they're not a Tyloo, they're not a Vici, they're not an Invictus, they're not even a Tiger, right? And if you need to show up against these teams, one thing that worries me and which I feel is going to be the Achilles heel for the side of Huai is that T side. The Mirage T side, like you mentioned, it was so one-dimensional, just going for contact plays, rushing in, trying to outduel players. And listen, you did it to Dan King, to Jam Young, to even Urcas. You're just going to get crapped on. We saw it in Inferno. They lost 2 or 3 rounds to pistols. And one of those rounds even had 3 USPs in that. In Inferno, it's not a map like a Dust 2 Mirage where you can kind of get waylaid, or you might just get a 1D by some sick aim. It's just like not knowing your protocols, how to rush into sites. So when your T side is that atrocious on 2 very, very different maps, I don't know if they'll be able to fix it in these 2 or 3 weeks.
No, that's the problem because you've got so many matches, right? You don't have the time to sit there and figure out what you're going to be doing. You have a little bit of time in between your games. Every couple of days, you have a little break. You can take a look at what you did wrong, but making any overhauls in your map pool, that just isn't going to happen. You need at least a couple of weeks for that. So, yeah, this is going to be rough. And it comes down to practice, I feel, as well. Like you said yesterday, they're scrimming against the same teams a lot of the time, right? And you're playing against a lot of these Southeast Asian teams. There's no development there. In terms of the play style, it's very similar. So you never really make any progress. You're kind of where you're at a couple of years ago in terms of the way you're approaching the game. And I feel like the progress has been really slow in the region overall. So when you're coming into wanting progress in a couple of weeks or a couple of days, it's just not looking likely. But we're heading right into the pistol round. It's Huai on the CT side and Checkmate over on that T side start. And looking straight towards middle early on. It's the T side sending multiple players up catwalk.
Oh no, Splashgate holding the line with Bulbasaur. The flashbang from Neff, the timing was perfection. And that short play just getting shut down before it gets anything done. And with that, well, Blitz at least gets a trade in. And Spiels is taking quite a bit of damage from Hawk. So they are dealing a bit of damage. It's a 4v1 as Hawk's going to be the last man standing. And unfortunately for him, Dinko, the bomb's nowhere nearby. They're just taking the fight and might as well. He's going to get destroyed. Beautiful round coming out from Huai. I like that. I like that aggression.
Yeah, that was nice. I think obviously meeting them head on was something that Checkmate just didn't look ready for. They were charging up short. They had multiple players just ready to go in towards catwalk. They go around the corner and there's two players ready for them, and you can see just annihilation coming in from Splashkey. And well, that's it, really. That's the start that the Huai side team were looking for. Just confident starts. Spiels, he was really solid in the pistol rounds yesterday. He gets one in this round. Splashkey doing the heavy lifting. That's a good start for it, said. They can be happy with this, and this is a good statement of intent.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Sigma
okay,
again.
There we go.
Okay.
Back to back.
Full commitment and back-to-back reply kills coming in, but then Spiels, patient play, the burst far, he gets the player, he's gonna find more, and the M4, well, it could have done damage, Dinko, but no Kevlar means the MP9 is gonna win those duels. Nice recovery from Spiels, because that looked a little worrying.
Well, here comes Checkmate with the Deagles. We have seen a couple of Deagle rounds now.
Wait, that was a force buy, right? I'm actually losing my mind. That was a full-fledged force buy.
Yeah.
The previous one. Yeah, okay. Lack of head armor.
It just wasn't very good because they didn't get the bomb plant.
True. Don't understand this round. Why are you investing? If he loses, you're gonna have to go for another half buy. So that means you've had 3 like force/Deagle buys. It just makes no sense whatsoever, and I'm just trying to figure out why they're going for this. Because let's take a look at the money here right after this round, because I don't see them winning this. Bulbasaur is going to have no trouble just shutting this one down. It's taken no damage at all, and it's going to be Techno 4K, the stand-in for Kane. And for those of you wondering who's Techno 4K, well, Techno is a stand-in who's 16 years of age and is standing in because Kane, who is the core of this team, he broke his hand in celebration after qualifying for PAL 2020 Fall. It's sometimes life is kind of funny that way. Maybe not so funny for him, but it is funny, like generally speaking. Now, because Checkmate went for the investment in the previous round, you look at the utility they have. Sure, they have the AKs. Sure, they have the Kevlar and head armor, but look at the utility. It's 3 smokes and 4 flashbangs. That's it. No incendiaries, no Molotovs. 3 smokes on your first buy? I mean, that's limiting your options quite a bit. Meaning you have to go for a lot of individual deals without having to, having the utility to work with. And that's just not a good sign at all. Huai, they do have the double op setup going here, Dinko.
They do. And again, Dust 2 CT side, very good for the double op setup. Very viable. I mean, you sometimes see a little bit more than 2 ops. I think it's one of the only maps where it's even relatively viable, even close to being viable to pick up even more than 2 ops. So I do like seeing ops on Dust 2. You can definitely shut down the map, especially on this defensive side. And while Spiels around the corner outside the longhouse, he's got Blitz about to walk into the court there, but he's going to check it. Spiels goes down. Splashkey now positioned towards the part. Good kill. Okay, he misses somehow and refaces into the open. Now, I'm not a fan of that. And Barbastor, he'll get one. Blitz and Techno stepping up in reply. Good double. And now it's Neff left alone into a 1 versus 4. He's got a lot of work to do. And while they've invested so much into this, he's got to save this AWP.
Gotta say, there was some very, very sharp shots coming out from the side of Checkmate. I gotta say, I'll repeat it again. I wasn't a fan of the buy in round number 3. That was a weird decision to be made. And I feel like if Huai had applied a little bit more pressure towards Long, if they hadn't lost his duels as individual duels initially, they would have forced Checkmate to use up all the utility they had. And that could have easily made life very, very rough indeed for this Mongolian side. Instead, they lost all the duels and whatever. They had 3 smokes in total, Denko, and 2 of them were used to cross on over. They didn't have to use it to like maybe extinguish a Molotov from the CTs or try and use it to force a duel out from the Huai player. So a little fortunate if you ask me, but you know what? They win the round, and yeah, a round win's a round win. But aside of Huai though, you got money in the bank. They can still buy up.
Yeah, they can still buy up for sure. And well, this was just a really good check from Blitz. I thought he was going to go around the corner. Too often have we seen players just not check that, and that is disgusting. All right, we've got some great individual skill being shown here. And right now, pretty good approach in terms of being methodical. It's very simple, so I like it. And now it's a quick play down in towards middle. Good counter-strike coming in here from Checkmate. You've got Neff looking down into the tunnels. Immediately an opening kill coming in. Look at the pressure on this B-bomb site. Neff has so much work to do. He's going to find one. He's going to get a second towards the doors. This is so disjointed, but it's worked out in the end. Now getting 1 kill. They've got the B-bomb site, but they're down a player. They've done so much damage. At least they've got this B site. So it was very difficult to retake. I mean, this door switch, it doesn't really do a whole lot. A lot of people kind of overthinking it. It's mainly just adjusting the B rushes. You can play outside of the doors, but the retake's still very difficult to get back in here. Now they start to push forward. More over to the side, coming through the door. Catapulted back into even odds, but now he's run out of ammo. Down to the clock, and a headshot secured. That's 3 kills in quick succession to secure 4K in the round. Checkmate displaying that this team has depth.
That was I love the call. I know, like, it was a little disjointed. Like, it was kind of a little weird for them, but Neff getting the first kill. If you got a second kill, that could have been weirder. Oh, there we go. I just dropped my phone. R.I.P. Anyway, great hold from Cass, and I love the call to just go for the fast play towards B. Just, the way they try to catch Huai off guard. And in the end, yes, it came down to 1v1, but you know what? They've broken the money, and they've managed to kind of swing it back. It was 3-0 for Huai, and right now, Checkmate, they're in full control. Never mind, I take that back. Bulbasaur is in full control.
Oh, Hawk just tap it away. They came over the top. Ronin there as well. Hawk can take these 3 kills. It's an AK right above him. They don't really want to go down to that, and Spiels doesn't want to lose it, so he's heading back to the A bomb site. Still so much time to work with on the clock. They've got that man advantage in play for the T side. But there's still potential for damage. I like that Spiels doesn't commit to the lower tunnel fight. It was unfavorable for him to commit to that. Likely he would lose his AK. So instead relocates back to the A bomb site where he hopes he can do a little bit more damage. Take down a couple extra players here. As they start to extend from A long. Let's send a few more out this way. And Spiel's just sitting back in Goose. Now repositions, probably just at the wrong time. He's going to go down in towards middle. Bulbasaur pushing through the tunnels. There's just one player up here, Blair.
But Hawk is very, very aware of where he might be pushing in from. And Spiel's going to get caught out, and that's around. So a little bit of a initial little scare there, but Hawk able to hold the line. And with that, well, Checkmate, round number 3. And it's been pretty convincing. So at least this anti-eco, the past couple of rounds were very close indeed. But this is some solid stuff. Neff spots out Hawk the moment he turns away. But I don't think he's going to get anything done here. So, yeah. Dust 2 kind of playing out the way we expected it to, Danko. Very back and forth, very individualistic. But so far, from what I'm seeing from Checkmate, at least on these buy rounds, apart from round number 3, where they invested, which I'm not a fan of, apart from that, I have to agree with you. It's been some pretty solid stuff. And Ronin is yet to really pop off here. He hasn't really done much. Yes, it's only been 6 rounds, but my eyes are on that kid.
Yeah, exactly. And it is Dust 2, so this is where we talk about the fact that you can have these big hero individual performances that are enough to carry you through a map. On the likes of Inferno, that is one of the maps you will see. You can have a big performance, but it's not exactly always enough to take you over the line, as demonstrated yesterday with 38 kills and the loss coming in for Ronin. But here on Dust 2, we want to see that performance come out from him again. The issue is we're so early into the map, and also the CT side haven't really been able to grasp the economy just yet. They haven't been in a comfortable position, so they're getting there. They certainly are, but this is everything on the line, and they don't really have utility. This is a pretty weak buy when you take a look at it. Okay, they have 4 premium rifles, a FAMAS and play on Spiels, but for the most part, still relatively weak buy coming in from White side. So this is a good opportunity for Checkmate to grab control of this first half.
And Blitz, meanwhile, finding Splash. That's a problem here. On Kaz, rather, hiding in the smoke. And it's sticking over 2 very long and almost finds a kill on his Spiels. But Spiels doing a pretty good job staying alive. Making it a 2v3 here. Neff sneaking up from CD spawn. There's a player who's towards Cat. Neff hasn't been spotted out yet. Bomb just getting planted. Spots out a player. Easy kill onto Hawk. He knows there's one player in the bomb side at the very least. And I think they're aware of where the second player is as well, who's waiting patiently, but the timing is atrocious. And Blitz, it takes a sweet time getting the kill, but he does find it in the end. But Spiels brings it back again, the hero of Mirage, and he's finally going to fall. Unfortunately for him, he only good for 3 kills, but he needed a 4K to clutch that one out. And Checkmate, they bring it back. But that was... These are some very fast rounds from Checkmate. They're catching Huai off guard. They're getting these opening kills. Like Splashke, he had no idea what was coming. He was just like out of position there.
Yeah, he wasn't ready.
And usually as well, like when you're pushing up Cat that fast, your long player is playing a little bit of a passive role, right? He's holding, is just trying to gather information as to where the CTs might be at long. Instead, they've pushed long and Cat, which is so, well, not traditional when you look at how you approach a Dust 2 A bomb set. But hey, you know what? If it works, it works.
For how long will it work, though? In what scenarios? Which team will stop it from working? Again, you got to
questions, Stinko.
Yeah, we don't ask those questions. Yeah, I think they're better unasked. They'll figure it out at some point. Kills coming in though from Hawk and a Row. 3 kills picked up between them, and Hawk just holding on. He does well to find Ronin, but Neff finally getting one back. Just the only kill coming in for the CT side in this round. Found an AK, and he'll want to try and save it, but Row comes in from behind, bottom middle. Bullet through the brain of Neff. And another round picked up for Checkmate, who have been dominant since they picked up control. And now finally, Huai side, they have money in the bank again. Double up setup immediately coming through. This will be something they pick up every single time they can afford it now, Blair. We're starting to see that trend certainly come through. Every time they've had money, they've gone for this investment. And Ronin's going to be picking it up alongside Neff.
Which is so surprising for me that you have a double op setup and Splashkey's not the one holding it. Ronin, though, he read that like a book. He read that like an easy book. Waited for the flash, played it. Anti-flash peeks out, nice little flick shot, and while their attention is diverted on his position towards mid, Splash just walks out short, and that's a very quick mop-up coming in from Huai. Good recovery, I might say. He's catching Checkmate there. And these rounds have been fast and furious from both the sides. You look at the pistol round, the way Huai just pushed down, did pretty much the same thing. You know, they had to play towards mid, they had 2 push down short. They got both the kills. I mean, they got all the 3 kills, a very fast pistol round. And generally speaking, it has been a very fast-paced map we've witnessed here so far. And for Techno 4K, the 16-year-old stand-in coming in the stead of Kane, this isn't going to be easy. Bombs dropped at Cat, 2 players holding, doubled up. 2 ops. Look, he can actually find both. If there's one whiff shot, he can actually find both the players, but got a lot of work to do. Jumps up, 2 players spotted out, finds 1, finds 2. Okay, then picks up the bomb, and suddenly, Dinko, suddenly this is in the realms of possibility.
Yeah, that's sick. That transfer is huge from Techno. Issue is taking note of his health. 12 HP. Not looking good. He's not looking so healthy. Taps the ball and trying to pull Ronin into the open. The head is there, but Ronin takes him away on the USP. A valiant attempt coming in from Techno 4K. He couldn't deliver the 4K, just the 2. But still, a nice try. But it's Huai side. Finally, the investment pays off. They win the round. They get it over the line. It is a little bit expensive for them, and obviously right now their economy is not in a good state. They need to start building the money. And here it is from Ronin. He kind of gets lucky he doesn't go wide. That Molotov actually forces him to take a narrow angle, and that actually assists him in staying alive for longer. I feel if he went around the corner a bit wide, he probably would have gone down there. AK versus USP there. I'm definitely seeing the AK prevail. Just getting off that first shot. And well, Hawk, you are mental. Charging out long, takes down Bulbasaur. It'll be Spiels and Ronin finding the kills, but it's a push into the B-bomb site. Neff is still here, luckily. He picks up one. He goes back for another. He wanted to throw the flash, but didn't end up going for it. He was under the pressure. And now Ronin, he's committing on his own. It's a ballsy play, and it works out for no scope as well. What a god. 1 HP, Black. He pulls it off, balls to go through that window, and he makes it work.
Oh my god. Oh, I love this kid.
He's so good.
I just want you to, like, go through his decision-making process that round, right? He knew the bomb was on the site, and he knew there was a player right left of the door, and the moment he heard the plan, he's like, that means the player is isolated. And then he hits that flick shot. He knows the guy's right there. 1 HP through the flames. You know what? I bet he even calculated the fact that he'd have 1 HP remaining after walking out through the flames. Because that's how smart this kid is. That wasn't just about good shots. That was incredibly fast, on his feet decision-making. And that is another shot from Ronin. Well, Ronin, we were asking what you were doing, why you were so quiet all this while, and boy, oh boy, Dinko, he's woken up. And he's AWPing. He wasn't even AWPing in Inferno yesterday.
Yeah. This is the true sign of a star player, right? The fact that he can do everything. And so far has answered my question of consistency. From the eye test, he's a beast. That's all. He just has that individual prowess. You can see it immediately. What a god. And he's so young as well, and he's already making these informed decisions. You talked about it yesterday towards the end of the show, the fact that he was not making mistakes like the rest of the team. He's making informed decisions, and another kill picked up. Okay, this is exciting.
Yeah, this kid is a prospect. I know it's still very early, and I've said this in the past about a lot of players who usually have disappointed after a while, but this kid, man, these decisions and even the shots, the confidence, you know, it's this young gun. That's who we're going to be looking up to, is Splashk now with the AWP. I did say earlier, I'm surprised Splashk is not holding the AWP, and now Rue is going to come in, but Splashk spots on his elbow, and Bulbasaur from short finding Hawk. And so what's they snatch back the lead. 4 kills with the AWPers, Ronin and Splashk. And if you look at a map like Train and even Dust 2, suddenly the way the AWPs are exchanging hands, it's probably kind of interesting, right? You have Neff, who can clearly AWP. You have Ronin, who can clearly do anything. And you have Splashk, who, for the majority of his career, was a primary AWPer. And suddenly this team, there's a lot of various setups you can try, Dinko.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely plenty, but this is ballsy from Ronin, and it's gonna work out. Another kill. Okay, Ronin. Oh my god, boy. This guy is an animal. Hawk, that was the last remaining player. That was just so sick. The aggression into the lower tunnel. Oh, it was so dumb. It was so dumb. Boy. I mean, he's up against the pistols. Absolutely no need to commit to the lower tunnel with the AWP. But it works. So it's not a good decision. And just because it works obviously doesn't justify it. But nonetheless, he pulled it off. Yeah, he does.
Oh my lord. This kid, this guy, Ronin. Never heard of him a few months ago. Like, even a month back. I look at his lineup, and here's the honest to God truth. You look at Huai's results, and it has been very lackluster, right? You look at his lineup, you're like, all right, Bobo, Splashk, Spiels, these are like the known names. Neff, kind of this pugger, Ronin Baby. Doesn't even have an HLTV picture, so I'm like, who the hell is this? And, well, I mean, he's been a revelation, I won't lie. And Checkmate, despite having some pretty good rounds, they've just struck back, or rather, might I say, Ronin. He struck back. He doesn't have you know what a Ronin means, right, Dinko? Like the definition?
No.
So you have the Japanese shoguns, like they're kind of like the warlords, right? And if you are, and all the samurai used to report to the shogun. So every samurai has a shogun. But if you're a masterless samurai, like a freelancer, you're called a Ronin.
Oh yeah. I remember reading about this. Also, there's a move I think called Ronin, right?
I think there are a couple of reasons. Oh my
god. What is he doing? It just runs up short. on top of the Xbox. He's getting confident, finally shut down for it, but still gets a kill from it. Splashing up, holding on. Techno 4K going down, blitzing Kaz. Well, they'll find themselves a little bit of success, but it's Neff and Spiels who stand into the 2 versus 1. I think we're starting to see Whiteside just kind of getting carried right now. The impact that's coming through from Ronin has delivered them all of these rounds in the recent history, so Kaz now trying to pull off a clutch. He looks down in towards short, but it's Neff that comes in. And the Ops, what a great investment they have been, Blur. They have just worked out so well for Whiteside. And they're looking real solid right now. Couple of rounds in a row for Checkmate, obviously giving them the boasted scoreline of 5 on the T side. That bomb plant will afford them a bye going into the next round as well. But for the most part, it has been the Whiteside show. I think the scoreline's a little misleading in terms of how one-sided this has actually been.
Look at this. He gets a kill at mid. They know exactly where he is, but because of how ridiculous the play is, they don't expect him to come jumping up the top of the Xbox, and he gets the kill. So, yes, it seems like a strange decision. It's more about him going for kind of like an educated risk, so to speak, but
it's kicking every fight. That's the best part. He's exciting to watch as well, and it's working out.
Oh, good night, Splashkey.
Oh god,
night,
no!
Spiels.
Techno gets the double. And what? Ronin getting 1 kill. Bulbasaur as well recovers, and that's good. Whiteside showing they can come back even after losing the 2 initial players. And now they're going to reposition. Ronin going back up towards the A-bomb site. He looks down in towards the pit. Player to the left side. This has to be a big flick at a very small pixel. And so he's jumping to try and spot down into the pit. He is aware that there's a possibility that there is a player playing inside of the pit, but he repositions. He goes back up towards short. He might just catch the perfect timing as Bulbasaur goes out towards middle as well. Oh, he misses the chance, but Ronin, he won't. This repositioning is so solid, and he doesn't stick around, Blair. Too often do we see AWPers, especially young players who are confident and hitting the stride, stick around there, go for the repeat, lose their life, and the impact they deliver isn't as impactful overall. But he makes the right decision and comes back, holds the advantage, and now repositions to potentially shut down the player at long. A missed shot, unorthodox. Now he has to sit in the side.
Oh, this is a mistake. Finally hits a flick, but I don't know why Rue had to white swing there. His teammate is creeping up.
Oh god.
No.
Oh no. Bulbasaur coming in quickly from behind makes noise, and well, that gives Hawk a chance, and oh my god, nearly wins the 1 versus 3. But Neff finally shuts him down 9-5. That was not a clean round. And again, I will use the term carried by Ronin. They were in that round. It was looking rough. They lost the 2 initial players up towards long. Bulbasaur gets an important kill, but Ronin, he was shutting down the attack from Checkmate. The problem for Checkmate, though, is they get off to a good start. They seem to have an initial idea, and everything goes well if that goes well. But when they get backhanded at the start or something doesn't go their way, they're not really that great at figuring out what they need to do in the mid-round. And Ronin has been a nuisance for them. What are you doing? What are you doing, Ronin? Going for the no-scope. Finally, I feel like that's a little bit of the immaturity coming through. The fact that he is a young player. Everything has been working for him, so he's making a few ill-advised decisions, especially into the last round of the half. This could have been 10-5, but Techno shutting down Splasky. Asian Counter-Strike continues, Blood. It's all crazy here.
This round was just so ludicrous. Like, I don't even know what to say here. It just makes no sense. I mean, it's unnecessary, right? I did like what Checkmate did in round number 14, the one which came down to 1v1, where if they knew that they were like losing these players towards mid, so they're like, oh, let's not take the fight at mid. Let's instead rush out through the smoke, and they've done this a couple of times. And this time it was actually better. They had the flashbang, great double opening there. But again, like you said, once something's an advantage, they seem to kind of like I don't know, pressure getting to them. But I won't lie, this half has been probably, apart from a few decisions, apart from some of this plays, like this particular round from Quadside, apart from that, it has been one of the cleaner, more reasonable halves we've seen so far in PAL 2020. I know it's been early, it's only been a couple of days, Ninko, but you know what, so far, even if Tom and Mitch were casting this game, I don't think they would be losing their minds.
No, it's been exciting. We've seen some high-level ability coming on the server. I mean, obviously we lose our minds in the previous round in terms of how that round was approached, but for the most part, it's been very exciting. We've seen a lot of good decisions, which is something that's quite a rare currency within this Asian Counter-Strike. And what Hawk, he'll take down Ronin. That's a good start. Taking out the most impactful player on the server. And while continuing, it's Techno with the kill. Techno with another towards the back of the B-bomb site, just doing everything. Pistol's one here. Checkmate have done it. Splash Gear alone on the other end of the map. Bomb not in his possession. Absolutely no chance of winning this 1 versus 4. Taken down from long range, and yeah, that's clean. I feel like the round approach was not that great from Huat's side, though. Didn't really come into the round with an idea.
Yeah, it's more like, hey, we're going to sell a fake at A, and then you're going to hit B, but you were hitting it simultaneously while losing the duels and with no utility. You at least want one smoke. Maybe smoke off the double door, or smoke off the back of B plat. And well,
at this point, with the 2 MP9s for Ro and Hawk, they're the cash grinders that we're trying to build up the money here for the CT side, which becomes very important. We know Huat's are probably going to be favored when it comes to these gun rounds, so you want to get as much money built up as possible if you're Checkmate, so you can compete as many gun rounds, should I say, blah. Forgot how to English as well. I mean, it's an early start here. Your brain kind of it gets the turning, you know, the cogs start turning, and eventually, at some point, after caffeine pills and all that, eventually they'll work.
Eventually. It takes a while. Ronin with the deagle finds Kaz. Now Blitz out in the open. I'm surprised they didn't peek with the teammate together. Just peek together, guys. But doesn't matter. Spiels rather, is going to find Blitz. And now, man advantage for Huatzai. And the dangerous thing is, for me, Ronin's still alive, baby. And that's going to be a problem. He's on 31 points of health. But what we've known from this kid is 1 HP or 100 doesn't matter. He's always going to be deadly with whatever gun he has. And they've even upgraded Bulbasaur to the M4. All 4 players, rather 3 players on the site. It's not the best of positions as Bulbasaur's going to find Hawk. The tag comes in from the Scout. Techno 4K is good for 1. Is he good for more is a question. Yes, he is. Finds Ronin as well. They got a smoke to smoke it off. They got a kid as well. And they're just going to try and stick it. Look at how low they are. They're just sticking it, and Bulbasaur gets a kill, but doesn't prevent the defuse. Actually, they do. They do, with barely a second remaining. And it's going to be Huatzai stealing the round away from Checkmate. And if I'm the Mongolians, I am just kicking myself for that round.
Blah. They can't lose those rounds. You're going to be competitive. You just cannot lose these. Oh, this is
how much time was there? 2.
It was down to the milliseconds.
1. Yeah, it's milliseconds.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 1 second. 1 second on the clock.
Less than that, for sure. This is probably closer to 0.7 or 0.5 seconds on the clock. That becomes very irritating, Blood. Not even a full second left. And while Spiels, oh, this is quick. Hawk, oh my god, okay. This is nice. Just a stopper right in the head. Spiels going down, Ronin following suit. We've got a 2-man advantage in play for the CT side. I don't know why teams keep trying to go for these quick plays against pistols. They are aware that it doesn't work.
Sorry. Sorry, Bobo.
Goodbye.
Good
night.
Yeah, I just got wrecked. I feel the thing with Huatzai are, like, yesterday they played against Sigma, right? The Thai side, and now they're playing against the Checkmate guys. And again, taking nothing from Huatzai, they have some sick aimers on this team. But they sometimes play in a way where they're like, oh, we're going to shoot them and they're not going to shoot back at us because we're just better aimers. You can't do that. You can't be underestimating these teams, because one thing about Asian CS in general has been many of these players, what is Blitz doing there? But anyway, like, there's so many of these players who they're like, they might not have the best of game senses, they might not have the best approach to Counter-Strike as a team, but god damn it, they have the individual aim. So, Huatzai, I like the aggression, I like how you're taking fights, but maybe, you know, a little bit of respect. Maybe use one of the 15 flashbangs you have to work with.
Well, spray away. It's going to be Hawk, the mass inside of the site. Splashky now, the last remaining player. And get a little bit of luck in the previous round, but this one surely will not be one. Splashky has to pull off the 1 versus 3. He's got the important kill to secure the bomb plant at least, and they're both coming in from short, so there is a chance here, Blood. There is a chance, but he's gone into the open. They'd stay behind Goose and check down into what's long, potentially a chance there for him, but with the way he wanted to approach long, using the parallels as cover, he exposes himself to short and the CT ramp. I'm not a fan of how he plays that, but nonetheless, the round is won here by Checkmate, which is impressive, considering when you're in a situation where you've just got the deagles, you've been backhanded in the previous round, you've got a little unlucky, you'll be kicking yourselves about losing it, but this was just a straight-up catwalk rush coming in from Huatzai that just did not work.
Yeah, and again, like you said as well, like I get the idea about trying to speed things up at times, and it is completely understandable. You want to like catch someone off guard, you want to just like kind of ruin their happiness, just go for it. Go for a fast play. But just a dry fast play, it's dumb. It's just simply put dumb. Forget the Eagles. Imagine it was a buy round. Like, why do you want to do that against when they have just pistols, right? You have the advantage. You have the utility. Use it. As Ronin opens it up with a bit of nice headshot into Blitz, but Hawk's there to kind of keep them at bay. They're all peeking on one by one though. I'm not a big fan of this, but Bulbasaur is gonna make it work. Kaz there trying to trade. It does a lot of damage, and Bulbasaur's hunting him down. He's running out of bullets. Kaz caught her reloading, but he will find himself some cover. The problem is, Dinko, they've lost control of this A bomb site. Nef's going to be heading up cat towards A. If they can throw the bomb across, they can get a bomb down, and that would... Okay, they've got smoke as well. They're definitely going to try and get the bomb down here.
Oh, okay. Bulbasaur taking down Kaz. Nef as well. The Deagle coming out of nowhere. Now it's just Ro. Charging his way up in towards A long. He'll be looking for this kill. Ro gets the headshot, but needs to recover. 2 players still inside of the site, and Ro has the approach from long. He has the kit, he has the utility. That's definitely something that will help him out here. Still, the 2 players, that creates a problem. They've got a crossfire. They've got the player down in towards CT spawn. Nef has a good angle, but he's been spotted. That's the information gathered for Ro, but he's caught between 2 angles, and that's just too much to handle. Ro goes down, and again, Blur, this is starting to get a little bit scary. This is Huatsai winning rounds they shouldn't, and losing rounds they shouldn't. It's scrappy Counter-Strike in the second half.
So basically the way to play yesterday.
Exactly.
This round is even more painful if you're Checkmate, because look at Splashgate. He doesn't even have Kevlar. It was just upgraded pistols. I think Nef and Bobo had some Kevlar, but that's about it. The rest of them were just Deagles. Barely any investment. And now the force buy of Checkmates. Like, Deagle's out. Now,
4
I
on
want to
setup.
see...
4 on A long at the start of the round, Blood. I really thought that was going to be a quick A long hit.
Well, I mean, it did happen earlier, so I guess it's understandable. I want to see a much more calmer approach coming out here from the Singaporean-Chinese mix. You know they have pistols, guys.
Yeah,
There's
that's exactly.
No need to take the fight. Ronan, I like you, bro. Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop hurting me.
I think we're starting to see one of the weaknesses here for Ronan is the fact that sometimes he gets a little bit carried away. No, everybody has those moments where you're feeling it, and you start thinking you can do anything. You're untouchable. I just need to curb that a little bit. Oh, that's nice. That timing doesn't really work out for Blitz. He just gets shut down. Nef as well following up. Ro doing a little bit of work on the Deagles. We're into 3 versus 3 blood. There's been an M4 recovered as well for the CT side, but they're heading towards the A bomb side. And there's currently only 1 player here, and Hawk goes down. That should be the round win.
I like the trepidation in your voice. That should be.
Yes, that should be. I mean, you never really know, but there we go. Confirmed it's a safe call on the other end of the map, and I think at this point, 12-8 on the board. I think we're starting to slowly see Huatsai get themselves into position now where they should be taking Dust 2 realistically. With the way things have going on average, they've just looked like the better team. And not so much on a team level. I almost feel like it is just, a bunch of individuals popping off across the server. And, I mean, it works on Dust 2. That's the beauty of this map for a team like Huatsai.
And the interesting thing is, like, if you look at the side of Checkmate, they haven't really done anything wrong. They've actually played pretty correct, if you ask me. Some good reactions, some fast-paced plays. They're hitting the shots as well. Everyone, they're showing that they can go toe-to-toe against these Singaporean and, well, the Chinese player as well. That is in the form of Ronin. But just like you said, Huatsai just seemed like the better team. And again, I just got to remind everyone, Huatsai they've only played them once before. This was the qualifier for the PAL 2020 Fall, and Huatsai did beat them 2-1. The one map which they lost was on Dust 2, which was Huatsai's pick earlier, and it's their pick this time as well. So maybe it's kind of like a statement from Huatsai saying, hey, you know what? We're going to pick Dust 2, and we're going to win this time.
Quick play out towards long from... Oh my god, okay. That's nice from Nef. I just love it, but it's all falling apart. The Deagles, 2 kills. A third on the M4 as well, and Splashkey finally pulling it back, but it's a man advantage in play for the CT side. Blood. These quicker plays have not worked for Huatsai. I don't know why they keep doing it, Play. It's definitely not been working. They have to try and recover this one. They should be able to do it. The USB down in CT spawn. It's just Blitz. Oh my god. I'm done. How has that happened? Now Ronin having to be the big carry. He's got 2, and he's running right into the last player. Hawk just takes him down. Oh, that's disgusting, Huai. How have you lost that?
How many? There were 2 rifles, I agree, but that is such a weird, strange round. Like, Blitz just running out through the smoke, Splash here jumping across before the smoke blooms. And I agree with you, these fast plays, it's unnecessary. It can work when you're facing off against rifles, but yeah, but go on.
But you use these rounds, right? You use them as unpredictable. You throw them in every now and then. For example, on Mirage, we've seen this yesterday. You use those dry hits after you've conditioned the enemies to believe that you're going to go for that methodical execute, right? You don't do it every single round, then you just lose the excitement of it. You know, okay, we just got a bunch of players running at us. It's very easy to shut them down. If you're going to keep doing this over and over again, they just know how to deal with these quick plays. There's no surprise, there's no change up. This is the one dimension that Huai have.
I really want to see, like, Huai slow things down, because here's the thing. We haven't really seen what Checkmate does late in the mid-round. Because there hasn't been any late mid-rounds. It's been so fast from Huai. Like, slow things down a little bit. I want to see how Checkmate react to that. Because right now, based off an eye test, I still don't know what Checkmate CD side is. Because, well, they haven't been forced to do anything crazy here. Tech9 comes out. Splashke has all the time in the world to tap away. And Kaz found out there's still 2 players towards B bomb side. And Techno 4K just goes out for the wide swing without having any information as to how many players might be coming out mid. And that is a big problem. Naru getting pincered from both sides. Field's gonna find him. And all of a sudden, Dinko, it's just the pistols running away with it. It's a 2v2. However, the bomb is dropped. And that has to be retrieved. The problem here for the T side is they have no more utility remaining, and Spiel just running in, picking up the bomb, and he just pulled off the great escape here. Gets caught in the jump, but he's going to cross on over. Bomb is going to be planted, and it's going to be post-plant, and a 1v2 as Splashke gets caught out jumping across.
Spiel's stuck in the site now. He has to try and win it with the ult. That's the difficulty, and he is going to miss the first shot and goes down immediately after. Another round picked up for Checkmate. We go 12-10. Double figures reach for both teams now. Bomb plant was secured, so let's take a look at the money over on this T side. It's looking real good across the board, so they'll be able to get a full solid buyout across the board. But I want to see what ideas they come up with here, Blah. I want to see something different from Huai. Your slow, methodical default. Let Ronin find a pick. Slow it down a little bit. Wait for the mistakes of Checkmate, draw on that utility. They haven't done that yet. It feels like they're just going for these initial fights.
It would be nice. I won't lie. It would be nice to like just see more variety in this approach from Huai. But all right, yeah, here we go. By coming in, Neff with the SG, a rarity in international Counter-Strike nowadays. But we've been seeing a couple of teams, a couple of players at the very least in Asia who do still enjoy wielding it. AWP, solitary op in the hands of Mrs. Splashke. The primary opera, Ronan's going to be leading the charge. You know what? Looking at the way Ronan plays, I'm not a big fan of him. What are you doing, Hawk? Don't walk on further. All right, okay, just sitting in the smoke. Cool. That's fine. That's fine.
This could work though. No, this boost is gonna be a big problem, especially with Neff just looking. The smoke fades, you know. Goodbye.
Oh no.
Okay then. Well, luckily Blitz is here. Oh, and he's got 3.
What?
Oh my god, they just all run into him. It's a meat grinder. And well, Kaz peeking out into us long. Nice shot. Shuts down Splashke. I mean, that looked good at the start for Huai. They had the initial boost. They got that first kill. Then they all just seen blood and decide, okay, we're just going to rush long at this point. Running right into the waiting arms of Blitz. Yeah, they just kind of... They're so impulsive. But this from Bulbasaur might just be the clutch that they need. He needs to be aware of that possibility of the long play. And oh, what a genius. Smokes off CT spawn and is going back through to the B bomb site.
He's so aware. He's got a knife out. He knows.
20 seconds as well. Does he go back towards short? Well, he's really limited himself right now. Now he's overthinking it. Now he really is overthinking. He's got to sprint to the A site. Why? Oh, you've lost the round now, most likely. Because you've just given a better position to Techno and just made noise. Because there's limited time. You're dead. Goodbye.
No time. No time. You got to take the fight. You heard him drop down. You heard him drop down. You heard him drop down. Bobo. He was too smart for his own good, Dinko.
No, he wasn't smart.
fair.
I mean, I thought
It was the smartest and the dumbest play at the same time.
Yeah,
like,
it goes so far. You know, it's if he goes B, he's a genius. What he does there, not so good.
No. Even then, when he walks up short, like
that's
this
smart,
was so
but he took
well,
way too long.
No, but the moment he realized, he should have heard a CD dropping down CT, or maybe he didn't. Fair enough. But then there was like 6 seconds remaining, 7 seconds. At that point, you fight. You jump and try to take the fight because you played yourself. There's no time to get the. Oh my lord.
Well, okay, it doesn't really matter if they can win this round, Blood. Now, well, there's a good kill coming in. And now the pressure's really on. It's working out, but Kaz and the FAMAS get to double. Splashy steps back in with a deagle, and now it's Ro and Techno. Oh, they've recovered. Techno with a grit double kill, and they're taking every fight. Instead of just committing to the A-bomb site, they all stop, and there's just sort of a battle going down from the bottom of the ramparts at B up into the A-bomb site. And what Checkmate, they may not be the cleanest of rounds, they may not be beautiful whatsoever, but they are winning. And they've tied things up now, 12-12. Big issue is, Blood, though, because of how close these previous rounds have been, and how expensive it is to be a CT player. Look at the money here for Checkmate, it's gone. Huai have the advantage when it comes to the buy.
Well, that's also what happens when you lose so many players, hemorrhage so many players against just, well, pistols. But then I could say the same of both the sides. I feel like the first half was so much more reasonable. Like, it was a pretty solid Counter-Strike, I won't lie. The second half has just been all over the place. It's like no one knows how to play the anti-ecos. Again, taking nothing away from the aim from these players. Like, the shots have been absolutely filth. But, ooh, Cass, so lucky. 7 points of health. Trying to hold a little bit of a off angle, but Splash Case spots a sliver. And now Ronin. He's alone, Dinko. His teammates are making quite a bit of noise towards short. Now he's just holding the line. Now, is he going to be aware of Hawk's position? That's the question. The crossfire setup. Kaz is internally bleeding. And Ronin. This is where his patience gets tested, Dinko. This is where it shows like how new this player is. And of course, he's going to get the first kill. But Kaz making sure that he doesn't escape with 2. The trade does take place, but his position, it's been given up. Now they know where he is.
Comes down to the timing here, Blitz. You're going to get caught with your gun in the wrong position. Bulbasaur and Neff are finding kills between them 3 in quick succession. Techno able to grab 1, but he realizes winning this round is now very, very difficult, if not impossible. So he's on the other end of the map, saving over into the next round. 15 HP. It's going to be 13-12, and that's the problem with being a CT player and not being convincing in the rounds that you should win, right? Because in that previous round, we should have seen Checkmate keep all players alive, keep as many of them as alive as possible, but they hemorrhage too many players, Blood. Results in their economy crumbling. They go into this round, and they've got a weaker buy. That's how I've been losing round after round. They've been making ill-informed decisions, and some of the clutches not going their way. But they come into this round after losing to and are in a better position. So 13-12, they're not 3 away from victory. The money is not going to be good in this next round either, so it's most likely going to be 14 rounds for Huai. And then we're getting really into the stage where it's looking like EHSide will be taking this.
You say that. I don't know. I agree with you, though. Like, this round is a round they should be winning. Checkmate? Why? I can see why they're forced up, but they're not really... If they don't win this round, it's round number... It's map point for Huai. I thought they'd probably, just eco this fully. It's fine. You give up this round. Huai's going to get a 14. At least you can fight the next round. You have the weaponry. You just have the pistols, and you're completely blinded, and Kaz gets nothing done. Fast hit from Huai. This might be the best actual hit I've seen from them early on. We're just going for dry plays, but actually using utility, have a game plan in mind. But Techno with the AK-47, he's good for 2, and he's doing such a fantastic job shutting down this bomb set. It's another player in B, and it's Rue. He's inside of the fucking smoke, and Splashkey gets a kill. I do apologize for my word, because this is just, I'm losing my mind. It's a family show. It's a family show, Dinko. I've lost it. I hope I don't get fired for that, but I've lost it.
Well, it's fine, Blood. Like PG, what is it, 12As or something? You're allowed like 1 bad word, or PG even. You're allowed like 1.
Yeah. You're allowed with one F-bomb.
Yeah, you've used it now, but there we go.
Oh my god. I've lost it. Like, they're just going for the contact plays, the player in the smoke, and my mind is just melting at some of these plays. And I do apologize to everyone watching. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that, but my god, what is going on? Well, and this is what happens, right? You went for that force by the previous round. Yes, it got very close, but that shouldn't have been the case. It should have been a much more cleaner round. And now they just have USPs. They're going to allow Huai to get a free round number 15. And it's map point.
Yeah.
Now they have 3 map points. What was that economic decision? We saw this in round number 3 early on from Checkmate, where they went for that weird buy. And now they've just shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah. They've blown all their toes off, but it's 15-12. We take a look at Checkmate over here. It's the last stand by. They've got the M4s out. They don't have a whole lot of utility to hold this off. So this is one of those rounds where I wouldn't be against a quicker play from Huai's side in terms of the fact that there's not going to be too much utility to hold them off, right? As long as you make the right decision on how you approach it and don't go one by one, it could work out. But we'll see what the decision is coming into this round. They want to try and close it as quickly as possible. You don't want to let Checkmate back into things. The other problem is, even if Checkmate win this blood, they also just have to win this cleanly, right? Or as convincingly as possible, because their money is still terrible. They lose this round.
You just need deagles, Dick.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that does resonate. But I mean, when you take a look at what they've got, when you think about Counter-Strike from a normal perspective play, when everything works out the way it should, even if they go on to win this round, but they lose a couple of players, they're still not favored going into the next round. So yeah, it's going to be a real difficult world for Checkmate to try and pull off Dust 2 here. It's looking like Huai have almost truly locked themselves in a victory on map number 1. Utility coming in towards long early on. Spiel's already out. He's the front man in the charge. Now Hawk aggression is the name of the game. Up towards short, and it's a mincemeat play inside of middle. They've lost so many players on the T side. And yeah, this is horrible, blast. Splashkey, the last remaining player, 1 versus 4. He's on towards the site, but he's alone in this world. And while this is the convincing win, if they can keep these players alive now, Blair, this is the convincing win that they needed, and it's not done yet.
Don't face. Don't face. Just hold an angle. Fall back, guys. Look at the spread of these players. Everyone's far apart. Why are you still facing? You got the bomb. Just stack up together. Group up together. You can't afford to lose these weapons. I like the reaction from what... Oh, okay. This one's done. There's nothing Splashy can do. They have everything covered off.
Yeah.
And Splashy waiting in the smoke. Finds
God!
one. Finds two. No way. Not like this. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ow, Blair.
That was sick.
Yeah, but now that play, he may not won the round, but look at the money.
Might just have.
There was 4 players alive versus 1. And it comes down to 1 player surviving.
They had the bomb.
You could have won that round, player. How?
But look at that spray transfer though. That is just absolute filth. Yo, I don't even dream about sprays like that. That's insane. If he won that, I don't think I'd be able to continue with the cast. But okay, but like you said, Dinko, he's broken the money. Like MP9, FAMAS, at least have an AWP in the hands of Kaz, but it's a glass cannon. He's got no Kevlar, no nothing. So
yeah. The thing is,
rough.
He may not have won that round. That might have not been a round-winning play, but it might be the game-winning play. And we got ourselves an AWP out for Kaz, the M4s, the FAMAS, and the MP9. It's a scrappy buy, but they've won with less. Ronin up towards long in his own. You know, like one mad human being, and well, madness has taken over Ronin as he goes down. He's making a little bit more mistakes today than yesterday. That's a bit of a problem. Yes, he's a brilliant player individually, but a couple of these decisions have been questionable.
Also, Blitz just walking out from CD spawn. I mean, yeah, he got the dink on the Neff. He almost could have got them killed, but these plays, it's such risky plays. No backup, no support, individual decisions being taken, and now this B bomb site. Rue, what can you do? He's got backup in the form of Techno 4K waiting outside double doors, who has been pretty solid considering he is a substitute standing in for Kane. Just to remind everyone, broke his hand celebrating qualifying for this event, which is why I don't see Kane playing for Checkmate. I'm going to keep telling that story for a while, I think it's funny. But Rotation from the T's. They got the bomb. They're making a fake. It's all a ruse. They're trying to sell this fake towards A. But 2 CDs over there, they don't need to budge. And it's going to be the B hit coming in. He needs to be careful. Why is he running around just swatting out with his knife out? That's very, very risky indeed. Gun's going to come out, and the peak is going to be happening any second here. They have a couple of flashes. They have a Molotov, and it's going to force Roo from his position.
Oh, the spray away from Ro. Trying to get it done. Techno delivering from the window. And now it's Neff and Splashkey. 2 versus 3. The spray going through. The bomb being planted. And while it is down, low HP on the 2T players, but they've got the sight blood. They need this kill in the tunnels. If Splashkey goes down, it's the round done, but he's found the kill. Of course he has, but now he has to win it all. A 1 versus 2 through the window, and Techno comes through. And that's going to be a 14th round for Checkmate. We could be going to overtime.
Again, reminding everyone, Checkmate are playing with a stand-in. Well, not a stand-in, like more like a substitute, the 6th player. And you're making Huai sweat? Huai's map pick, Dust 2. A map that they lost 16-14 to Checkmate just barely a week back. Like, I think it was last week when the qualifiers took place, so... I gotta say, man, I'm just not convinced of this T side from Huai. We saw it in Mirage yesterday. We saw it on, what was it? On Inferno as well.
Terrible. Oh, but that is nice from Splashkey. Take you down Techno as he tries to cross over to the B-bomb site. Oh, well, that's the worst timing for Splashkey. Probably could have got at least a shot off there. Kaz gets to cross on over. Man advantage picked up though for Huai, and the good part is they've slowed it down, Blur. We're able to hold on to the advantage.
What is that flash from Spiels? He did. That's a matchmaking, you know, flashbang. It's given all the cues. It's banked off. It's too late for you to peek. You're not even asking for your teammates to flash for you. Your teammates are on top of mid. What are you doing, Spiels? You've been playing this game for too long to go for these plays. Well, Ronan gets a kill in the Hawk though, so that's an opening.
3 versus 3. 58 seconds left. There's 1 player left on A long. But that's about it. You got a player down in CT spawn. The A sides, they can take it. It's up for grabs right now. They can get across to the site. The smoke goes down. That's going to secure the bomb plant at least. Bulbasaur gets it down. Ronan's low HP. But with the bomb planted, that does give them help. And Ronan, oh, they're not going to expect this. Rose can walk right into him. There's the kill. Surely, Ronan, how have you not been able to take that kill? Rose shuts him down, just running towards him. And now it comes on to Bulbasaur to be the impactful player. 1 versus 3, multiple different angles. And it's choked. It's 15-15. We're going to overtime.
Well, all the rounds, Dinko.
And more.
And more. 30 rounds of regulation done and dusted. Splashkey top fragging for his side at 28. Techno 4K though, coming in as a substitute, as a stand-in, 16 years of age, and what a play from him. 28 kills for the man. And I gotta say, I have to say, that apart from, yes, there was that 1 round with Splashkey, they almost gave him the 1v4 and few interesting decision from Checkmate. Apart from that, they've seemed like the better team. Like their approach, it's let me put it this way: they seem to have made lesser mistakes than Huai, and yet here we are in overtime.
Well, it's just Huai have Ronan in the first half, and in the second half, Ronan has been uninspiring to me personally, and also just he's cost him so many rounds. He could have delivered so much more, but he's killing himself at the start of the rounds by just making solo plays. Someone needs to rein him in.
Well, I mean, he is a Ronin after all.
It is all adding up. And now
all makes sense, Dinko.
He's running up towards B, the B ramp, and well, he's going to be caught over the top of the smoke. That's what happens when you don't smoke that angle off. You just got the 1 smoke down. Blitz is obviously going to capitalize on that. Just goes up, takes a little peek. It's up an easy kill, and now it's an advantage favoring Checkmate into this. The 2-man advantage. Now forced into the open by the Molotov. He's on his own, he's isolated, but it doesn't matter. He gets a 2nd kill. And now the round's recovered. They've got the B-bomb site. Oh, Ronan. The way position. Careful. Hawk just top middle. He came around from long. He had no idea, and Ronan goes down.
Look at how low they are, Dinko. Neff, 59 points. Splashkey just bleeding out 32 points of health. He goes for a very cheeky peek, just a head peeking it out. And unfortunately for Kaz, he's not able to land a shot. One bullet is all he needed. Splashy just moving around, ducking and weaving with that sniper. And Neff, he's going to find another kill, but now it's all in Splashkid. Neff has done all he could do, and Splashkid is good for those. He's going to clutch it out, and Huai they finally win a round after what feels like forever. And just want to finish my thought thing. The way both these teams are playing Dust 2, it reminds me of Dust 2 played like a year and a half ago. Like, you know, like certain spots not being smoked off, like you pointed out here towards CD spawn, right? The booster area. You always smoke it off, or you have someone marking it, or maybe you throw in a Molotov to make life a little uncomfortable for him over there. Like, these are things which you kind of take for granted watching, you know, a top 40, top 50 team play. And no one gave these guys the memo that, hey, Dust 2 has evolved over the years. It's not the same old thing. Nice nades, but unfortunately it doesn't do any damage. It doesn't matter. Hawk! Oh my lord, he's doing so much damage. He's going to find two and almost finds a third on the Splash Gear. Finally, Splash Gear replies back with a hell of a shot of his own. But Hawk, he's done the work.
Well, man advantage for Checkmate. We've seen them have that before here at overtime. Hasn't quite worked out for them. And Ro, well, another kill. That should be confirming the victory. Surely they cannot lose this. 2 versus 4. A bomb side looking to be taken at least. And while Splashkid gap on the smoke, he'll take down Blitz, who committed to the fight. It was expendable in terms of already having the 2-man advantage. They still hold the 1 player to the good. Molotov goes down in towards short. Splashkid holding the angle, waiting for the player to round the corner. They have got the bomb ticking, and there is a chance to win this now, Blood. Out towards long, that's an important fight. I feel like these post-plant positions have been terrible all of this half through the T side for Huai side, but Splashkid looking to try and pull off an incredible clutch with the AWP. He cannot get the shots off. There'll be another round on the board this time for Checkmate. 16-16, tied up again. The post plants have been pretty awful for Huai, I have to say. If you remember back to the last round of regulation, we had a player just playing in the open. He was completely exposed to long, to CT, to short. He was exposed to every single position, but I feel like they've been doing that so often. Every single time we've seen them in post plants.
Yeah. I don't really have much to add to that. It just boggles my mind where you're minimizing your chances of winning these rounds. You know, when you have the bomb down, you play the bomb. You try to kind of hold these angles where your opponents aren't really going to find you. As a fast hit, it's going to be coming out towards 8. This time Spiel's going to find Blitz before he gets anything done. But Hawk's going to stick around. He got a nice double from his car position, but Spiel's this time, he shuts him down. Neff floating around. It's all about timing, but Kaz, he had the angle before Neff even spotted him, but he still gets taken down. And, well, Huai, it looks like they're going to be finding round number 17 here, Dinka, because Ro needs to get the 1v5 clutch ace, which I'll be honest, even though we've seen some ridiculous rounds so far, I don't think even Huai could throw that hard. There's no way they can lose this. So, there you have it. Caught in the air, Bulbasaur finds him, and Huai to go into the second half of overtime number 1 with the 2-round lead. But it's been an intriguing map, let's put it that way.
It's been confusing, right? I feel like now we're over to the CT side. This is where Huai have done their best work, at least in regulation. I hope Ronin has started to realize, you know, maybe not go for some of these crazy plays too often. You know, it works out, but for the most part, he has been shut down, especially on that T side. So we'll probably see a little bit more of a reserved approach, which is exactly what I hope for. But they have given themselves an opportunity to win this. They are in the lead, going into their more favored half, 17-16. X-ray off to build the tension so we can see exactly what Kaz is seeing on the server. I'll spot a single player, but there is one behind the door. 2, in fact, now crossing at that doorway. Nothing spotted by Kaz at all, but it's a quick play up towards short. Blitz taking down Splashkid. Hawk as well. This is such a good start for Checkmate. They are finding every single kill, and the damage deployed on Ronin as well.
They should save. They should save. This is an RMR event. The rule set is $10,000 for the overtime. And you're in a CD side on overtime, you don't want to go for these duels. You lose this, you're not going to have much money to round number 2. And if you lose that, you're going to be broke when it comes to the final round of this overtime. So if I'm Huai, I just lick my wounds and make my scary fallback. But Bulbasaur, he's just keeping them pinned down. With him getting taken out now, this is the time for Checkmate to go for a play here. But there's a flank coming in as well. Yeah, that's a round. That is the round. Neff left alone in 1v4. Maybe he can retrieve the AWP and fall back and try and hold on to his gun. But Checkmate, they're going to tie things back up again. One thing I gotta say though, I was impressed with Huai's CT side. They had some pretty good rounds. They had the right protocols. They had some good controlled aggression, but the T side where things just completely fell apart.
I seriously have no idea who's going to be taking this map, Blah. You know, usually you're in a position when you're this late in the game. Okay, you're still in overtime, but you can generally tell which team's going to take it over the line. Honestly, right now, this could go anywhere. It really could. I mean, at this point, it feels like Checkmate are slightly ahead in terms of control of the game, but even then, it is so volatile that it just changes so quickly, so really hard to call. Checkmate sending their forces up through Catwalk, looking to try and be flawless and to try and close this in regulation. Flashbang to the right side, taking their time. Full Catwalk execute coming in, Blood. They have full utility as well. They can certainly just take their time and work their way up towards short. You got Splashkey off towards this car area with the AWP ready for the players to hit that site. One prong off towards long, just holding in case a flank was to come in and ruin the entire attack. But here comes the execute. Standard Catwalk push. Flashbang is good. That neutralizes Splashkey. The follow-up is better. And the third Flashbang. This is the best execute we've seen all game. And it's worked out perfectly. They get the one kill. They got the site as well. And Ro on the long push takes down Spiels. That's the round done. Checkmate are impressive. They pull it out in overtime, Blair. They finally get something that works. And I just love to see this simple, fundamental Counter-Strike come through and work out perfectly. That's exactly how it should be played.
That was clinical. I actually want to see a replay if PGL can probably get us that from Splashkey's POV, where just the spacing on his flashes, he was gone. He was dead. And the moment he gets taken down, Spiel's like, okay, they might be rushing down long, they might be creeping up towards me. He was holding the long for the longest time. I feel like he could have maybe tucked himself towards the blue container, maybe towards pit, but it was a little too late by that point in time, as Ronan trying his best to keep these guns alive. They're going to peek on out, and they will save these two rifles, and it's going to come in real handy. I don't know why Neff's even facing. Okay, there we go. So, map point for Checkmate this time around. And we spoke about the money. Huai, it's looking very, very grim. They're going to be able to drop a gun, but it's going to be Famas's getting dropped and over. And one of the players will have to make look at the flashes, right? 1, 2, 3. There's nothing Splashy can do. Absolutely nothing. And Techno just gets himself a free kill. Look at that, just completely blinded. And then he continues to push on ahead. They get long control. Just brilliant stuff from Checkmate. I want to see more of that from them. And of course, they have money for days. A few bullets being okay, tossed in towards mid as Blitz finds Spiels through the smoke with a perfect timing. That is just so unfortunate. Luckily for Huai, I do believe Spiels didn't really have one of the M4, so that's a small little glimmer of hope they have as Ronan pushes in, finds Kaz reloading. They've heard him out. They want to catch him, and Ronan's going to keep pushing in for more, which is not ideal as Ro gets dinked, but he gets the kill, maintaining man advantage for the Mongolian side.
Oh, the spray through the door. There's a good bit to Ro here. He's down to 8 HP. Now with a full minute left, Blitz starts to come out in towards A long. Walk around the corner, looking for the winning round to take us to the second map, Mirage. What an impressive comeback this has been, though, from Checkmate. I feel like they've been on their back foot this entire game. Other than the start they got in the first couple of rounds, it has been kind of dominating, getting carried in a lot of rounds by the individuals, but that kind of stopped when they headed over to the second half, and Checkmate have grabbed control of this. So far, so good. Methodical Counter-Strike. I mean, they're individuals. There's no one that really massively stands out. It's more of a team effort across the board, but it's definitely been solid. The Checkmate looking to try and close this now, and with the bomb going down, 3 players looking for the retake. They have to go for this. 1 out towards long, 2 via short. Ro has a good position to hold this long push coming through from Splashgate. Should be a kill, and there it is. That might just confirm victory. The Storm now moving forward into the bomb side, takes down the player of car. That's Hawk falling victim to the rifle, and now pushing forward, it's going to be Techno cleaning it up. 19-17. Checkmate will take map number 1 after what was a very close affair the whole way through. I feel like they were on the back foot for most of it, but a big recovery.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of impressed with the Mongolian side. They're playing with a stand-in. They have one of the main players who is also the second highest rated player who wasn't able to play because he broke his arm.
Yeah.
Celebrating qualifying for the event. You have a stand-in coming in, the 16-year-old kid Techno 4K, who I believe top fragged in the server as well. So impressive showing, 100% from the Mongolian side. But Mitch, Tom, that was Huai at their best and their worst, which is pretty much what we saw from them yesterday as well.
Yeah, I think we see really what Huai are able to do when they don't have a player stepping up to bring them 38 kills, although pretty close. I mean, look, much better all-around team performance from them, but it was sloppy. I mean, so many times we saw those post plants just completely get ripped out of their hands, and it felt like they got into a pretty decent position, but they lost 4 rounds because of diffuses, and arguably in each one of those, it was them just completely throwing it away and giving the opportunities to Checkmate to close that out. I'm surprised that I guess they played it that loose compared to what we saw the other day, but maybe they came in with a little bit too much confidence.
Maybe a little bit too much confidence, but I mean, Tom, like the CD side, at least the first half from Huai was actually pretty impressive, right? It was aggressive. Yes, there were a couple of rounds where they got a little too over eager. It just is T side. I mean, what's their deal? We saw this in Mirage yesterday. We saw this in Inferno, and we now seeing it in Dust 2. Doesn't seem to be a map problem. It seems to be a team issue where they just don't seem to know how to mix things up on the T side. It just seems to be a very one-dimensional approach, which honestly, at some point, it's just getting ludicrous.
I think we also saw some like decent reactions coming out from Checkmate as well. Like I quite like because there were so many pushes towards short, especially in anti-eco rounds, we started to see them actually challenge for short in the round we just saw prior. The thing is as well, if I'm being honest, I think Checkmate should have probably won this sooner. Like you remove a couple of those pistol rounds that never should have happened, and realistically this isn't that close a game. It's just that they do have such incredible individuals, and I think that for Ronin, the one thing that happened with Checkmate that was quite good was eventually they shut him down. And the problem with young players, a lot of the time you see it, especially like for example when Som first came onto the scene, they're very one-dimensional. Like they have a gimmick, they have their good aim, but if you shut them down a few times, maybe the confidence gets hit a little bit, and you start to see them fall off the wagon. Now, he got 27 kills in a series that only had a single overtime. He didn't have a bad match. But in comparison to what he was doing in the early rounds, where he was just styling on them with the AWP, to what we saw on the T side, where he didn't really have any impact at all, it was one of those matches where you just thought, okay, so he's got this part of his game, but maybe that bit's not quite developed yet, which is absolutely fine. On the other side of things, Techno, who I believe is also incredibly young,
16, yeah.
He was also very, very good. A slightly more rounded performance. Like had the strong individual aspects to him, but didn't get like overly carried away. But I think that's something we notice, or at least I notice in particular, and I don't know if you agree with me, but like players that seem to come from regions other than just China seem to have this more level-headedness. I think they know that these opportunities are a pretty big deal. Like they're not going to get many more of them. Whereas a lot of the Chinese players seem to just have this insane mentality of like, I am the best player in the server. I'm just going to try and run around and wreck everybody. And it's the same with players like somebody. Like Ronin to me is like an incomplete somebody. Like he just has like ludicrous ideas that don't work most of the time unless you're somebody. And I think that was the case here. He was like, well, he can do it, I can do it. And it really didn't work that well.
Well, what did work well was Techno 4K. He is the MVP of this particular matchup, and we do have the MVP screen coming up for you guys later on. But coming up next is going to be Mirage. Now, final thoughts on this, and I'm going to give this one to you, Mitch. Looking at what we saw from Huai yesterday in Mirage, especially the T side, how one-dimensional they looked against Sigma. Albeit Sigma, they are a Thai team. They're very, very used to playing a map like Mirage. And what we saw from them on the T side and Dust 2 over here, are you fancying the chances of taking to map number 3, or do you think Checkmate are probably going to just take the series away too well.
I mean, looking at the results, I probably wouldn't be massively favored towards Checkmate. I mean, they lost to a team called JMT. They barely beat Mazalai, so it's not a map that I would feel terribly comfortable with. But just considering how they managed to close that one out there, and the fact obviously they chose the next map up, Mirage, I think you have to give them certainly the benefit of the doubt.
Well, you have to, and we did all of us predict Huai to take this series, but it looks like right now Checkmate are trying to kind of flip the script right now. But we do have a break coming up, and after that we do have map number 2 of the series. Whether it's going to be 2 for for the side of Checkmate, or whether Huai are going to take it to map number 3, we're going to be finding out. But that's after a very short break.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020. My name is Blair. Joining me, as usual, to my long-suffering partner in Dinko. And what a game that was. Map 1, the map pick from Huai, going the way of the Mongolian side. Checkmate, stealing away the map in overtime, and what can only be described as, well, one hell of a back-and-forth affair on Dust 2. And heading into map number 2, it is, of course, well, it's a pick from Checkmate, Dinko. And what surprised me the most is going to be Techno 4K, the 16-year-old stand-in who was the MVP of map 1.
Yeah, Techno, we kind of know, if you look at Mongolians and they happen to have the age of 16 to 18, they're generally going to be beasts. So, yeah, that's kind of the way that one goes, and he's continued to show us that he's impressive, and we'll see if he can do that here on Mirage. A quick pistol play into the A-bomb site. Blitz just charging down. He's in jungle already, and what Spiels, he was a bit of a pistol god yesterday, and for them on this map, well, not this time. Blitz, oh, okay, 3 kills in the window, shutting down 3 players. It's just Neff left alone, and that is unbelievable from Blitz. 3 quick kills. The rest of the team don't have too much to do, and Checkmate off to a good start here on their map pick.
A blitzkrieg of frags coming out, and that was a clinical take coming out from the Mongolian side. Just well executed. Sure, like Ronin wasn't able to hit any of the shots with CD Spawn, but just look at the way they smoked off Connector, they pushed in together, Blitz finds it first, second, and third, catching off the CDs trying to rotate in towards A from that jungle window position. Forcefire going to be coming in, though. And I don't know if you're keeping track, Tinker, because I'm not, but I've lost count of the times that the Deagles have won the rounds, but this time around, Blitz gonna win the opening duel. Techno 4K facing off against Ronin, and he's gonna come out on top. Battle of the Youngsters. As one by one, they're taking individual duels, which I'm personally not a big fan of for Checkmate, but you know what? At least they're winning them, so not too bad, I guess.
Nice shot onto Hawk. But yeah, that's all we can kind of ask for, Blair, is the fact that they look like they're going to win this round. Now it's just lost 1 player. Splashkey with the deagle. The bomb's up in the apartments alone, Blair. Are waiting on the rest of the team to arrive, and Kaz will take down Splashkey. Neff trying to get over to the B bomb site, but really shouldn't be doing too much here. Just start to walk away.
Yeah, these are the sort of rounds which you look at it like this round number 2, right? You look at it from Checkmate, you're like, oh, this is nice. They've just lost 1 player. Neff's gonna be left alone. But if you look at the number of individual deals they went for, and and again, this is a very educated if I'm saying over here, Huai had hit their Deagle 1 Deeks, which they're very, very good with, it could have easily been a 4v2 or a 5v2 or 5v3 favoring Huai, right? You had the duel taking place towards Palace. You had the 1 player towards B just hunting the CT down all by his lonesome. These are like the scary plays which I don't want teams to go for on these anti-ecos, especially when you know that you've tried going for these plays earlier and you've been punished for them. And it's just this refusal to learn at times which does hurt me so, but this is much better. Nice nade from Blitz. And I gotta say, despite Technofoki kind of stealing the limelight, Blitz has been very darn solid.
Yeah, he has been. I think, to be honest, I did say a little bit earlier on, there hasn't been anybody that kind of stands above the rest completely. I mean, obviously, Techno is that player kind of taking the top mark, but it was players not too far behind him across the team, right? It was a pretty good team effort. There was no one lagging behind, and they didn't require a carry. And I think that's such an important part for this team, for its longevity, is the fact that they have a system to work with. Too often are we talking about some of the weaker teams in this tournament, the fact that maybe a couple of changes here and there, and they could be a real solid team. I think Bren, which you'll see a little bit later on after this matchup, are one of the teams that we talked about maybe needing a little bit more firepower. They look like they've got it at the moment. At least the players they've got in the team are hitting some sort of purple patch of form, so hopefully they can keep that up against Tiger a little bit later on. But I think that's just a good example, is the fact that this is looking like a good project right now, because pretty much everyone is playing well. And so far, they haven't really made as many mistakes.
No one checked underpass or a shadow. Sorry, no, not underpass. No one checked shadow there that round. I know, there was no one there.
But that could have been just deadly, right?
Imagine a CD there with like anything, a deagle, body tag someone, finds an AK-47, picks up a couple of players you've lost around, boom. These small little mistakes, and they didn't even use any utility or Molotov to flush a player out there. So these small little mistakes, they haven't been punished for it, but 2 rounds now. Checkmate have won. They won in a clean fashion, but it could have gone very terribly wrong, and that's where Huai can punish them and have punished them on the Dust 2 side. But here we go, the buy coming out for the Singaporean side, battling this map to take it to map number 3. Here we go. It was Mirage, which I played against Sigma yesterday, which they lost. So, Huai, they know how to play this map. It's just that they do tend to struggle quite a bit. A hit coming in, big gap in the smoke. Actually, Splash K getting the kill before it blooms. At least Neff gets taken down, but Ronin, baby, on the side is good for 2. Kaz finally drops him, and Blitz in the smoke, getting 1. They know where the Opera is as well. And suddenly, it's a 2v2. Bomb will get planted, but you gotta say the advantage slightly with the T side.
Yeah, definitely slightly, but Blitz is now into 1 versus 2. He's gonna spray away. That's a nice kill. Now just a 1 versus 1 splash key. Oh, what are you doing, Blitz? That's unfortunate. Could have won it, but switches out to the wrong gun at the wrong time, and Splashkey is gifted the 1 versus 1 win. He will take it away. Defuse coming through in the first round, posted for Huai.
I don't really want to blame Blitz for that, because I guess he wasn't expecting Splasher to come running out there. Yeah.
But it's still, why are you switching out? Was there should have been enough ammo. Let's have a look. We can catch how many bullets was left in that gun. Oh, we can see it from a different perspective, but
I think he brought up the Molotov.
Yeah, but he dropped the AK and picked up another one.
AK as well, yeah. Maybe panic and co. It happens.
Maybe see a nicer skin, you know, like kind of distracted by the,
it's
the
a
shiny.
1v1.
Hey, shiny. It's just like go distracted.
How to bait silvers in matchmaking. Splash kid with the op though is going to be holding line. This is a much better take. Flash bang! Look at that. Huai, take a look at that. That's how you entry A. Now use a flash, just running out dry. Blitz finds Nev. At least Bulbasaur does reply back through the smoke with an MP9. But just keeping them at bay. That is Blitz just unnecessarily risky. You're at 13 HP, bud. You've done your job. You've got 2 kills. You can fall back now.
Oh, there we go. He goes down. I'm glad he got punished for that.
Yeah.
But this is starting to look a little scary now. Suddenly, the CT side with a way back in. They've been gifted kills, and now an opportunity. Ronin going down, though. Techno, he has slam dunked him. And now it's out of here. Bulbasaur just fleeing the scene. It's going to be a 4th round picked up. And that's a real nice execute. I really want to bring it back to how nice that execute really was. It was sexy, blood. They had a different variation. It wasn't the standard stairs, CT, and jungle smokes. They had a smoke for jungle itself. Obviously, it uses more utility, but it's definitely a nice variation for a quicker play. They had a smoke for deep jungle. They had 1 for top connector and 1 for CT spawn. I don't know if they threw the one in front of the bin. I think that might have been a failed smoke or one that was just thrown to get rid of a Molotov. But this was such a nice quick play because the idea behind it is you explode onto the A bomb site. Your smokes do bloom. They smoke in jungle, they smoke in the connector, but the idea is that you want to take that stairs control, and you see the players just charging over the top with pop flashes down in towards stairs. It's so effective.
Yeah, for me, like, you don't even have to, like, go that deep. Just that opening flash to take down Splash Keep, that was good enough for me. Because how many times did we see Huai yesterday just run out dry from A and just get picked apart by the riflers, by the snipers playing from the ticket booth position? It was just getting to a point where I was banging my head against the wall. But, yeah, Checkmate. Showing why they picked this map up. It's looking pretty decent so far. Couple of small mistakes here and there, but they haven't been punished yet for it. And now, Bulbasaur, the only player with any weaponry here, the AK-47. He is on that B bomb site. He could be a problem. Great work from Spiels to find one, and Bulbasaur still on that bomb site. He can be quite deadly indeed. He's got found out looking for the duel. He's gonna find another kill. Very low indeed, but all he has to do right now is just stay alive and play for time as Neff executes Blitz, and it's all on Techno 4K, but he is completely unaware of where Splash is going to be coming in from, and that's going to be the round. It is the eco for Huai, just the upgraded pistols, but what a round for Bulbasaur. One saved AK-47 Dinko, and he makes it count.
Bulbasaur delivering important times for the team. There's a round that they definitely should not have even come close in being able to compete in, nevertheless winning. So yeah, this was just kind of ridiculous. Good positioning, a little bit of a mistake in it. I feel like it was a bit disjointed from the T side. It's not really how you approach one of those rounds. So I'd like to see them try and answer back in this one. If not, they're going to be right down to the eco.
Well, Splash K, weapon of choice. I like that at least switching up his position here, but this is great stuff. Neff still not traded Ro, rather finally finds him, but a quick trade coming in from Ronan. Yeah, that's Huai waking up, maybe getting fired up after winning that Deagle round. And keeping, well, 4 players alive, building up a little bit of bank as well. And they have finally managed to break the money. This is pretty much what we saw in Dust 2, except roll to reverse. With Huai, who got off to a great start, and Checkmate kind of bounced back. This time around, Checkmate just the pistols. I really hope they don't buy here. They're going to have a full buy going to the next round. So just a Glocks, that'll suffice. It's fine. Don't need to invest much. Ro has gone for a Deagle. That's okay. That's fine. I can live with that.
Blitz coming out towards top middle. Kaz is just charges for the underpass. Of course, this is the kind of round that you just expect to not really result in too much for the T side. Neff getting a double kill. 1 kill from the Glock. That should be enough. They'll be happy enough with at least 1. It's all about tying it up here for Huai. It's going to be 4-4. They go into the next round, and this is where we're going to see a buy come in from the T side again. I don't think it'll be too solid, though. Still be lacking quite a bit, blah.
Yep. Farming up a few eco frags and building up that economy a little bit. Maybe gain a little bit of confidence as well. Ronan did have, again, I mean, he didn't have a bad game, bad map in Mirage yesterday, but he did have a comparatively quieter map compared to his MVP performance in Vertigo at the 38 bomb in Inferno. So he didn't really show up much. It was more about Spiels on that B bomb side, who was an absolute rock indeed. And now it's going to be the real test. The buy is going to be coming in. Spiel's got to have that M4 of his. He's going to be kind of like the sole anchor majority of the times on the B bomb side. And for Splash K, one thing I liked, at least in the past couple of rounds, is how he's been a little mobile, right? Not just playing from the ticket booth or the triple position, but just moving around, kind of being a thorn on the side. And I like this. He's going to be heading towards B with his brother. And Bulbasaur is going to be pushing up underpass together. So this is interesting. They're going to be going for kind of like a pincer approach towards this B apartments area. And no one spotted him out. Bulbasaur, oh, I think he's aware. I think he's aware. He's going to fall on back. Splashy gets taken down, and that's a B bomb site. Just Spiels holding the line. Molotov going to flush him out. He's got to go for the play. He's blinded. They know where he is, but somehow he stays alive for a few more seconds, and that's going to allow his teammates to enter the site. But Ro, Hawk, and Kaz, a kill apiece, leaving it all in the hands of Bulbasaur. And he's going to get this 1v3. He's going to find one. Bomb planted. He knows where the second player is as well. He's going to get it, but now on 7 points of health against Ro, who's got an AWP. This is very doable, but Ro, I think, is aware, Denko. He's got the Glock out.
Oh, the sword now hiding, just wrapping around. 7 HP, the Glock out, Ro just hiding behind the van. He knows he's not on the bomb anymore. The smoke goes down, and Bulbasaur peeks. Oh. What a play. Bulbasaur winning the round here. Another round on the board here for Huai. He has been very impactful in a couple of rounds now for this team. They've got to thank him for a lot. And Checkmate, they'll be pretty disappointed about that. Probably should have taken that one over the line in their eyes. But nonetheless, they will still have money in this round. It's not going to be a brilliant buy. They're certainly going to have a couple of weaknesses, but they can get 8Ks across every player.
That was so well played from Bulbasaur there.
Yeah, definitely. Just throwing the smoke down, baiting him into the open, having the player just look for the peak. Thought he was still inside the site, but instead pushed up close on the angle. But this was just an incredible walk into the bomb site again. They did offer themselves up quite a bit there, but all trying to take him down. You almost feel this sort of security, or false sense of security is probably the term that's more applicable. When you're in a 3 versus 1 like that, you almost feel like the round is won already. But a lot of mistakes being made there, and that's what separates the good teams and the average teams, right? Is you limit those mistakes.
Kaz, 11 points of health, sticking around, battling, and he's going to do a smart thing, falling on back. That round also comes down to Spiels just delaying them for those couple of more very crucial seconds. I'm not too sure what Hawk was doing there. Checkmate, just going up dry, maybe not expecting Splashgate to still be holding the an angle towards mid. It's going to be a free kill. The problem here for Checkmate is Kaz is just on 11 points of health as well. And now it's a 5v4. As Blitz at least finds Neff, but again, gotta point out the health. Everyone's very, very low. Splashgate peeks out. He's going to re-peek out again. He knows there's no player towards Palace, and he's still going for the duels. I'm not necessarily a big fan of this. You can just fall on back. Your teammate's on the side, and it's Ronan is going to get the kill. Risky plays from Splashgate, but he's going to escape unscathed as Ronan finds Kaz as well, and Techno Fork is going to be left alone. 16-year-old prodigy from what we've seen so far, but this might be a little bit too much to ask of him. Bomb down the A bomb side. They know exactly where he is as well. And they're going to be going in for the hunt. Fields, that wasn't quite necessary. Techno could have found Splashgate as well over there. Luckily for him, he ran out of bullets. And Ronan's finally going to put him down. 6-4 for Huai. Looked a little scary there. They're losing a few players. But you know what? Money's good. Not too worried about it.
Yeah, that's at least something here on the CT side. They finally got control of the economy. I mean, it's not across every player. I mean, Neff is and Spiel's a little bit low on the cash, but the rest of the team, they've got plenty to play with. Checkmate making a good decision when it comes to their economy. They're not fully investing into this round. They realize we haven't really had too much utility in these last couple, so they're going to go for the half investment. They get the Tech 9s, the CZ, and the Scouts in play, and they'll go for a round. At least a chance to try and win it. And Rowe peeks down in towards middle, catches the head of Neff, shuts him down as he tries to venture from the lower parts of connector, and it doesn't work out for him at all.
These are the rounds which Huai they time and time again struggle with. They have Splashy walking up top mid. It's a 30 HP Dinko. It's a very risky play. He's gathered information, so that's good, but it's kind of fortunate for him there was no one waiting for him. Actually, it's Bulbasaur. My bad, I take it back. The numbers were off there. Splash is actually towards CD spawn, playing safe with an AWP, which is where he should be. And now Spiels is going to be pressured. But the fact that Bulbasaur's walked up mid is giving them so much information, and that's going to allow Splash to try and bolster this B bomb set defense. AWP in hand, and here comes the hit.
Push coming through, man advantage in play for the T-Sides. They go on forward. The Tech 9 is trying to create a little bit of chaos into this B-bomb site. It's worked out for one kill. Rowe with another on the Scout. And now they've still got that advantage. Bulbasaur, though, he has been the hero on this B-bomb site so many times, and he has to do it again. He's been spotted. He's been tagged, but that kill should be coming through from the Itchy Grenade. And it will. Bulbasaur again. A double kill, and Ronan shuts down the final player. Bulbasaur is the hero right now for Huai side. This round would have been lost if it wasn't for his heroic antics up in the apartments.
Bulbasaur thinking the bomb was going to be planted for default, which is why he sort of ran up trying to prevent the plan from taking place. Which is unfortunate for him, but the bomb is getting planted smack in the center of the bomb site. But yeah, good recovery for him. Doing damage on the player towards bench and need to follow up. Second kill as well, and then of course Ronan coming in to help his teammate out there. Kind of expensive round there, considering the investment that Checkmate had. They had a Tech 9s and just the Scout, but
yeah, that's a win in their
good
eyes,
work
right?
overall.
They get most. They get a couple of kills. They get the bomb down. It was
that's a win right there.
Yeah, exactly. They want to get the money into this. It's just that they came into a position where they could have actually won the round. It always feels a little bit bitter, but you have to remember back to what they brought to the round itself. They went in with a half investment. It was all about this next one. Got the utility, they've got the AK-47s. Ronan is in T-spawn. Okay, the bomb's there, Blair. He's just walked right over the bomb. He's going to top middle. They have no idea. They can't have an idea. He's going to get 2 kills, surely, at this point. 1. And a tap away, he doesn't get the opportunity, but now he realizes, he hears the footsteps. They're going to give him them. They're going to give him these kills. Need to be careful. Kaz just dropping down, luckily gets away. Smokes down in front of his face, Ronin. He will be taking that frag away. This is all crumbled. One push through T-spawn is enough to just break down the attack completely here. And you can't blame them, right? They had the default. You just can't expect that ramp push coming through. And that's why I always have the problem of, committing one player completely to Palace and having no one towards ramp or no one towards spawn, right? Because you don't see if anybody pushes through that ramp area. And Ronin is just a little nuisance.
Technically should have waited for Ro to join him while going for this take. Instead, he just went in alone, and my god. These shots from Ronin, though.
4 kills. Just push through T-spawn.
You said 2. He gets 4.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he plays it well in terms of when he gets that 1 kill out towards top middle and he doesn't get the second, he doesn't commit to it. He comes back away. He hears those footsteps up in the T apartments. He repositions. You have a little bit of an awkward fight, but Ronin just plays it well. And that's just kind of where his aggression can work out sometimes.
Yeah, he is very aggressive, and he has that that kind of like intuition, which is kind of crazy of such a young player. It's just if he can. Again, this is literally the second best of 3 I'm watching this kid play, but if you can kind of temper it a little bit of more in-game maturity, I might say. But you know what? In-game maturity comes with time. He's still a very young player, and I'm looking forward to see what he brings to the table here. Right now, he is sitting on top of the server. 14 kills, Dinko. 14 kills and 7 deaths, and I'm starting to see signs of what we witnessed yesterday on Vertigo and on Inferno.
Well, Ronin is in the connector. Couple of players to the right side. Ronin wants to go through it. Kaz, oh, he's gone past him. Ships in the night. They have taken down Neff, and well, Ronin's traded positions, but he's let the team into the A bomb site. He's got to go back. He's got 1 kill through the smoke onto Young Techno. The kills keep coming through, and it's Ronin that's collecting them. That's 2. He's taking damage, and now Kaz moving forward finally gets rid of him. It's a 2 versus 2. And somehow we're at this point. Splashkey playing from CT spawn. He's got Spiels to his left side. He starts to move forward into the site itself with the smoke down in the middle of the bomb site. Spiels getting 1 kill, Kaz going down, and now it's just Hawk. A 1 versus 2, trying to get involved as he wraps around the triple boxes, looking for another round. They need this round win, and he's got the headshot. Now just a 1 versus 1. He's committed to the plant, but Splashkey comes around the backside. He doesn't flinch for a moment. He doesn't sweat at all, and it's a 9th round being picked up for Whiteside. Checkmate needed that round win, Blair. I think at this point now we're starting to see a pretty one-sided half. And I think this is where Whiteside will be pretty confident.
Well, I mean, the CD side is not what I have any complaints of. I think
exactly, yeah.
What the CD side's pretty solid. It's just the T side where it just falls apart like we witnessed yesterday. If Splash could just rattle off 1 shot there, then he wouldn't have gone for the plant there. And I feel like Hawk could potentially maybe 7 up close in a 1v1 against AWP, but good patience from Splashkey, who, despite being pretty young, he is a veteran. He's been playing for a very long time. Ballsy peek, gets the kill, but gets immediately punished, and that's a great flashbang and Bulbasaur.
Oh, that's a bit of a whiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just one of those awkward scenarios. Maybe the mouse was at the end of the mouse pad, or it hit his keyboard and couldn't quite fix his crosshair in time. I mean, we've all been there, but that's a bit of a whiff. Spiels, low HP. Kaz is up in the apartments. He's already pushed all the way up, and Spiels has been damn quiet so far, and he's going to go down again. Kaz getting rid of it. 10 kills now on his scoreboard. Relocation from Neff and Ronin as they commit to B. Look at the flank as well coming in play here from Ro. Making his way via jungle. Kaz is in default, just holding on that B bomb site. Ronin realizes he's about to go through the murder hole. He needs to be careful, and he loses his head. Neff, the last remaining player, hits the quick shot, and that should be the bomb. Quickly getting planted on the A bomb site. Molotov to delay. I'm loving this coming in from Checkmate. This is well played. They're going to find themselves a 5th round, most likely, unless Neff can pull off an incredible 1 versus 2 retake of this A bomb site. He's got the utility to play with. He's got the health. He limits the firebox position, no one there. That does allow him to focus elsewhere, and Hawk's going on the big flank. He's going all the way around to short to try and play for this post plant. Neff is going to throw the nade on in, taps the bomb to try and pull them into the open, and Ro immediately peeking from Palace. He had the time to play with, and he makes it work. 5 rounds on the board for Checkmate. They desperately need a 6th here, Blood. The more rounds that they win on this T side, the less of a chance Huatsai have of winning Mirage. We talked about their weaknesses on the T side. If they'd gone forward and got an 11-4, 10-5 half, that's when I'm much more comfortable. But now there's a chance here for Checkmate to find a 6th. If they win the pistol going into the second half, Huatsai on all the rounds that they won in this first half might just come back and crumble before their eyes.
I 100% agree with you on that. And I'm actually going to take for a very quick look at yesterday's matchup against, maybe after this round, against Sigma, where I do believe it was a very similar scoreline. I think it was like 9-6 or 8-7 for Huatsai on the CD side, and the T side just completely fell flat. Well, plays. Nice flash. Nice flash. Brilliantly done there. As Spiels and Bulbasaur teaming up to take down Kaz, and that's going to force a quick reaction from Checkmate. They're going to be wasting no time. They know the 2 players towards Palace. They know the defense might be thin. And Splashgay is looking to utilize that AWP like a shotgun, like a Nova. Ronin holding alone. He's got backup arriving though. 2 more CTs to bolt into the defense. And he's taking a lot of damage and he hasn't budged. He hasn't budged, the man. He's got balls of steel as Bobo is going to find Techno as well. And Blitz and Row make that Row all alone in a 1v4. And he's going to get nothing done. Neff gets to kill. And Huatsai, they get to round number 10. But Jesus Christ, Ronin. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't flinch.
It was just such a weird round, though. That A bomb site, it felt like no one's seen each other the entire round. It was just crazy kills coming out across the board. Yesterday's matchup, it was a 9-6 CT lead going into the second half for Huatsai up against Sigma. They choked it, won 4 rounds on the T side. So, I mean, 10-5 slightly better. Still 4 rounds T side, still not enough even at that point, but we'll see. Comes down to this pistol win. Can they get that under their belt? They do, setting themselves up a little bit more success.
They won both the pistol rounds against Sigma yesterday, by the way, so...
Yeah, it's a little bit irritating when you think about that. It doesn't really give you much faith moving forward, but it was Sigma's map pick at a tie team on Mirage, generally quite a solid force, and what... It's been a pretty lackluster first half coming in from Checkmate, but that's a good start. Blitz again. 2 pistol kills, but Neff out of nowhere. A flurry of 3. He takes down every player in quick succession. It's just Techno and Hawk left alone, having to pull off a retake of this A bomb site. Well, it was looking rough. Blitz looked like he had done enough to put the team in a favorable position, but Neff just pulls it back single-handedly.
It does, and just such a massive trick. And I like that, repositioning himself. Now they know where the final player is. Techno trying to, well, just sneak his way through the murder hole, but it's a reason it's called a murder hole. He gets taken down, and that's going to be Huatsai winning the pistol round. And this time, though, great work from Neff. Oh, that spin around shot. That is filth. Oh. Force Spy going to be coming in for Checkmate. MP9 for Blitz. Interesting. Kaz just with the deagle. Kaz not really investing full-fledged.
It feels like we just seen the exact same pistol round play out, but like flipped. Both halves. It's pretty weird. Well, Hawk, he'll be looking for the shot on the deagle. They've got 1 player up towards Tetris. That's going to be an easy kill for Neff, continuing his Frangied ability as he moves forward. Blitz picking up 1 on the MP9. Neff coming in as well, and Splashkey now spraying away. He's going to try and get this bomb planted. Ronin gets aggressive down into a CT, but with the bomb planted, Nev shutting away Ro. It's a 2 versus 4. And Techno and Kaz, what can they really hope to achieve in this position? Kaz is locked in the cubby. He's going to try and take at least 1 player away, but it's not going to be happening. And Techno, he's doing damage, but no kill just yet. They're so low on 2 players, but it will not fall. They only lose Spiels. So that's perfect for the economy here for Huatsai. 12-5, 4 away from victory to send us to map number 3. And Checkmate, hey, don't really look too confident or comfortable on their own map pick.
They don't, which is just so unfortunate, right? Huatsai have shown that they have issues here on the T side, but then again, for Checkmate, it was a force buy. It's just unfortunate that, you know, if your force buy doesn't work out, you have to eco. You haven't really left yourselves many opportunities to kind of come back into this game. Just won 5 rounds on the T side. Which once upon a time, in an old meta of Mirage, maybe that might have been enough, but I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore. So for Huatsai, as long as they don't mess this one up, it should be round number 13. And from then on, it should be pretty easy for them to take it to map number 3, which is going to be Inferno, Dinko. And I'm actually curious to see how Huatsai is going to play in Inferno when you don't have Ronin dropping a 38 bomb.
Yeah, that will definitely be interesting. And they still lost on Inferno, even with that 38 kill. So, not too confident about that, but we'll see how that goes. Blitz in the connector. Bulbasaur taking one onto row. It's one on the Deagle, but for the most part, T-side should be comfortable in winning the rest of these duels. Moving up towards short Techno blind. Just before he gets blinded, he gets one kill. And oh no, Hawk with another kill on the Deagle. They're trying their best to win this round here as they push forward into the A-bomb site. Hawk stuck in behind. The default box is finally going down. It's just Kaz. And the bomb. Why is the bomb on short? They've just completely left it. They committed to A. And the bomb is down on short. They've got to run over and try and collect that. And Kaz going forward. He's trying to reposition. They are smart. They would commit to the people offside here. That would be the perfect way to go. But they go back to the character. They play together. And Kaz realizes the A-bomb site is the most likely attack. And so he's relocated himself over towards CT spawn. He moves forward. Tries to deny the bomb plant. But Splashkey swings just at the right time. SWAT site are up 13-5. 3 away from victory. Over here for Checkmate. They'll finally get the buy-in into the second half. It's the first time we've seen the purchase.
That was actually just very smart decision making from Kaz. I'm actually impressed with that. Sure, it didn't pan out. The moment he spotted the bomb, like immediately rotates back to the A bomb site, doesn't waste any time. And once I know they have to pick up the bomb, and if he had a gun, if he had a rifle, I feel like there was a possibility he could have maybe clutched that. But there we go. Speaking of Kaz, he's going to open things up. Neff is going to be his first victim. As Huai setting up for this A take. They're not wasting no time, They're just going to flash and smoke and just run their way in straight through the flames and the nades and whatnot. Spiels are leading the charge, and it's going to be Blitz and Hawk who's going to shut it down. Bulbasaur and Ronan left in a 2v4. Bobo should find a kill. It's actually going to be Ronan who's going to peek around from Palace. The problem here is, apart from one more flash out of utility, and the timing on that Kaz! That should have been a kill. And that's going to give Ronan a second chance to make it work. And you don't want to give that, as Bobo, however, will fall. Both will fall, in fact, to Kaz. So Kaz making up for the whiff shot with 3 kills at the end of the round. There you have it, Checkmate. They take the round, making it 13-6, but they still have a pretty steep hill to climb if they want to take this map.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, that's all you can do is when they gun around in front of you, and Kaz makes quick work of 3 players in the AWP. Good round from him. Make a small chance miss there, but he still recovers and shuts down Ronan. Yeah, good stuff. Good relocations. Solid stuff from Kaz overall. Now 13-6. 3 away from victory. Hot site. They will be looking to try and take it over the line. They've got the money available, so they will be able to purchase into this again. AK-47s, utility out for the players. Over here on the CT side, it's the AWP for Kaz, the AK-47s, the M4s, and the utility available. So if Checkmate are to win this round, they'll put themselves in a position where they might just be able to compete enough to bring back the second half.
Well, there's a possibility, but they're going to take damage like this. It's not going to be that easy. Techno is trapped. It's just trying to time his escape, waiting for the reload to happen for Neff, and that's going to take place. He's going to be falling on back. I like this from Huai. I really like this from Huai. I mean, it's how low my expectations are of their T side here in Mirage, that when they just slow it down a tad bit, just feel things out and go for this opening picks, I'm excited. But Kaz is going to find Neff. He's going to neutralize the man advantage that Huai were enjoying for the majority of this round. But Ronan's position here towards Murder Holding. Oh, this is big. Is Kaz going to be expecting his position? No, he's not. Ronan finds the kill. But they don't seem to be aware that all the CTs are waiting for them over towards A. And suddenly, it's a 2v2. Make that a 1v1 as Spiels left alone. But Blitz, in the end, he gets the clutch. And that's a strange round from, well, both the sides. Huai, they had everything and they just walk into the stack. And also, I guess I'm going to give credit to Checkmate as well. It was a little bit of a gamble. They realized that once Kaz got the kill on towards a player, playing up towards B apartments, that it was going to be an A hit, and they didn't waste any time. They kept all the 4 players there, and not exactly a sustainable round, but when it's 13-7 down, I guess you're kind of forgiven for trying to go for some of these riskier plays. Pistols coming out for Huai. This should be an easy cleanup.
Switch coming through. It's a good run up. Bulbasaur taking one away. That's an easy kill onto Ro. Techno trying to get rattled off with his MP9. He will get a kill onto Neff, but there's shots from Kaz. He's now under pressure. He's landed one. 3 versus 3. Well, that's how I have got players inside of the bomb site. Now moving forward, they've got positional advantages with players in the bench, in the site itself, and Kaz finally gets something done on the pistol sidearm. And Hawk continue to move forward as the last remaining player into the clutch. Just one more, and he's gone 10 HP. Ronin low, and there's the shot on the deagle right through the wall. Flat side with 14. That's a round they shouldn't have won, Blair, but they pulled it off. And now they are 2 away from sending us to map number 3.
When I said an easy cleanup, I was saying it was being easy cleanup for Checkmate, but not for Huai. Was it Team Flash? I don't know, but I mean, kudos to Huai for making it work, especially the final shot from Ronin and the clutch as well in the end there. But oh my, Checkmate, you can't lose those. And they've done so well as well to just try and make things a little close, a little competitive, and this should have been 13-8. Instead, Huai now 2 rounds away from taking to map number 3. This is the 5th map we're watching, or rather casting Huai play, Dinko, and each and every time their opponents have gone to double digits or won the map, which is and if they do manage to close this out convincingly, it's going to be the first time we're going to see a convincing win, or even for that matter, a convincing loss coming out from Huai. It's been like what, 16-13s, overtime, 16-14s. It's been very, very close.
Oh,
okay.
Finish each other's sentences, blah. Maybe a shorter sentence, but it works. And well, we're all just swinging on by. Spiels is the man who loses his head, and while we get a little bit of a jumping Mike 7 play here, it's going to be Techno with 1. He's just repositioning completely. Not overcommitting, not facing. And while Kaz gets one on the scout. Neff, though, he's been cleaning up in these last couple of rounds, but this has to be a 1 versus 4. He's got 2, but Blitz gets rid of him, and yeah, the pistol's paying off again. Blood, what's going on?
It's Dust 2 again. The second half. The first, that's so insane, like how the first halves are usually comparatively much more cleaner, much more reasonable, and then the second half, it's just like the pistol, the force bar just winning them rounds. And well, Checkmate, they kind of dug themselves into a hole losing to those pistols in the B bomb site, but they kind of climbed back out again. And now once more, Huai with the pistols, P250s, Deagles, and they're just spread kind of thin. Maybe looking to deal a bit of economic damage, perhaps. You know, try and find a couple of picks here and there. And it's going to be Neff with the Deagle looking to find something but Techno 4K. Getting the opening kills. So this should be, at least with these 2 opening kills, should be a walk in the park for Checkmate, at least this round. It's still doable. It's still doable. Looking at how Huai's struggled on the T side, I feel like there is a world where Checkmate can grind this one back and, if not win it, at least make it very, very competitive.
Well, 55 seconds in play. Just taking the time with the Glocks, trying to talk over what they want to do. Splashkey seems like he's hyping himself up to jump out, try and go for the bomb plant. It's not going to go well. It's Ronin. What's he doing? Just waiting for a player to walk into Palace, perhaps. He hasn't moved at all, Blair. Maybe he's taking this time to go quickly to the bathroom. Maybe take a drink, eat something. But he's ready to go again. And it's a 1 versus 5. He walks right into T-spawn. They're running him down. Should be an easy kill here. And Kaz secures. A 9th picked up for Checkmate. They are not done yet. They are still in a position that kind of looks rough, but with the chance still available to them, they could be grabbing double figures. And if they win this round, Blair, the economy game certainly shifts in their favor, and then probably 11 or 12 rounds. So at this point, it's not done. It's certainly still doable for Checkmate. They've just got to hit a great purple patch of form and make sure they string all that momentum together.
I'm expecting Huai to go for this just like a no-nonsense B-take. The utility, it's so non-existent. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. And look at Hawk just pushing up, taking the fight. And he should just peel away from this. It's just really not worth it. Spiels making his presence felt towards top mid, and Kaz, though. I don't think they're going to be expecting his position. He's going to get a free kill on Ronin. There's no need to really stick around, but he can because he still has a teammate at the bottom of mid, spotting top mid, so he can just hold this angle. And Huai, whatever plans they had in store, is just being shut down very early on. They do still have the 2 smokes and 2 flashes to work with, Dinko, but they're going to have to rely a lot on some contact plays. And you're going to need players like Bobo, like a Splash Cape, Neff, Spiels, all these guys to really step on up and win these duels, which, with Ronin dead, it's not going to get easier.
Oh, Hawk going to Underwood. Blitz looking out towards the window, down in towards middle. Just get the boost at the perfect time. Look at this. Splash Key in towards jungle. Blitz has no idea. Goodbye, Blitz. A second kill maybe here for Splash Key, but he can't spray away onto the second. Bulbasaur doing good work in finding Kaz and Neff as well. That's the round done. It's going to be map point. Here for Huai. That's just a brilliant play from Splash Key getting into the window. Gets a little bit lucky on the timing. Gets the flank on. It's his shot though. And after that, the chaos is created. The alarm signals as it all crumbles. For Checkmate, it's just Techno left now into the 1 versus 2. And Bulbasaur gets rid of him. 15-9, map point here on Mirage. Whiteside looking to try and send us to Inferno.
That, I felt, was a little bit of a mistake from Blitz, where he got spotted at jungle and immediately just peeled back. And that was that window that Splash was looking for, right? Then that's when he just jumped up towards the jungle window area. Yeah. But it's a risky play from Splash. Credit to him for making it work, especially with the information he gleaned. But for Blitz, why is he not cognizant of the fact that once he gets spotted out and falls back, he makes it sound that someone might not be running in and taking advantage of that position and snatching it away from him. So I feel that was just a big mistake from Checkmate, considering they had that opening pick. Well, 15-9 though, and Huai now 1 round away from taking to map number 3, which is going to be on Inferno. Just altered the decider yesterday when they played against Sigma.
Oh, Bulbasaur. He's going to be going back to pick up that bomb. But while he's taking his journey, he's lost a teammate, Spiels, who has been so quiet. Going down. Kaz. Falling back away from the window. Have got that man advantage. Again, this is another scenario where they have to keep themselves alive. As many players as possible to keep that economy afloat. 42 seconds now. Neff making his way over towards B. Techno, bit of an off angle. Should be good for at least one, but he's repositioned, and there's the headshot. Neff goes down. Follow-up kill in for the CT side, and Ronin, his position now is the one factor that could work out for the SWAT side team. They start to move forward into this B-bomb site. It's Ronin with 1 kill. Kaz going down, and now Ro holding on. Looks to the right side. Splasky's there, but he has to flick between 2 players, and it's just not going to happen. Techno has 2 kills in this round. Blitz assisting, and now it is just Ronin. 10 seconds. Cannot win the round. It's all about staying alive and taking this AK into the next one. At least they keep 3 players alive here, and they get the round done. 15-10. You believe in overtime, Blair? Or do you still think it's a fairy tale at the moment?
Look, they've been doing a good job winning some of these scrappy rounds, but it's just when they lose to the pistols, which have lost so many times, where I just don't have that much of faith in Checkmate to bring it back. Look at the money right now for Huai. Ronin, so he's got the AK, so it doesn't get the loss bonus, but if you look at the money, it's not that terrible, because he's got the same money as everyone else in his team. Splash, between 900, probably thinking about saving it, not buying anything, so he can go for an AWP buy if needs be. But you know what? It's just going to buy up a Deagle, which is fair. You have 5 map points to work with. There's no need to force matters here. And honestly, this B bomb side has looked kind of porous for Checkmate, and I feel that's something that Huai's going to try and abuse again over here. They have 2 smokes, Bulbasaur purchasing a little bit of extra utility. I believe Checkmate should win this round. They can maybe get to 12-13, but I still feel like Huai, they should just close this out. At least not this round, maybe the next. And again, this B bomb side, yeah. They know this is a problem.
Well, this time Techno has, I feel, a better position to deal with this if they start to run out the window. It's away from the flash buying. Oh my god. How? Techno, you don't miss those. And that's just one of those whiff sprays that happens every now and then. Just not what you would usually see from Techno. And now Ro, he gets one on towards Nev. Splashkey diving into the side. These pistols, boy, you talked about it, but it seems to be recovered. The kills from Blitz and Kaz at least come through, but Splashkey with another shot. Just one before he goes down. 15-11. Checkmate. They increased their scoreline, but that was a little bit scary.
And that's the thing, if you're going to win these rounds, like winning 5 in a row, you want to keep as many players alive as possible, because you don't want to be in a spot where it's 15-14 and you're broke because you lost too many players, right? And even here, you see Techno with the FAMAS. He has to sacrifice a rifle just so, or rather one of the M4, or if you wanted an AUG, just so he can buy the extra utility, which is going to be very, very useful indeed. Kaz spots too many players out. That's a smart call. There's no need to face. There's no need to face. There are 5 Deagles there. Nice clip from him. They haven't spotted out Blitz yet, and Blitz should get a free kill here. He's going to find one. He's going to get peeked together. I don't know why he's holding a wide angle, but they're not peeking him together at the same time. He's good for 2, and he finally gets taken down, but Hawk's there to finish off the job. Splashkey left alone. This is much better, much cleaner from the side of Checkmate, losing just the 1 player, and they're going to be pretty happy with that. I'm a little surprised Woodside didn't try to go for that B tick again. Because even if they don't win the round, they're doing so much damage every time they go to the B bomb site.
Oh, double off setup. Now, this is interesting. Ro and Kaz pulling them out. They've got the M4s as well. I mean, if they win this round, Blur, because the Huai have actually decided they could have gone for the AWP, but they decided to just go for the full rifle setup. Maybe they go for a quicker attack, and they have gone to the A-bomb site so many times. And this seems to be a straight-up execute right off the back of the round start. And they need to be careful here at the CT side that they don't get caught off by this. The player set up ready for the execute. The Molotov just waiting it out. And here comes the push in towards the site. Hawk on default. They're playing in front of the smokes. He'll throw his own one down, but they've already crossed to Sandwich. There's a player in there. And the pressure, it's building here. The T side, they line up. A couple of kills available now for Hawk. And he eats them. He gets 2. And no, the 2 kills come back in for the T side. And so far removed is Ro. He's still on the B side of the map. He finally gets his way in towards jungle. Bomb not planted, and that Molotov is a big problem. Luckily, Neff has a smoke. Now it can slow down the pressure, alleviate it slightly, as Ro has now got himself over towards Connector. Outside looking to try and close it here. Neff and Ronin, 2 players that have been playing really well for the side. Up against Ro and Techno. 53 seconds. Techno plays and CT spawns. Stairs is the AWP. In Ro, he's actually in the connector with a flash by now deploying out. He's hit the shot onto Neff. He's been dropped to 14 HP. Oh, Ro, he gets flashed. He can't get away. And now it's just Techno. 40 seconds left to try and hold off. Bomb plan coming through. He could deny it, but he's so low. He can't hit the shots, but luckily shuts down Ronin. Just one more, and Techno pulls it off. The 1 versus 2, he saves the day. And they're not done yet. 15-13. This young gun shows up yet again for his team.
What is he looking for?
Defuse, please.
Yeah, just to please just defuse. I don't want, like, it's online Counter-Strike. You might even get disconnected. I've seen it too many times. Just defuse the bomb. There we go. You can pick up the flashbang later on, but what a hero play from Techno 4K, the 16-year-old stand-in for Checkmate. And honestly, Huai played that, well, as best they could. But yet, hitting some very, very clean shots indeed. Blitz and Hawk especially picking up a double kill, and Huai snatching it back.
Important. That second kill is so important. If he doesn't get that, then probably they're done. We're heading to map number 3. Yeah. 15-13 though. Double up setup continues for Checkmate. We take a look at what Huai have, and it's an AK purchase with 1 Galil. They lose this round. They're down to low buy. Likely see an overtime.
Yeah, well, looking at the money, I mean, it's going to be max loss bonus, obviously, but still, you know, when you have 0 in the bank and you don't even get the bomb down, it's going to be like $3,400. You're going to get like 34, maybe 35 with a little bit of $200 remaining over here. That is a huge spray from Bulbasaur. Almost catches out Kaz, who's so very lucky to stay alive on 19 points of health. And this is good for him as well. What is that? That is a terrible flashbang. Terrible flashbang and terrible timing for Ronin. He's blinded, taken down. Splash at least gets a trade, but Blitz's position here, he's got to find one. He should be falling back. He knows there's a player playing towards Connector. And now it's a 4v3 advantage for Checkmate, but barely. Because Kaz, he's bleeding out internally.
Man advantage still intact though. AWP in the hands of Kaz. Let's neutralize that slightly, and that's the bulk down theory. And well, we've got one player down in towards the underpass. Oh, Neff! Still alive. Likely was to go down there, but Hawk, this comes down to this. You could have got a kill there. That could have been the confirming factor to win a 14th round, but now a chance to fall. Kaz going down. Luckily, Rowe is good enough to take one, but Bubba saw it. Good kill onto Hawk. Nice shot from Rowe. He's the hero right now as the bomb's stuck in the apartments. Neff low, tries to run to the B-bomb site, but Rowe, what a hero. 3 kills picked up, 15 to 14. Look at the money play. They didn't get up on plant. Overtime, it's only a round away.
Yeah, I mean, if the cash you had in your bank, even with max loss bonus, it's like $150 or $200, you're gonna get only $3,600 to $3,700, and you can do the math right there. In AK-47's $2,700, you'll get nice shots from Rowe, by the way, and that means if you buy an AK, you're gonna have only Kevlar and armor. Bobo had he got a kill, which is why he had a little bit of extra cash. But look at this. Galil's 3 AKs, barely any utility, Dinko. What are they going to do with this? Well, they're going to be going for this A play, and Hawk, he's trapped in the corner, and Spiels and Bobo, they're going to open it up, and with the buy, which looked terrible, Dinko, they might actually pull it off, and they might actually close out a series 16 to 14, or rather the map.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's how that works. You know, you let all the rounds slide, you have the better buys, and then you just win with an A rush, and it's looking like that's going to be the heartbreaking moment, but Rowe through the smoke, connects one. Kaz has slipped his way into the A-bomb side as well here, Blight. This is not done yet. There's still a chance here for the CT side. Neff, though, that kill might just confirm. The smoke goes down, not a kill there. 16-14. What side will take it? We're heading to map number 3. Inferno is coming right up. It's as close as you can get it in regulation, Blight. It was overtime map number 1. 16-14, all 30 rounds in map number 2. And we got a third map coming right up as well.
We also have Tom and Mitch to join us to try and help us break down what transpired there. And gentlemen, that got very uncomfortably close for Huatsai. Let's start with you, Mitch.
Yeah, it certainly did, right? All the rounds, all the maps. That's what we love to see. And I mean, it's a scrappy game for sure. You see Huatsai come in, obviously not doing too well versus Checkmate last time they had played. We had the Dust 2 16-14 Checkmate winning it. This is, again, I guess, set up to be a close series because of that. The concern I have, though, is this final map. Inferno, 16-6. Huatsai dominated Checkmate last time, and I feel like this was really their opportunity to close this out. It even didn't start that poorly, right? The entirety of this map, up till halftime, it was doable. But the fact that obviously winning the pistol round and finishing the half with 5 on your T side, it wasn't a great sign. They come back into it in the end, they're so close, and then it's robbed away. And I feel like at this level, those kind of losses really weigh heavy on your mentality.
They do indeed. And if you just look at how both the maps have played out so far, Tom, it's curious how, yes, we're going to map number 3 here, and yes, both have been very close matches. I've actually been more impressed with Checkmate. They don't seem to make too many mistakes. Yes, like the B-bomb side hole wasn't ideal, but compared to some of the plays, the individual plays coming out from Huatsai, which have cost them rounds, I feel like this Checkmate, considering the first game they're playing here in PAL 2020, not too bad, not too shabby at all.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that, like, Checkmate are the better team. Like, there's a few decent individuals on the other side, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking at this Checkmate side and going, oh yeah, they're terrible individually. But, like, for example, some of the stuff that, even again, we talk about Ronan, is just able to get away with, is just stupid. Like, on that CT side where they had that streak of rounds, he pretty much could have pushed out anywhere on the map, and he was able to get away with it. And it was the same on the CT side of Dust 2. Like, he would basically make bad plays, but make them work. And a lot of that comes down to just a poor T side coming out from Checkmate. I think that although they have a lot of good ideas in terms of their setups, they're pretty good. The problem is they don't seem to have anybody holding for any flanks or like waiting patiently for these risky plays. And most time if I go to another region, like say we're talking about tier 3 EU or something like that, and I go, oh, they've been caught up by a risky player, I'd be like, maybe they haven't played against that before. This is Asian Counter-Strike. They've definitely played against that before. They've definitely been pushed to the limits. They've definitely been pressured in every single round. So to not have that sort of reactive nature is a bit irritating. And I guess if you play like that all the time, you're basically just countering the side of Huatsai. But I almost feel like that's what you have to do, is just basically go, okay, let's play 30-second default because this kid's going to push us and we're going to get a free kill.
And that's something which did happen quite often. But again, Ronin, despite his plays, he still comes out in top 28 kills, top fragging in the server. I mean, you can't deny he does have the skill set. Ronin baby there. Not really an opener. He had the least number of opening duels compared to every one of his teammates. I do believe was the case. Let me just confirm. Yeah, he didn't really participate in too many opening duels. He actually lost the majority of them, 2 to 4 in opening duels. But apart from that, multi-kill rounds, opening kills, impactful player. But Dinko, quickly before we go to a break, this other kid on the side of Checkmate, Techno 4K. He's sharp. He's smart, and you know what? He actually seems to be playing much more. I don't know, like with more maturity, in-game maturity. Cerebral approach Counter-Strike compared to not just his teammates, but almost everyone else in the server, which is so surprising.
Yeah, he's definitely got a good idea of, on how to play, and we've seen a couple of moments where he's actually the impactful player in terms of how they win the round. We've seen over faces in the post plants, but he's the one playing passive back in Tetris. I mean, we have these moments where he is showing his maturity, and he's the stand-in, which is the crazy part, right? So I hope that he can continue that going into this final map. They're going to need him. He is the most impactful player at the moment in terms of the level he's bringing to the team. And like Tom said, they don't really have the firepower to match up against Huai right now. They do have the team level, so if they can reach that peak in terms of the individuals showing up, then they
get their first win in PAL 2020 fall over here. We'll be back after a very short break. I love you too, Tom, because he just said I love you to me right before we went live
didn't.
over here. But he did. Dinko, shut up, son. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to map number 3 of game number 2 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, where things are heating up. It's been 2 very close matchups. First map going the way of Huai in overtime. Sorry, going the way of Checkmate in overtime, and then Mirage, the map pick of the Mongolian side, going the way of the Singaporean Chinese mix. There you have it, 17-19 for Checkmate and 16-14 for Huai, where it looked like for a moment there, Dinko, the Mongolians were grinding back and maybe they were going to be taking it to overtime.
Yeah, it looked like we were going to get another overtime in the series, 2 maps in a row. Didn't really play out that way though. Unfortunately, they claw all the way back. They do all the heavy lifting, the hard work. They get to the final round and they get rushed by a low buy on the A-bomb side. Now that is the most heartbreaking way to lose that kind of scenario, right? And so if I was in that position, I'd kind of be mentally broken by that. So heading into this final map, they've got a little bit of a break, but now they need to just completely reset. It's basically a best of 1 now. It just comes down to 1 map. Let's see if we can pick up Inferno.
Yeah, the thing with Inferno is the last time they faced against each other, which is just barely like 5 or 6 days ago for the qualifier for this particular event, it was Huai who won pretty convincingly. I think it was 16-6, 16-7 on Inferno, which is a very one-sided scoreline. At the same time, you look at Huai's Inferno, the T side yesterday, it was lackluster.
Yeah, it was. And other than the hero performance, 38 kills in regulation from Ronin, I mean, they still go on to lose the map. What is going on there? So yeah, there's a lot of effort to be put in terms of the teamwork on Inferno. I think that's kind of a testament to show you can have one player getting 38 kills and you still lose
what's
the
the
map.
record for that? Is that the one with Crims?
Yeah, it's Crims. I was actually on Inferno as well, I believe. I remember that game.
Was it like 40? Did he drop a 40 bomb?
Yeah, I think he brought 40 for sure. But yeah, I remember at this point where they won 30, they got 38 kills. He had the low amount of deaths as well, and he was delivering impact. And they still go on to lose that map. And that just shows that Inferno is a very team-based map, right? You can't just win off the back of individuals like you can on Dust 2, where an individual can carry you to so many round wins. You know, in Inferno, it's a little bit more difficult in that respect. And that's why I have a little bit more confidence in the Mongolians coming into this final map, because I feel like they've got that teamwork down. I think they're a better team across the board, and we haven't really seen as many mistakes from them. And I think that favors Inferno.
I got to just agree with you on that 100%. Like, if you look at Inferno, like you mentioned, it's about a utility usage. It's about working in tandem as a team. And that's something which, yeah, like you said, Checkmate have seemed like the better team. We do have the knife round coming out, though. Nef with the slaughter, the Karambit slaughter. A classic, an L classic knife compared to some of the newer ones. I don't even know the name of some of these newer knives out here in this game. Really am a boomer. But the Shanks are... Ow! The dodge, but Splashy is going to clutch it out. You're actually getting a 4K as well, the knife round. And Huai. If I'm Huai, I'm starting on a CD side, and I'm going to try and get as many rounds as humanly possible. Because the T side, it really is lacking, Dinko. They lost 3 rounds where they had the full buy, and their opponents, who are Sigma, not even a Tyloo, not even Vici or Invictus, and not even the best Thai team. They lost 3 rounds to pistols.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, that was quite something, and I feel like at this point that was just one of the scrappiest games of Counter-Strike. Not even yesterday. It wasn't the scrappiest game of the day even yesterday, but it was a very scrappy game of Counter-Strike overall. So yeah, coming into Inferno, they need to clean up a lot coming into this map, and we'll see if they can get anything done. Kaz down in towards the underpass. He's lost his head early on. Neff was impressive over on Mirage, to be honest. He was stepping up alongside Ronin in a lot of those rounds. So hopefully they can keep that up. I think the individuals from Huai were really looking quite good. Ronin, Bulbasaur, and Neff had their moments in the previous map. So let's see if they can continue that coming into Inferno. Ronin and Neff continuing to find kills. It's just Techno left alone. Young gun. We were talking about how good this guy is and what he's got it all to do.
Well, 1v3 finds one. It's making quite a bit of noise, and that's going to give away his position. He's got a P250 though, Dinko. And that gun, they can attempt to take some deals if needs be. Ronin, that is unnecessary there, baby. And he's down. He's so very low as well. And Techno doesn't even need the headshot spots on a second player. There's no need to face. There's no need to face Techno, but he's still going to go for the duel. He could just try to get the bomb down, but if he's going to just win this duel so comfortably like that, why the hell not? A 3K for Techno 4K.
Pretty incredible from Techno. It looks like it was done. It looked like it was out of there, but Techno is a god at finding those kills and the damage being done. He's just an absolute animal. And there's nothing you could really do apart from also criticize the way they played that. They give him so many opportunities. He just walked away with it. One by one, they all fall. And Techno, well, steps out with a win for Checkmate. Can't believe it, really. It was looking
I like how
completely
he
done.
even takes the 1v1 duel right there.
Yeah, exactly. He's just so good.
I mean, normal Counter-Strike, I mean, the book of Counter-Strike dictates that, hey, you know what? In that scenario, you run towards B, you get the bomb down, you plant the bomb. But that also means, if you think about it, that also means you're going to lose track of where the CT is going to be coming in from, right? That's going to give the opportunity for CT to maybe sneak in from CT spawn, maybe to make it very hard for you to get the bomb done because it's going to be nearby. And if you think about it, that was in many aspects the right call from Techno 4K to go for that duel, you know, in that 1v1, because he hadn't taken any damage. He had the P250. He knew he could outduel the player. So yeah, I'm surprised with the Counter-Strike maturity being shown by this very, very young player, just 16 years of age, coming in as a stand-in because the 5th member of Checkmate broke his hand celebrating qualifying for the event. So that was fun. A little bit of technical issue, a little bit of mic problem for one of the players, but that should be very quickly sorted out. And the Deagle's going to be coming out again, Dinko. And every time I see the Deagles come out in Asian CS, it scares me. I fear for their opponents.
The Deagles, quite the mystery within Asian Counter-Strike, right? You never really know what to expect from them.
It's like everyone's a Nico with a Deagle here.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty crazy. It's kind of scary as well because it's really hard to predict at that point. You normal Counter-Strike terms. Okay, you're on the lower buy. This should be a round that you lose, and this should be how the next few rounds shape up. But the fact that so many of these teams are so good with the Deagles, you never really know what's going to happen. And we see so many Deagle rounds come through. Yesterday, we just seen a ridiculous amount of Deagle kills going back and forth on this particular map, and that was a very scary sign. You have a mic problem, so apparently it will be fixed very shortly, and we can get that. Shortly can get back onto the server and get the action resumed, because you obviously had a very impactful play there from Techno. It's going to hype everyone up. 5 kills across the board, obviously, from Bullet Hawk and Techno doing the heavy lifting. I like that he's a bit more of a passive player. Now, we see a lot of star players so far within the Asian region, and in general, they're pretty aggressive players, right? But you haven't really seen a passive style, methodical, and thought-out star player, where they really think of all their plays. They're calculated in their approach. You haven't really seen that. And it's all about that raw ability that needs fine-tuning. Whereas Techno has the passive nature, and he has that fine-tuning already, so that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, that's always a good sign. And I just want to I really want to like talk to some of the Mongolian guys and try and figure out how deep the talent pool goes in the Mongolian region, right? Like initially, I remember 2015, the ESL One Cologne Nation qualifier, where it was we had Zilkenberg and Machine Gun kind of played. I think it was only Zilkenberg who was playing for the Indian team Neckbreak, where he had the first time I saw a Mongolian player. I'm like, oh, this guy's pretty sharp. And then it was Taipei, IEM Taipei 2016, where the Mongols, with Machine Gun, Cabal, Sogu, Zilkenberg, they just dismantled Chad and his Renegades in that finals over there. And you're like, all right, a Mongolian team. And after that, you know, they kind of drifted away into obscurity. You didn't hear much about many of these teams. And then you have Tiger coming in, Urcast with Greyhound. And all of a sudden, it seems to be the influx of these unknown players like Annihilation and Score from D13. You have this young gun in the name of Techno 4K. How many more, Dinko? Because I know there are a multitude of other teams in the Mongolian scene which you don't really hear of that often, because let's be real, the events which we do get a chance to watch or cast, it's only 1 or 2 slots available for Mongolia or like for Eastern Asia, and you can't have all of them playing. I actually want to, you know, one day sit down and just like go through an entire Mongolian tournament. I think it'll be interesting. As we do see the anti-eco coming in from Checkmate. And they're playing this one pretty smart, pretty safe. Mac-10's leading the way. 3 Mac-10s, Galil and the AK. But Neff with an MP9, he finds one. And he's going to do a smart thing and fall on back to the pit.
Well, Blitz trying to rattle shots off on the Mac 10. They need a kill back here. It's been a pretty good start from the lower tier buy. Splashkey with a deagle kill, Neff with the MP9 in his hands. A little bit scary now if you're on the T side. Approaching with 40 seconds left. They have to run in towards the safe bomb site. Crossfire in the pit and 2 players in the site. It's not looking so good for the T side if Row goes down. That's just a clean round win from Flat side on the lower tier buy blow.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing much to add to that. This must be round number 1, 2, 3, 5. I'm just trying to remember the number of times I lost my mind in previous map. Like 5 rounds, 6. This is round number 6 or 7 in like combining Mirage and now Inferno that team has lost to just the pistols. Good work from Neff though with the MP9, but terrible work from Checkmate, not able to neutralize that. And that means it's their own force buy coming out. Mac 10, Tech 9, number of Deegs. I don't know why Bo would peer down mid with an MP9 when he knows, you know, they don't have money and it's probably a Deagle buy. Oh, Bobo, why do you do this? But Neff replies back. Organ hand Ronin, not good for anything, and it's gonna be the light buy from the T's that's gonna come out on top, and Blitz finds Splashkid despite the double kill from him. It's all on Spiels. 1v2. He spots a player crossing on over. He's not able to do any damage, so the bomb is gonna get planted. And Spiels is wasting no time, just running on in. He finds Blitz, that's big, but he's completely unaware as to Rowe's position. And this should be the round for Rowe, because Rowe is going to be sneaking in from behind here. He's got the right angle, he's got the right timing. Spiels doesn't tap the bomb, though. He's got the smoke.
If you're Rowe, you know if he hasn't tapped the bomb. You could just sit there so passively. He knows he's running around now. He hears the noise. He taps the bomb, goes for the spray. The smoke's really causing a problem. Rowe gets away from the position. He's not on the bomb anymore. He's come off the angle and now he's pushing forward. Rowe just falling back, playing with his foot, and the kill comes in from Spiels. There's enough time, and Rowe has flown it all away. He's got the kit as well, so just enough time to get the defuse in. How's he on that, Blair? I have no idea how Rowe is choked.
How did Rowe not hit a single bullet? A single bullet when Spiels had to cross on over. He had to face him. He was holding an angle. He played it perfectly, by the way. He played it perfectly till the last second where, I don't know, his trigger finger, it just... Oh boy. After all that work, after all those crazy opening duels, and it just falls apart, Dinka. That's heartbreak. At least they got the bomb down, and they do a lot of damage to the economy of Huai. So this buy, I can understand. They have the Galils out, an AK and the... Someone give Techno 4K and AK-47 or a Galil. Oh, never mind. He doesn't need that. He doesn't need it, Dinka. He's got the Mac and he's going to win the deal. Splashkey is going to fall. And the B bomb side is suddenly looking very tantalizing for the T side.
Hawk taking down Neff. Bob is over the double kill through the smoke, connecting onto Hawk and Blitz. Kaz able to reply with a Galil and a smoke kill of his own. And now a 2 versus 3. This time favoring the Mongolians, but not for long with Ronin tucked in the pit. The Molotov is going to force him wide. He's got a player moving his way up graveyard, and that's Kaz, who was preoccupied with Spiels positioned at the archway. And now he finds himself alone, up against Ronin. He's inside the pit. The information is there. The bomb is dropped, so there was no real need for Ronin to take that fight. He was just trying to reposition a little bit, and that ends up costing him. So 2-2. Good round coming in from Checkmate, in particular Kaz, who plays that 1 versus 1 to perfection, Blood. He doesn't overcommit. He just sits there.
He read that like a... He read it so beautifully. Just waiting patiently. He knows how Ronin likes to play. He knows the tendencies of Ronin where, you know, when presented a 1v1 or a 1v2 or like any duel, Ronin likes to take, make a play rather. Try and take advantage of catching someone off guard, and that's going to be a well-played clutch from Kaz, who, he's not the most flashiest of players, but he has been very solid. Even with the AWP, if you remember back on the CD side of Mirage, he's been really a rock for this side. And I think that's a really good hallmark of a team. If you go back to D13, you have Annihilation, you have Score, and apart from that, the rest of the team, it's kind of hit or miss, right? You might have the rest of the team not really having a good day or just being kind of middle of the pack. And if Annihilation or Score doesn't show up, that's it. D13 can't win that match. Here on the other side, like, you have Techno 4K, sure, he's a stand-in coming in, but everyone like Blitz, Hawk, Kaz, Rowe, none of them are slouching. None of them are kind of like, you know, having to just be carried by the rest of the team. I think that's a very good sign indeed, as Neff does find Hawk with a wall bang. I think it was through the apartments. That's a nice opening.
It was a very nice opening, and now we find ourselves with just a couple of deagles across the board, and while Nef looking for another on the Mac 10, he will shut down Blitz. Techno able to reply, but Ronan, look at the position he's in. He's always aggressive, but this time Ro is going to find him. 3 versus 3. The T side have managed to take the A-bomb site, and the retake attempt having to come on in. They have no kits. They have so much invested blood, and nothing in reserve, so you don't get a kill quickly here. It's best they probably just save what they've got. They've got Famas Nicoleo here. They lose this round, which is the most likely of outcomes. You go into the next round with absolutely nothing. You're going to try nonetheless. Feel like they have a chance to win the round. And I suppose they do from that perspective, but it's not realistic. And so now, Bulbasaur charging on it. He's going to get a second kill, but he runs out of chances as Ro was just in too much of a different angle down in the pit. So just a bit unfortunate that they didn't have a kit, they didn't have the utility left over, and now they have nothing heading into this round. It's going to be 4-2 up for Checkmate, most likely.
Yeah, Ro coming in big there. 3 kills for him. Again, looking scary. These rounds where for Checkmate, they just seem to get caught off guard again with the aggression from Huai, some of these more unorthodox setups. It's again going to be an eco. This time a much lighter buy for the side of Huai. Just the 1 deagle, a couple of the P250s. And Hawk already found his perch towards the apartments, catching Ronan, aggressing out by his lonesome. This is pretty clean. This is pretty clean. This is well done. Working together in tandem, clearing out the angles, the close angles, together one at a time. This should be a 4-2 here for Checkmate as Cash spins around, catches Splash, gets dinked down though, and Spiels, well, a little bit of a casualty. And they do lose an AK-47, but Checkmate are going to be very happy with the fact that they didn't lose another round to just the force buy. Of course, the buy should be coming in for Huai, but it's not going to be ideal, Dinko. They do have an MP9 being purchased by Spiels, and it's going to be UMPs. Yeah, they have to make a decision, you know, utility or weaponry. And I'm actually happy that they've opted to go for, you know, the nades and the smokes and the molotovs instead of just investing in 4 M4s and an AWP. So yeah, you have the MP9s and there's MP5s, but I'll take the utility any given day.
Ro taking down Spiels. 2-man advantage in play here. Spray coming through. Good kill. Techno getting rid of Splashkey. And now the push coming forward from Techno. Smoke is going to go down for the cross. In towards CT. Now Nef and Ronan. It's left alone. They're not going to be winning this round. So it's about saving that AWP and the M4 into the next. Over the other side of things. High players. Looking to try and stay alive. I suppose they could send Techno off. He's or Blitz. I mean, the SMGs, happily send them off. Just send them away. Fly, my pretties.
I'm actually starting to get a little worried for Huai, because, again, the T side on Inferno was abysmal yesterday. And they need to just farm as many rounds as possible. Nef's position compromised. They know where he is. And the hunt's on, Dinko. It's a player coming in from short. They have a player who's going to throw in a Molotov, make life very uncomfortable. They're waiting for everyone else to arrive, and 3 Ts pushing on in tandem. Great flashbangs, but Nef is doing such a great job staying alive. Ronan helping him out as well as Nef. Nice 3K on the save. And they will keep the guns intact. That's a very important round for them to just keep those 2 guns into play. But even then, it's still going to be a very rough buy here. Nef, if he drops a weapon, he's gonna have enough money for maybe a smoke, perhaps. Ronan can also drop the FAMAS, but I feel like they're just gonna go for kind of a save here. Keep the rifle, keep the op perched on one of the bomb sites, or maybe kind of float around like Nef's gonna be doing over here, and just try and just deal some damage.
Oh, a nice shot. Nef getting rid of Techno. That's a good start. They really need this op to deliver some impact. They can't afford to just sit there and do nothing. And that's exactly what I like to see. Nef taking matters into his own hands, starting off the round in a favorable fashion on the CTs. Now we get to see the true chops of the T side, though. Whether or not they'll be able to recover this blood. The A-bomb site is the perfect hit. right now, and they're about to walk into it with one player here.
Yeah, and the
rotation's
one
coming
player
in.
They need to speed up.
At the right time. Player's not in position just yet. One has crossed over, but he's dropped. That's Ronin gone. And now the push comes in. The CT is starting to crumble. This has worked out. They went for the gamble rotation over towards B, and it hasn't worked out at all. The one player was up in the apartments as well. And Bulbasaur is gone. It has to be the safe call. They have to carry this AWP into the next again, and the Kevlar. And I'm not a big fan of that, really. But I mean, I like the idea in terms of realizing they have to do something different. You can't afford to just play the default. They gather up outside of the B bomb site. The rotation just doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna play a devil's advocate here and be like, you know what? I can kind of understand why they went for it, right? Like,
Yeah,
you have
definitely.
three pistols, yeah,
Understand it.
but right now it's about, look, if they say it was going to be a round which is going to be very hard to win anyway, and as long as this AWP remains in play and Spiels can stick around and try and retrieve that M4, everything is fine. I mean, they still lose round, but I think it's not going to be that terrible. And Hawk trying to prevent that from happening, and Spiels gets spotted out. I love that. I love that from Hawk, sticking around, ensuring that that rifle won't be retrieved. So yeah, they'll have the money for the buy anyway, so no harm, no foul. They have the AWP still in play from the hands of Neff, who, I gotta say, he's been hitting some pretty slick shots with the AWP.
Yeah, he has. He's actually been pretty impressive, especially here in Inferno. 12 and 5. I think we're starting to see the depth on this team in terms of the individuals. It doesn't just stop at Ronin. I don't think Ronin's quite ready yet to do anything more than this team, to be honest. I mean, he's got the raw skill there, but yeah, far too many mistakes for my liking. But still, incredible MVP performances, but just a little bit more work done, and he'll be fantastic. And while Triple P comes in, Neff going down, that's the way you deal with an AWP. But now Ronin to be tested as he hides in the pit. They're starting to run in towards his position. The whiff sprite, he goes down without a single kill, and that should be round done. 7-2. I'm getting more worried now. Like you said, the T side was so lackluster from White side yesterday. Now they're not even winning a single round here on the CT side. They're not even competing at all, Blair.
That was such a fantastic take, though, from the side of Checkmate. You gotta give him credit. Techno finds Spiels as well. And every gun they take away, just making life miserable for the side of Woodseye. Apart from Neff, who saved the AWP, look at the money for everyone else. Sure, it's gonna be, loss bonus kicking in and all of that. It's still gonna be rough buys. They're gonna have MP9s with utility, or rifles with no utility. It's just a hard time for this Singaporean side, with a Chinese player, of course. Oh boy, this is rough. But also Neff's position there, like, you stuck around for a while. It's so risky, right? Like, there's no escape route. There's no one nearby to trade for you. You miss, you're dead. That's an AWP taken out. And now it's going to be a 4v2 on that A bomb site. It's just so risky. As Ro actually finding Ronin, I thought there was a player in the pit area, but anyway, 72. They're gonna save the guns. They're gonna have this buy. But again, you can see the utility. Ronin just with the M4. One kit. And that too in the hands of Spiels. It's not looking that great here, Dinko, but some good damage being dealt, though. Good utility damage. As Neff's going to take the fight, it's going to be Kaz who's going to open it up, and Ronin's going to strike with a quick double. But that A-bomb site now, it's all on Bulbasaur, and they're aware of it.
T-side haven't committed anywhere just yet, though. I'm going to be waiting until they're all grouped up. That's the right call for sure. Still got so much time to play with here. Techno sitting on the underpass. I like this. They've actually slowed it down completely. They know they have so much time to work with. They've got Techno in towards underpass. Row up towards top banana just working here. I mean, they are a bit split up, so if they were to have engagements, they wouldn't be able to trade, but as long as they're playing relatively safe, it should be okay. Right now, just trying to see what they've got. Gather a little bit more information. Currently 2 players on this B-bomb side. They're not budging. They're staying here. On 40 seconds, eventually we're going to see a play come through. It'll be the smokes up in towards this A-bomb side with a flashbang. Up in towards the long side. Smoke into the pit from Bulbasaur, preemptively trying to get rid of a potential Molotov that's about to come this way. And the Molotov fails anyway. Stops the push that gets forward, and that's exactly what Ro's position was all about. He's going to open up that B bomb site, waiting for the rotation, a little bit of a fake on towards that A bomb site, and this is a fantastic mid-round call.
It's brilliantly done. So well done. And look at how deep the smoke is as well, Dinko. Such a deep smoke, allowing Ro to just push towards construct. The shallower smoke, he'd have to play it much more passively. The second the flashbang comes out, he uses the incendiary he has, falls back, just spotting out, gathering information. This is so well played by Checkmate. Take a bow. Take a bow. That 3v3 was perfection. I don't think they could have played it any better. So well done. Completely, utterly outplayed Huai there. And even the way they slow it down, right? How many times have we seen so many, forget generally using Asian teams, but like even like the top tier Asian teams, where they get a couple of kills towards the side, they immediately just like knives out, they rush into the side. Checkmate, they slow it down.
Yeah.
They know they have time. They feel it out, and then they make Huai feel paranoid. For Huai, it was a 3v3, right? They had utility to use, but they're paranoid about using it, because the second you use the utility, it's going to be a tell as to where the position is. So even the utility was neutralized. And Checkmate, yeah, they were the puppet master that round. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff coming in from the T side. Really, really solid stuff. And I think that's what we're talking about coming into this, right, Blair, is the fact that this team, they definitely have, from an eye test, the better team overall in terms of how they approach Counter-Strike. And that's why I'm confident in the longevity of this team in comparison to the likes of teams like Huai, who are all based off how many kills you can get. Because that can only take you so far. And immediately we're starting to see Huai struggle against a Mongolian team that weren't even in the last PAL. So yeah, we've kind of hit the low wall right now. So I'm not too comfortable with this Huai team in terms of what they'll be able to do in the future against some of the better teams in this tournament.
And this is not even the best Mongolian team, right?
Exactly,
you have Tiger, right? You have D13, who really surprised a lot of us. Although, the fact that Checkmate qualified, D13 didn't. And watching them play today here, at least on Inferno, I'm seeing why they qualified. I'm seeing why they're able to beat a number of the other teams. Singapore Counter-Strike at one point was a top 3 team. You know, we're able to present a top 3 team in Asia for the longest time. And if you go back and even a number of years, they were a very, very solid side. Even in Source, even 1.6, they had a lot of well-known teams. And my, oh my, they've fallen quite a bit. And it's just unfortunate to see. Here we go, the Bulbasaur going for the dry peek out. He's going to find one, continue to face, and Ro's going to punish him for it. And it's going to be the hit coming in towards the side. They know there's a player on the pit, but it's going to be Ronan. He's going to find the kill, but the trades are fast and furious. Neff playing around the smoke beautifully, leaving it all on Techno 4K. He's going to get the bomb down, but he should be done. There's no way he's going to bring this one back. He even starts spraying blindly into the floor, Dinko. And it's going to be a much, much needed round for Huai. And honestly, at this point, I'm like 8-3. I feel like Checkmate's even done enough.
Yeah, especially with how weak the T side was from Huai. Checkmate looking really solid right now. We've seen adaptations as well, or attempts to change stuff up on the CT side from Huai. Different setups for players in the pit. The A defense has changed a little bit. Still just hasn't worked too much, but we'll see if they can work it out in the long term to maybe claw this back to an 8-7 half. It's definitely going to take a lot. A quick play from Ro. Oh, okay. I don't see how both of the players are alive. A quicker mid tick here from the T side. Checkmate looking to try and apply the pressure early on. And Bulbasaur, when you spray through the smoke like that, you're going to give away your position. You're just asking to be spammed, but look at the boost. The flash is good, but Hawk was so ready for it. Still, he's blind and he takes down Neff. Ronan having to fall away, getting back into a more passive position in the pit. But so far, so good for Checkmate. They just find kill after kill. The CT side crumbling. They are being dismantled piece by piece. And Ronan, well, he's trying his best, but there's just too many players coming towards him. And now it's Splashkey left alone in the world. 1 versus 4, and it's completely impossible. Ro shuts him down. Checkmate just know exactly what's going on. And Huai, well, they can't do anything.
That round was a classic example of how to dissect a CD side defense in Inferno. Brilliantly done by Checkmate. First kill, they get through the smoke. I mean, obviously helped out with a tracer. Check out the nade. I don't know if they heard the boost taking place or they knew it's an angle that they like to play. It's just some filthy stuff coming out. The nade gets tossed in, and the player spots out a player trying to get boosted up, which it kind of a little bit of a fail over there towards Neff. And then they don't pincer in towards Ronin. They wait for the flank to come in from CD, the rotation to come in from CD, get the kill, and then it just pounce onto Ronin. And as good, as sharp as that kid is, 4 players facing at the same time, there's no way you're going to win that. And this buy makes no sense. It's a double op, scout, double MP9 buy, Dinko. I don't think I've ever seen this on Inferno. I actually don't think I've ever seen this particular buy on the CD side.
It's a weird one. And well, Ronin's gone. I don't think he'll be seeing this buy for much longer, Blood. Looks like he's going to be picked apart. But desperate times call for desperate measures. That certainly is desperate times right now for the CT side. They have not been able to post rounds. They have not been able to compete in this first half. Well, now they gather outside of Banana. The T side ready to gather through. They've got the man advantage. Now they group up. Spiels is going to be under pressure. He's been quiet in this series so far. And now he's going to be under a lot of pressure as 5 players start to come in. He's the only player able to defend right now. Bulbasaur's trying to reposition, but they've only got MP9s on this B-bomb site. The push going through is Chaos as he goes into the smoke. He might just emerge behind him. There's the first kill. The second nearly there, but it's Bulbasaur that takes the first. So 2 kills have been collected, and so far so good. Look at the damage done to the T side. 2 ops left though, up against the AK-47s. 45 seconds left. Bomb finally goes down.
The problem is the 2 AWPs, Dinko. Which are the 2 worst guns to go for a retake, especially looking at how low Techno 4K and Row are? You just need the pistols. But Splash K doesn't care. It's overkill with the AWP, but it's still going to find the frag. Now it's a 1v2. They've both got kits. They have 2 smokes. They have a grenade. 1 nade in the right position. That's all they need in Techno 4K. And he's going to get spotted out. Splash K, calm, patient, the veteran, coming out on top. That got very scary indeed. And I feel like for Huai, imagine instead of the 2 MP9s, Dinko, if it was a 2 AWPs posted towards B. They'd have just destroyed, wrecked. Unfortunate for them to win the round based off what was a very, very curious buy indeed. But they somehow clawed the way to round number 4. Great work from Spiels and Bulbasaur, especially picking up a double there.
Yeah. That's very important stuff, especially because they had the weakest weapons in play, the MP9s. They were left with the weight of the round on their shoulders, essentially. Both players there. Spiels, in particular, he was the only player alive, but look at that nade damage coming in. 2 kills, back and forth. 1 for the CTs, another for the T side. And we've got ourselves a 4 versus 4. A lot of damage done across the board for Checkmate. 25 HP on Kaz, 14 for Row. That's a lot of damage, boy.
That is Kaz and Row both 1 well-placed nade, well-timed Molotov, but Hawk's gonna be leading the charge. And it's gonna be Spiels burning Kaz alive, but Hawk's made his way in. And Spiels might not be expecting this, but the bullets, it's gonna be a dead giveaway. And he should be careful. These shots on Spiels just barely a millimeter away from finding its mark. 3v4 have everything to work with, Dinko. 2 AWPs, not ideal, but I'm sure they can pick up a rifle on the way somewhere over there. They have a lot of utility to work with, but now it has to come down to Blitz and Hawk to somehow hold on to this bomb site.
A lot of damage being done now, Blitz and Roll. Just 40 HP left, and the USP, it just happens out of nowhere. Neff was alone, but he still pulls it off. And just right down to the wire in terms of the players alive on the server. It's Huai that walk away with a 5th round. And we head into the final round of the first half. Checkmate have done a lot to get themselves into this position, Blair. Finding themselves 9 rounds out of the T side of Inferno is no easy feat. The Huai side, it could have been a worse scenario for them. At least they get 5 on the board. They need more than this, though.
Oh, indeed, they do.
Get 6. That'll put them in a better position, but still not comfortable.
It's at least something. It's a pretty decent resurgence considering how well one-sided it was looking at one point in time. It was like what? 9-2, 9-3 at one point. It's Neff, aggressive peak, is going to take down the Wonder Kid, Techno 4K. Oh, that's a chunky nade as well, but they're just going to go for the contact play through the smoke. This is interesting. There's no one on the bomb side, Dinko. They have to go for the plate. It's going to be Neff on the side. He gets spotted out. Blitz going to find one. They know the second player is there as well. They're completely unaware and not cognizant of the fact that there is a snake in the grass. There's a player right behind them with an MP9. Sorry, an M4. It's going to be Ronin, baby. He's going to find one. He's stuck right behind the hay bales, but he's gonna go for the wall bang as well, and he's gonna almost get the kill, and Kaz left alone, 1v2. How has he pulled this one off? And he's gonna get pushed, but Kaz with a tap on his field, and Ronin 7 HP versus 25, spraying blindly through the smoke, and Kaz playing on top of that motor box and has made his escape. But the bomb's not planted for him, and it's gonna be the defuse from Ronin, and he's just gonna stick it and win it. What was that round?
There was even a chicken killed in that blur. They've even killed a chicken in the middle of that clutch. It's just a massacre all over the bomb site. And, well, Ronin, he just goes, okay, you're going to fall away. I'm just going to stick the defuse. Had the smoke up. Pulls it off. But well, that is disgusting. That round is just one that we'll all want to forget. Chaos on the A bomb site. I really don't know how. Kaz is even in a position where there's a possibility that he wins that. He should have been shut down a long time ago. This is just filthy. So close to taking down Ronin as well. So unfortunate for Kaz. He nearly pulls it off. He nearly plays it to perfection. But they go into the second half with 9 on the board from the T side. A 3-round advantage on the CT side of fair going into the second. If they win the pistol blur, they're putting themselves in a real positive position at the end of this series.
Yeah, considering how one-sided it was looking. But again, even the rounds they're winning, it's so scrappy. Coming down to 1v1s, to 1v2s. It could have been either way. The scores could be flipped right here. It could have been a 9-6 favoring Huai, looking at how some of the rounds played out. But you know what? They clutched those rounds, given the opportunity. And now they've given themselves a little bit of some breathing space. Aggressive play from the CT, just marching down mid. There's no one to find. Rose able to find Bulbasaur, but it's just a shooting gallery. And Frag's going left and right. Blitz caught out reloading as Spiel's going to find a kill. Techno's going to get double peek. Spiels with a triple kill. And it's all in the hands of Kaz. He's got a kit, but it's alone. The bomb side has been lost.
Well, Kaz left alone now. 1 versus 3. Spiels, he's back to his old tricks. Blight took a little bit of an off day today in terms of his pistol ability, but he's decided to show up. Better lit than never. They needed a hero coming into the second half, and well, they've got him. Spiels of 3. Now Kaz with a kit. Winning this round impossible, so he starts to back away. He starts to realize that he just will not be winning this. Back in the library. Maybe pick up a book. This is... well, he's got another headshot at least, doing more damage as he flees the scene. He will get away with his life. It's 7th round picked up for Huai. They're not done yet. They continue, and they need a good start on this T side. We talk about the fact that they've crumbled so much on their attacking side. Both players do go down, so there's going to be full reinvestment across the board. They will have to invest in Kevlar again.
I do like the aggression. I can't really blame them for it, but it's just that the best counter to that aggression is, well, being an alt mid, and that's exactly what happened. So it's kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors, and unfortunately, Tiger had the gun, Dinko. That's the way it is sometimes. Force buy for the not Huai, not Tiger. What am I even saying? I'm losing my mind. We do have the force buy coming out from the side of Checkmate. The Eagle's out. Scout for Blitz, and he's going to find Bobo. Bulbasaur done for, and Splash get down to 31. Minute and 30 seconds on the clock, and the exchange, it's going to go heavily the way of the Mongolian side. This is a good start for them, and they haven't taken any point of damage, Dinko.
Gathering up. And Banana. 3 plays here for the CT side. Push coming through. Here they come. On the T side, multiple players now charging into this B-bomb site. You've got so many players all over the site. Road towards New Box. He will be picked off. Spiels with a double. He is continuing, showing that he cannot just do it in the pits rounds. Shows up in this one as well. It's important. And he'll show up in this second round by. And you need to make sure that this investment of all these rifles stays alive. They don't want to lose any of them.
I know Blitz is trying to push in and try and help his teammate who was stuck at the back of the bomb site. Spiel's okay. He's going for the ace, Dinko. He wants it, but I think he's going to be stuck way at the back of the bomb site. 4k from him. Great round. In that 5v4, Blitz walked in through the smoke from coffins with the scout. Now, I know he was trying to help his teammate who was stuck at the back of the bomb site, but when you have the scout and you know your opponents have, maybe Mac 10s or rifles, I feel like it would have been a smarter idea for him to... Okay, he switched to his pistol, his USB. But I feel it would have been better if he just, stayed back. It's fine. It's a worthy sacrifice. You stay back, you make the 4v4 retake look a little bit more promising. But, well, he gets taken down. And it's going to be just a light investment. Again, a few pistols, a couple of nades, that's about it. And this is a round Huai should not be losing, Dinko. He should not be losing it, but they're losing it. Please, stop losing rounds like this. Blitz is going to find double. Finally gets taken down, Dinko. Thank God. But Kaz, he's snuck in behind enemy lines.
Ronan. He's got the bomb starting to wrap the site. And they've got the site now itself. Kaz is up in the apartments, but will this even be useful being in this position right now? He's still so far removed, and yeah, he's gone back to middle. He might be able to find a rifle here. That's something. But hasn't found a weapon on the battlefield. So now that position they did have, that could have potentially led to something, is neutralized him. This round is done. It's going to be 9-9. They've tied things up, and it really feels like Checkmate have slowed down completely. Blur. They've come to a halt. They need more energy to get going again. We go on to the next round. That's when they'll have the buy. They'll have the funds, the resources to be able to compete in the second half. And that's when we get the true test. See if they're going to be here in the second half, or will it be Huai just taking control? And Kaz, well, he's taking one. I think that calls for Ronan to get his rifle back into his hands. He seems to have given up. And while the kills all come in, I mean, there's obviously no time to win the round, but that's crazy. They all give up. At that point, Huai just take it for granted. They've won the round already. Checkmate must be saving, but they go in and they do so much damage. That's a full rebuy across the board.
That's a kamikaze play, and in fact, they get out with an AK-47 as well. That's just huge. The amount of damage being inflicted on the buy, which was the eco, right? It wasn't a full investment. It was a Deagle doing the work from Blitz, a CZ, a couple of USPs, in fact. So they're going to be very happy with the way that round played out. So even though the score lines are tied, you look at the cash for Huai, the Singaporean Chinese mix, it is not pretty. Splash kill with the AWP. He's going to be going fishing with the big green. Flashing his way for his teammates. They're going to be just trying to bum rush their way through the smoke. There are just two players holding the line. It's going to be Ro and Techno 4K with the B bomb site. A pretty standard setup, although they have a couple of players playing inside of the apartments, if I'm not mistaken, here for the CD side. So that could catch someone off guard. They've given up A. That's... Oh... This is worrying.
Kaz. Scoped in. Flash is good. Shot is not. It's off the angle. Goes back again, but that one's fantastic. Through the smoke, gets rid of Ronan and puts on a double from the boiler. He was looking to light up more, but will eventually go down to Spiels. Now the push on towards the site. Hawk in the apartments. He can deliver death from the balcony. One goes through, the nade follows in, and Splashkey is alone. He will tuck back in the site and at least confirm, or try to confirm the bomb plant, but now he's probably just dead. Hawk takes his head right off his shoulders, and that is a fantastic round from Checkmate. They finally get the buy-in, and they show up.
And more importantly, I mean, I don't think it's more important than winning the round, but the fact that they prevent the plan from even taking place, Dinko, that's massive. Look at the money. It's been gutted. It's been just completely crushed. And if I'm Huai, I might just go for the force buy at this point. Or, yeah, even if they went for a force buy, it'd be fine. It has to be a double eco here. The next round, they'll have money for some AK, some Galils, but it's still not going to be ideal. They're still going to have to make do with the fact that they don't have the utility. And again, have to remind everyone, this isn't Dust 2. This isn't Mirage. This is Inferno. Utility is paramount. It's so crucial. Maybe not so much on the T side, but it 100% is for the CD side, as I still nade from Blitz, but not really finding anyone. as they are posturing towards this A bomb site. The thing is, they have a couple of PD-50s, Denko, but no utility, no flashbangs to kind of like pounce or like waterfall their way out. But Bulbasaur still gets a kill in the blitz. That is massive. But Techno 4K helping out his teammate, and it's going to be a massacre. Lose a couple of guns, but honestly, I don't think they're going to be too chuffed about it.
11-9. Checkmate now. You have an opportunity, Blair, to grab control of this. We know they're a team that can build off momentum. Double upset coming out. Ro and Kaz definitely can work this on the CT side. Take a look at what the T side have decided to do in this round. It's not invest everything, and I like that. Obviously, they didn't really have the resources to do so on every player, so they realized the realistic call is to go for the Deagles and Kevlar and buy into the next round here. Blitz, that's aggression, and that is nice. It works out onto Nev. Kaz with a double kill on the AWP. He just wants more. He keeps peeking, and why not? It's working. He's finding double kills all across the map, and there's another one. Kaz with a third kill in the round, finally shut down by the Deagle. A splash key. That AWP can be recovered by Blitz, and our splash key is going to be shut down by the other AWP that was positioned towards Banana. 12-9. Checkmate now 4 rounds away from finally ending this series. It has been a long one between these two teams. We knew that coming into today. We knew these two teams should be quite evenly matched, as I feel like it is across the bottom of this table. When you take a look at the top teams within the Asian region, you know what to expect. When it comes to the mid-table or even further down, you're going to see a lot of these close, scrappy, competitive games. And, I mean, they're enjoyable because right now, this isn't one of those crazy games of Counter-Strike where you're not seeing anything make sense. It's actually quite a good game of Counter-Strike. Obviously, a few mistakes here and there, and maybe not the highest level of Counter-Strike coming in from the teams, but at least it's close, at least it's competitive, and they're trying their hardest to get this done, and that's a quick headshot from Spiels.
That was a mistake, though, from Ro. I don't think it was a flash from him to peek out, but Spiels just peering out really far ahead. No flashbang, though, for Hawk, and he's still going to fight. But Techno, 4K, 2 quick headshots, is looking for more, and he's going to get all 3, shutting down a B-bomb site all alone. This guy is a maniac, and Nef's probably wondering, guys, it's one 16-year-old kid. What are you doing?
Get rid of him. Just shut him down.
Oh my lord.
Doesn't work out though. Nev now the last remaining player. 1 versus 3 for the man. He is alone in the world and he has a lot to do right now. A good shot. Kaz takes down Nev 13-9. Checkmate now in a real solid position. You know, 3 rounds away from victory. Even when the round starts off poorly for the team, they have Techno, 4K, stepping up, just spraying them all down. And there's nothing they can do about it. He's playing on coffins as well, Blair. It's not like he's in a position that shouldn't be checked. He's in the most common position on the B-bomb site, and they can't deal with him. And finally, he's got a photo, and he looks younger than me.
Oh, yeah, they finally sent him a picture. Man, he looks very, very young.
Literally younger than me. Thank God. There we go. Finally.
He is younger than you, though. By quite a few years.
Yeah, I know, but yeah. Let me have my victory, Blair.
You take those, Denko. You take those. Okay, this is interesting. They're running in straight through the smokes, and that could actually catch Checkmate off guard. And indeed it has. Fields has found a couple. Ro looking the wrong way. And, well, Kotai just ran in through the smokes. They ran in through the smokes. And they won the round, Denko. They won the round. How was this happened?
Some things are unexplainable. That's the face Kaz pulls when he realizes what just happened in this round.
Also, isn't it like a little confusing when Kaz is opping and it just reminds you of Kaze?
A little bit. Yeah. We're gonna see that matchup, obviously, with the round robin format. He also looks like he's got a space helmet on.
He's got slick hair. I wish I had slick hair like that.
Yeah, with the circle and his neck being so low down in the photo.
Okay. All right.
That's huge, though. Take a look at the money, right? You would have had so much built up for Huai. Now that they have to fully reinvest, all that reserve cash that would have been in play right now is gone. So if they lose this round, their money is finished. Let's see this again. We were just assuming that all the action was done for the round, but here we go. Just opportunity presented. And he will take everybody down. 27 and 11. 27 and 11.
Man's got moves. Man's got skills. And honestly, even in Mirage, if we go back to the map, he was pretty solid, man. And this is an aggressive play. Ooh, how is he even alive? But the crossfire is there. The trap was laid. But they're only able to find just one kill, Dinko. Now Kaz, time to deliver. And he will deliver, but just good for one kill. It's a 2v3. Spiels down to 12 points of health. Now Rowe. He died from the same position from playing in the library. If he's going to die from the same place here again, he's going to be suffering a very, very nasty case of PTSD. This time he's ready. He gets a dink through the tree, but doesn't get the frag. And now again, it's Techno 4K 1v3. And this is doable, Dinko. Look at the health. He has an idea what Spiels is. Splash K runs in through the flames. He spots a player out, but he gets caught out. It was a little too much to ask of a young gun.
Yeah.
It's going to be Huai stealing the second round back-to-back.
Yeah, that Molotov is really important as well. When you take a note of that, Molotov, it seems like a small thing. It feels like he was destined to run out anyway. But he could have stayed in the apartments for a little bit longer, maybe isolated a fight in towards the pit. He is the target practice master now. It's frozen for me, so I've lost that. But there we go. But yeah, never mind. He's 17 and 15. I mean, it's not the biggest performance in comparison to some of his previous performances in the series, but he's had his moments. He's had his big holds. We've seen that come through. But he could have won that. But that Molotov just kind of forced him into the open, really puts him in between two players, and they can both peek him. But 13 to 11, 3 away from victory. Bunny's in a bit of a questionable spot right now for the Mongolians, so they've got to slow things down a little bit. This is a way back in for Whiteside. They have the buy, they can recover their economy. It's all about limiting the casualties and keeping as many players alive as possible. But if they commit to B-Blood, we have 4 players here right now for the Mongolians.
Yeah, and that's what Huai have struggled with time and time again in the T side, where they don't seem to know how to really approach anti-ecos. You poke and prod, try to feel out, try to draw out some reaction from your opponents, trying to figure out if it's a stack or not. Instead, they go in wide. Spiel spots 2 players, and they're still going to go for the full commit. And Neff's going to find 1, but he's good for 2, but it's now a 3v2. Are they going to head back towards B? They can't. The bomb's dropped in the smoke towards CT. It hasn't been picked up, and Rowe's going to find another kill, and it's going to be Rowe completely taking them down. 1, 2, 3, all in a row. And Checkmate, they get round number 14. Dinko, you had your fears, and there you go. It's all realized right in front of you. That is... Look, there are a number of terrible anti-eco rounds from Huai in the past couple of days. That has to be a top 3. That has to be a top 3. Or a bottom 3 of how not to play an anti-eco.
You just walk it, you know you're up against a low buy, but you just continue to walk in with all of your players into one area of the map. It's like
they didn't even run in. They walked in.
Yeah, there's no information gathering. You're just committing to it completely, walking in. You know what's happening at that point, but you still can't stop yourself from doing it. It's like when you decide you want to die, but you smell cookies or something. You just can't stop yourself. Can't stop yourself from eating them. And well, Kaz now under the pressure. Here comes the pusher out in the corner. Kaz just in the pit. He's got Hawk to back him up, and while the kills keep coming in, here it is. Map and series point coming right up, served on a silver platter. As Bulbasaur and Splash Kid, the last 2 remaining players. Oh my god, Hawk, you madman.
He teabagged him as well. I love it.
I'm loving this. Checkmate are fun to watch.
Oh, man. Look, I didn't know what sort of team Checkmate was when I came into today's game, because I'll be real, I haven't heard of these guys before the call. What is that from Hawk? And how lucky is he that the player doesn't have any head armor, just immediately just destroys his head. I'm looking forward to see Checkmate play against other teams. I think they're just going to get better and better.
Yeah, I feel like every time we kind of just have this one Mongolian underdog team that you can always just back in these matches. And well, Hawk, he's going to get a double. Neff and Roning both going down. This looks like it's done, Blair. 3 players remaining. And here we go, Checkmate. Looking to try and take the series.
It's not over till the fat lady sings, as a smart person said once. I don't even know. Boff, what are you doing, Kaz? Out in the open, but Bulbasaur just good for 1. Immediate trick coming in from Blitz. Blitz looking for more, but Splashka replies back. 24 points of health for Splash. He's got the bomb. He's got a rifle. I'd like him to toss in the rifle towards his teammate, but right now... Ooh. You're going to be walking on in straight, and it still get the kill, but doesn't matter. Row. Oh, he still might be eating hard. Row's there to save the day, Dinko. And that is going to be the game. It is going to be Checkmate stealing the win away from Huai. I'm impressed with Checkmate, but god damn it, Huai, you can't lose rounds like that. You can't lose games like that. It's rough. Mitch, Tom, jump in. Shut up, Tom. Shut up, Tom. Actually, no, don't shut up. Please break down what you witnessed there. Take it away.
I'll be honest. I feel like most of the time when we look at the T sides, it just comes out of like cheese rounds, at least when it comes for HZ, as they're so called. It's one of those things where I don't think that they have a T side or any strategy most of the time. It's just like, can one player open up a site completely while the rest of his team dies? Maybe. And that's how they get a T round. It seemed like that across all 3 maps. I'm really not impressed with this group as a whole. Checkmate, on the other hand, sure, like they got off to a fantastic start on the T side, then we finally saw a little bit coming back in, but they looked like they were in control the majority of this map. Sure, there were some crazy rounds here and there, and a few where you look at that and go, well, if you make these same mistakes against a better team, they're going to punish you. But as a whole, they look much better. The young gun, I feel like they're going to be looking back to Kane and going, he'll be like, guys, I'm feeling a little bit better. It's like, are you sure there's not like a little bit? He goes, well, it may be a little bit. Oh no, keep your rest. Make sure that you're ready, because you don't want this young kid going anywhere. Like,
or you just
even
tell
if
him,
it's not,
you just tell him he's
like
back in the team.
Kane,
He'll celebrate and break his other arm.
Maybe that's true. But maybe you just say to Kane, like, either he's going to be on the bench for a bit or someone else, because this kid is nuts.
Yeah, they're basically going to have to go the Astralis route and be like, oh, I don't think you're feeling, stop hitting yourself. Stop beating yourself up, Kane. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed with Checkmate, honestly. And again, I'm not saying they played the best of Counter-Strike. There were a lot of flaws here and there to be seen. But just with the fact that we came in with 0 expectations, I think they've really done a phenomenal job here. Mitch, any takeaways before we kind of wrap this one up?
No, I mean, look, I think it's all being said. Really, like, Huai just threw that one away. I felt like in general, when it comes to their T sides, they've been very, very weak. We need to see them really tighten the ship up in that sense. And you can make excuses all day long, but the reality is, we've seen a player on this team drop 38 kills and they lose. We've seen them today look a whole lot flatter. I feel like this is a situation that probably other teams are going to look to someone like Huai and go, oh, he seems pretty good. Let's pick him up. And that's the most they'll amount to within the region.
Yeah. Go on. I see so much talent in the Mongolian region now that I think they can actually make a Mongol horde again and just have Urcast lead it as the can. I think this could work. I mean, you just have so many players.
Multiple teams.
Exactly. And Urcast just
roster.
be the leader of it. Just take over everywhere in Asia.
Mongols, I know they have a Facebook page. I don't know if the Twitter account's still active, but hey, I mean, you have so many young players out there. You definitely could be building a horde, and Mongol CS can actually finally ride again. I do believe we have the MVP of that matchup as well, and I'm not surprised. It should be Kaz. It was looking very, very fantastic. We don't have a picture for him, unfortunately, but he was winning a lot of his duels, making life miserable for the side of Huai. And yeah, I think that's it from our end over here. Again, I want to see more from Checkmate. I think, Dinko, I think they've at least impressed me a little bit. And I feel like, especially with playing with a stand-in, right, to switch things up quite a bit. And it's a first game. And heading into the future, there are going to be some certain teams, sure, maybe not against a Tyloo or a Vici or maybe an Invictus, but let's say against a Tiger who will look a little shaky against maybe a Sigma. I feel like they have a good chance of having a pretty decent placing, and if not getting the RMR points, at least netting a decent sum of money at the end of the league stage.
Yeah, I think coming into this, you see the teams they're going to be towards the top, and that's not exactly as exciting because you know exactly from day one how that's going to play out. Whereas with these teams, it's very exciting to see some of the newer teams come through. And we've got another Mongolian team we can back up as one of the underdogs that could potentially do some damage because you never really know. But I mean, we've seen Tyloo today look kind of weak in terms of the performance that they showed today. We know they're Tyloo, so they're going to win anyway. But it's the likes of Vici in their opening matchup looked a bit weak. Now we're going to see if Tiger in their next matchup's looking weak. So yeah, some of these underdog teams could maybe show up, get a few extra points, and secure themselves some nice cash.
Yeah, speaking of Mongolian teams, like you mentioned, Tiger we're going to be playing next, and that's going to be the next game coming up. It is going to be Tiger facing off against Bren. The final matchup of the day, which is of course going to be brought to you by Mitch and Tom. But before that, we have a little bit of a break.
Coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Perfect World Asia League Fall 2020. Game number 3, lineup for you guys here for on day number 2. It's been pretty hectic day so far. I've seen a couple of close games, a couple of close series, and my name is Blair. And joining me, as usual, are going to be these 3 lovely gentlemen to take you through the remainder of the day, the remainder of the action. We have Mitch, we got Tom, we got Dinko joining me, and we have a matchup coming up for you guys, and it's going to be, of course, seen on the schedule, which hopefully should be coming up on the screens right about now. And never get that sync right. Jason does it so smoothly. I just can't get it right, Tom. But we do have a game coming up next. Tom, let's start with you. It's going to be your favorite team. Actually, no, that's Mitch's favorite team. It's going to be Bren facing off against Tiger. It's going to be interesting.
I don't mind Bren. But yesterday, they looked all right. They did well versus Vici. I was surprised because Mitch has talked the most shit about that team than any other team I've ever heard. So I was expecting them.
Okay.
Basically, I was expecting them to be after. I was expecting them to be that team.
Me too.
They looked all right yesterday. I wouldn't say they were showstoppers. I don't think it was like the greatest performance, but if it wasn't for the fact that Micro had the worst performance we've seen in the entire tournament, they may have even taken him out.
Yeah. That is the man of the hour. I feel like I want to talk a little bit about him. And Mitch, like, he did struggle quite a lot yesterday. Now, it could be his positioning, but also we saw some decisions being made by him. So it wasn't just about him struggling, filling in the role left by one of your favorite players, Ja. It's more about the fact that he seemed nervous. He seemed very nervous. And I gotta agree with Tom. It was the weakest performance we've seen so far from any of the players so far in the tournament.
Yeah, look, there was a period, I'm just thinking back to Spirit when Magic's joined the lineup, and I was on the desk for the first, I'd say the first 3 weeks of him playing, and I chatted mad shit about him because he was terrible. He was really, really bad. And it was weird because he was coming in replacing Sophic and Coldy. We're like, just get this guy out. Is he trialing? No, he's officially on the lineup. Who signed him? What is this? But in actual fact, he ended up warming into the role. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Micro. I don't want to beat a dead horse just insulting him. But last time, Bren versus Mazlai was the worst game of Counter-Strike I've ever watched in my life. Is what I would have said if I wasn't here earlier for the Tyloo versus
I have to stop
game.
you right. I have to stop you right there real quick because I believe the game's about to go live. And you know what? You're going to continue on your rant. I love listening to it. But we have the map veto coming up on your screens over there. Dust 2. A map that Tiger do enjoy playing. We have Mirage, a map we saw on Bren. And of course, we have Train and Decider, which honestly, I feel like it's going to be 50-50. But you know what? Dinko and I are going to get the hell out of here. And it's going to be you two gentlemen. I believe the game's just about to go live, so I'm not going to waste any more time. Mitch, Tom, have fun with this one. I hope you guys really do enjoy it.
Thank you. I'm sure we will. Yeah, just the boys are ready to go early today. We're getting on time. I'm loving it. In all fairness, massive change since... back when I used to do some Asian games, when it was literally, Tom, I don't know if you've experienced this. There was a game in which I was sat here. It was for a different company, I shall say. I was just messaging the mods any news? And they're like, no. An hour late, the team started joining. An hour late, the team started joining. No reason. Even when the game started, they asked, why were you late? And they just didn't respond. They just both started. It was like, what are you going to do? Disqualify both of us?
Did they ask in the right language?
Should have happened. Maybe not. That's the thing. Maybe to them it was just symbols coming at them.
Yeah.
Just speaking English to the poor dudes. But yeah, so what I was saying was, previously the Bren versus Mazlai game that closed out the last season of Oramor was genuinely the worst game of Counter-Strike I've ever watched. And the reason that it probably overtakes Tyloo versus After was that it went to 3 maps, Tom. The first was an overtime, the second was 16-13, and the third was 16-14 or something to that effect. And I could probably point out 3 rounds in it that I enjoyed.
With Jason?
Yeah, that made it
makes
worse,
it worse
definitely.
too. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I understand.
But no, genuinely, it was the worst game of Counter-Strike I'd ever seen. And to see them turn around, I was impressed with their performance yesterday. I don't think they played terribly. Obviously, Micro leaves a lot to be desired. He's new on the lineup. I don't know what level of experience he has versus these kind of teams. So I don't want to just go in on him. I mean, it's very easy. I learned my lesson with Magic's. A player can be new to a roster. You're trying to find how you fit into it. And then how you, and over time, obviously, you can warm up to that and to the opponents you're facing against. So I don't think it's fair to just come in and say, well, he's trash. But he has been playing like trash. That's for sure.
Trash so far.
Trash so far. There we go. But yeah, it is always worth noting, you know, he can warm up into it. Like, if, for example, if we saw someone like Derek drop 5 kills 2 maps in a row, you'd be like, what the hell's going on? This guy sucks.
The only thing I do want to say is that the thing that's confused me, especially with a fair few of these teams, is why their warm up is in the tournament. Like this is the biggest thing to play for in the Asian region by a country
100%.
mile. Like it's not even close with the amount of money that's on the line, with what is at stake for opportunities, especially now with the likelihood of more RMR events being added later on, that chances are that they could actually have a real chance of qualifying. Small one, because Tyloo are Tyloo, but to basically go like, hey, this is our new player, let's give him a go. It's like, seems like a weird time to do that. Like, I feel like you would have wanted to practice a little bit more beforehand and get him accustomed to the roster rather than like that. That's why if this was any other Asian tournament, like be it one with like the one that ESL ran recently, like the Cologne one, even that to an extent, I would have been like, okay, you know what? They had to make a change sometime, or the DreamHack one that happened as well. But when you're going into the tournament that means everything, the perfect world tournament, obviously an organizer from the region itself and the one that leads to the major, I don't want to give that excuse. Like, he needs to be better. There's no excuse for it. Like, it's 13 kills over 2 maps. That's not good enough. And I want him to play well. I want him to do better. But like, realistically, if you lose your first 3-4 games, sure, there's still more to come. But do I expect Tyloo to lose 3 or 4 games? No. Do I expect Invictus to lose 3 or 4 games? No. Vici? Probably not. If you've already lost to Tiger, that's a problem. So you're then aiming to try and get that last spot. And well, if you're aiming for 5th or 6th, like we sort of mentioned, you're going to hit Tyloo in the playoffs. So it's like, you need to be good now. There's no time to sort of like, let's improve as we go, even if you do have a lot of matches to play.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you on that one. It's a very lackluster decision. Also, we've been lied to. Black coming in. Oh, the game is starting, Mitch. The game is starting. He just wanted to go get his lunch, didn't he? I think he's got a delivery coming, so he was popping down to grab some food. What a cheeky play. But yeah, the boys are getting ready. Pistol round just about to go underway. And yeah, I don't know where I'm at in this one, honestly. Dust 2 between these two teams. You've got a weakness straight away in micro over on the CT side. That's a bit of an issue. I feel like Tiger should be winning the... Well, no, Tiger definitely should be winning the series, for God's sake. It's the team that won the first Aura More event for this region. That, you know, teams going into the previous Aura More, by the way, or like viewers in general, were saying like, oh, Tiger, they're basically like the number 3 team in Asia, at least. Some were arguing that they were now like the new Giants, and maybe they're better than Tyloo. No, they're just not. And we saw that last Aura More. This is where they need to come in and really get off to a good start, because that previous game, yeah, they won it 2-0, but it sure wasn't clean.
But yeah, it was 2-0 against the team that personally I think are the worst team in the tournament so far. Like from all the teams we've seen, I think After are the worst team we've seen. So, and they had, or either that or they had their worst performance. That's the only other option. Like, they played better today, granted, but that was against Tyloo, who were taking the piss. Either way, nice start. It is going to be Cabal now being traded out. That P250 hits the deck, but they've managed to get close enough that now the Glocks are effective. 9 was someone yesterday who was fairly impressive, but he does get caught. The cover not quite there. However, Urkust lurking him from behind. I like how he takes a more passive angle. Doesn't need to overface here. Staying alive would be far more valuable. And this is just smart, intelligent play. He's trying to group up with the rest of his team, take a different, more favorable angle. Each duel he takes, he's making it harder and harder for the guy to kill him. And sure, he dies, which isn't ideal, but he's wasted, what, like 10, 15 seconds of the CT's time, and the remaining 2 players of his team are on the site. Still, though, it's getting a little bit dicey, but that's the kit down. So now it has to be a fast kill coming out. Dobu, it's awkward. It's really awkward. He's now just trying to dodge the bullets, and he gets there in the end. Oh, every single fight over that last, like, 30 seconds was gross, but Tiger do finish the job.
That was gorgeous as well. I love the Matrix impression. Just dipping, weaving, ducking, dodging, diving all over the place. Fantastic work. But after that very awkward duel and awkward end to a round, we do end up with Tiger taking the pistol. That's another beatdown for Bren. You know, this is one they definitely wanted to participate in. Well, I guess they participated in it. They just lost. But had they have won this, it would have been that nice, healthy boost to their economy. And you saw even in the previous or the first game of the day for Tyloo, that was a big reason that they even won. Had they have lost both pistols, they could have been upset.
Triple scout?
It's one way to go. Wits on a scout.
It. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I'm a big fan of the scout. I think on maps like Train, I'm actually almost for at least double scout if you lose the first round, because I think that it's very, very effective. The only thing is I kind of like seeing 2, because then you have 3 people to almost clean up the mess. What is
this though? Double scout mid, they had. And then you've got 1 watching short, so they're not occupying long.
Look, they've won this round. This has worked. That's 3 kills already for Pro. Urkust is already on 18 HP. This scout play has worked wonderfully. Like, maybe it shouldn't have worked as well as it did, but hey, they hit all of the shots, they cleaned up the mess, and Bren made that round look really easy.
We didn't catch what Pro was doing, but he was back of B site, right? Just holding the longer range angle. Here we go. There's 1 tag on the way through. Oh man, just shutting them.
Why was that
absolutely
Molotov
shredding?
Like the last thing they did.
Yeah.
Let's use the Molotov after we're all dead.
Yeah, and even the fact that they throw it in the first place. Look how long they spend in the tunnels. Like, they're literally standing on range versus him the whole time, instead of actually bursting out. I know you don't expect a scout to be backside, certainly not when you've already spotted 1 on middle, but that's it's unfortunate for them that they've ran right into it and given away those fights.
This has been a huge boost to the CT economy. Of course, if they convert this round, then this is the perfect start. It's the best start you can have to any map in terms of economy. Obviously, not in terms of rounds, but it will completely reset the T-side economy. That's why they've gone for a force here. Urka's going to be on the scout with some Kevlar behind it. The rest of the players all on pistols. Now, they do have to be careful, the CTs here. They don't want to give too much up. They don't have any reserve cash other than Wits, who managed to keep the scout from the previous round. NCL trying to make a bit of a solo play into middle. And, well, realistically, that is a very, very easy kill for the CT side to take.
Papi Chulo's up close here. A little bit of a money maker for him. Nice free kill. Backs off a little bit, hiding down inside the doors. They've got the map control locked down. The only issue is Wits, really. He has to find a tag and run away, but this guy is consistent when it comes to the scope. Already got himself 1. That flash almost opens up the ability for them to trade him out. They're not able to find anything, and Papi comes up behind to guarantee no plant. They're going to just rush him down, but 9 gets it just before Papi swings wide on the angle. Good stuff. Like a bomb planting around like that, it's not it's at least some sort of an upside, but they really needed to get a couple of kills on the board there.
Yeah, but in reality, you have to take that round what it was. So that was all their money put into this round. So, yeah, bomb plant's nice now that they've lost, but realistically, in terms of what they set out to achieve, which was win the round, they weren't even close. So for Bren, good conversion. Sure, it makes the buy going into the next round a little bit better for Tiger, and realistically, they could invest a little bit more into this one, a deagle or 2 to try and do some damage, but with Bren keeping things flawless, their money's going to be booming, and now they have a chance versus what is basically an eco round. As you can see, just a couple of P250s, a single flashbang, and by the looks of it, they're going to blast into the B side. Now, they actually have... if that Molotov wasn't there, or even if they pushed it, they could have won that round. Maybe not won it, but they could have at least got a bomb plant, because there is only 1 defender of the B side. It was a 4-man long stack. Nonetheless, things become a little bit more normal after nobody pushes that avenue.
Oh, the pistol train, it's coming up towards B. Gonna have to be some serious damage done to keep them out now that they've got close range fights, but they've shut down the conga line. The speed really just took a massive hit as they came up towards the top of the ramp. Was feeling like that could have been just overwhelming with numbers, right? But instead, they pick off the middle guy. First one through the window has no trade, obviously, because of that, and And then everyone just looked kind of lost. Tragic turn of events, but for Tiger, 3-1. Yeah, Bren are certainly answering up. They are showing that they've got some serious capability. And they wouldn't have had this kind of performance, even just from what we've seen so far, in the last or more. Things have definitely improved. As I said, I much preferred the lineup with Jalen, and I hope it was his decision to leave and not a decision to replace him, because that was a terrible choice if it was. But as far as the core goes, in terms of their approach to the rounds, they're certainly looking a little bit more confident in themselves.
You never know. Maybe he was it left a bad impression on them, or it was a bad influence even. Now they're going to play just much better fundamental Counter-Strike. We can all dream. A minute 10 left on the clock. They've kept a couple of bonus weapons here, Mac 10 alongside a scout, but if you look how much money there currently is for the CT side, that's absolutely fine. And if they can even get 3 more kills here, they would actually be in a very good spot to put the hurt back onto Tiger once again. Of course, for Tiger, a little bit of a different scenario. They have a glass cannon AWP, and other than that, it's just the rifles and utility. So they do look to try and pressure on towards this A site. Good Molotovs to try and force back the CT side, and they are just pushing Derek into what is a very awkward corner. But the Molotov, I hate that the Molotov shroud vision. Very difficult to see him over the top of it. Cabal with a double trade, someone who is fairly impressive in the matches we saw yesterday. And with all the extra utility they've used to sort of hold back these remaining players, they've set themselves quite nicely here for the retake.
Oh, Cabal. He's swinging wide. He gets some damage, but now they're going to just swing and look to take him down. He's out of ammo. For Tiger, that's more than enough, the 1-for-1 trade. They managed to keep Brown locked out. Because they realize after losing that player and taking the damage on Pro, it's just not worth going for, especially with the time remaining. So out of there they go to save those weapons. And we do get a close start to the game, at least, with Tiger answering back up. They're not just being shut down straight away. Which is really what you expect, though. This isn't a team that will go quietly. After opening it up with a very close pistol round and then losing those preceding 3, again up against the triple scout setup, and it was only one of them really that was doing the damage over towards B in the second round. That left Tiger in a pretty bad spot, because this round just now, that's the only time they've really looked good. Other than that, it's had to be clutch plays or just disastrous losses.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be something that continues. Of course, as mentioned, that was somewhat of a bonus round for Bren. That was them keeping a couple of riskier weapons. Now the AWP comes in onto Wits, and the same is there for his counterpart. Money still actually pretty good for the CT side. A couple of players with enough to purchase comfortably into the next round. Derek might be a little bit further off than everyone else, but not too much of an issue. For the T's, well, there's not much of a bank at all. A bomb plant is a bare minimum in this round. We're going to see this long aggression. You can tell that Bren are really expecting an eventual burst out of long. It's a common strategy, of course, but as of yet, we've only seen a single round where it's really been challenged for. And, well, in that round, the CTs didn't challenge for it at all.
I want to see where Tiger take this one coming into the last minute of the round. They've got control over top mid. Well, they had at least. And they have control over tunnels and a little bit of a poke towards long. Obviously with no access taken towards middle. They were thinking about the B side attack. But I think they've just heard the scope go in for Wits. And realized that maybe it's not the best idea to push very two-dimensionally into an op anyways. So they need the mid control. They're coming down towards short with 4 players, in fact, and a late rotate as well by Dobu conceding long control. And so we're looking at a very, very two-dimensional A push, in fact. I'm presuming they're just going to line up their smokes to try and block off an op who could be playing over towards long. That molly should... It should slow them down, but Derek, he uses the utility very early, but connects a really nice nade to NCL.
Oh, Derek, he's getting a little bit of chip damage, but they're still making their way forward. A quick trade as they make the move into the site, and Derek is still here. Pro even alongside him to help a little bit, and they've got to go for the plant. Oh, is he going to be able to deny it? Not quite, but it may not matter. They're quickly cleaning things up. A nice shot, though, and Urkus has come up with 2. I don't know how they've turned this around in the 2 versus 4, but it seems everything has slipped for Bren. Now Wits needs his wits about him as there's still a man in the corner. He has to clear. Urkus has managed to sneak his way back across after the double he achieved, and it seems like Wits is aware at least of the man on short, but he won't be able to do anything. A slip up for Bren, a round that really should have gone their way. And although the economy's still not bad for this round, it's starting to get a little bit more awkward.
Things are slipping away ever so slowly. You know, you look at this position where Pro is able to just stand in the open, catch them on the cross, even with their smokes in play. Nobody's swinging to try and cover over on that. It's just 1v1 fights. Things definitely got a little bit too close, I suppose. There are too many opportunities were given over towards the Bren side for my liking. Again, though, 3-3. A position where, you know, winning this round leaves the CT side with no money. So this should be a spot that Tiger can play from. They've already done serious damage towards Wits, who's pushed up incredibly aggressively. That flash completely pulling him off the angle, though. And so all the info now starts to dissipate. They've got heavy long control, and they can leave one player just anchored in there as Pro maintains that control. They look to reinforce the A side itself. Oh, no, actually, Pro leaves long. Why is he pulling all the way back? They've seen nobody cross in CT, but they want to have a 2-man play on A site to push short when they had long control. This is reckless so late in the round.
Oh, this is a weird one. They're not doing it with any utility, and sure, NCO ends up getting blinded, but yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a fan, especially with the amount of players that they had there. It seems like Tiger's full strategy at the moment is just to continue to put the pressure onto short and long. We haven't really seen a play into this B site since the round that they lost to the Scout, which, for anybody wondering, was round number 2. Here fall these smokes. A deep one going in to allow anybody to cross from long, although there isn't anybody in that position. 20 seconds left as they go for this late take once again. Pro in a good position, but again, the Molotov. I hate it so much. He couldn't see a thing as the man crosses and are leaving just 2 players. Micro has no choice. I was going to say, but to save his gun, but he's not even allowed to do that. Although Wits is going to get 1 for his troubles. He's left on just 14 HP, and saving seems like a tough task.
Well, at least he's got 1. See if he can find any more.
He's dead,
guarantee his
surely.
weapon saved. This would have to be a really sick play. He gets 1 and jumps up on top so 9 can see him from the tunnels. Yeah, I mean, he could have gotten away with it, but it would be unbelievable if he did. I 100% agree with you as well, Tom, by the way, about the Molotovs. Like, they really shouldn't obscure vision. It's not what they're for, and it's like, why? Why is that in the game? I don't know. Because realism. Like,
I just love the idea if there was like a small, like, puddle like fire on the floor that I'd be like, Mitch, where are you? I cannot see you anywhere. Like, if it was like a mountain of fire, like, I don't know, you've created a massive bonfire or something, then fair enough. But it's literally just like, this only burns up to about knee height, but you standing cannot see me. Ha 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 ha. It's like, God, yeah, all right.
not the most sensible, really.
Also, the fact that if people fiddle around with their settings, they can like see slightly better through it. That just seems like an awful mechanic. And the fact that from one direction, you can normally see better through it because that's how flames work. So let me just set up my one-way fire.
Yeah, not a lot of it makes sense. It is what it is. Let's take a look in towards the Bren Pistola round. Oh, they've managed to isolate Urcast. They know he's here in mid. They've got players coming down through the tunnels. This is dangerous, Urcast. He's in trouble. He's managing to isolate these fights, though. Come on. You've got pistols. And you're all grouped up. You just need to push them all at once. And instead, they just run in one by one as if they're singing hurrah, hurrah.
I just imagine they're all doing a countdown and they all started at different times. Just like 3. Okay, 3. Okay, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. And it's just like, how? Surely there's one dude going 3, 2, 1, and then you still didn't push.
Maybe
or
they all
there's
have
just someone
different
going,
latency.
go!
They all have different latency to the voice server, so they heard each of them at like different times the voice came through. Or they just were being a bit silly. One or the other.
Yeah, I think it's probably that option, but you know, that option's not quite as fun.
We can't say for sure, though.
True. Well, we're going to have a purchase backup now for Bren. It's been a hiatus from the board, and the worry is here. You have to remember they got off to the best possible financial start in this game. They lost the pistol, won 3 rounds in a row. Now, since then, not been going so great. 4 rounds in a row for Tiger. Few of them were relatively close here and there, but realistically, that doesn't matter anymore. It's all about starting to break their economy back, which they'll be fine for the next round, even if they lost it, especially with 9 having $6,650 in the bank. Also, short control has been a real issue, and it seems like the way they plan to fix it is to put one man on his ult. And I don't doubt Witz's ability, but that's quite a lot of pressure considering that has been the main point of contact over the last 3 rounds.
Well, you know, if you think about Witz's Dungeons and Dragons character, I think he would be called Witz the Inconsistent, based on last season.
Oh, I thought he was going to be the Lion, the Wits, and the Wardrobe.
Well, that would be a weird name. Have you ever met someone called the Chair, the Desk, and the Light? Like, that's I don't know. Not in Ireland, anyways. We don't have those kind of names. But, yeah, so this season he's been a little bit better, was the point I was going to make before Tom made a terrible joke. Bro, he's on the site. He's looking for some more, but he only gets 1. And with that, Bren in trouble. But Micro, he's here to save the day. Looking for the final kill, and he gets it. Shutting them down with a 3K. Almost as many kills as he got in the previous maps we saw him play. And a fantastic job saving over the op. Doing a couple laps as well. Victory lap. And he's looking for... What's he even looking for? They've got double ops already. You looking for utility?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe he was just spotting that kit for his teammate, as well as grabbing some util.
Oh, we finally saw a switch up from them. Good aggression from Micro. He looks a little bit more comfortable on this map as well. I think that's another thing when you're a new member slotting into a squad. A lot of the time, you're just going to pick up the role of whoever the last person was, unless the team is... Unless you're a star player, basically, and they're going to try and fit things around you. So, he's probably had to get used to some new roles. On Dust 2, I don't really accept that excuse. Like, everybody knows how to play Dust 2. Like, you should be able to fairly easily, like, pick up most positions, same as Mirage. Like, it's been in the map pool for so long. Chances are, if you've been playing the same spot for 5 years, then... Well, something's wrong, or you're fantastic. So, Wits gonna try and hold on to this cross. As said, they've had real trouble dealing with the execution that comes out from Tiger on short, and it's not gone any better as the man in the mid, the former pro, is gonna fall. This gives a lot of space over, especially with the isolation of the B site. Micro would be the only man there, so they're gonna have to try and rotate Pappy into position. Throw out a little bit of utility, but oh no. Oh dear, it's left a gap. A very slight gap, and that's enough for Outcast to capitalize.
That's a problem. Kill given away. In the previous round, they got away with it over on the Bren side because Tiger just didn't expect another player to be in that position towards the B site. This time, they won't quite get away with that. And so it's got to be the heads-up duels. Wits, he comes through with one. With Dobu dropped, though, they're not going to be peeking into long. They know all too well that these players are in position, but Micro has managed to pick one up. But Derek's being caught. The rotate now can be cut off by Urcast. And Micro kind of has to deal with him in middle before actually making a push towards the site. He tries to go for the spam and gets very close to it as well. Urcast with 29 HP afterwards. But he has survived. And he can be the thorn in the side, stopping them from even going for this. Micro has to constantly be worried about that push coming behind him from middle. And Urcast does well not to peek this, because it delays the time, right? If Urcast swings and dies, all of a sudden they know they just need to worry about the site. But because he doesn't peek, and he holds, they end up making the save call.
I have to say, like, Urcast today and Urcast yesterday are two different beasts. Like, it's someone that we expected a lot from, so maybe my judgment of him yesterday was a little bit unfair, but we know that he's played at a much different level of Counter-Strike to the majority of people we see within the Asian region. And he had a few whiffs yesterday. Like, he was the B-site defender on Train, which is our third map within this series, if we get there. But he's been a force to be reckoned with in this map. I think the difference, if anything, when it comes to these two teams, currently 13 and 7 on the scoreboard. And while the CT side, they've got a solo AWP, they will find 9. Good start to the round, and that does at least leave an additional weapon, but in a position that's very, very difficult to retrieve.
I don't quite know how you get into a spot to pick that one back up. At least, though, it is the kill going their way, and we'll see if they find any more. Now with the op spotted, though, I think realistically Tiger are going to realize that that is the only weapon that they need to worry about. They heard where it went as well. The downside of pushing into the other site is that obviously you're offering up a lot of close-range duels versus pistols. Sakai isn't on the server, so no Zoo spot up. It's always a shame.
I think Cabal spotted this rotation already. He was watching with the AWB. I believed he whiffed his shot. Well, he did. The player's alive. Because though, again, as said, he's causing a real nuisance. He's had a lot of openings through mid. That pick actually leaves the B site relatively open. Oh, it's close. A lot of bullets spammed up, and Urcast now does open up that B site. Something I want to know, Mitch, is this something normal for HUDs, or is this just something for PGL that when, because I haven't noticed this before, when you shoot on this HUD, like but you see the gun is lit up.
Yeah.
So if the gun's in the hand, it lights up. And when they shoot, it goes grayer for how many bullets they've used.
Yes. That's not normal for HUDs. That's just for this HUD. We noticed that last season. It's awesome, isn't it?
I didn't notice that until today, and then I was watching, I was like, wait, his bullets are going down on the HUD.
Yep.
So yeah, for anybody else who hasn't noticed that, just keep an eye. So if the gun is lit up, as you can see the difference between, for example, Cabal and Wits, that means he's got the gun in his hand. So for example, if you switch to your knife, it would not be lit up. And it will slowly go more and more grey the more bullets they shoot. So you'll be able to tell if someone only has a few bullets without actually having to see their POV. Which I'm not going to say is like something I will use all the time, but it is really cool that is added onto the HUD. So props to PGR, because those are little details that, like I said, it's not something we necessarily need, but it's really cool that it's there.
I mean, it helps sometimes. Like, you'll notice at some point, I'm sure over the season, there's an opper on a corner and he's got his pistol out, and you'll notice that from the other side of the map. And like those little things can help to understand what's happening before we even switch there. But we don't need to understand what's happening before we switch to A, because we can see it on our screens. Wits! He's taking out his molly as he was being pushed down. That is faith in his teammates, but unfortunately his teammates are dead. So they've just been shut down, left into a 4 versus 2. Micro with the A1S. Not a fan. Manages to at least take down Urcast and put it into a 3 versus 2. And now, workable retake. They do really want to get in on this one. Like, in this position, I'm not calling for a save. You see if you can find that pick. 30 seconds on the clock. The opportunity was there to 9, but not quite quick enough to capitalize on it. And at this point, now you save. And yeah, the decision-making has been pretty good from Bren. I have to say, like, they are losing these rounds, obviously, and considering they get off to the 3-1 start, this is a terrible half. But in terms of... What?
Just the way the sentence started off so positive.
Yeah.
Like, the decision making is really good. Obviously, they suck. But other than that...
No, so the thing is, teams, especially in this region, at their level, especially Bren last season, we're in a spot where you would be like, okay, guys, save. Then they'd push and lose one more, and you're like, okay, now save. Push and lose one more, you're like, all right, so it's a 1v5, save. And then they push and lose the weapon. And you're sat there like, are you mental? Like, do you know that saving is an option? And there would always be really weird decisions. From me watching these rounds, I feel like their calls on when to save, when to push, when there's danger, like in the position where was it Micro, I think, who was in CT while Urcast was in middle? Yeah, it was. And he decides not to push the site because Urcast can backstab him or be on short and ready to take a crossfire. Like, their decision making has been on point. Their shooting hasn't. That's the problem, right? And like, you know, you can, to me, I would prefer, honestly, for you to have worse aim and be outclassed by Tiger, but be making the right decisions, because you can fix, like, your individual skill can develop over time. So can your team play, but if you're not making the right decisions and you're not thinking about the game right, I really don't care if you're not hitting your shots or if you are, you're just bad. So it's respectable, I think. The fact that they've gotten better from the previous season is what I'm happy about, because that's all I want. This is the point of these tournaments, right, Tom? It's not so we can sit here and go, oh, look, this guy tried to peek them while flashed. Yay. We're not here to make fun of them. We want to see good Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
the point of these tournaments is to develop the talent in the region.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is, obviously, if there's like someone, if you're below, like 18 years or below, and you're making some sloppy decisions, I think that's forgivable if your aim is amazing.
Definitely.
So, for example, Ronin, he makes some decisions I don't agree with at all, but he is individually skilled enough that I will forgive that and still say he's a very good player. What if he does that in 3 years still, then I'm going to be sat there going, you're a somebody wannabe and please stop.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you on that one. I do feel like oh no, Derek. He's just been slapped. He takes the molly out and they've got bat sonar.
Oh no, they saw it go through, so I think they just guessed where he was. Nice Molotov onto Dobu though. Some of these rounds have been very close, but it has just been like some incredible individual skill. I think also Urcast has been an absolute force. He even gets one just as the smoke is fading. NCL finds another, but there's a good chance for Micro. Does he realize the second player's there? He doesn't, but his teammate has. Now, is this going to work out for 9? They expect... What a shot from Micro. That is not as easy as it looked. Just running across, spotting the man in pit, and Bren are going to make that retake work. Still, it was a decent round for them, decent retake, but it is quite terrifying for me how easy it is for Tiger to get onto the bomb site and get after plant position. Like, it doesn't matter whether they push short or long. Like, these takes are just far too clean. Like, this is the... Up until they're on the bomb site, they didn't take any damage.
Yeah. You know, that's a massive problem. And you saw it with the start of the round, right? The flashes went out. I think they were going for 3-man long control. And then the second the flash came around, they all just ran away. And it was like, oh, you're just going to concede that control? Okay, cool. Well, let's see how you fight when they come out long. And they just didn't. They just let them all the way up to the bomb site. And that is a massive problem because you're giving the team so much space. Nonetheless, at 8-5, it's a workable spot. For Bren, you really need to be locking this down. Closing out the rest of the half as close as possible. I at least want to see them on the 6 rounds. And if only there, then picking up the pistol as well. It's a relatively long road for them, but from what we've seen so far, definitely one they're capable of reaching, which I wouldn't have guessed at the start of this series. honestly thought Tiger would come in and fairly reasonably manhandle them.
Again, it looks like they're putting the pressure onto short. As I said, it's been an avenue where Bren have really struggled. Even if they've managed to take a round, which, well, as we've sort of mentioned, they've managed just 2 from in actual buy rounds. Yeah. And one of them was on B, so that kind of says it all. The last was the only round they've managed to take, and almost every time, in fact, every single time, the bomb has gone down or they've just been killed. So it's not been good. Urkus as well has been a problem, and how does Dobu manage to get away with that? I know that smoke's awkward to cover, but surely that should have been called out to a teammate. Nice work from Pro, but Urkus is on fire. This is the man we wanted to see yesterday. Clinical, clever, and just a real problem for the side of Bren. They have been able to do nothing against him, and most of the time he's just been facing into mid. Bear in mind, he loses about half his HP in the initial duel that he takes before Dobu saves him, and while that savior has won them the round.
One last chance, one last dance. And for Bren, I feel like if they go down 10-5... Oh, hold on. Pro's got a chance to take down some weapons at least. I mean, there's so much money on the Tiger side that unless he killed all of them, and even then it would be tough to really force an eco out of them. They'd get their AKs. That's for sure. And they'd have the money to drop an op, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Dobu's showing he can do something I can't. That's jump. I've tried many times.
The low center of gravity.
Exactly. It's evolution. I can't fall over. I do roll though. That's the problem.
Also means if there's a hill, you can get down it very quick.
I just can't get up without a ski lift.
Oh, okay. Pro, not a bad start to the round. You have to remember he's one of the players with only an SMG, so not a huge loss for them in the early stages. And he's definitely been one of the players that we've sort of seen step up. The problem is the fall off in comparison to some of the others from yesterday is massive. Micro also is definitely having a better game, but it's hard for him to be having a worse game. If he even gets a kill here, this is a miracle. The fact that there's 2 players waiting over by Titanic is ridiculous. And, well, that's got to be quite tilting. This is a really, really weird round. The bomb's still in spawn. 1 player now pushing towards the B site. Eventually, it looks like the other's going to join him. 2 players waiting for the push into B. And Derek might be about to throw a spanner in the works. Did he not see him cross? I guess he must have missed it by just an inch. Yeah, so did I. I thought I saw him, like, I thought from his point of view, I saw him cross. Maybe I'm just tired. And then he just, like, forgot.
I would guess that means he didn't see him cross, yeah, but it was odd. And now we end up in a position 1v2 last round. You have to go for it, push it into B, and obviously they knew exactly where he was as the nade had come through. So holding it with an op, not too much of a chance that he's going to get away with it. We go 10-5 at the half. Tiger with a fairly convincing one, considering they were 3-1 down. They can be over the moon with how they've come out of this one, smelling the roses. And the craziest thing about this for me is the fact that they got the opening pick on long, and A has been such a big weakness for Bren, and then they still rotated to B, and I think Micro was also massively caught off guard by that, because he was just expecting to rotate. You saw he had his knife out going all the way up Titanic, and then he's like, wait, why do I hear steps?
There's a fairly audacious attempt by Derek. He does manage to at least catch a few shots onto Urkus, who's going to be left very, very low. And as I said, like, he got 19 kills in that first half, so he is the driving force behind this Tiger side. Exactly what we want to see from the man who, well, is definitely one of the more well-known players from Mongolia, of course, alongside the likes of Machine Gun. Looking like we might get a similar pistol round. Looking like it's going to be aggressively put onto the A site. I want to point out, as of right now, there are 0 players on A. So this is going to be the easiest plant you've ever seen. And yeah, after plant situation, retake attempted. Pappy gonna have a lot of players coming his way, and he's going to mow them down with a Glock. Oh, he's ended up with 4. Oh, retake setup, and they don't even get to the bomb site. Urkus, he's been good. This would be the craziest clutch I've ever seen. It's not gonna happen. An ace for Pappy. He's gonna put himself on the map after what was an all right first half. That's one hell of a way to get the second.
Hi, Pappy. Look at this. That is beautiful. How quickly he finds these two. 1, 2. He didn't even see the second guy coming around. He was still shooting the first. That's so beautiful. 10-6, and what a way to start it off, Tom. You know, you're coming back in. It's been a fairly rough first half, all things considered, and then you come through with an ace. That's going to get you hyped up and ready to go.
On the CT side, forcing up what little they can. 9 does manage a kill, but he's only going to retrieve a UMP, and the rest of the team all pushing through long. Should make this an impossibility. I was going to say, unless NCL can hit some crazy shots, and unfortunately for him, not going to be the case. Now, we do see a lot of teams able to pull up some pretty big numbers on the T side. A very momentum-based map, and if you get those early starts, you have the aim going for you. Definitely get yourself rolling. So I wouldn't count out Bren just yet. You mentioned the pistol win earlier could easily bring them back into this game. Well, they've got it. They've got the conversion. And of course, the fact that this was a force buy coming out of the side of Tiger means that they're not going to be buying into the next round.
Cabal, he's going to get an exit here. You can feel it. Oh, the wide swing by Pro. Well handled. Pappy with the trade. And 10-7, very little lost, really. And Tiger. I mean, it's a bit of a kick in the teeth. They're down on low money. They're going to have to allow this to go 10-8. At least for the start of this half, Bren are looking good. But when it comes to the buy rounds, we know things can definitely take a turn for the worse. Maybe even when it comes to these rounds, Tiger is stacked up on A. They wanted to go down long. They're playing with one flash on 9. He's further down in CT watching for a mid play. And they're hearing lots of noise on long. Only a matter of time till that flash comes around. And if Bren are on their way up long at that time, this could be a very, very tight round if the USPs hit their shots.
Well, they're in the right place, Mitch. Now, the flashbang, timing's going to be everything. If it goes well, they could wipe out a few members and... Oh, do it now. Do it now. 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 No, they're going to get turned on. I guess it's down to the spots. If Urkus spots them, then the flash goes. And this is where they're all going to go running through that smoke. It hasn't worked. They've done a little bit of damage. Urkus didn't even see somebody run past him. Extra kills better than nothing, I guess, Mitch. But I honestly was hoping for a little bit more. What? How's he done that?
I'll take it.
That's just sheer dumb luck.
Wits didn't upgrade either. Wits ran towards CT, so he stays with a Galil. AK's lost. Overall, pretty good round for Tiger. They invested into a flash. That was it.
It's one of those things we always ask for, isn't it? Like, rather than buying a single P250, just buy a single flash. It's so much better if it works out. Double AWP straight away, though, for Tiger Mitch.
It's a very aggressive play. I guess they're banking on Bren, giving them those opportunities. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case. They've got their smoke down on Xbox, move towards bottom mid, smoke out for CT, crossover. Oh, Urcast, he got caught. Didn't think they'd go quite that quickly. That's a valuable opening duel now. They don't have to worry about CT as they barrel towards the B side. NCL tries to go out for more, but he can't get anything done. And Cabal's got the op, so as they come through the smoke, he can only grab the single kill. That's a disaster of a round for Tiger as Bren just steamroll them.
I really like that. I love a good change of pace, especially when you know that this is the first buy, so it's a little bit shaky normally for Tiger. Like there might be a few pieces of utility missing, and you're not going to be expecting somebody to just run at you at that sort of pace. So for Bren, it was like normally with those rounds you have some bonus weaponry, but obviously they didn't. So it definitely had a level of risk to it, but I really like it. They've taken down what was the majority of the defense. Sure, you've still got an AWP and rifle save, but even with the loss bonus building, Tiger are not going to have enough to buy properly into the next round. So you've not guaranteed 10, but you're definitely getting there.
I'm excited for the rest of Bren's game. Honestly, like, okay, the game versus Tyloo, we were sat there saying Tyloo are playing terribly, right? It was loose. It was not enjoyable to watch. This game, though, this is Bren delivering on a level that we haven't seen from them so far. Tiger making a couple mistakes, sure, but I don't think it's quite on the same level as yesterday. And 9 has not managed to connect that shot. Been tagged up a little bit on this way back, but it's just a tickle. So little that he's decided to go back in for another one, and that one, it's one of those things, Tom, you know, you miss the easy shots.
Yeah.
You hit ones like that.
Yeah, I'm the sort of guy to like completely miss a guy running at me in tunnels, but if I was outside of B, I would more likely wallbang him. I feel like that's
Yeah.
I'm more likely to hit that shot just by luck than anything else. But a good start to this round. This is exactly what you want to see from 9. He can buy the AWP in the next round, so he's not like taking empty risks. Like, oh, if he loses the AWP, it's over. He won't be able to afford another one. So he can definitely afford to be risky in these sort of positions. Dobu needs more than just a kill here. He has one of the only rifles remaining. Buying time is great, but that's the off angle for the first. Now he needs a little bit more, and he does some damage at least, and Urkas comes up big with the Deeg. Now they know that there's some weaponry lying around, especially in towards long, where he's just spotted the players coming across. Now they're not going to be able to spot anything, so they will be able to get the site under their control. Wit's trying to wallbang, and actually 9's going to go down to Pappy, who spotted over the smoke, but there is Urkas coming in on the flank. Doesn't really need to peek this. He's got players coming in. Push from short. Might actually end this round. Cabal, he's got the timing perfect. Huge round from Tiger. An upset to say the least. And the players with the weaponry actually doing a pretty important job. But as mentioned, Urkas, fantastic in the first half. And finally, he's going to step up in this second one too.
Well, here we go, rolling into the next round, and you can see Bren looking to go for some early long control, but pretty much just shut out by that early play with the Molotov. Now they decide to instead renegotiate their way in towards middle. Again, a molly awaits them. Seems like they just can't get any map control for free. Never mind for free, they can't walk anywhere. Eventually, Cabal shuts them down after the smoke fades. That molly bought him enough time to keep players towards top mid, as Wits returns it quickly onto a wallbang, leaving Bren in a position that I feel like they're still pretty happy with their early round performance. They even want to pressure middle a little bit, knowing that Cabal's around here with an AWP. Coming through that smoke is dangerous, though. He goes up close and rounds the corner into Pappy, who was holding it. Now it's all down to NCL. He's got an AUG in hand, and he finds one through the wall, but now he's being swung on. They see him below, but NCL still delivers another and just about holds on. This is doable, but a 1v2 retake of B, even despite Wits' low HP and with an AWP, it's not too doable, so he swaps out to the AK and tries to get in before that tunnels play comes into effect, but he can't quite get there in time, and Derek domes him anyways.
Good old Derek. No, this has been a real battle. I think this is the... well, this sounds almost harsh, but over the last 2 days, this is the first good match I've seen. Like, I don't think either team is playing like particularly bad. I don't think there's been a massive amount of mistakes. There's just some tasty shots and some good team play. And, well, NCL, a real nice attempt in this sort of situation. It looked like he was genuinely going to bring that round back, but instead it's enough. Now there is an AWP in play once again. This isn't a full investment. You've got 2 scouts and AWPs and deagles, and I'll make that just 1 deagle, as Urkus is going to be wrecked in the early stage. As said, in that last half, he was the reason that they managed to get through a lot of those rounds. On the CT side, it's a lot tougher, so they might need a little bit more. And but hey, 2 scouts hitting you at the same time, that might be just what the doctor ordered.
Bren slowly moving up long, but look at this rotate that they're running into from Tiger. All these players locked in position. The boost, it's failed, and they see it as well. My God, Micro has just come through with the freest frags of his life. Do they know there's a player on site, though? This could catch them off guard. Dobu, good for 1, but they know exactly where Cabal is. He's got a scout. He's got a kill with it as well. 1v2. Again, doable. It's going to be a tough one.
He's going to make the choice to go towards long. The chance of him winning this round, slim to none. Chance of him making it very, very costly, actually quite high. They're already at that mark. If he can even find another kill, that would be huge. He gets the tag. Big round from Micro. And while we are seeing that clearly the prominence of this player, like this map alone, he has already got far more kills than he did in the previous. He was a strong position on that B site whenever they did go in that direction. Unfortunately, he had an awful lot of retakes. But going into this T side, I think we're really seeing him flourish, able to pick them apart in this round. A 4K that was definitely an impactful one, and one that was needed for Bren. Now, as said, that was not a full investment. So the fact that they managed to do that much damage is huge. They now get the double AWP set up in once again. Rifles across every single player. But for Tiger, this is now crunch time, because correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, but they've won 1 round in this second half?
Yes, they have. It was 10-5. And they have failed to get anything on the board since. Yeah, it has been a pretty rough situation for Tiger overall. Like, they are really being challenged by Bren. And that's definitely not what anybody would have expected, I think, coming into this game in general. Oh, the smoke down for Derek. He was in a little bit of trouble, burning alive. The nades coming through as well, but he just about manages to escape. Out of the mousetrap, at least. It's still going to...
The other thing as well is they haven't won a buy round. Because when you think about it, the round they won was the 2 rifle pistol buy, where Urkus gets 2 kills with the D. So... the CT side from Tiger, although it's not been as maybe a whitewash as it seems on the scoreboard, it's not been good. Especially into mid. I feel like that's where they're having a lot of their issues, because it seems like their response a lot of the time is to go for more aggressive faces, as we're seeing now from NCL. And he's had support in different occasions from either Cabal, Cast, depending on who's there. Really hasn't been going too well. This time, though, Cabal is going to open things up with the AWP, but they've given up B. That's something you never want to do. Even with the door change, this is a pretty interesting prospect, and Cabal's just whiffed. I think NCL's only just realized that they've completely lost the B side.
Well, that's less than ideal for sure. What is going on? This has been a wild and wacky turnaround. As Bren come into this series as underdogs, but they are delivering. I said this was going to be my game of the day. I'm very happy that we got to see this, such a tight play from Bren. Such a good turnaround from what we'd seen in the previous season. Straight away, this retake, it's gone to hell. No way they're getting in there. Micro and Pappy shutting them down. Derek doing a little bit of support from afar with his 3K. And 12-11 we go. Bren in the lead now. And looking next to untouchable on the T side. Tiger, I don't know what they're doing, man. That was so odd. To play retake B, I don't think I've ever seen that from a team of their caliber. I don't think I've ever seen that full stop.
I think I've definitely seen it, but I don't know if I've seen it work, is the main thing. Like, I've seen teams attempt to just, like, give it up or play from the door, but it almost seemed like they didn't even have that as a possibility until one of their players was dead. Like, NCL was just like, oh, they're not going to push the B side. I'll just keep watching towards middle. I'm sure everything's absolutely fine. And then turns around to see a full squad with the bomb being planted. It's a weird one. And as I said, I think that's the side of the map that they're really struggling on. I think A is one where a lot of the time it's going to be a little bit 50-50 in the duels that you take. But with the B side, it's not even been close. Like, Tiger have really, really struggled to actually hold on to those positions. And as I said, like, we've seen a couple of rounds where they managed to get some kills with like double scouts and stationing an AWP there. But in terms of the actual hold, it's been pretty poor.
Well, let's see if they can improve on their hold in this round. Tiger definitely in a little bit of trouble. They're in dire straits. They're playing quite a passive hold on A as well. Urcast trying to change that. He can't get through that molly safely. He's hoping they peek him close. Oh, no. He played anti-flash for his team's flash, but it didn't come in time. Not even close. Well, that's a sloppy start to the round for sure.
Well, managing to do something on this sort of cross. It's a bit of a weird angle to try and battle from. Suppose you're only really going for the headshots with the pistols anyway, or with the AWP. Or with the AWP and the Tech 9. He's going to go for it. Not really needed, but hey, you know, they're clearly feeling confident. Nice shot from NCL, but ultimately doesn't matter. The money stays strong. And for the CT side, well, we need to see something, Mitch, because in the second half, as said, it's been one round. They were 10-5 in the lead. It's now 13-11 to Bren. Bren have looked like the better side through and through. There hasn't been a bad performer. Like, let's put it this way. Everybody has 18 to 23 kills except one man, and that one man has 10 assists. So, yeah, Derek, he's actually going to go for an entry here. They've dropped him the AWP to try and find an opener. There's been quite an aggressive stance on this B side of the map. So it might be the right call, but Cabal wins it anyway. He might be waiting. But there's nothing he can do if he doesn't hit the shot.
It's now or never for Cabal. Has to be hitting these. Players have already crossed to the right side. This is isolating him quite a bit. Molly, he's inside it. Does he not realize? He's down to 2 HP by the time he gets out of there. Oh my. Well, this is not what we wanted to see. He's taking my breath away on that one. Really committing to it.
Still plenty of time with the early stages of that round going in the favor of Tiger. It's a complete switch up back towards A. And again, it seems like there could be a complete path straight onto the A side. I do think that, like, obviously you have to take gambles when it comes to Dust 2, but some of the gambles that are being taken by Tiger really worry me. Like, there are moments where if their opponents were to push in that timing, they cannot win the round. Like, they would have just given a path to the bomb site, like with B a couple of rounds ago. This one, oh, the timing can be worse, but it's gonna get away with it anyway. Urcus combining alongside 9 as well. Looking like this round's going a little bit better. I think we should have a second in this half at least, but a bomb plant still going to give some good money. Micro actually catches the cross, but they might not spot the player slowly walking up the ramp. Never mind, Micro gets him too. It's left on Tim to try and ace this one. A third kill comes up, but he can't quite close it. Cabal low, that was a scary thought. And what was meant to be the first sort of cleaner round for the side of Tiger still comes up being a costly one. A real nice attempt from Micro, and I guess we're starting to see what they saw in him when they picked him up.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, you know, I never want to be too judgmental with these players in the very early days of the lineup, especially not playing against decent level teams, like up against a team like Tiger. But I think Micro is delivering. You think about it, Tom, from this perspective. If this was his first game that we'd seen him in, we'd be saying he was the super sub. You know, he'd be the Ronin baby at the moment of the lineup. So I think it's very very deceptive to judge them early on, in especially depending on the maps. Even, like, who knows what they've been scrimming with him. Maybe they haven't practiced the maps that they played. I mean, and obviously he's trying to figure out his role on the fly. Could be different from what he's played in the past. There's just so much happening. And that was the thing with Magix. Like, Magix genuinely was terrible when he started on Spirit. Like, he played so poorly. And it just... And remember, he was brought on that lineup alongside Mur. So it was like, I see why they've gotten Mert, but who the hell is this guy? Like some 16-year-old not playing well. Like it seems like they just put out a post on Reddit. We need a player, But then you see it, 2-3 months in when they've got their practice, when he's comfortable with what he's doing, figuring out his role in the team. Now he's a solid player. And it is, sometimes that's what's required. But it's very hard to tell the difference between someone trying to find the role and someone that's just terrible. That's the hard part.
Oh, he's going to get him through the smoke. I was going to say take the shot, but he beat me to it. Decent position in the corner as well, with Wits finally finding the trade. Cabal needs to start connecting some shots, though, otherwise he's going to get overwhelmed. And even with the early trades going in their favor, it's still going to be an afterplant 3v3 for the side of Bren. We've spotted the weaknesses on this B site already, and it seems that they continue. Urkus will spot the cross into the corner. Now, there's 2 Molotovs here for the CT side, so if they're used appropriately, they should be able to clear that man out, and he's just going to burn. But Pappy actually manages to keep things even once again. They've got to be careful of the tunnels. I think they might have to be a little bit more proactive here. Even still, though, they're holding the line. Pappy now finding another one is left onto Urkus, and they can't do anything. It seems round after round, a player from Bren steps up, and it's going to be 14 now. Tiger with some money in the bank, but not enough to really bring up a proper purchase. This is looking good for the side of Bren.
Didn't expect to be here, Tone. When I look at the other maps that are coming up, I don't feel like it's going to be quite as easy when they get to train. I think we'll probably tend back to Micro playing quite poorly there. As we said yesterday, he looked lost was the thing on Dust 2, as you made the great point at the very start. It is very rare that you see a team or a player, like, you can't really give them the excuse of, oh, you're not comfortable when it comes to Dust 2 or anything like that. Like, you have to be. Come on.
Yeah.
But on Train, I don't think he's going to have that same comfort level based on what we saw yesterday. And so, really, winning this in Mirage is where I see them having the best chance of closing the series.
Arcist. Trying to be a little bit sneaky here. They've got information that is going to be towards long. And with the double scouts, there's at least potential here. Nice shot from Pro, though. Like, individually, this team has been really, really good. But I'm actually impressed with how they're playing as a unit. Like, it seems like when it comes to trades, communication, Bren are looking like maybe even the best team in the tournament. Which, well, I don't know if you guys were baiting me from what you saw in the last season, or last RMR, but I'm feeling blessed to have Bren.
Compared to some of the other teams, shall we say, who at times can seem like somewhat of an afterthought, put it that way.
Or like an aftershock.
Well, during an aftershock is during those games, it feels like I'm in shock, just staring at something I don't understand. But yeah, Bren have definitely looked good. I 100% agree. I'm enjoying watching them, and as I said, it really is a joy. What's that thing? Like, this one sparks joy. When a team comes in and they look pretty bad in the previous season, they change out a good player for someone that underperformed day one, and yet they look better. And that's all I want. That's all I want, Tom. I just want to come into these tournaments and see teams getting better week on week, month on month, tournament on tournament. And if they can do that, you know what? I'll deal with them not knowing how to retake sites sometimes, or not knowing how to throw smokes, or not knowing not to rush into 2 players while you're full blind. I'll deal with that if it means that in a month we won't see that.
Because they won't get through the qualifier.
One can only hope.
I feel like I've ruined your positive spin. Either way, that's what I'm here for. And potentially, I'm here for what could be the last round of this match. Just 2 rounds coming in for the CT side of Tiger. We expected big things. They came in wanting to win the tournament. They're not even looking like a top 4 squad, I'll be honest, from this map so far. Even if they manage to bring this back, are they going to beat Tyloo? Probably not. Are they going to beat Vici? Probably not. That Molotov's missed. That's not a good start. Kabao is going to be able to hide in the corner. Even with them missing some of these nades, they've been able to wipe him out quite regularly. And they should know that, well, they haven't pushed off the back of this Molotov, so he could still be here. We're going to see it thrown again, and, well, the corner's cleared. But this is what I mean. Even though he's given free reign, it doesn't matter. Like, this is a poor B-side defense. Urka's trying to be the hero. And, like, I get it at this point. Like, he got 19 kills in the first half. Now, by my very basic maths, that means he's had 4 in this second half, which I don't want to harp on him. It's their B-side defenders that have left him in a position where he's had to take these risks, but now he's made it even tougher. Nice shot from 9. If they manage to turn this back, even in a 2 versus 4, that would be huge, but Pappy is there again, and Micro will combine with him. 27 kills for a man who managed just 13 in the whole series he played yesterday. It has been a fairy tale turnaround, and against a tougher opposition as well. Tiger, I don't know where you've gone. You're, well, a bark without a bite, but more a meow, I guess you could say. As this was not an impressive CT side at all.
Yeah, definitely. This is shocking, to be honest. Like, the fact that even in that last round, where's the utility when you peek up, take the first shot? You know they're posted on you. Where's the utility to allow you to re-peek? You're not mollied. It's not like you have to fight. Very odd. Let's bring in some boys that might have a better take on this, that have been watching from the sidelines. Bled, Dinko, what do you think, man? Tiger, what happened to the claws?
Tiger are so disappointing, aren't they? They're just they're a team that you just come out of Rio, you're expecting them to go on to do great things. They get progressively worse from that event through PAL Summer and now into PAL Fall as well. It's definitely unfortunate. I thought during the break they had so much time to start playing and practicing and getting some of the mistakes fixed, and they come into this and they look maybe even worse. I mean, Bren beat them back in PAL Summer, and that's when Bren were looking really rough. They were looking terrible. In fact, their team didn't even make the playoffs. So the fact that Tiger are again struggling here is a big problem for them. And I honestly think that the issues come from the lack of firepower. I think Urkas is clearly the only player that can be consistently good. And like Tom said, towards the end of the second half, didn't really do much. So we got this team. I feel like they have some pieces that I would keep, but for the most part, I think couple of changes are needed, and honestly I don't want to point out 9 too much, but the fact that we're on Dust 2 man and he's doing nothing as the main AWPer, that can't be the case. I mean, there's so many AWPers within Mongolia and so much talent there that surely you can put together a better 5 than this.
I feel like, I mean, keeping aside the individual woes of some of these players, even the CDs, look, the T side was great, right? Urkas popping up, obviously helping things out.
Yeah.
But a CD side, and you just don't know how to hold the B bomb site, one of the hardest bomb sites in the entirety Counter-Strike Global Offensive to retake, and you kind of have this retake mentality. I mean, how is this your home map? How is this a map that, and it's not, by the way, it's not them just picking this map for the very first time. It's a map they usually go towards all the time. So big question marks, but I actually want to touch upon something which Tom and Mitch mentioned. Good old Micro. My word, 27 kills, and I do believe I want to give him the MVP. I know he started Poppy Chulo, but considering how terrible, how absolutely horrendous his debut was, Mitch. 13 kills, like you said, and he's more than doubled his combined total of frags in those 2 maps in just this one game.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we started this game with the narrative of...
Oh, no, come on. Don't make Poppy the MVP. PGL,
it's just
come
on
on,
ADR.
make it Micro.
But
anyway,
yeah,
go on.
The thing for Micro, sorry, Pappy, you know, you've had your time. He obviously had a great pistol round. Well, look, hey, let's do it.
Yeah.
So, also, I actually agree with this even more so, because they were tied on kills, but Papi Chulo got a 4K in the pistol round. That definitely helped them. Sorry, an ace in the pistol round. Micro, he was closing out B-site holds. He was wrecking them when it came through to stop and retakes as well. I think he had far more impact for sure. And the fact that I'm very happy we started this game by having the narrative of, look, we can sit here. It's very easy to say, oh, it was your first game. You got 13 kills. You're trash. Move on. Like, they should have got someone else. But, you know, there's a lot to consider when you put a player into a new lineup and then they compete probably for the first time with this lineup, right? Versus this level of teams. Even if you're scrimming them, They play so different to how they scrim that it can be very easy to kind of go, oh yeah, I'm comfortable. And then you actually play the team. They smack you. And now you've got to learn it all over again on your role that you're probably freshly occupying in this team. So fair play to him for stepping up on Dust too. And I think he's got a decent chance with that in mind on Mirage as well. I wouldn't say so much on Train, so I'd like them to close it out here.
I just want to touch on one more thing, Tom, is the fact that when it comes to Mirage coming up next, I'm looking at a scoreboard here, and one name who didn't have to put in that much work, Derek, who was just this rock, this hard carry for the side of Bren yesterday, even in a losing affair. He was very quiet, but everyone else stepped up, and I feel like that's a good sign overall for this team.
Yeah, it like quiet to an extent. Like I would agree in the sense that he didn't get that many kills, but when there's a dude that has 11 assists, I'm always going to feel a little bit bad for them. Like it wasn't like he was just having an awful performance. They still had 70 ADR. Like he had the second, if you put him on the other team, he had the second highest ADR behind Urkus. So it's not like he was playing awful, and Urkus was really the only sort of glimmer of hope on the other side of things. So someone has to finish bottom. This time it was Derek. I don't think he's really going to care. They've just managed to take a map victory versus Tiger. They're going to be expecting to win this one if they want to come out in the playoff stage, which I'm sure they do at this point. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be something they worry too much about. And of course, after winning their opponent's map choice, they now get to go on to Mirage as well, where they should be feeling pretty confident.
It is a map where we've seen Bren actually taste some success, even past when they were looking pretty shaky in the PAL summer. So that's going to be map number 2 coming up. Can Bren close this out 2-0, and maybe pull off one of the bigger upsets we've seen so far? It remains to be seen. We're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the game.
You might break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose. Break if you're fragile. Hit me with your arrows, treat me like a black rose.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to roll here with map number 2, and it's been a little bit of an odd journey, a different destination than where we expected to be. But hey, it's all about the journey, right? It's about the climb, as Miley Cyrus said. We're coming on a Mirage, and this might not be the peak of the mountain just yet, but in terms of the challenge that Tiger are being presented, it is certainly more of a steep incline than what they expected. Bren, coming into this tournament, definitely not favored to be in the top 4, or top 5 even. Tiger most certainly were. In fact, there was even talk of them winning it from their camp, and yet they struggled. They failed to even win the first map versus Bren. And I gotta say, Tom, if you blurred the names and you just let me look at these teams, I definitely would have said Bren looked like the stronger squad.
Yeah, no, well, Bren came in like a wrecking ball, as Miley Cyrus once said. And basically ruined all expectations, or your expectations at least, because I'm not gonna lie, you guys painted a horrible picture of Bren coming into this tournament. I was like, oh no, this is gonna be like after all over again, and they've been pretty good. I'll be honest. I have all the teams. Sure, they're by no means perfect. Like if they played up against a tier 3 European team, I reckon they'd struggle quite badly. But at the same time, they at least have decent fundamentals. We're seeing some like good individual plays. As a unit, they seem to be playing better than a lot of the other teams. And even in terms of just minimalizing the mistakes that we're seeing, I'm a lot happier. Like that map, we didn't see like crazy deagle plays where like one dude manages to kill 3 players, pushing into a ladder room on Vertigo or something like that. Oh wait, that was Tyloo. Never mind. But it's one of those things where at least when I'm watching this game, I'm not ripping out the hair I don't have. So I don't know. I think Bren could actually be one of the dark horses now within this tournament. Obviously, I don't think we've seen the top level of your Tyloos, your Vichis. I don't think they've even had to scrape their strat book just yet, but at the same time, maybe they can give them a run for their money if they keep playing like this.
Well, exactly. The reality is, if I came into this one, and you told me that Bren were going to be the stronger team than Tiger, even after the decent performance we saw from them the other day, I wouldn't be agreeing with you. But right now, I'm nodding my head like, yeah. I'm moving my hips like, yeah.
Yeah, stop. We get it. Dear Lord. So bad.
So. Oh, no. So
we just do a whole cast based off Miley Cyrus lyrics and make everybody just want to end their lives.
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, God.
Oh, but anyways, they've got their hands up over on the T side because they've lost a player. This is
there's a party over on A.
That is true. There's a party on A, and it looks like the lights are flashing. I wonder if they're doing the line dance, but we'll have to wait and find out. Because the CTs are on their way through. We're going to see it from their perspective as the shots start to land. One on the board for Cabal already. Derek, he's just ducking underneath. He's playing the limbo, and the bullets are the bar, and somehow they're not hitting him just yet. Still alive. How has Derek survived this long? He's eventually dealt with. And even with the damage done to Urkast and Cabal, it is not enough. 4 seconds left on the clock as the bomb is defused. And Tiger get their 1-0 start.
Yeah, Urkast again. Off to a flying start for him. 3 kills in the pistol round. I do wonder if we're going to see an investment here, because not like the bomb plant is nice when we talk about these sort of 4 spy rounds, but the main thing is not just the bomb plant, but getting a couple of kills here and there, because that puts you over the 3,000 marker. That makes a lot of these purchases a little bit easier if you want to go for the Galils, etc. So actually, we're just going to see Bren take a moment. They're going to go for a few pistols, attempt to do some damage. Even a kill or 2 here could make things really awkward for Tiger going into round number 3. And then they'll be coming in with basically everything. No AWP unless they go glass cannon, or if they get the bomb plant down, which I'd be fairly impressed if they do. But that would go against sort of what we've been seeing so far in this match. As said, there haven't been too many sort of crazy off-the-cuff plays based off pistol rounds.
Wait, what weapon did Derek have? Was it a deagle? If it was, and the formula is complete, and it might be Bren's round. You never know. We'll find out shortly whether he had a deagle or not. We can determine that based on if they win the round. As they look to move in towards this A site. The shot not landing for Papi Chulo, but he's just harassing over towards short. There's no one there, but he wants to make his presence known. As Bren look to push out onto the site. And this is a very spread out formation by Tiger, but they have got crossfires in towards CT. 2 players lurk down. Urcast dropped after 1. And now they're in a little bit of danger. If CT gets pressured, it could end very, very badly. But 9, he's spamming away. Cabal's here to help him. And that is going to be a nice, easy, and quick round. The plan for Connector not working out as they just couldn't deal with the short player.
Well, this is where things should get a little bit tougher for the side of Tiger. Still, they managed to at least keep things relatively clean in the previous round, so it shouldn't be too awkward for them. But financially, going into the next round, if they were to lose this one, they'd be in some real trouble. And with the T's setting up for what looks like a fairly standard execution. This was something we saw regularly in the Tyloo match. Jobu, that is so aggressive. It's actually going to give a fairly simplistic opening for Bren. Push now begins to come in onto the A site. The full rotations here. CT control going to be gathered back up as they've already got the connector, and the T's actually looking to try and face in that direction. Even a little bit of team damage coming through as Witz has gone pushing over the top of the stairs through the smoke, and they've managed to gain connector control. It's only Urka standing, but that might be enough. He manages to find 2. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates have gone with the wind and leaving just Cabal. I think he's being expected. Derek won't be able to finish him off, but surely someone else will. A risky peek for Pro. Not a fan, but he gets away with it. It's tough. You know way too many Miley Cyrus lyrics. Like, it's actually worrying. God's sake. I get it. Yeah, this is where Tiger, again, we're going to see this double orb setup. And it wasn't overly impressive in the last map, to say the least. I think that might be the understatement of the year. Like, 9 didn't do particularly well, and Cabal on the B side, well, he was... I almost want to use the word liability. Like, it was a 1 kill and die every time, which, when you're investing that much money into a player every single round, it doesn't really seem worth it. 9 will get away with the aggression, though. Multiple players looking to try and put the pressure on. The flashbang comes through, but 9 still holding strong. Not the most conventional spot for an AWPer, but he's making it work. Still hiding in the corner, and the Molotov forces him out eventually, but he's already hit the shots that were needed. It's left on to Pro. And he will get nothing done. What a round from 9, and oh, he's managed to convert them a third fairly easily, of course, for the T's, managing to build up some bank over the last couple. It's not problematic just yet. Oh.
Hello, hello. It looks like we had some tech issues there, Tom.
Oh no.
We're good to
What
go.
a terrible shame.
They missed all my Miley Cyrus lyrics. No.
I don't think they did.
I'll just sing them now instead, as Sebastian said. There's always no, so for Tiger, the double up setup, right? They had that aggressive hold down B apps, but what kind of surprised me is that they stuck with a 3-man setup, even though they could see straight down and that no one was there. Then they've smoked themselves off so that they can't hold that angle, right? And double watch short. So Cabal's watching it from apps. Seems like they just want to burn up their own utility, but they're wasting the clock away. They've already used up their mollies in the apartment, so they can't slow down this push.
Nice entry, though, from Bren. They need to get that bomb onto the site, and they need to clear the back of it if they're going to have a chance. Actually, they're just sticking it. Nothing that could really be done. The CT side do eventually get one back off the back of 9. That's looked pretty good with this AWP. Well, in fact, he's only had kills with the AWP. 4, in fact, over the last couple of rounds. Dobu trying to sneak his way back through the window as his teammate sits alongside him. The first kill comes for free. The second may as well, but it's Derek. Blair pointed out that he may have been a little bit more quiet in the last map, but he started this one off strong, and unfortunately, Blair? Mitch?
Whoa.
Even.
Whoa.
You're both short. You both have too much hair. Like I think it fits.
For you, anyone has too much hair.
Yeah, everyone has too much hair when it's me.
You have too much, shave it!
Yeah, everyone should just go bald. You know?
That would be the
I'd like to see Banks bald. I think
God.
that would. I think it'd be
like
both wonderful and horrifying at the same time. To be honest, actually, out of all the people I know, I think it would suit him the least. Just even though I've seen pictures of him bald, I just think now it would suit him the least.
I can see it.
Except maybe like Frankie, but you know.
Yeah, I don't imagine no hair.
You can't get rid of those curls.
No.
Right? You can't. I would kill for those curls.
Well, that's disturbing. Please don't. Frankie, we're gonna get you under
Could you imagine if I just
protective
turn up
custody.
one day with like that hair? Oh,
Like, where's Frankie? She couldn't make it.
don't worry, I'm here.
When I fill in, I full commit to the role. Oh. Well. Oh, nice little shot by Wits. He's doing well. You know, for Bren, it feels like once they pick up one round, it's like they can't stop. And they won't stop. You know what I mean? Like, can't you see it's them who owns the night? Because it's really Bren that's about that life. That's what I'm saying. And when I look at the 4-3, it just really feels like Bren are in the prime position. They're looking like the stronger team, all in all.
Yeah, I'd agree. I really haven't been impressed, especially because, like, coming into this, obviously, I did a little bit of the, like, Asia one, I believe, or that might have been the Pro League thing that was straight after it, and didn't do anything to do with the second one. So I can't say I've seen all of the matches that happened in the last, but obviously when a team manages to beat Tyloo to the punch of winning one of these RMR events, I'm sort of sat there going, okay, they must be good, right? They must be a good team because no one beats Tyloo in anything. Again, it would be the same if we were talking about Renegades. Like, if someone beats Renegades, I'm now looking at that team and being like, okay, they must be decent. But from what we've seen so far, like, they seem incredibly reliant on Urcast, which I wasn't necessarily expecting, even though I was expecting him to be the best player in this team. I was hoping that there'd be a little bit more to it than that. But yeah, they seem to just have to have him performing well. I don't think Bren are doing anything like crazy, like impressive. I think they're just a better team fundamentally. This round is a mess, and I think Dobu is eventually going to get away with this kill. It's left on to Pappy. Had a few good rounds, played a good first map, but this might be one that's a little bit of a bridge too far.
Yeah, I think so. He's just dropped off as well, giving away his position. They know that he's moving towards underpass at this point, and you know, getting out of this alive is not going to be all too easy if they do decide to hunt him down. I will say that the CT side could definitely do it saving over their weapons, though, so I doubt they'll overextend into hunting him. At least I would doubt that if I couldn't see Urcast. Because he's on his way up behind. He really wants to take this weapon away. And just econ-wise, that does not pay off. Like, they literally have no cash on the CT side. They need to drop a weapon in the next round. And Bren, there's no way you're going to force them into a position where they're completely uncomfortable. Like, losing one rifle isn't going to make that much of a difference. So I'm glad that Tiger have, even though they are trying to hunt him down, that they haven't managed to find him.
Oh. I can still go for a buy here. It wouldn't be the best, but I think it's definitely the better option of the two, with one of your players already having enough for a purchase. Good round from Dobu, but again, this is what I mean when I talk about the side of Tiger. Like, 2 of the rounds they've won since the initial stages have been one triple kill AWP from 9 where he gets aggressive, and now 2 a triple kill rifle where Dobu gets aggressive. Like, that's not filling me with confidence in your CT side. And it's similarly to what we saw from Hatzao earlier, where they did well on the CT side because they were just able to aggress everything and catch players out. And then when it came to their T side, they were poor. Now, luckily for Tiger, Urka seems to kill it on the T side. But this is one of those maps where a lot of the time, I feel like roles get reversed and teams are able to do so much more on the CT side just because of how aggressive it can be. Pappy, though, leading the charge. And once again, they like to put the pressure on this B site. A bit of an awkward early fight as Cabal will drop him with the nade. But they managed to get the site and get a bomb plant without really that much resistance. Similarly to what we saw on the last map. But the B side of Mirage, I feel like there's more opportunities here for the CT side, at least, to retake it.
You know, well, hold on. Actually, let's take a look at the retake that's being mounted by Tiger. The lineup was there, but no kill following through. Pro and Micro able to do the damage, and Tiger are desperately trying to claw back into this one, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Bren shut it down again. You know, I do like the idea of going aggressive and finding a couple of those kills, but it isn't consistent. It isn't something you can repeat over. And as soon as your opponents get a read that you're just pushing up and taking those individual tools, it's not going to be repeatable because they're going to just shut you down. They're going to play against it. Really what I'm saying is that, you know, a little bit of both is good. Bit of aggression, but sometimes you've got to play the other way around, right? You got to get the best of both worlds. Sometimes you push, but sometimes you chill it out, take it slow, and wait for your chance. Then you rock out the show.
Let's say, how do you even know this? This many lyrics, like, seriously, do you just listen to Miley Cyrus all day?
Dude, I used to love Hannah Montana, and I had Miley's first album as a kid.
Yeah, as a kid.
The most recent song I've quoted.
You just sat in your room going, so I throw my hands up. You've got the wig on. You're like, oh, now I'm Hannah.
Oh God.
Just you have it on one side of your face and you're looking in the mirror and you're just turning like, hey Mitch, hey Hannah.
Oh God, what the hell is this?
That's your life.
This is a disturbing fantasy you have, Tom.
Definitely. This is the man who knows all Miley Cyrus lyrics.
Oh man.
Oh. He's actually managed to avoid that quite well. That Molotov has not quite gone to plan. This is another force buy out from Tiger. Their economy is in the dirt, but they've started things off quite well. The worry I have is that, again, we're seeing a one-site weakness, this B-site defense. It's the same 2 players as well, Cabal and NCL. I just don't think they particularly work too well together. Nice work from NCL this time, though. The pistol goes well. And hey, maybe that was the problem. They had too many rifles. Because whatever they just did there managed to work. They did throw an extra player into the mix as well and use the rifles to the good. And unfortunately, that's going to hurt Bren. And again, it's sort of looking at them. I think they've definitely been the better team. But yeah, I'm just not sure about like NCL and Cabal playing off of each other. Like as said, in this round it works wonderfully, but I'm not sure how that's something that can be recreated. I think Cabal, so far, seeing him on the second AWP, hasn't been good. Like it's been a kill every once in a while, but not anything that I think warrants the investment. And then because of that, NCL seems to be left in pretty awkward positions all the time. So I don't know. I've not been completely impressed with that. And now we're going to see what is a fairly poor purchase coming out from Bren. They're going to go for this execution, try and get into an afterplant position. Nice flashbang through. It's not even going to be a kill, though. Happy set up wonderfully. And they needed that. That was meant to be the opener that sets them up in the afterplant. Now they're faced with no utility, a single rifle, and a 4 versus 5.
Another likely position, and they're being absolutely massacred. The save call is made as Pro just runs away, and this is going to be a very easy defuse. At least they got that planned for the extra Wonga, but unfortunately it won't really help them out in the next round. Pro sitting on the AK, I think, is going to be the only one. The rest probably just down to pistols. And they'll fight up for the 7-6 score line. It's a heartbreaking loss, really. I know they only had pistols, but they got so much progress, got in there, planted the bomb, and then just fell apart.
Well, I think in that situation, they realized that if they sat back, they'd almost lost the round. Like, they didn't necessarily want to play for time just because they didn't have the weaponry to fight it. They're going to invest into this one a little bit, and Cabal, very aggressive, and nets them a kill, and actually Urkus has gone with him. A slight change of pace for the CT side, and it evolves this man once again. Still performing to a high standard. 13 kills on the board. Cabal starting to catch up with him, but the last couple of rounds have definitely boosted those stats a little bit. And now for Pappy, it's all about damage. Drop a couple of players, make it so that there have to be some rebuys, of course, with that force buy victory we saw a couple of rounds ago. There's been a big boost to the CT economy. So any cost he can create means that there's at least a chance they reset them before the end of the half.
Well, nothing's going to be happening there anyways, as Dobu is shutting down Poppy. 7-5 we go. So as I said, Bren going to be investing into this one, and with all the cash that's in play for Tiger, this has to be where they come into it in force. Only a few rounds left, a handful to be picked up, and if they want to be closing this one out 2-0, they've got to show us what we've already seen from them, a capable side. Yeah, at the moment, it's not like they're under pressure, though, really. Excuse me. They're essentially tied up. You know, if you disregard the pistol round, Tom, where obviously Tiger went 2-0, basically 5-5 when it comes to those buy rounds. Oh, no! Urcast! He just made sure that his teammate needed a hip replacement, spraying on in. Luckily, he died, so that saved on some medical bills. That is tough. Oh, that flash is beautiful. Wow. Well, you can't do that.
Oh, Derek, there was a point where he was 7-4 in this game, so since then it has been nothing but death. A little bit of a turnaround for him, but in the wrong sort of way, and there hasn't been anyone to step up aside in Micro actually at the top of the board once more. We've started in the last couple of rounds. See a few players come into their own. Urkus being relatively proactive. 9 as well with the AWP has looked a lot better on this map than what we saw on Dust 2. And also Cabal after what was a very quiet start. But then again, he's gone back to his AWP, which I still don't think is a good investment for him. I think he's been doing fine with the rifle. And it's almost like they have a setup that they want to consistently run. And even if it doesn't work, they continuously try and force it. So I honestly think that if we saw a push in this round towards the B site, they might be able to get that AWP out of his hands without too much trouble.
Let's see if they can steal away that op. We come into what is a very, very important round for Bren to at least make some ground in. It's the second last of the half. They've gone for pistols. They've got smokes. And they really want to have a 6th. If they find this, they're on for potentially 7. We want some ground. We want some information out of this one at least as to how Tiger are playing. But Urcast pushed up close on mid. This is a good opportunity. Swing around once. Now they realize where he is, and he gets a second because they were looking over towards the window. That's worked out well, but the trades were there from Wits and Papi Chulo to pull it back and pick up some rifles. 9. Good to shut them down, bottom connector. And that's going to be utility expanded as smoke towards top con. They're all out of util completely. This has to be now the individual fights going their way, and there's a flank underway. Dobu on his way straight through the spawn. Could be causing some trouble if NCL can delay them. Oh, they're going back. They're running, though. They have no idea that he's here.
Well, that's not the prettiest spray I've ever seen. Derek, 30 seconds. Should have a fairly good idea of where he is as well. Unless there's some serious mistakes made here by Tiger. It should be their 9th round onto the board. Looking for another 10-5 half. Of course, they managed that in the first as well. I'm not really sure what the plan is here from Derek. I don't know if he's just trying to save, or is he going to go back to B? This could be the ultimate game-changing play. A chance for a bomb plant. He'll have to put it down straight away, and I don't know if he's going to expect someone to come through the apartment so soon. Oh, timing going to be everything. Can he escape? He is. He's going to make it back into the market, but he's expecting someone to come from that angle. Now, he's planted for himself, obviously. And for the remaining 2, they do have a decent amount of utility as smoke, Molotov, flashbang, kits galore. This should be a really tough take for Derek. But even a bomb plant here is more than maybe could have been expected. There goes down the Molotov, but he's going to hit the shot. And actually, the smoke is thrown in as well. He's going to jump through the smoke. It's being diffused. He needs to peek. He's going to win it as well. What a round from Derek. As said, he went from, I think, 7-4 to 7-10. And now he's right back even again. A big round from him. A round that never should have been. And, well, I think Dobo especially is going to be absolutely kicking himself. An easy kill. He handed him the AK. And Derek did the rest.
That is a disaster of a round to give away. You know, when they only had the pistols, I thought maybe they can get some progress. But they got picked apart in middle. 2-man traded it out. Again, in a good position. 9 picks up 1 long range. 3v2. That's theirs. Easy peasy. And it falls apart. Considering that flank, yeah, by Dobu, that should have been the easiest of frags to pick up. So, with that said, and behind us, it's 8-6 with a full buy for Bren. And Tiger down to their last dime, but it is the final round, so it doesn't really matter. This is going to be an important one, definitely. If Bren finds 7, they're set up in, I think, a position where they can be more than happy. If anything, they will have won this half in my eyes, because they lost the pistol and the follow-up. In terms of buy rounds, they will have come out the cleaner team. And they start this one off by just a very wide spread, a blanket approach to it, waiting to see if Tiger make a mistake and get a little bit aggressive.
This double AWP setup's back in play. As said, pretty much every round that Cabal's had the AWP, he's died with it. Or he hasn't had anything to do. Those are the only 2 options. I'm not a fan. I think he's a good rifler. I think we've seen that so far. I think they're forcing this secondary AWP, and I almost hope he proves me wrong in this round and like destroys them with it, but doesn't make up for the fact that he's had some real trouble when it comes to defending B with that AWP. He's actually going to rotate around, hold off the window room, make sure nobody can lurk in behind them. Molotov's being expended, and actually Dobu going to be getting aggressive here. Cabal does manage 1 alongside 9. Oh, that's awkward. And there goes 9. The trade's there for Cabal. He has stepped up in this round with the AWP. Micro. Not in the best of positions. They need to try and clear out some of these angles. Is he even going to expect the player to be in that tight corner? He's not. And Urkus peeks wide. It's left all onto Wits, and there's nothing he can do here. A closeout for Tiger. A good first half once again, with a few slip-ups along the way. And Bren not quite able to match up as much as I thought they would. They looked very good when they started breaking back and were in the lead 4-3, but after that came Well, that big mishap round, I guess, with the Deagle and the CZ, which seemed to cause a bit of a landslide half.
Well, with this position firmly cemented now for Tiger, I do still feel like Bren are in with a good fight. You know, 6 rounds lost in the pistol, it's acceptable. Quite lucky they found that pistol, to be honest. Otherwise, I'd be saying otherwise. They found that second last round, I mean, at the massive clutch that came through. This pistol is important. If Tiger want to be closing this one out, this win would help them so much. And it's going to come down to what is looking like a B hit, although I'm hesitant in saying that because they're going for some control towards bottom middle. They've got a player in window who I presume is just going to cut off rotations. That's locking down short for them and then potentially going for a flank on kitchen. And it looks like as they regroup up in apartments, that is the goal.
Oh, here we go. Micro getting tanked down very low. Nice shot from Derek to start things off. In fact, going ham with the USP. 2 already to his name. And now the flank coming in as well should put an end to this round. Pro will drop the bomb and Urkas on the lurk. He's going to have to put them back in his Dora the Explorer backpack. Joe, I've noticed, Mitch, he got 19 kills in the first half again. 2 maps. Both maps, 19 kills in the first half. But this time he almost needs to finish it. Because I think last time he ended, I want to say with 24.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly the same kind of performance in that second half.
23 even.
Well, it'll be a
yeah,
1v4 for Urkas. Potentially, the pistol round ace not looking like he's caught reloading, but which whiffs. Gee, that's the most amount of missed shots I've seen in a row, but luckily someone closes it out eventually.
We got there in the end. That's all that matters. And Bren, they've taken themselves the second pistol. Now, as said, in the last map, their T side was a hell of a lot better. Like, we saw some severe weaknesses in their CT side. But when it comes to Mirage, it's the one map where I sort of flip the switch. Like, I think a lot of teams will play the CT side more like a T side. Like, they'll try and gain ground, get aggressive, and then almost execute onto their opponents. You're going to see a lot more pushing, a lot more plays, which will probably work for this side. It's been a quiet half for Pappy, though, and it doesn't look like it's about to improve. This is already more damage than there ever should have been. There's now a rifle in Urkas' hands. They've got to get that back. And even if they do, it's only going to be a slight upgrade because Micro's not close enough to get it. So that alone is enough of a cost that if Tiger win this next round, it's not really going to matter about the ones they've just lost.
I'm gonna keep a hefty eye on Tiger coming into this one. It's nice to get a game that isn't quite so wild and wacky as what we've seen before. A competitive one at the same time, you know, one in which Bren are impressing us. The question is, do they have what it takes to win this round? And they've gone for a lot of rifles. It's a big investment, and Derek opens it up. He caught Cabal out, and managed to fall back out of apartments afterwards. I mean, he's in a nice position towards the back of the site. Has support from Pro. That flank, it's not going to work out. The SMG disappearing. And actually, I thought Pro was on short. It was actually underpass, which is why they felt the need to push up through under.
Well, there will be a trade back. Bomb is going to be picked up. They've managed to gain complete control of the A side without any real trouble. Dobu going to come down to timing. Pappy, oh, he's going to look the wrong way just at the wrong moment. Can't quite correct his aim in time. And now Dobu's going to continue to push, looking to try and catch them as they rotate in. He might be able to get another kill here, but he has been spotted. Nice shot from Pro. And that could actually turn into a problematic play. A 3 versus 2 situation, turning 2v2 after that push. Eric's just going to go wide, swinging into the site. Like, this is messy. Pro's having to try and clean things up, and that trade's actually worthwhile because he was already low on HP. Pro looking to try and find the bomb, tapping it to try and bait out the peak, and he's going to win it. A 4K from him. Honestly, he just put them on his back in that round. Like, that was a real poor retake from the remainder of the players, being caught out in silly positions, looking the wrong way. And then he just walks in and wipes everyone down like it's absolutely nothing.
Been a really interesting turn of events, but with this development, I'm really on the side of Bren on this one. I'm really seeing them as the better team. What is happening?
Would you caught yourself saying that at the beginning of the tournament?
That's what the pause was about. It was kind of like going over it. Do you know in I don't know if you've played like Detroit Become Human, or you've seen these movies with androids when they go to break their programming, and it's like, yeah, does not compute. like yeah, Bren looked like the better team.
I imagine it like that moment. Have you seen it's in Doctor Who where he wipes his own, like he wipes his memory from the Daleks, and he goes to one of them. I'm the doctor, and he goes, Doctor Who, Doctor Who. That's what I imagine you're doing right now. Like just having a mental breakdown, trying to work out who this is.
Who's playing on Bren's account? Huh? Who is it? Tyloo, is that you? What the hell?
No, I ain't Tyloo.
No
It
one's
definitely isn't
It's
Tyloo.
Vici, if anyone.
Maybe I could accept Vici.
Yeah, Tyloo. It's like, well, how many smokes have been thrown? 60. How many smokes did they push through? 2. No, it's not Tyloo. So that number's about 58 too low. But yeah, no, honestly, I feel like they've definitely looked a whole lot more solid. Everything about their halves so far has played out better on both maps. And for Tiger, you know, they're leaving a lot to be desired. There we go. 2 openings to be. This is what I've been waiting to see. At this point, you know, if I'm Bren, I'm probably calling for a save. And I've complimented their decision-making so far. And it looks like at least they're not going through T-spawn, but based on Pro, I think they are going to call a save straight away. Smart boys.
Yeah, that was a surprising round. Like Tiger went into that with basically no utility and managed to get mid control and push short almost for free. Like took next to no damage. So setup in this one from Bren definitely wasn't ideal. And Pro, he had a good round in the last, but he's had a fairly quiet map, and losing his gun here would be a catastrophe. Their money would not be in a good position, and he knows it. This is not a fight worth taking, but he's going to have to win one of them. Urkus, he just doesn't lose those, and he's managed to already overtake his kills from the last map. 24 and 10. NCL, I hate to do it. He's got 3 kills. Round 19. Around 20 now.
This is not ideal. You know, I think maybe the names are backwards in Micro's NCL. That'd make more sense. All jokes aside, as we said, Tiger have been leaving a lot to be desired. Didn't NCL just find a kill in that round as well? Didn't he open up B-side? Did he go from 2 to 3? This slate?
Sure, why not?
Wait, hold on. I can check. Yep, he was on 1 kill starting out this half. So at least he's doing better.
Hey. Oh, this is a fairly interesting purchase. Obviously, probably just going to be keeping the remaining money saved and then go for the rest with just whatever they've got left. Now, for Wits in this round, although it would be nice if he could be the hero, realistically, we want to see him either, well, if he's on the right side of the map, obviously fight for his life. If he's not, save the orb. Like you don't need to be over challenging here. Derek, his money is screwed anyway, so he's actually going to invest in. Actually, Micro's invested quite a lot into this round. This is not an eco. So the thing that's a bit peculiar is why Pro is saving so much money if 2 players have bought down so far that they definitely can't buy in the next round.
Yeah, I did compliment their decision making, but I guess it's in case they need double ecos. Like they'll buy down so far now. Why would they buy down that far? Why would they not just wait? They really want an op in the next round. It's odd. It definitely is. This isn't the kind of buy that I would call for, get behind. Molly under. That's going to do a lot. Smoke down. Okay. You want your pistol to swing. You want your pistol to swing. Okay, he picks up the rifle anyway, so now he's not expected. That's a free player. How much can he get done? Micro, this is all on you, bro. Has to be a massive play. He's behind the smoke. He's undetected. Bomb's being planted. He can't stop it, but he gets... Oh! Micro! Okay. Well, that's that round over and done with. Wits is going to save the op, but they're going to eco next round anyway, so what are you going to do with it?
It very nearly came close to being something, but it's one of those awkward positions where it's like you're saving for the moment where you can do something, like you're waiting for it, and then you don't quite catch the time. I think Wits is going to go down. Oh, okay. Bit of a quick scope. To at least pull one through. Bear in mind, Dobu is on for the ace here. He's already managed to get 4 kills, so he's definitely looking for this. And they're desperately trying to save. Oh, that is ridiculously close. But yeah, this is the scenario that I don't understand. Like, Pro now has $4,150 in a round where they're not buying, or at least they shouldn't be. So either he's saving so that they can get a double AWP with extra utility in the next round, or no, he's just gonna... Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Trying to mull over the possibilities of what they were aiming for, and I don't know. I guess it was just a lack of coordination in a way in that previous round, not fully understanding what was happening. Tis odd, that's for sure.
Interesting boost. Last few rounds have been pretty good for Tiger, and AWP seemingly going to go down here. Oh, no, Wits is trying to escape. Definitely taking some pointers from James. And it's just going to be falling back to try and hold that into the next round. He should have some cannon fodder to try and guard it alongside him. It's 12 now, though, for Tiger. So the last few rounds, because of the purchases not coming up for Bren, because of those closer rounds that we had in the initial stages, as we saw from the stat, like I think on average, when it comes to HP at the end of rounds, theirs was above by like 80 or something. So rounds when Bren were winning were much closer. Tiger managing to win fairly dominantly has left them with lots of cash for the next coming rounds, and the CT side have little to nothing.
It's an upsetting one for Bren. You know, you're so close to just slapping back into this and defeating Tiger 2-0. But now in that spot where you might start to fall behind. Yeah, 9-12. I think this is their last chance to really maintain any favor that I have swinging their way. Even still with the money built up for Tiger, it is going to be a tough one. As we said before, it's going to be an uphill battle. But here we go for Bren. The defense, the climb is beginning. Moving towards the back of the site. Micro, he's given up a lot of position on that one. He's come back over, though, in time to help out his teammate on this crossfire. But he's been split on short. They weren't aware, they weren't ready. And they're not finding even a single kill on that B-hold. That was... I mean, they looked lost, Tom. They really looked lost.
Yeah, but I'm seeing similarities between both the teams. It's a bit peculiar that the B site's the weakness, because the A site's the one where you get a lot more free duels. There's the set smokes, set executes, which basically just allow you to gain a lot of space and get after plant positions, isolate people with Molotovs. And the B site's normally the one that's a little bit tougher to crack. Here has been the polar opposite for both squads. Like, both teams have been able to find a fair amount of entries, and this has just turned into saving simulator for Bren. Like, it's just not a good CT side. And I was kind of hoping that after again having a weaker first half that we'd see some sort of resurgence from them, but realistically it's looking like Tiger are going to be taking us to a third, because as of right now Bren have shown nothing on their CT side.
You got to look at things from Bren's perspective. They've got a lot of money stacked up on wits. What do they do with it? They could potentially fight into this round if they wanted to, with the AWP already in play. Picking up a few M4s alongside Papi Chulos, I think. Yep, that's what they're going to go with. FAMAS even can be dropped over to Micro. You'll get a pretty decent all-round investment. And that's what they're going to do. Okay. So 2 M4s dropped. FAMAS dropped. Wits is getting an award at the end of this round. For just being selfless. Donating to his teammates. But it also means, Tom, that they've put all their chips on the table, right? They're all in on this round. And if they lose it, kiss goodbye to the possibility of winning in regulation and probably of winning full stop. This B hold has been the weakness, and I think Tiger has sniffed that out as they look to B to take that early fight. And the nades are huge. Cabal onto 7 HP. He's been mollied. He's been fragged. And he might be fragged very soon. Indeed he is.
And the thing is, though, again, he almost knew that he was going to be the distraction in this round. Picking up a Mac 10 when you have $9,200 pretty much states that you're trying to be that distraction. However, Bren have done a much better job this time, and Papi even coming in on the flank. They have the information that these remaining 2 players are locked in, so they can still gamble everyone in towards this B site. And actually, Tiger aren't even trying to retreat. They're just going to walk in to what is the stack, and how have they come out with 2 kills, Mitch? This doesn't make sense. This is a crossfire of every single member of their team, and it's come back to a 2v2. Papi finally coming in from behind. And with NCL being tagged by the nade, there shouldn't be a chance for him here. He is still surrounded, but the amount of players that surround him has diminished severely since the early stages of this round. He's actually going to try and pressure onto his opponent. There's a real chance he's going to be able to get him from behind. And it's another kill for NCL. And he's going to run the gauntlet. Or is he? Oh, this could be the big brain play. He's tried to bait a rotation out. This is his 3rd kill of the round. And you can see already that Papi is peeking in onto short, trying to spot the man going in that direction. But he's in fact just going to plant in his initial position on this B site. The bomb goes down, and Papi's gone the wrong way. He's just realized, but that's still an extra few seconds wasted. And with an aggressive position in the market, going to be an educated guess as to where the last player is coming from, without spotting anything for the next few seconds, and a fairly good plant position as well for NCL. This is still just going to have to be a pretty tasty headshot for Papi, and he has absolutely no idea where this last man's going to be standing. So many positions to check. Bomb going to be attempted. Not now, please. Is he going to throw it away? Just about. NCL pulls off the clutch. He wanted to make us sweat at the end. A 2 versus 5. Bren, get out of here. We're going to train.
This is a disgrace of a round to lose every single player. They just went in one at a time, gave every opportunity to them. I've never seen such a blunder in my life. Came close in the end, having to go over to that extra weapon. But he gets it closed out. And oh man, can you imagine being Bren right now? They were in a spot where I was saying they looked like the better team, and Tiger slapped them. They have turned up on the T side on a whole nother level. And Bren, they made every mistake under the sun. Like, that round was virtually unthrowable. And they threw it like Captain America's shield. It was gone.
Yeah. I think we're starting to see the old Bren start to leak. Also, actually, a bit like Captain America, but that's another thing altogether. And yeah, we're going to have them actually buy into this round. Not goodbye. And I'll be honest, at this point, I think they're fighting an uphill battle. That's the sort of round that's going to completely pump up Tiger, and they were already winning everything they attempted. I honestly don't know how they lost that round. That's something that I'm hoping that I could Men in Black wipe from my mind. But, you know, unfortunately, other than ramming my head repeatedly into a wall, technology like that doesn't quite exist.
Oh man. I mean, overall, this is a disaster. It's a terrible position for Bren, and losing this round will be the end of the run in this map, more than likely. They're being, oh, look at this, one after another, just being shut down. They got back into it in a 5v4, and then it just crumbles in their hands. Poppy Chulo trying to get it done. He grabs one, moves over towards Palace. That defuse in the open is clearly vulnerable to Urcast, who just shuts him down. That's the end of the round. 10 seconds left. No time. And Pappy's got to run for the hills.
Urcast is having a pretty damn unbelievable series. He's looking to try and compete with the likes of Ronan as well, but I don't think he's quite going to get that many. That was, I think he averaged 29, so unless we are going to see I think he'd need something like 37, 38 going into the last map to be able to do that, but you never know. He has been performing to a very high standard. 29 kills for him. We've seen Dobu 18 alongside Cabal. And on the other side, it's not even like they've necessarily had bad individual performances, just that B side has been so weak. And the CT sides of both of these teams have been incredibly disappointing. Like, even with the fact that, well, I guess it went slightly better for the side of Tiger. There were still rounds on their CT side where I was like, not really impressed. And I think if it was one of the top teams within the region, where we would see a completely different story. Now, Pappy's been trying to get aggressive a lot in these rounds. And as you can tell from his KD, and by this, it's not been going particularly well. He had a teammate ready on an anti-flash angle, and... Alright. Not saying that that's an angle you should check, but that's definitely an angle you should check. Luckily, Cabal is going to be here to turn the tide slightly, leaving Micro and Pro. Try and save them here. Troublesome second half with only first few rounds going in their favor. Pro just trying to hide in the back lines and has Micro running the gauntlet to try and get himself back in. Pro does manage one, but now it's the UMP versus the world. 35 seconds left for the T's to make their move, and NCL having a small resurgence here, getting a few kills towards the end of this game, but really needed to have an incredible performance. Just get the bomb down, play things safe, not overface, and Micro with a weapon that hasn't been good for a while after its nerf. Shouldn't really stand a chance here.
No, I don't think he does. This should be Tiger taking us all the way to a third map. And Train doesn't look a whole lot better for Bren. It looks a lot worse than what we've seen on this one here. I'm a little bit upset for them. I feel like they played the entirety of the first half of this so well, and then it just fell apart when they swapped over to that defense. Now, I guess there are excuses, right? When it comes to the attacking side of the T side, you expect Tigers to be able to deal a lot of damage, but listen, Bleh, Dinko, what do you think? How are we looking going into the next map now for Bren after what was a good start, but a poor finish?
I think this is more of what you expect, right? When you take a look at Bren on paper versus Tiger, this is more of a normal result, but it's Mirage. This is where the individuals from Tiger obviously shine through a little bit more. Every time we've seen them play Mirage over on PAL Summer, we did see our cast look pretty solid, and it's good to see the individuals step up finally for Tiger. We know this is what they're capable of. Bren, I feel a little bit worried for them going into Trin, like Mitch said earlier on. I feel like they had to take this series 2-0 if they were going to win it. When we head on to the third map, this is where Tiger probably going to take the series 2-1. And it's heartbreaking for Bren, but they still look better than they did ever in PAL. So I don't know if they'll be replicating their success against Tiger, but there's definitely positives.
I feel like whatever criticisms we had of for Tiger on Dust 2 could be pretty much just copy-pasted and applied on this map for the side of Bren, right? I mean, 9-6 scoreline. You get 6 rounds on T side. Yes, helped out with that 1v3 ridiculous round from Derek. And this B bomb site, that's the problem. Like, how can you not defend this bomb site? And I gotta agree with you, with both of you, Tom and Mitch. That 2v5, I really wish I was like an alien from the Men in Black series, or one of the passerbys, and just like have that machine, whatever that pen thing, just forget what the hell happened, because that is ludicrous. They were trapped there. They had a guy behind. They had all the information. And there we go, this round. And the moment they lost this round, I was like, yeah, this one's done. It's over. Again, brilliantly played by everyone. Even NCL, who had such a quiet game. I think he had like 3 kills in like over 20 rounds. But then he gets this clutch as well. It came down to the wire, of course, but he pulled it off. And yeah, for Bren, I have to say, they needed to close it out here 2-0. It is their map pick. And that B bombsite defense is just non-existent. So I gotta ask, like, what were you thinking picking that one up? It's so confusing. And I gotta say, that's the thing with Tiger. They, even in the previous PAL, we saw them have pretty underwhelming starts against certain teams, but they're able to, once they win the second game, they claw it back. And Urcast with a 30 bomb. Yeah, he's got to be the MVP, Tom.
Well, yeah, it's not even a question. Like, he probably would have been in the first map if he just managed to keep it up a little bit more. But yeah, he's going on that hard carrying. That's the one thing that's a little bit disappointing for me with this roster is like you have like the backing of an organization. I've seen a lot of decent like different players from Mongolia up and coming. This man shouldn't have to hard carry this much versus even a team like Bren. Like, I want to see them challenging for the tournament. If he's having to drop 30 bombs just for you to even like, well, in the last map, I think as said, he dropped 19 kills in the first half and they lost. Like, that shouldn't be the case. There should be other players on this roster, and even just some of the silly mistakes that they managed to make as well, like the clutch that came through. Like, those are mistakes that, sure, you can get away with versus Bren, who don't know how to hold the B site. But if you come up against better opposition, like, you're not going to win this event. Like, in Dust 2 is a testament to that. Like, if you win a half 10-5 and then lose 16-12, you're not having a good game.
And how many 2v5s, 3v5s that Tiger win, Mitch? I mean, scenarios where they shouldn't be losing. And again, if you look at the scoreline, I'm just taking a look at the final scoreboard. 3 clutches actually went the way of Bren. That one of the Derek's 1v3 being one of them. Like, you can't lose scenarios where you have such a massive man advantage. What do you think kind of went wrong there for Bren? I don't want to just chalk it up to individual firepower. It's just something was just missing for them.
Yeah, look, they weren't playing together. They weren't playing off each other. Look at how many positions we saw them swing in. That 1v4 that ended up coming through, they peaked one at a time, each and every time, gave all the opportunities away, and you could feel it. It's like he has to plant the bomb, and he can't leave the site. You've got him surrounded. Just wait. Just let him do it. Play off each other. Set up a crossfire. No, let's just, I'll swing. You swing 2 seconds later. Similar to what we said before, myself and Tom, about how it felt like someone was counting down, like, okay, push him on go. But then they all counted down in their head at different times. Someone started at 5, someone started at 2, someone just said go and like jumped in. It was wild.
Well, that is going to be a problem for Brennan heading into the final map here. I got to agree with you guys. I feel like Train, it just might be, Tiger building up the momentum and they just might run away with it. But you know what? That's just us just assuming things. We do have the map coming up next. But before that, we have a quick break. So grab yourself something to drink. We'll be back with more action here in PAL 2020, the fall edition.
Hello and welcome back to map number 3 of Tiger versus Bren. We didn't expect to hit 3 maps when we started things out, but Bren had a really good performance on map number 1 and half number 1 of map number 2, but they did cool down towards the end of it, and now the real trouble starts, Tom. We're going on to train, and this isn't somewhere that we really expect them to be able to step it up over on the Bren side.
No, yeah, I think that they've definitely had some troubles on this map. Like, it's one of their weaker ones in terms of what they have left within the pool. They had lost it versus Vici, which I guess isn't the end of the world, but some of the matches I've seen from Vici on that map have also been a little bit questionable. So, I don't know. I think that the performances we see are very hit and miss, like beating Sigma, beating Lim Vision, then getting destroyed by Beyond. It seems like they have a clear skill ceiling of where they end up on this map. And I'll be honest, I don't expect the best from them, but at the same time, we think coming into the tournament. So hopefully they put the work in. Also for Tiger, this ends as a bit of a middle ground. They themselves have had a couple of victories, but again, versus After, which I'm not very impressed with because it's After, and then just about scraping past Beyond. So I think this could still be a relatively close one, but in reality, we're just looking at who shows up, and realistically, so far, it's mainly been Urkus. Like, Urkus has been the one consistent factor across these 2 maps, and everybody else has been a little bit here or there.
Yeah, absolutely. It has definitely been a fairly Urkas-sided show. I mean, he had that one bad half on map number 1, but other than that, he's been pretty damn solid. And the lowest bar that one half was 19 kills and a half. Pretty good in the first half, at least, of each game. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do on train. I think realistically, Tiger come in with a big advantage because you've got a new element of Micro in the lineup of Bren, and he has looked, at least on day 1, he looked pretty lost. I don't think train is going to be somewhere that they can find that comfort zone the way he did on Dust 2 and Mirage. Certainly the entire team of Bren, when you look at train, they're just not as experienced of a lineup as their opponents are. So I really don't see what they can be able to do.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those maps where also, no matter what position you're playing, it's going to be very, very hard to sort of like bump someone into this. Like, you talk about whether you're a B site individual hold, it's always rough to sort of play that role. And then within the A site, there's so many important crossfires, aggressive plays that have to be made. But either way, Mitch, we are going to be getting into the first, or the third even, and final map. And of course, we have to kick things off with a knife round, a side decider. And in reality, we normally put this map fairly heavily down to the CT side. But what we've seen, at least from a fair bit of Asian Counter-Strike, is that they do manage to pull out more rounds on the T side a lot of the time than we'd expect. But that's mainly due to, well, a lot of these teams, I guess, being a bit poorer than we might normally see at the defensive side. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go. Tiger obviously winning themselves the knife round, get that side choice, and of course they're going to pick the CT side. And yeah, well, we talk about like those solo roles. Urkus is the man who normally focuses on that B side. So a tough role to play, and not normally something that you put your star performer in, I guess. Like, if I think, for example, about G2, it's always been the likes of someone like Nexa, because he is the sort of the smart man within the squad. He's not going to be getting aggressive. He's not going to be like over-facing. He will do his job to a T. So Urkus can definitely do that, but I almost wonder if him being in a slightly more proactive role might work out better for them.
That's a good... Oh, hold on. Never mind the points, because I thought Urkas was about to build up a couple of points. But he's not chucked his nade in. He's kept it in his hands for the ramp. He saw the players and the timing wasn't right with where he was stood. Here we go. It's coming up the ramp. It's looking for some victims. He's seen the leg. There it goes in. Good damage done, but they've given up the sight for it. That doesn't strike me as a worthwhile trade, but that certainly is. Good headshot connected to Wits as the bomb goes down. And the retake will commence with a full CT push. All 5 players here from Tiger coming from the same angle. The damage done to Derek as well is substantial.
Well, Push coming in. Kabow. Nice. Couple of headshots. And in fact, it's going to be the easy cleanup for this CT side. One of the problems that we sort of spotted out from the likes of Bren previously was that they were not very up to date with the meta. And by not up to date with the meta, I mean they're about 2 or 3 years behind, which that's impressive, I'll say, because you don't normally sit passive on this. Once you get that bomb down, or while you're getting the bomb down, you need to be more proactive, especially in pistol rounds. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Bren. The Glock sucks at range. I didn't think I'd have to be the one to say that. So the fact that they're still trying to sit back and wait for duels when there's so many very easily pre-fireable angles for the CT side, it's just not a smart way to play, and they make that look very easy. Luckily, they do have enough to juggle some AKs around. It's going to be Micro being the sacrificial lamb, and the rest of the team, at least with a couple of AKs, a bit of Kevlar mixed in, and even a scout, but still some serious vulnerabilities within the buy.
The issues are ripe, really, when you're over towards the Bren side. A round like this doesn't present you with a lot of opportunity. You have to try and find the kink in their armor. It's not too easy to find. 9. Got a nice shot from afar, but look at the damage he took. Quite a lot. 25 health onto Derek, but 9 comes out of that duel behind and taken down very easily afterwards. Urcast trying to get the damage done himself. Molly down. Fully extends over to the side, so they have to burn up a smoke to use it, and he's going to try to get right up close. Playing above the smoke. Hasn't been spotted just yet. There's a player up on top of the train, though, who didn't see him. He got picked off.
I love how clinical he was with that. That was like almost like it was sort of surgically removed. Oh, it's left all onto Micro. Unfortunately, he was the man who only had the deagle. He's picked up an AK, but still doesn't have any armor, so a single shot of this scout would be enough. And Doble's already got 3. Cabal will finish things off. So Tiger are going to convert the round. They're not going to be able to retrieve too many of the AKs. In fact, just the one. So not a huge amount of an upgrade. But with no bomb plant and only a bit of damage done in that round, there's not really a reason for Bren to force up again.
No, definitely not. I think you just take it on the chin and look to buy up in the next round. It's the only real choice in a situation like this. Not a start that you'll be terribly upset about, though. It is hard to gain access on the C side when it comes to train. It's acceptable to have that slower start, the 3-0 down. As long as they can find themselves with 5 rounds by the end of it, I think they're in an alright position generally, but the issue is they're going to be coming up against Tiger, and we've seen it again and again, Tom. You know, there's been a couple problems there for the Tiger CT side, but whenever they're grouped up on that attacking side, they just wreck them. We saw it on the previous map. You know, the turnaround from half to half has been nuts.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, really. Like, Urcus, I don't think has had a bad T side yet. Like, granted, on Dust 2, when he was playing that rotational role, it didn't go too well on the CT side. And then on Mirage, he just didn't have a bad side at all. So that can pretty much say it all. So if he's either going to win them a few rounds on the T side, that just means they have to have a stellar CT side, which, as said, in normal Counter-Strike, you'd expect. In Asian Counter-Strike, I don't always. Like, I do think that there's always a question mark when it comes to the CT side of Train, because we know how good I'd say the first bullet accuracy of Asian T-side players is insane. So, like, a lot of the time you're going to get these ridiculous entries, and then the one thing that we always talk about is how utility usage is normally quite poor. So, if anything, that's why we see these T-side rounds go up quite a bit higher than we'd normally see at the very top of Counter-Strike, because you're able to get far more access than you ever should do. Now, both these teams, I would say, have shown some of the better strategical sense of what we've seen so far. But at the same time, the thing that worries me the most is thus far, we have seen some incredibly poor B-side defenses from both sides, in fact. So the way that that's been countered here is that Tiger have put Urcast on B. And I have a lot of faith that he's going to be giving good calls. Not in this round, of course, because they've got a little bit of a mixed buy, so they're sort of juggling things about a bit. But on the other side of things, I don't know who you're going to be able to put to hold that down, because normally we look at someone like, well, I think it wasn't NCL. Who's player B? It was Micro. I think it was Micro on Dust 2, and he has been very hit and miss. So it does worry me a little bit that, like, if he's having a poor performance, then potentially we could just see the B side getting slaughtered when Tiger switch sides.
You also have to remember as well, even if we take this as a standard situation, I suppose, and you look at the CT side of Bren, if they get dominated at the moment, when they swap over, I really don't feel like they end up in a position where their mentality is going to be all too strong. That previous map, I think, will have wrecked it a little bit. It was their chance to close this out, and oh my god, Dobu is just dancing around, taking heads. And Derek's left to do the dirty work yet again. Really not feeling it on this one, a 1v3. And a really difficult situation for him.
Well, I'm going to see the T's with somewhat of an investment here. Doesn't seem like they're completely committed to this buy, but we did. I think it was Derek just purchased straight up, so potentially more of a questionable position from him here. But he's got an AK. That's something at least. And the rest of the team are going to be just going with the pistols for this one. Obviously, a bomb plant would mean that it doesn't really matter because their loss bonus is going to be maximum. In fact, he will be able to afford an AK and a flashbang into the next round if he was to purchase. And that's excluding any kills. It seems like Dobu's using this as an opportunity to potentially build up some cash, because it's not like he didn't have enough money to buy a rifle, but obviously playing in pot can definitely make this gun work.
It is always dangerous, though, to play and pop up against this kind of a buy. You know, totem pulling deagles can easily grab a couple of heads if they're given the opportunity. I feel like these are the kind of rounds where you're better off just taking the advantage you have on range as it is and playing off of that.
Oh dear, oh dear. NCL, similar position to last round. We've just seen them open things up. Derek will at least get one. Trying to cause some cost and doing a relatively good job of it. He's going to find 3 kills. That AK was more than worthwhile. And in fact, the bonus cash he's just earned, the extra $900, means that he's coming into this round with a full buy. So we've seen the hero AK fail a few times within the matches we've witnessed today and yesterday, but that one was a very successful one indeed.
Or just work overall. We have 5-0. This is where I draw the line in the sand. This is where Bren need to answer. They need to deliver, because if they don't, they fall behind quite significantly. I mentioned the Matrix a lot in the Oceania region. Haven't brought it up here, but I think just generally looking at most maps, like 7-0 is the line where statistically your chances of winning the game if you lose at 7-0. So if you go 8-0 down, depending on which one is a full buy. If 7-0 is your full buy and your eco at 8, or if 8-0 is your full buy and your eco at 9. That's where your chances go to less than 1% of teams come back from. And so it is a fairly daunting scenario for Brent. You don't even want to end up in a position where you're at that line, right? Where you're at the point that you have to make this massive comeback, considering they failed in the previous, considering the T side of Tiger we know is going to be solid, considering the tests that they'll be put up to on that CT, as we said about Micro. If he's not performing, then that is something that they cannot really try to target.
Ooh. A shot from Wits. His patience pays off. And well, 9 is left in no man's land. This is a round that's become quite awkward. Individual battles being faced, and Cabal alongside Urkus probably just save. But I don't think Cabal's going to be able to. Oh! Okay, well maybe he will. A little bit of luck that goes a long way. Angle's not checked properly by Pro. And well, we're not going to have to worry about your statistics, Mitch, as they will get their first round onto the board. And with these couple of guns being saved, if they're saved, the CT side will still have a purchase into the next round.
Good, good, good. This is what we needed to see. You know, the reality is, if you're sitting down right now and you're thinking about this from Bren's perspective, this isn't where they wanted to be. They could have closed it out in the previous map. And so it's like, I also wonder about stamina for these guys. I know Tiger obviously have played a lot more at a higher level. And I wonder then going into third series, obviously it is only one best of 3 a day. So at least it's not that strenuous, but I still think it can play a decent role. Especially if you get to the third map, you start to feel that little bit more laggy, more tired. And then it starts to play in that, you know, oh, you probably shouldn't be here. You had your chance to close it out. Be tough.
Well, 5-1. 4 players surviving in the last round, so still a pretty good position even going into the next with the amount of loss bonus that is still there for Bren. Gonna try and play off of this B side now. A little bit more dedication here from the CT side. 9 up above. And you could set up a flashbang to leave him blind if you wanted to try and take him down, but I imagine they're just gonna try and dry peek this, which somehow works out. I'll be honest, I don't really know how. I think that should have been an easy kill for 9. They're not gonna check the site though, because well, he's only good for 1. That's something at least. Molotov into the back of sight make things a little bit more awkward for Cabal. Looking for some sort of opening here. But this is a much better stance. Look at where the T's are holding into comparison to where we've seen them before. They're normally a lot more passive, and that allows space for the side of Tiger to actually get back in. I'm not sure what Cabal's doing here. I'll be honest. His teammates are gone. I don't know what you're fishing for. Your opponents have already gained enough cash that financially they're going to be fine going into the next round. Your team desperately need you to hold on to a gun. Just get out of there.
Well, it looks like they were hot-wired into our comms, Tom. Did exactly what you said. We're running right away, saving those weapons. And when you look in towards this, I feel like we're feeling good. We're looking good. Bren are in a spot where they've done what I needed them to do. Bounce back in. Don't just lay down and play dead. They've still got some life in them. Tiger pushed down to this position where obviously those weapons are all that they've got. And so I suspect we're looking at a fairly Bren-sided round. We need to make sure there's no mistakes being made here. Derek already poking away, and he gets a little bit of a prod back. Minus 40 HP, down to 60. As he just focuses his attention towards the B side, no longer wanting to get involved down towards Ivy. A weapon removed. That's the op, I think, in the hands of Cabal, straight out of the game. It should be retrievable, though, for 9. He's close by. Yeah, he's able to pick it up and get away to the site. Playing without armor, it's never ideal, but at least with the op, it won't play as big a role.
Yeah, he's had little to no impact so far, though. And the same, I still stick with it. Like, I don't think Cabal plays that well on the AWP. It's something that they force so regularly, and I don't know. I've not been impressed with it. Like, he's not had a bad game so far, but the majority of that, with the AWP. Second they pick it up, doesn't work. And 9 as well, I want to see him on the AWP, but he really hasn't been performing so well so far. Smoke execute beginning. Dobu in a good position. Now, this has already happened multiple times. where they've run through this smoke and there's been players on the other side of it. They lost 2 rounds to this already. I'm hoping they won't lose another one. In fact, there's going to be another smoke going down, and NCL's still there, and he's going to get another double kill and almost finds the kill onto Wits as well. This is a really awkward battle, though, and there's a player around the corner. Urkas not really watching the angle, but he peeks his head out at the perfect moment to save his teammate. It's left onto Wits. He has to go for the plant here. Just going to be sticking it, and NCL is going to try and get up close in his face. The smoke keeps him shrouded, but Urkas is there to close. Honestly, Bren, how do you lose the same round 3 times in the same way? Like, that is just atrocious. Like, why are you running through that smoke again?
That is a great question. One that I think they're answering for. They're not answering it directly, but they're definitely paying the price of their transgressions. I don't know, it seems like a lot of the time there's really questionable decisions being made by Bren, like start to finish of this series. The same can be said for Tiger, I suppose, but that previous map, half 2, I don't know what happened, man. Bren just switched off and started playing very, very individually. And I think we're starting to see the resurgence of the lineup that I was expecting to see in this tournament altogether. Albeit still much better than they were last time, but nowhere near what they were on map 1. They're starting to fall back into old habits. And I feel like that's something that actually happens, Tom. You know, we see this as series go on, and it gets longer and longer. Players maybe lose focus a little bit. It becomes much harder to maintain that same level of play if you haven't got the experience at the top level.
Well, it's like they're turning back into bad Bren, which, I'll be honest, it sounds like a TV series about like a middle-class white kid who just like disagrees with his parents. This is bad Bren. He doesn't want to eat his brioche for breakfast. Oh, about. He's got the AWP again. Yeah, that's about right, to be honest. I don't get it. I honestly don't understand why he's buying the AWP so regularly. It does not work. And he does fine with the rifle. It's infuriating. And that's a sort of shot, right, that you've got to hit. If they're running down the ramp, you've got clear vision, and then you re-peek it. Like, I honestly don't know what he expected the outcome to be there. Like, okay, fair enough if you missed the shot, but at least reposition or use some utility or do something. But just a wide peek. There's always an AWP holding that angle. Bren, honestly, at this point, just keep pushing B. Like, Urkas seems to be left every single round in a position where it's just so easy for them to take him down with a trade. Like, he'll get one, but that's normally about it. And, yeah, it's just an awkward position.
Yeah, it definitely is. I do 100% agree with you when it comes to Cabal. I don't get it. I don't get why he's on the AWP. I feel like he's been so consistent with a rifle. And we have another culprit over on the Tiger side. 9 this time. 1 kill on the board. Really, really having a rough time. And, you know, it's not always easy when you're on train and you have somebody that's not, but it's not ever easy. That they're just not stepping it up. They're not getting the damage done. You need to have all your players showing up on that CT side. And for 9, he's been the victim of 2 of those opening duels so far. And with the secondary op, it might just make a difference.
Oh. 6-3. A round I'm sure that Tiger will want to forget, but luckily they did hold on to their weaponry, so these saves that they've been pulling off have allowed them to continue to purchase. Honestly though, if I'm Bren, I just keep pressuring that B site. Like, it has not been a good defense from them, and once again, we're still going to see this secondary AWP. I honestly, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Cabal has had a kill since picking up that AWP.
I don't recall one anyways. It wasn't a memorable one, if he has. And NCL's gone down. That's the player that's really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So a lot of pressure on Cabal as these players come out towards the site. 9 falls yet again, still failing to get on the board after that first frag. As Cabal looks desperately around. He's got a teammate covering his back too, in fact, but another shot missed and just give it up. Just put it away at this point. 2 maps now.
This might be the weakest double AWP setup I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, 9, I can just say is having a bad game because we have seen him step up with it, but like this from Pappy, the first kill fair enough, then 9 gets caught out, but like, why are you still picking up the AWP? I know that I'm harping on about it, and it probably just sounds like the angry old man sat in his chair, but like, he was doing really well before he picked up the AWP. He hasn't had a kill since he picked it up. Not buying it. Just play with the rifle, for God's sake. Especially with the pace that's coming in from Bren now. Like, oh, are they going to win this round with pistols? Please.
No.
Like that. This would be just hilarious to me if they struggle to win the rounds with AWPs and then they stack up on the site and manage to win it with pistols.
No, I mean, it's only 1 deagle. They need 4. We've already established that. You think I'm joking, Tom? You just wait. We've got a few more weeks of this. You'll see. You'll see the formula start to prove itself. Obviously, Bren or Tiger even don't have an analyst because they would have told him this. Just go in for the deagles. Oh no! Oh no! The HP is so low.
Hey,
Come
Mitch.
on.
Sorry, I heard you say something.
Come on, dude. USPs. They got 1 kill with deagles, and then a USP comes through for 2. NCL on another, getting his 2nd kill of the game. Or no, sorry, it was 9, right? He got his 2nd and 3rd kills of the game. That's just ridiculous. What are you doing? Jesus.
It's all right, Mitch. I've decided that after today, I'm going to retire and become a clairvoyant and just predict the future.
They got 1 kill. You're like, oh, they're going to win this round. Yep.
It's a pretty good call, to be fair. It was a pretty good call.
It was, yeah.
Like, no, I don't know what it was. It was just the way that Bren were approaching that round. I was just like, nah, they're gonna screw this up somehow. They're just gonna push straight into the stack. And the other thing as well is, this is one of the first rounds we've actually seen Tiger play off of each other. Like, that's what's so irritating. It's like, if they did these similar rounds where they had these crossfires with rifles, I would have a lot more faith in them. But they're relying so much on these individual peaks with AWPs that it just doesn't work. Oh, that was a nice shot, though. Still got tagged up, so it's a bit of an awkward play. We'll see how Cabal does with the rifle. Maybe he'll get owned and I'll just shut my mouth and we can say he had a little bit of a fall off, but I don't know. It's already looking a lot better. These early aggressive pushes haven't gone so well. The hold within the site looks comfortable. They have also stopped pressuring the B side, which I feel like is still the major weakness of this Tiger side. Like, it's not necessarily that Urkus is underperforming. It's just he has too much to do and can't multi-frag every single time they push into that site. Micro. The push down through Olaf. Doble does go down, though. The smoke spam actually does a reasonable amount of damage. Cabal also tagged up to just 46 HP, but then he gets 2 kills with the rifle, Mitch!
It's almost as if we knew. This is...
I hate him. Nah, screw I'm so mad. This is the most annoyed I think I've ever been about being right. Like,
Oh man, you're not having a good time, huh?
Oh, for a second I thought he'd pick up the AWP again.
I hope he does. I want to see Nines go, hey bro, you want an AWP? I got you. He's nuts, isn't he? This is why we were saying that, like, you're really not me too. You're really not having that good of a game with an AWP, so why pick the AWP up? And it's, Tom, you said it last map, and it's taken until now. to swap over.
No, he just couldn't afford one.
No, that's well, true actually. Yeah.
That
Next
was why
round.
he didn't have it. It wasn't even a choice. This round he could have done, but then, well, they would have had to just throw away a rifle, which also doesn't make as much sense. Oh, yeah, I don't get it. Like, he's genuinely playing very, very well with the rifle. It allows him to have more movement, take multiple duels, and he's been whiffing with the AWP every single round. So it makes a lot of sense, but I don't know. I guess it's from a spectator view, you can like sort of spot things a lot easier, but it is just infuriating. Surely he must be able to tell, okay, the number's going up when I have a rifle and the number's not going up when I have an AWP.
Well, it looks like we're in a position now in a 2v2 where Bren have got a good chance with that headshot from Wits. Nine's got it all to do. This man has got an AWP, not a rifle. We'll see what he can do with it. He has not been having the best of games, that's for sure. Most of his kills have been with a USP. Oh, it looked like he was going to pull it out again, but went around the corner. It's AWP in hand. Player up in heaven, one over towards spawn. This is not going to be easy to get into. He sees the rifle on his right. Oh, nice shot. Up with the AK now. Looking for the other player. Doesn't have to scope in at least. And Papi Chulo's low. The nade doesn't quite land in the right place. 10 seconds left on this. No kit. And it's time to run away. Can't even get out alive. That is it. GG'd in that round. As Bren pick up another just about.
Yeah, it's still an opportunity for Tiger to have what I would consider like a decent half here. But if you're looking at Bren, like, they've been slowly grinding out these rounds. This was one where they come into this with multiple MAC-10s, and it's just the sheer pace of their take that, again, catches off this CT side. And I've said it before, like, this is what we see a lot of the time within, like, weaker regions where, like, it's just those aggressive, fast rounds that seem to catch teams off guard. And so this really has been like this hasn't been the most dynamic T side ever, like with great executions and crazy plays. It's been battles like this where a lot of the times the T's have just been able to come out on top. I think we're also definitely seeing that Micro does not like Train. Like this has not been a good map for him, even with how they've been able to do on the T side, getting 5 rounds with 8 on the other side. Really not bad, especially if they could take this one home, although it's not looking great. 9 with an AWP. Cabal, he's now gone for a scout, but I guess that's more again off of financial situations. And Dobu's picked up a second AWP. Why not, I guess?
I mean, there's a lot of long-range angles, so... Oh, that molly. It's huge. Out we go. NCL's gone. Good return by 9, though. Able to keep it up into a position where this is doable. You're looking to move on to the site now, though. Bren running into ops. Never the way to go. Oh, they've been spotted as well. Moving back over towards the upper. And Cabal's going to get himself a little upgrade. Getting rid of the scout. Picking up an actual rifle. Solid round all in all by Tiger. I mean, so far. The scopes have been delivering. Just not in the hands of Cabal. That's all we needed. Oh, maybe we can add another player to that list. 9 is having one hell of a rough game, but Urcast is here to close that one out.
So I think Dobu is the best AWPer on Tiger, from what I've learned so far today.
That's concerning.
He's had it in 1 round, and he got 2 kills. And I think that might be that's the most consistent we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, a messy round, but Tiger get it done. 9 with a slightly more aggressive peak. Oh, a nice shot from Dobu, actually. And then... yeah, no, I'm sticking with it. I think Dobu is the best AWPer on Tiger. And now he's ended up with a Fat Mass, of course.
Well, 9 does need that AWP to get all of his kills. All 7. As he currently sits on and re-peeks into pistols. That was a great decision. Urcast in a little bit of trouble as well. Luckily not punished for it, but there's an AWP holding him now. He's to be very careful as he moves in towards upper. He's going to just sneak underneath that ladder, surely not going up to the top.
The T's look fairly hesitant here about what they're going to be able to do. Of course, this is one of the worst buys we've seen so far, and unfortunately it comes in the last half. Cabal has a rifle, so I have a lot of faith in him here. We are going to see T's. I think they're almost just watching to see if anybody's coming from behind at this point, which realistically in a 4v3, I don't really know what they're expecting from the CT side. Like, they're just going to stay passive. They know you've got pistols. There's absolutely no reason for you to push. I don't know if they're trying to bait out some sounds. Like, they're making quite a lot of noise, jumping around. So potentially that's the case. And mine is frozen, bitch. So you're going to have to take this away.
All right, fair enough. Well, yeah, Tiger holding down on the B side with Urcast, having some support by Cabal, who's doubled it up on the rifle. But Wits, he comes through with a beautiful double shot. The Opper now, no time. He's going to stick this, and they're going to just come barreling towards him. What? Why? He can't win that. You literally physically didn't have time to win that, Wits. What are you doing? I'm confused. Like, he didn't have time to fire both of those shots. He had to stick it. There was no other choice.
Didn't have to.
Well, he could lose the round.
Or he could lose.
Yeah. What the hell?
I'm going to go ahead and assume he didn't know how much time was left. I'm going to give him that benefit of the doubt, which you'd hope that somebody would have pointed out to him, but I guess not. I think he also like wasted a few seconds not actually knowing where the bomb was. Like here, you just see him sort of walk around a bit for 5 seconds, which I basically lost the round. But yeah, 10-5 half for Tiger. All things considered, how like messy some of the rounds were and how badly some of them were going in the midsection. That's not a bad half. But now we go on to the T side. Now, the thing that Bren have been quite good at doing is winning the second pistol. Which I guess Tiger have been quite good at winning the first pistol, so it balances out. But yeah, if they do that, get off to a good start here, then we could be seeing them coming back. I think if they lose the pistol and go like 12-5, 13-5 down, I won't be too much of a believer.
Yeah, I'm the same. This is a spot where Bren need this round. If they lose it, all hope is lost. And Derek, he shut down the primary opper of Tiger from what we've seen. The man we primarily want to have with not an op in his hand. Although I guess we could say Dobu is the primary opper. Anyone but the actual primary opper, who's not doing too well.
Yeah, screw it. Give it to Urcast at this point.
I think he's doing well enough on the rifle this time and could be huge. Too deep.
Okay. T's bringing this one back. It's looking like a pretty poor start. Derek from behind is... Okay. Is no one gonna help the planner? Tiger? Like, dude's got enough on his plate. Derek is now looking to potentially try and ace this round, as he only needs 2 more to end it all, as we are now going to see a bit of a safer plant position. Nice shot from 9. Leaves it all onto Derek. He needs the ace, and he isn't going to get it. It's a triple for 9 instead. And you sort of mentioned that he's done a lot with the pistol so far in this game. Tiger getting the pistol round, though, far more important. I do wonder if we're going to see the double scout invested into again, just as an attempt to try and at least break back here. The only worry for me is that now Bren start to run out of time.
This could be, I think he could be on 6 kills with pistols out of 10 at the moment, which is pretty good. It's pretty bad, really, but I mean, good for his pistol play, I guess. He's been practicing that. It is funny, though, how, you know, there's been so many things for Tiger that have been going wrong, and yet they're still in this position where they're really just dominating, and that 5-0 start definitely helped them out. I think we can both agree that when it came to the rifle rounds later on, it was a fairly even playing field. But thanks to that start and the pistol, they're in a position now where it's undeniable that they look good. Oh, that flash was really nice, but Urcast, I think, just caught a glimpse of Papi Chulo before it popped, so he was able to spray away, or at least he cleared every other angle, so he knew he had to be close left. Yeah, this is done.
They hit a lot of tags, but unfortunately this time they've not quite been converted. Maybe a chance for Micro to at least pad those stats a little bit. Had a good first couple of maps, but this one has been a poor one, and I think it's noticeable for the squad. Maybe need to put a little bit more work into train, something we sort of highlighted before. I still don't think this has been a particularly good performance from Tiger either, but I think that when it's mattered, they've managed to pull up some decent rounds in the streak at the end of the half. With the force by failing, well, we're definitely edging towards that 13-5 scoreline, which I was pretty worried about for them. Also a good chance for some real cash to be built up for the side of Tiger. And, well, unless there's some serious slip-ups, you know, like pushing into a round where there's 1 Deagle and 4 USPs and losing it, which, you know, that would never happen, Mitch.
No, how would that... no. Neither of these teams would do that. That's for sure. Well, Pro's going to try and pull off an ace with the USP. It's not going to happen, understandably. And 13-5 we go. Tiger now in a position where they've avoided pulling a Bren. They've built up massive early round leads. I mean, they are essentially 8-0 in the early round play, or early half. And just off that alone, you can see how basically impossible it is to win a game when you set off like that. So now we end up in a round that Bren need to win. They got an opening duel, Papi Chulo getting aggressive. He's staying aggressive as well. That's going to catch them off guard for sure. In such a high-intensity round, you don't expect that. The smoke off. Oh, no, that was such a good flash by 9.
Okay. He's just running right. Maybe he should rifle as well. I'm starting to think that Tiger should buy 0 orbs from what I've seen so far in this match. He's going to hide within the smoke. Now, the point of this is basically that when it fades, it gives a slight advantage, which, of course, is another thing in Counter-Strike, which is stupid. Okay, maybe not. Maybe he can stick to his orb. But either way, it's looking pretty good. In a round that was somewhat a bonus, it's only Derek left standing, and he's had some pretty clutch moments in these games so far. We saw a clutch in the last map, but it's a bit dicey. And NCL's going to headshot him with a back 10 at range. Why not, Mitch? 14-5. It seems like Bren and Train just don't mix.
On a side note here, Tom, you know Gambit Esports has just rebranded.
What?
Well, it's a Gambit Esports, but they rebranded their stuff. I'm just seeing the announcement now. And I'm wondering if maybe that means Gambit youngsters are going to become Gambit. Because they're in the video. So let's hope. Let's hope they finally change. They finally become the main squad.
Why does everyone and their nan decide they need to rebrand?
I don't know. They're like, oh, we've been a successful brand for 10 years and we haven't changed at all. Let's change to... It's not even that they changed. In fairness, it's like theirs isn't terrible because it's still the same identity, right? They've just changed a tiny bit of it. But
they've removed the line so that the shield looks like a G.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't mind that. I think that's an okay rebrand. I'm like, it looks fresh. Okay. When you get when you look
I don't think it looks better though.
No, it's just like it's new, it's different. They can, you know, I don't know, feel different. But what's messed up is how like 99% of rebrands have been so terrible. Like unbelievably terrible. To the point that it almost felt like they were just joking when they put them out.
Well, this round is actually going very well for the CT side. It's left onto NCL. Had a much better game, that's for sure. Only his Mac 10 in hand, though, and wants to at least try and make things costly. Of course, the T's still didn't really upgrade a lot of their weaponry. They still played this one as a bit of a bonus, so they will be able to come in with an AWP, all of the rifles, whatever they fancy into the next round, and still be in a huge lead versus Bren. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about this situation. Not likely he'll get anything done, though. So 14-6, they at least keep it relatively clean. A chance for an upgrade or two here and there, but this is where the going really gets tough.
Well, this is where the tough get going. 10 rounds in a row needed for Bren. Hell of an uphill battle. What matters is what's waiting on the other side. Or in a case where it seems almost impossible to get 10 in a row. Maybe it doesn't matter what's waiting on the other side. Maybe what matters is how you get there. Maybe what matters is the climb. The 5 versus 4. Certainly a good start to this mountaineering episode. As Bren picked that up. They're in a little bit of danger, but good shutdown by Derek. He caught up behind Dobu. They smoked off Pop Dog, so there was no real concern then about him turning his back and facing in towards Team Main. Now they smoke off Main as he goes for pop control. And he'll have an early flank.
Oh. Okay, Urkust. Guess who's back again? It's the big man with the big plans. Now, he's got the B site. There's a flank on the B site. The bomb is outside A, where 9 is. So we're going to get some weird battles, and I'm not going to see it because my feed is frozen again. I'm going to refresh it.
That's a good call. I'll be honest. A good call. So, we're in this 2v2, very slowly played out by Tiger. They've got a player all the way down in the back of spawn, but it looks like Derek is cautious of this. But I don't think he knows that Aircast can be here quite this quickly. Pappy's made a wise choice in going up. I think he's in the top, right? Yeah, he's in heaven. So he's right up there. So he can't be flanked out, essentially. Aircast is clearing it out. Sees nobody on the site. This is where you get suspicious of up above. What are the chances that this is completely clear? Molly into connector. Evidently, they think up above is clear. Now they know, but it might be too late. Poppy! He just swings on it. Gives him the opportunity, but with no time left, that will be the round secured for Bren Esports.
Yeah, again, a nice effort from Urkut, and he definitely hasn't been the only man in this map. If you look at the kill spread, it's from 15 to 17, so they've had pretty much everybody at points. But yeah, some of these rounds have been fairly messy. Like the duels that have been taken have been really high risk, and unfortunately, hasn't quite been working out for Tiger. I'd like them to fall into a little bit more of a default, trying to set each other up a little bit more rather than just seeing solo plays being attempted. Lots of utility being extended early into this A site once again, though, and again, it's going to be Dobu going out on his own. Hasn't managed to get anything done, so eventually falls back. And considering they don't have masses of utility, there's quite a lot expended just to almost, well, I guess, scare Bren, because they didn't really do anything with it.
Derek wants to push forward. He's not scared at all, but up close, he gets a double. Both headshots as well. Through for a little bit more. The spray not quite connecting. Does light his enemy of Urkast down very, very low, though. What a push, and what a start to a round. Bren getting away with murder on that one.
Dobu. I can understand him trying to make more of a solo play now that, well, realistically, one of his teammates is so desperately low and the other has the bomb. Gonna try and re-aggress towards Ivy. That's the thing, like what Bren have been doing over the last few rounds on their CT side has actually looked pretty good. Like these more aggressive, proactive plays. Some of it might be slightly out of desperation because they feel they need to, but even still, it's been working. 25 seconds, though. Are they still going for this? I think they might be. Yeah, pushing out of A main. Good position from Wits. Already spotted some information. Oh, what is this?
Oh my god.
That's the worst. That's disgusting. Not necessarily from Wits. I think it was Dobo on the other side who I think he's going to be checking his bullets to see if he was firing blanks because that was awful.
Needs to clean his mouse mat. I don't know how he didn't kill him there. That was disgraceful, in all honesty. And we're getting to this position. Look at this. This was so nasty. So nasty by Derek. And
I don't want to see this again.
Oh, God. Should never have gotten away with that. It's pure filth. I mean, Bren are really making this into something special. And making it doable from a position where they need a 10 in a row. They've made it to 8. Still a long, long road, but they're versus pistols in this round. Count the deagles. There's only 2, but already the formula's been broken today. So maybe it'll be enough. We've got smokes. We've got flashes.
We haven't seen any real pushes in towards this B site, and maybe they should have been making them a little bit earlier. Again, it's going to be a double entry. We saw Urkus do this on his own earlier, and I was sort of thinking like, okay, well, one man has got a double entry. Did that smoke actually act as a one-way? That is so unlucky. That has given away everything, and YNCL screwed. The thing that worries me a little bit here, oh, nice shots at least, is that because they've now attempted B, well, Urkus attempted it once on his own, and then we've just seen that round not work, even though it was based off of pistols. I genuinely feel like for Tiger, the best thing they can do is pressure this B side. Like, the man holding it, no offense, micro, but he's back to yesterday's micro, where he's doing, well, minuscule things within the server.
Yeah.
So put pressure on him. Like, it's not a nice thing to do, but it's a great way to win, because that was all too easy for them. 2 players walk in, 2 players go down, but they trade them evenly. And if you have rifles in that situation, I think it's a much better possibility that you win. But this A site, it's not even been that close, and they're going to attempt it once again. It's going to be this fast push in by the looks of it, or maybe just a few nades being faked out.
Yeah, I want to see for Tiger a little bit of a change of pace. They've tried the waiting game. They've tried allowing Bren a little bit of space and time, and they haven't really been able to capitalize off it. I'd love to see a burst of aggression out of them, but it doesn't look like we're going to see that just yet. It's a slow approach. And just to touch on Micro's point, as we said, you know, when it comes down to train, I felt like he was going to be a little bit less comfortable here, certainly, than what we saw on Dust 2 and Mirage. And I think he's delivering as I expect him to. Considering he's a new player on the roster, and what we saw from him already, he's definitely finding his identity. But we know he's got that individual skill. We know he's got the capability of showing up. I think it's just a matter of time with this lineup. And it's funny then, you know, that they're testing him so early on. That swing, not quite there. Doesn't blind anybody in Ivy. And they're able to take a double opening. Down goes Wit, swung on from the side. And a 4 versus 2 with Bren. Probably just looking to save these rifles at this point. I mean, the money isn't great on Pro or Papi Chulo. And Tiger have easily got the man advantages.
It's definitely taken them some time to find the space, but decent entries here is enough to, as you sort of mentioned, like put Bren in the dirt. The remaining 2 players have no choice but to try and hold on to their weaponry. And with Derek, he'll have enough to drop 2 guns, so it wouldn't be the worst case scenario. Obviously, the chance of an AWP is slim, unless they really wanted that badly that he'll drop it instead of dropping a couple of weapons. And I guess Wits and Micro will be okay to buy. So it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I don't know. I still haven't seen an AWP within this server that has been like highly impactful. It's surprising. Like, this is one of the maps where we normally rant and rave. Like, we got to see Wang yesterday, like wall banging people. It was impressive, and that's something that I enjoy within this map. But yeah, it's just not really been a factor here. Well, could this be the beginning of the end? Just looking at Tiger as an overall squad, still, we see just a matter of 4 kills between top and bottom. So a much better team performance from them, definitely showing within the scoreboard as well. And they are going to juggle that AWP around. Now, it still means that they have a purchase, but it means that there's a few pieces of utility missing, head armor missing, but that's not really an issue. But again, it's looking like we might finally see Tiger actually put some pressure on the B side. And this is what I mean. They have got a bomb plant for free.
Mm-hmm. They've just walked on. It's completely open, but Micro might be able to be the thorn in the side. Right? No.
Nope.
Because he wasn't watching for it. He was staring at a blank piece of wood instead. And so Urcast comes up, sideswipes him, takes that kill for free. Papi Chulo's got his back to the smoke. His teammates covering, though. As the walkthrough comes in from Urcast. Why? Why? Because why not? Is the answer that we found out in this region. 20 seconds on the clock. They need to move fast over on the Bren side. The spray down, good for one. I mean, Bren can still get back into this. I think Urcast might have been a little bit too... Well,
Time. They got 10
guys,
seconds.
Are you...
They got 10 seconds. They're done here. They've got to get someone on the diffuser right now.
And it's over.
And they do, and that's it. They're done. They took too long.
I won't do a blur. Why?
Oh, that's a good way to end it.
Why? Why?
Congratulations, Tiger. What a fantastic victory. You played amazingly well. Congrats. It's the best performance we've seen from you this tournament. A 16-9 victory. Superb.
I mean, 20 seconds left, and they play it slower than I've ever seen in my life. Like, what the hell? Maybe Urcast pushing was tactical, right? It made them think, oh, they could be behind any corner, clear everything. And then it's like, I think that bomb's going to blow up, guys. That was ridiculous. What did you make of that beautiful masterpiece of Counter-Strike?
What the... I think that sums it up, Mitch. Yeah.
What the flip?
I mean, it's the scrappiest Counter-Strike. Tiger are a team
don't show this round again. I don't want to see this
we
round
look
again.
at this team Tiger, we talk about how they should be one of the top teams in Asia. Well, they aren't showing that right now. They definitely look pretty uninspiring, unconvincing. They're just lucky they've got talented individuals in the form of Urcast. And while this team definitely are getting carried by that motion, I think that's what the way with a lot of these Asian teams is they never play proper Counter-Strike. They just have enough skill in the individual that carries them through wins against some of the weaker teams. Bren, they had some signs of life, but again, just not a very comfortable train team, as you can see. But yeah, again, it's just some signs from Derek at times, and definitely a couple of moments. Yeah, they definitely wish they had Dexter. He could sort these teams out real quick. But
he's a dad, guys. He can't leave us.
Yeah, exactly. he can't commit to that.
His responsibilities.
I mean, okay, like Tiger again, right? They're scrappy, but they got to give credit in one thing. They're able to somehow dig in deep and somehow claw their way out from these sticky situations.
Can we blur the bottom of the board?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it, Tom.
Can we blur the bottom of the board?
Yeah, we expected Micro to be uncomfortable on this map. I said coming into this series, you know, I thought we needed to give him some space, and does too. Mirage, he did well. Let's pretend it ended
100% headshot. Let's just blur the actual score. Just leave the 100%.
Yeah,
just 100%
that's very
headshot.
good.
Yeah.
He did only hit 3 shots, but how did he get 3 assists with 100% with nades? I guess.
No, but the thing is, with Bren, it's like they had such a fantastic start to the Dust 2, and then you look at Mirage. Sure, it was a scrappy affair, and just like it went downhill. What happened to the Bren? I mean, Dinko, help me out here. What happened to them? Dust 2, great stuff, right? They're abused at B-bomb side. I love Dinko's face. Like, why are you asking me these questions? Like,
Can I have this one?
I
have a response for this.
Go on, Tom.
Their T side of this map sucked ass. Like, they tried in 3 different rounds to run through a T main smoke.
Yeah.
It was some of the stupidest plays I've ever made, or I've ever made, I've ever watched, and it didn't work, surprisingly. They lost in a round where the players didn't even have purchases. You saw in the clip, they lost 2 USPs. So they went so far down that there was just no recovery from that.
Yeah.
So they made some clinical errors. Then they went on to their CT side, and eventually Tiger got it over the line. That's all we're really talking about. It wasn't a good match.
We're going to show the results right now, but Dinko, just go ahead with your
I think we could touch on why that happens, though. I feel like this team just have no stamina, right? They start off well. They seem like a pretty solid team. They come in with a game plan. When they immediately see those results, so they feel like they can compete, that's when they do pretty well. But as soon as things start to go a little bit rough, I feel like their mentality breaks down. That's when the confidence issues start to come in from Micro again. I mean, 16-9, 16-9. I think after the performance some Mirage, it probably ruined a little bit of their confidence. And when sometimes you feel the pressure of you can't really figure out what to do, some of the tactics, some of your calls are not working, you start to do some stupid stuff, right? You feel like you have to be the player to step up. Everybody feels that they have to be the playmaker. And sometimes when you're under that pressure, you don't really think clearly. You don't think about exactly what's the right call. So Bren making a lot of stupid mistakes, really. And I think that's the case for a lot of the teams in this tournament, because they just don't have the protocols in place, which a lot of the teams from, say, Europe and North America have put the work in to get those, because they always play against each other and they always have these systems in place. Whereas in Asia, it is a little bit behind in terms of that respect.
They do play against each other a lot, Nick. Just that there doesn't seem to be any
exactly.
progress.
But there's no like top tier. There's one top tier team, and it's Tyloo, right? And they don't have a system you can replicate because they're Tyloo. So
how do you scrim Tyloo? I don't know, but we'll get back to that. We'll get back to this topic. I think it's kind of intriguing. Well, let's take a look at the standings as it stands right now. We do have a few teams who've already played a couple of games. You can see on top of the Tiger.
Let's go, Tiger.
Let's go. They are on top. They've played 2. They've won 2. We don't talk about how they've won it, but they've won it. Tyloo, number 2. Tiger, number 1. Tyloo just playing 1 game today. They beat After Gaming. Again, that was a kind of a scrappy affair. The usual suspects, VG Gaming performing well as well.
How is
Zigma
Bren last? Just on alphabetical.
They played 2 and they lost 2.
Yeah, but look at After Gaming. They've also they've lost more rounds and lost more maps.
Is it like
and they're the worst team in the tournament? Sorry, what?
Yeah, like can we move After Gaming to the bottom?
Can we just go down the bottom
along?
Well, we still have a few teams who haven't shown their faces yet. We haven't seen Invictus play.
They're not last.
They're not worse.
They can be worse. They can be worse. Fair enough. We have Marzalai playing, though. Mitch, your favorite team. So that's going to get interesting.
Honestly,
hold on. Let's take a look at the schedule of tomorrow. Let's talk about it in more detail. No, they're not there yet. No more Marzalai. Not yet. Damn it. But Mitch.
Beyond Invictus, though. Let's ignore the other two. Beyond Invictus,
just to break it to you, you will never see Marzalai in this tournament. You will never see Marzalai as they are not competing in this tournament.
I wanted to see Marzalai. I've somewhat convinced myself. I've convinced myself Marzalai qualified.
It's like every day at the recap, we'll just have Blair going, oh, it's Marzalai tomorrow. I swear it'll be tomorrow.
It's like, what? No. They're still not playing. Blair, it's the grand finals.
The only teams you haven't seen play are Invictus
Listen,
and
it's
beyond.
all planned out. It's all planned out. It's just to watch
Marzalai
Mitch just
in
lose his mind.
D13 is tomorrow. It's okay. Okay.
Well, we do have Zigma and After Gaming, and Tom. I mean, that has to be a prospect that you should be looking forward to. I mean, After Gaming, they did put up a fight today against Tyloo. Yes, it was Tyloo being very Tyloo, but they did put up a battle. It should be interesting in Zigma there. But which game kind of stands out for you overall, Tom?
Obviously, the last one.
Yeah. Okay.
Beyond versus Invictus could actually be a good game. Like genuinely. Like although I will say Invictus in the past, like I remember me and you doing the ESL, I think it was like the Asia Pro League.
Yeah.
And Invictus did play some of the most irritating Counter-Strike I've ever watched. But I'm hoping that obviously coming up against a decent opponent, we could have a good match on our hands. And in comparison to the first game, honestly, I might plan just to wake up at about 10 a.m. tomorrow and allow you guys to do the first. I'm not cussing the first one anyway, so you know.
Well, yeah, but you do get
my opinion.
But you do get to cast Tiger versus Checkmate, and that should be fun. Actually, you know what? Checkmate impressed me today a little bit, so I'm expecting it's going to be because Tiger have traditionally struggled against these Mongolian teams. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. Also, Mitch, Invictus, they have Bottle coming in. A new addition, and some people might even say an upgrade over Oi, so that should be fun.
Okay, all right. I mean, look, I don't care about Bottle. I'm be honest. I don't care about anyone on that lineup.
Just care
all
about
I care about
okay.
is flying. Flying is sick. I can't wait to see him again. I love this guy in the previous RMR. He was so fun to watch, and hopefully he'll put on a show for us and really give us a good introduction, because Beyond and Invictus were two of my favorite teams to watch. I think Beyond have a nice structured style. I think that, they were saying in the interview earlier on that obviously they're not doing too well right now, but this is a real good opportunity for them to really turn up versus Invictus that have a new player in, but obviously flying is just impossible to deal with in general. I think some of the players were even saying that. Yeah, it's going to be a great game. My advice to everyone would be just tune in for that and don't suffer through the first one. But
Tune in for every game. Don't you
Yeah,
worry.
dude,
we'll
don't
be
do
here
that.
to,
Don't.
to rock you through the madness. And yeah,
They're
I
gonna leave
agree.
and not come back after the first one.
Beyond versus Invictus. Now that
I
is,
would if I could.
That is a matchup that is definitely exciting because Beyond have started to get slowly better, right? We've nearly seen them take on the Chinese teams. They haven't quite been able to counter a top Chinese team just yet. So playing against Invictus in PAL would be incredible to see if they could do that and maybe turn this team in or go to the next level because Beyond, I feel like they're just on the precipice, but they haven't been able to do it yet.
Haven't been able to do it yet. We're going to be finding out how those games are going to be playing out. But once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Day 2, done and dusted over here for the Perfect World Asia League 2020. And yeah, I mean, it's been a long day. 3 best of 3s, 2 of those games going all the way to the final map. But once again, thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. From all of us over here, including the PGL guys, adios, GG well played, and good night.